Elden Ring is a fascinating story, but one that is extremely multi-layered and complex, from cosmic themes to a colourful cast of demigod characters. Even after all this time, the lore of Elden Ring still holds many secrets and questions, and how could there not be given the sheer scale and scope of this game and world that has been forged by FromSoftware and George R.R. Martin? What is the greater will? How did all life come from the one great? What is the nature and role of the Erdtree? What is the exact order and timeline of events? These questions and more are things that I still ponder to this day, and my ideas have shifted and evolved over the 2 years of me covering this engrossing game. So in this compilation lore video, I will be pulling together all of my work on Elden Ring from the past 2 years into cohesive mega videos, ideal for a long watch while you work or sleep, and perhaps in my ramblings, you will find some answers that you are seeking regarding Elden Ring's lore. This will be part 1 of 3, and given the sheer size of this video, I think you can appreciate why we split it into 3. This video will cover Elden Ring's timeline, the ancient dragons, the Carians, the Frenzied Flame, and much, much more, and I hope you enjoy. But before we get started guys, remember that if you like Elden Ring lore and Souls lore, then consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. But before we dive into today's Elden Ring bonanza, a word from today's sponsor, Hellofresh. With Christmas right around the corner, things are getting busy for a lot of us, but Hellofresh can help by taking care of mealtime, leaving you with more time with your family and loved ones. Hellofresh's 15-minute meals are not only convenient, but will allow you to stay healthy, putting wholesome food on the table, faster than a takeaway can at this busy time of year. I don't know about you guys, but I've been back and forth to the shops too many times this December, and if you want to cut back on your errands this season, HelloFresh can help. Skip that grocery store trip and instead get fresh ingredients delivered direct to your door. Just choose your meals from the website, choose a delivery date, and Bob's your uncle. If you have a social life, and please tell me what that's like, HelloFresh can help you host your parties this festive season, from delicious cold cut boards to stunning desserts. HelloFresh will make sure you're the talk of your WhatsApp group this festive season. So click the link in the description or use my code and get free breakfast for life. 1 breakfast item per box while the subscription is active. Thanks again to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video, and now back to the lore. The story of Elden Ring is an epic one, a tale of heroes and gods, of wars and creation, spanning a massive timeline. Yet those familiar with the game and its myriad stories will know that this timeline is far from clear. It is a complex mix of events presented to us through half-truths, rumours and myth, with no clear idea of order or the passage of time. Yet after some time exploring the lore, we can get a general idea of an order of events, of certain epochs of history, of different ages in the lands between. And that is what this video will attempt to do, to present a plausible timeline that offers my perspective on the order of events, born from my long relationship studying this universe's lore. The way in which I've ordered the lore, I believe, is a logical one, by ordering events into different eras, with the acknowledgement that many events could easily be swapped within each era. However, with that being said, this is no easy task, nor is it a simple thing to discard my own preconceived notions and ideas of how things fit, and so I'd like to thank Lore Hunter and Tarnished Archaeologist who collaborated with me on this video, not only by reviewing my timeline and giving their perspectives and corrections, but also writing and recording a section each. Before we begin, one final note is that recently George R.R. Martin, well-known father of content creator Quailag, appeared on Colbert's Late Show, and made a brief comment about his work on Elden Ring, and mentioned timescales that helps us a bit, but I will leave that to Lore Hunter and his section on the Shattering. With that said, let us take a journey through the histories of the lands between and its timeline. And the very first event on our timeline isn't an event, rather a state of being, the One Great. It won't be revolutionary to say that the start of Elden Ring's story and mythos appears to begin with this One Great. Hyetta tells us that once, life existed in a singular form, before there were any individual life forms.
All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame.
We do not know what form the One Great took, where it existed, or how long it existed for, only that it was the original source of life. According to Hyeta, and therefore the three fingers who are speaking through her, it was the greater will that then fractured this One Great, meaning the greater will must have stimulated this change. The Golden Star. This brings us to event number 2 in our timeline, which is the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring, as told to us by Elden Star's incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star, bearing a beast, into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. The Greater Will never acts directly, and so it makes sense that even in this act, the act of fracturing the One Great, that it will have coincided with the arrival of the Elden Ring, a medium through which the Greater Will can control the lands between. I suggest that the power of the Elden Ring, its power to influence the world, is what reformed and fractured the One Great, and thus, the arrival of the Golden Star must have happened right at the beginning of our timeline. This now takes us on to one of the first dominant life forms that would emerge from this fracturing that we are aware of, the Ancient Dragons, which also takes us into our next era. We know that the Ancient Dragons are said to have ruled in what is referred to as the Prehistoric Era, and this is thanks to any of the Dragon Protection Talismans, which read as follows. The Ancient Dragons who ruled in the Prehistoric Era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. Now, prehistory in our world is a huge period of history, roughly dating from about 2.5 million years ago to about 1200 BC, though dates do vary from region to region, as prehistory ends when writing begins, and that obviously happened at different stages for different civilizations. Regardless, what it shows is that the empire of the Ancient Dragons must have existed very early in this timeline, even before the ancient civilization that built the Ul and Uld palaces, which align more closely with ancient history. The Beastmen gain intelligence. Serving under the Ancient Dragons, another civilization arose, the Beastmen, who we know live alongside their draconic masters thanks to the archaeological evidence found in Fire Missoula. Early human history in the real world is generally categorized through 3 main archaeological periods: the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. Through the Beastmen we can follow this same progression of their society, first of all learning that they were once a bestial species that eventually had intelligence granted upon them, as the Cinque Dea reads the following. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. 5 fingers are of course symbolic because it is the symbol of an intelligent species' ability to use tools and weapons with their hands. Beastmen Stone Age. Much like humanity's ancestors developing into the sentient species that we are today, one of the Beastmen's first steps in becoming a more complex society is marked by their use of stone tools, marking their Stone Age. We learn of their use of stone implements via the Bestial Sling incantation, which reads the following. It is said that in the time before the Erdtree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. The Beastmen would then advance to something akin to our Chalcolithic period, an observation made by the Tarnished archaeologists in their Farum Azula lore video, where they identify that the Beastmen burials that we find in Farum Azula are very much based upon the real-life Varna burials. The Varna burial site is a necropolis in Bulgaria that possesses the oldest gold treasure and jewellery in the world, dating from 4600 BC to 4200 BC. Now, we have placed the end of prehistory here at the beginning of ancient history to mirror our own world's eras, as history, while not homogeneous across the world, is generally accepted to have begun with writing, the world's first instance of which was in the Bronze Age of Mesopotamia. Beastmen, Iron Age. Finally, the Beastmen would make it to their Iron Age, an age defined by Wikipedia that marks the advent of ferrous metallurgy and the metalworking techniques that allowed the use of iron tools and weapons. With that in mind, we know the Beastmen began to wield iron weapons that replaced some of their stone ones, as the description of the Beastman cleaver reads, "Curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron and wielded by the Beastmen of Farum Azula. The blade is incredibly heavy, but well balanced. Comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. It is clear that the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken." So the last line of the cleaver is important, not only for when we talk about the advent of smithing under the giants, but also because despite the prehistoric nature of the Beastmen and Dragon Society, it is clear that their techniques are fairly advanced, as they were able to create some wonders like Farum Azula. Farum Azula constructed. Farum Azula is described as a mausoleum, such as in the description of the Azula Beastmen ashes, but is also described as a royal city in the Old Lord's Talisman, suggesting that this majestic city was the centre of their civilization. It is widely believed, and I share this belief, that Farum Azula was once situated and built on the ground, specifically in the bay area of the Lands Between, adjoining to where Dragon Barrow now lies. We know this due to the archaeological evidence found in Dragon Barrow. Firstly, the Great Bridge outside Bestial Sanctum is known as Farum Great Bridge, thanks to the site of Grace nearby, and indeed it does share the same architectural hallmarks as the royal city. Then there is of course the Bestial Sanctum itself, clearly a building of Azula construction, and thus it leads us to conclude that Farum Azula was once rooted to this same spot. Emergence of humanity. It is possible that humanity had also emerged around this early era of the Lands Between. Around Farum Azula, we can find engravings of human characters, leading us to conclude that there must have been human figures at this time. While dragons can take human form, as shown by Lansax's history, how would they even know what a human is to take this form if there was no frame of reference? Instead, I would offer that this is the first archaeological evidence of humankind, and is made even more interesting when you consider the appearance preset Draconian, which reads as follows: "The stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short." Placidusax, Elden Lord. The dragons not only ruled, but seemed to be the first custodians of the Elden Ring, having both a god and Elden Lord, a mirror to Marika and her Elden Lord consorts. Ruling over this civilization seems to be the first pantheon, the first god and Elden Lord, who first brandished the Elden Ring. For not only do we see an early depiction of the Elden Ring within Farum Azula itself, but we also learn of the dragon pantheon via the remembrance of the Dragon Lord, which reads, "The Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return. This early era was the age of the dragons, ruled over by their Elden Lord and god." Beyond time. Obviously, the other interesting part of Placidusax's remembrance is the fact that his god fled, the ruling god of his era who he was consort to. This god is now gone, suggesting some greater calamity that happened to the dragon civilization. Much like when Marika disappears in the time of the Shattering, we can imagine that the disappearance of this god will have definitely contributed to the downfall of this society. Placidus now lies beyond time, and the reasoning for this seems clear from his remembrance: to preserve Far Missoula and himself for the return of their god, in their hope that they can restore the dragon civilization. Sadly, this is an event that never comes to pass, and with the god fled and Elden Lord locked behind time, we can consider the reign of the dragons effectively over. The Dynast Civilization. The next oldest civilization, based on archaeology, would be the civilization that built the Ul and Uld ruins, the ancient mausoleum, and the Grand Cloister. I'm sure many are aware, but the architectural style of these buildings closely follows the styles of ancient Greece and ancient Assyrian civilizations. But it's at this stage that I will hand you over to Tarnished Archaeologist, who has kindly done a full breakdown and analysis of this ancient civilization.
Elden Ring's world is littered with the discarded and long-forgotten remnants of previously great empires. The ruins of Far Missoula are scattered across Limgrave and Liurnia. The mysterious divine towers are left as remnants of civilizations with long-lost power, now barely even conceivable in the modern era. All of these evoke the opening lines of the famous Welsh poem called The Ruin, which begins, quote, "These wallstones are wondrous. Calamities crumpled them. These city-states crashed. The work of giants decaying." End quote. Written by an unknown poet as he marveled at the ruins of a prior great civilization that was so inconceivably impressive he could only imagine it was the work of giants. So it is in Elden Ring. The decaying work of giants is found everywhere, and there's no better example of this than the great and mysterious ruins of the ancient dynasty. These ruins, which are Hellenistic and early Roman in their architectural features, convey a deep antiquity to the civilization. The ruins themselves are scattered across vast spaces of the lands between, from Upper Liurnia to Schiefer River to the Grand Cloister, attesting to the impressive breadth of this once great civilization. We know about the existence of the ancient dynasty from the Oracle Bubbles description, but beyond this, there is essentially no written evidence in-game of their culture. In order to place them within the proposed timeline of the lands between, we must therefore rely on the archaeological evidence. As we've said, the architecture is a mixture of classical Greek, Hellenistic, and Roman, all conveying the deep antiquity of this civilization. On the specific point of placing this civilization within the timeline of Elden Ring, we can clearly see that the developers have drawn inspiration from real-world archaeology and history to tell their story. The Eternal City of Nokron is actually embedded within the Grand Viaduct of the ancient dynasty, indicating a sort of cultural continuity between these two civilizations. In much the same way you might find Greek ruins in the IRL Eternal City of Rome, as the classical Romans borrowed heavily from the culture and architecture of the Greeks. And, sure enough, you can see faint glimpses of this cultural heritage in the grave steles still scattered around Nokron. Throughout Schiefer River and the adjacent Mohgwyn Dynasty mausoleum, we can see these same steles depicting various animals, signifying a dominant, naturalistic religion. The steles which we light to progress in Schiefer River are modeled in form off the black obelisk of Shalmaneser, a great Neo-Assyrian king, but instead of the relief scenes depicting various conquered kings, as in Shalmaneser's stele, they depict a ritual involving sacred trees. More on that in a future video, but for now the point is they clearly had their own naturalistic culture. And then there is the so-called Dynast, affectionately termed Elden John, whose crumbling visage scatters the Ul and Uld Palace ruins, and whose full form we can see in the Mohgwyn Dynasty mausoleum, in the subterranean Ainsel River, and in the mysterious and impressive Grand Cloister. We've delved into this previously in a separate video, but to briefly summarize, the Dynast depiction is that of an itinerant preacher, dressed as he is in humble robes and shown clutching a tablet, an object evidently of great importance to both him and his followers. The tablet is invariably split in identical fashion, not by the processes of time, but by the design of the sculptor. The lower half, lying at his feet, is a replica of the real-world Imago Mundi, also known as the Babylonian world map, a depiction of the entire world as it was known to the Neo-Babylonians. The upper half, which the dynast still clutches, simply depicts a great tree. The combined symbolism is clear. The statue showed the discarding of the old, more polytheistic or even secular world, and the embracing of a new religion, dominated by the singular worship of the great sacred tree, a tree that literally sits astride the entire world, and is now seen to be even growing roots out of the dynast himself. The dynast, modeled off of Moses and other great prophets, is preaching a kind of tree monotheism, prophesizing the coming age of the great tree. So now, to place this all within the larger story and timeline of the game, we would suggest that the dynast lived in a time perhaps even before the building of these great Hellenistic ruins. Likewise, if the dynast prophesied about the coming of the great tree, it stands to reason that this civilization rose and fell before the first great tree, hence the lack of tree iconography elsewhere amongst its grand architecture. The dynast likely did not live to see the age of the great tree, but up above in Liurnia, at the four belfries, we do see a depiction of a figure suggestively similar to the dynast, with the similar long beard and even the similar position of his hands. Only now, the dynast is aged, and at his feet, the new tree has begun to grow. This is his prophecy coming to fruition. We'll leave the description of that great tree era to Smo for now, but rest assured, it did come. And in the end, much more so than the ruined marble columns and grand viaducts, it is the ancient dynasty's true legacy.
The Great Tree. As Tarnished Archaeologist has suggested here, I am now in agreement that there was a great tree that preceded the Crucible and the Erdtree, a great tree prophesied by this dynast. In time, the great tree would spread its roots throughout the world, including throughout Farum Azula, where we can see the roots protruding from the earth still attached to its base, suggesting that the spread of the great tree preceded Farum Azula's skyward departure. While there is some controversy over the translation regarding Erdtree and Great Tree, where some think the Great Tree is a separate entity from the Erdtree, or translators like Last Protagonist who have confirmed that they are one and the same, becomes irrelevant with TA's interpretation of what happened next. The theory being that following the demise of the Great Tree, a process known in the real world as sprouting would occur, a process known to us in Elden Ring as the Crucible. But we will touch on this later, but to me this sequence of events explains the long contested differences between the Great Tree and the Erdtree. Destruction of Farum Azula. Some event evidently led to Farum Azula being reduced to a ruin that floated in the sky. And quoting the Old Lord's talisman, it is a ruin that has been crumbling since time immemorial. And indeed, these shattered remains of buildings that we find scattered through Liurnia and Limgrave appear to have come from Farum Azula, as the ruin item description reads as follows. These shards of stone are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. Evidently, something happened to the royal city that not only led to it becoming shattered, but also airborne. And while tackling the airborne question is a little bit more tricky, we know what contributed to it becoming a crumbling ruin. It is the result of a meteorite collision, as we learn via the ruin's greatsword, which states, originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. This surviving fragment was honed into a weapon. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite. As such, this weapon harbours its destructive power. So clearly, the shattered remnants of Farum Azula are a result of the meteorite strike that is described by the ruin's greatsword. And if the ruin's greatsword is imbued with gravity magic, a fragment of Farum Azula itself, perhaps the same gravity magic is why Farum Azula is skybound. Maybe all of the ruins are affected by the gravity magic of the meteorite that once hit it. Onyx and Alabaster Lords. Another ancient event that we need to place upon the timeline is the arrival of the Alabaster and Onyx Lords. We learn of this via their swords, which both read as follows: a weapon unique to the Onyx and Alabaster Lords, a race of ancients with stone skin, who were said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. The reason I place this here in the timeline is the fact they are considered ancients, making them of course very old, but also because it is possible that this meteor strike that brought them could have been the same event that wrecked old Farum Azula. Regardless, we can see this unique race of beings being born a long time in Elden Ring's distant past. The Death Rites. The Erdtree in latter parts of the timeline would come to dominate funerary and burial practices, but in the ancient times another force would hold sway over this domain. I of course refer to the Death Rites and the Deathbirds. We have it implied that these practices are ancient, that took place in a time long before the Erdtree, and we get this by examining the descriptions of ancient Death Rancor and Explosive Ghost Flame. The fact that Deathbirds are still symbolic of death to this day shows how deeply ingrained their influence is, and leads us to conclude that the Deathbirds oversaw the Death Rites a very long time ago. War of the Ice Dragons and the Giants. After the fall of the ancient dragons, it is implied that an offshoot species would emerge, the modern dragons. Of these modern dragons, there was a subspecies that would come to live in cold environments, in the region we know as the mountaintops of the Giants. These are of course dragon kin to Borealis, the ice dragon that we actually fight in-game. At some point the dragons dominated this mountaintop, a time before the fire giants dominated it, and thus when the fire giants did come to this region and want to control it, the two species would clash, an event we learn of via Borealis's Mist, which reads as follows. The ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago, until they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from the peak, and thus this marked the beginning of the fire giant civilization. The giants invent smithing. We learn the following via the hammer description, as it reads: hammer comprised of a large stone affixed to a metal handle, originally a blacksmith's tool. The art of smithing is said to have originated among the giants. This makes sense given the Flame of Ruin is located in the forge of the giants, a forge being a hearth meant for heating metal so it can be shaped. To me it suggests that the fire giants learned of these arts via the fell god, given its association with fire. It may appear to contradict the lore we looked at earlier, with the Beastmen utilising iron weapons, but I do not believe this to be the case, as the Beastman Cleaver makes it clear that the Beastmen had knowledge beyond human ken, suggesting this weapon was created using another unknown technique, whereas the more widespread practice of blacksmithing that humans will use appears to have originated here with the fire giants. I also do place this after the ancient society that built the Ul and Uld civilizations, because the claymen of these cultures do not wield smithed weapons. In fact, it appears like they are using crude stone daggers and blades. The Giants, an early astrologer society. After the defeat of the ice dragons, the fire giants would be the masters of these mountains, and establish their own society and structures. But not only that, we learned that an early astrologer community developed at this time on the mountains, alongside the giants. We learn this from the Sword of Flame and Night, which reads the following. Astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in the mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbours. The astrologer community is likely the precursor community to the Carians and the Carians, especially since their techniques are more primitive. The idea of being closer to the stars by being up a high mountain suggests a lack of advanced tools and advanced understanding of the stars. Zaymore civilization. We know that the Zaymore civilization dates back quite a bit, as their armour set reads the following. These long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial. The fact that phrase time immemorial is used suggests that the Zaymore have been fighting the giants for a long time, meaning they must have developed on the mountaintops not long after the giants did. The arrival of the Numen. The Numen are a race of humanoids from a world described as outside the lands between by Marika's hammer. In fact, it is a race that we can choose as our base appearance when creating our characters, so let's read that description now. The face of the Numen, supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. Importantly, it says descendants of denizens of another world, meaning the Numen have been here for some time, hence placing it far back. Another reason for placing their arrival this early in the timeline is due to the fact that Queen Marika is one of their kind, as we learn via the Numen's rune, which reads the following. The Numen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. So the Numen needed to have arrived, become established, before the Erdtree was even emerging, so that Marika has enough time to be selected as Empyrean. Construction of Divine Towers. The Divine Towers are somewhat of a mystery, but one thing that isn't a mystery is that they were built before the Erdtree emerged. As Erden, a fellow content creator, points out in his superb Limgrave lore video, there is a painting in Stormveil Castle that shows Storm Hill. Two things are conspicuously absent in this painting. One, Stormveil Castle itself is not in this painting, and we will get to Stormveil later. But number two, the Erdtree and its light is also absent in this painting. So this at least narrows it down to pre-Erdtree and pre-Godfrey Conquest, and to me, I place it closer to the giants because the architectural style of these towers is closely matched to that of the Forge. And while I'm not sure that the giants would build these, or if they actually did, the purpose of this video is a timeline, and thus the similar architectural styles to me suggest that it must fit in here in the timeline. Development of Liurnian society. We have already discussed how the astrologist community once developed on the mountaintops of the giants, and at some stage they must have come down and settled in Liurnia. The Liurnian community has had a long history, from the establishment of the Rhea Lucarian Academy to the founding of the Carian dynasty. And for all of this to have happened before the Erdtree Wars, there must have been a good long history before this, hence my justification for putting this event in the timeline. Emergence of the Crucible. In the past, I have considered the Crucible to be the force that formed at the fracturing of the One Great and was the source of all life. However, Tarnished Archaeologist has instead suggested another compelling timeline, that there was a Great Tree, then there was the Crucible immediately preceding the Erdtree, and if you remember, Tarnished Archaeologist has already discussed the coming of the Great Tree and its significance in early architecture. Tarnished Archaeologist's reasoning for this progression is as follows. There was once a Great Tree that preceded the Erdtree, which was destroyed, but from its remains and stump began a process called root sprouting, where there were many competing sprouts that were growing from the stump in an attempt to regenerate it. If you look at this artistic representation of the process, you can see that it is very reflective of the depiction in Siluria's helm and Siluria's spear. And what TA calls the Gardener statues. Tarnished Archaeologist will be releasing a video soon on this subject, and so I will leave the details to them regarding this theory. But upon reflection, I do think it is correct that the Crucible is a transitionary state for the Erdtree that immediately preceded the Erdtree's emergence, especially if we consider the Godskin Noble set, which reads, "Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. The Erdtree in its primordial form is as if the Crucible is nothing more than a specific earlier state of the Erdtree." Hoaraloo's Wars. It is of course in this time, the time of the Crucible, and prior to the Erdtree's emergence, that Hoaraloo will have gained his fearsome reputation. We know that Hoaraloo was a far more brutal man than he would be as Godfrey. Hoaraloo was a man who believed it was strength that befit a lord. Not only through his dialogue, whereupon he is defeated, and he then states that our strength in defeating him, befits our position as a lord, but also the description of the axe, which reads the following: "In the days of the past, a crown was warranted with strength." And Hoaraloo's strength would be proven many times over. We hear of him via the Morn Greatsword, which reads, "The storied sword of Castle Morn, a revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors." We can get a little clarification from the description of Oath of Vengeance, the weapon art for this weapon. It reads, "Swear an oath upon the greatsword to avenge the clan." To avenge the clan, meaning that this revenger has gathered the swords of his entire clan, who have evidently been wiped out, and he is the lone surviving member. The reason we know that this clan was wiped out by Hoaraloo is due to the fact the sword monument found outside Castle Morn makes it clear that Hoaraloo, or Godfrey, is the target of the Revenger's ire. Given what we know of Hoaraloo's mantra, i.e. might equals right, I would speculate that it was just one of many clans obliterated by Hoaraloo in his quest to prove that he is the mightiest of all. The Crucible Knights. We of course know that the Crucible Knights were an elite cadre of warriors specialised in Crucible incantations that served Godfrey, for the Crucible Knight helm reads, "Helm of the Crucible Knights, who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord." When they were specifically founded is unclear, but given their association with the Crucible, clearly it must have been during this era. Emergence of the Erdtree. Of course, at some stage, the Erdtree would emerge from its transitional form, the Crucible, as we learn from varying sources such as the Godskin Noble set. The emergence of the tree changed the makeup of the world, and immediately its power was seen as a threat by many. This is something we learn via the protection of the Erdtree incantation, which reads, "In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order." Of course, it is obvious from Godfrey's armor set that the early age of the Erdtree was a brutal era marked by war, and therefore the Erdtree would have needed some defenders. Marika as Empyrean. We know that Empyreans are those chosen to be potential gods, candidates for the next era, and we learn this via Ranni's crucial dialogue.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age.
Therefore, it is interesting to know that Marika was once an Empyrean prior to being a god, which is told to us via the remembrance of the Black Blade, that refers to her specifically as an Empyrean. This means that Marika was elected from among her people, the Numen, as a candidate to lead the age of the Erdtree. I have made the Erdtree Wars its own distinct transitionary period, because clearly by the time of the War of the Giants, the Erdtree had emerged and the Crucible was no more, and yet, according to the sword monument found atop the mountain tops of the Giants, the age of the Erdtree didn't truly begin until the fire giants fell, and so this tumultuous period is no longer the age of the Crucible, but not quite the age of the Erdtree. Thus I've made it its own distinct, if transitionary, period. The founding of Leyndell. In the Leyndell mapped item description, Leyndell is described as the royal city of the Erdtree, and thus it makes sense that the city was founded early on in the age of the Erdtree, a holy city built around the most holy relic on this earth to those who believed in it. Whether it was founded before the War of the Giants or when it was concluded is of course speculation, but all massive cities throughout history begin small and take several generations to reach their zenith. They aren't just built in one day. Rome, of course, being a great example, famously not built in a day. So for me it makes sense that as soon as the Erdtree emerged, those loyal to it would have most likely began flocking to it and building at its base to some degree. Godfrey, first Elden Lord. Evidently one of Marika's first acts will have been to marry Hoarah, no doubt to bind his strength to her. With the prospect of becoming a lord, Godfrey vowed to be more lord-like and leave his bloodlust behind him, and to use his strength for more focused goals. And we learn of this transformation via the Godfrey icon, which reads the following. Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. While Hoarah would no longer be a bloodthirsty destroyer, he evidently still had the might and will to persecute wars on behalf of Marika and the Erdtree. As we saw in the Protection of Erdtree incantation, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree at the beginning, and thus it makes sense that the early era of the Erdtree, when it first emerged, was one marked by war, and therefore the following wars make sense to have come early in Godfrey's reign. The War with the Stormlord. Of course, this conflict is one of Godfrey's greatest victories, and is referenced in his Elden Lord armor set, and a lot of what I know of this war comes from Eridan's excellent lore video on Limgrave, so definitely check that out. As Eridan points out, there is a painting in Stormveil that shows the castle was built after the Divine Tower, and this is the painting we referenced earlier in the video that shows Stormhill without the castle but with the Divine Tower. And to me this does track when we consider who the Stormlord really was, or what the Stormlord really was. And to me the most likely candidate is the Stormhawk King. The description of its ashes reads as follows. Ashes of a hawk, revered by all others as sovereign, back in the day when Stormveil's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. So quite clearly this hawk was a monarch, and it makes sense that it would rule over a domain and not need a castle. Given all the associations with Storm at Stormhill, where Stormveil will be built, I do believe that the Stormlord was this hawk, and we get further evidence that this was the Stormlord via the Warhawk Ashes, which reads, Spirit of a Stormveil Warhawk, the talons of which have been sliced off so that razor-fine swords could be grafted in their place. With its lord vanquished and its wings wounded, the hawk perished as it solemnly gazed at its former home. To me it's clear that the lord of this hawk is the Stormhawk King, the Storm Lord, defeated by Hoarah so that he could claim its domain, Stormhill. The building of Stormveil. Eridan makes a compelling argument that Godfrey is the one to have built Stormveil Castle after the defeat of the Stormlord. Godfrey respects strength, and his respect for the Stormlord is shown in the hawk iconography displayed around the castle. More importantly, there is a custom-built throne room displaying Godfrey iconography and statues, again suggesting that this was the seat of his power that he built himself, the Siege of Morn. This of course leads on from the aforementioned Revenger we spoke of in the Hoarah chapter, where this story would come to its conclusion, And to consider the Siege of Morn itself, we need to consider the Castle Morn. The Weeping Peninsula appears to be an arrival point for many travelling to the lands between, as we can see boats littering the coast in this area. Much like King's Landing from George R.R. Martin's Game of Thrones, Morn sits right on a coastal area, as if it were built where someone first landed. Given the name Morn, as in morning, and that the Sword of Morn is the storied weapon of this castle, I would suggest that the Revenger himself was responsible for the construction of the Castle Morn, and that they came here and built their base in order to challenge Godfrey, who may well have established himself here after the defeat of the Storm King and the building of Stormvale Castle. As we know from the sword monument found outside Castle Morn, we know how it ends, with Godfrey defeating one more opponent and claiming the spoils, Castle Morn and the Sword of Morn itself. It is interesting to note that both Stormvale Castle and Morn are still in the possession of the Golden Lineage to this day. With these conquests, the Erdtree forces would control the entirety of the southern peninsula of the lands between, leaving their most deadly rivals to remain in the north. The War of the Giants. An event that needs little introduction to many, but a hugely dense and important event nonetheless. Upon the defeat of the Giants, the Age of the Erdtree would officially begin, making it a really important event. There are a number of different incidents that happen during this war that are important to note, such as the betrayal of the Trolls, those giantkin who would fight against the Fire Giants, and thus explains their widespread presence in the lands between during the Erdtree era. We know that Godfrey and Marika also personally fought in this war. Godfrey is mentioned to have in his armour set, and Marika also gave a speech here.
Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree.
Marika is also reputed to have slain the fell god of the Fire Giants, according to the One-Eyed Shield. The Zaymor joined the Erdtree forces to finally destroy their ancient foes, and according to their armour set, they were heralded as heroes for their role within this war. The Confinement of Flame. We learn via the remembrance of the Fire Giant that upon realising the Flame of Ruin could never be extinguished, even with the fell god and the giants put to sword, Marika confined the first Fire Giant to stand vigil next to the Flame of Ruin amongst the dead of his kin. It would also be around this time that the Order of the Fire Monks would be established to watch over and quarantine the flame. And with that, the Age of the Erdtree would officially begin. The Age of Plenty. The Age of the Erdtree began, and we learn of a period known as the Age of Plenty, which is marked by life energy falling as dew from the Erdtree itself. For example, we learn of it via the Blessed Dew Talisman, which reads as follows. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that Age of Plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith. We also know that Godfrey was very much still Elden Lord in this early era, because when this dew fell and hardened and became amber, these ambers were prized possessions of Godfrey's reign, as we learn via the Amber Medallions. Indeed, according to the Erdtree Favour Talisman, Queen Marika herself would bestow these gifts upon the faithful in person. In general, we can see the imagery associated with this era as one of positivity and bounty, showing amphoras and chalices full of dew. However, as already seen in the Blessed Dew Talisman, this era did not last long. And to me, the reason it didn't last long is because I see this as another transitional state between the Crucible and the Erdtree, where the newly emerged Erdtree was still bursting with the chaotic life energy of the Crucible. The Nox Heresy. We know via the Nox armor set that these people were banished underground at some stage for invoking the ire of the Greater Will, and given the description and purpose of the Finger Slayer blade, my most likely assumption is that it was for killing A2 fingers. And we know that these so-called Nox were once the Numen that Marika herself was a member of, as the Black Knife Assassin set says that they are Numen, and Rogier links them to the Eternal City also. Numen and Nox are one and the same, and if you'd like to see a deeper video on those types of connections, I would refer you to my Eternal Cities lore video. In all honesty, it is hard to place where the Nox actually came into being when they did invoke the ire of the Greater Will and were banished. However, I am more inclined to place it here, further along the timeline, because of the sophisticated architectural style of the Eternal Cities that appear closer to Gothic architecture of our real world. The Golden Lineage. Of course, one of Godfrey's most enduring legacies is the Golden Lineage, the birth of his and Marika's children. I believe this must have come early on in the Erdtree era to give chance for this famous lineage to propagate before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between. We learn of the Golden Lineage via Godric's Great Rune, which reads as follows: the first of the demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. So this is the beginning of the idea of demigods. Potential first generation members of this lineage are of course Mohg and Morgott, the Omen twins. We know that these twins are of the Golden Lineage via Morgott's Great Rune. While they could of course be later descendants of Godfrey, the fact that Godfrey acknowledges that he has a relationship with Morgott in the scene where he lays Morgott to rest.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
Suggests indeed that Godfrey had actually met Morgott before, suggesting he is Godfrey's son rather than one of the later descendants of the Golden Lineage. Another presumed member of this first generation is Godwyn, given his prominence in early Erdtree history. Regardless, this is where the Golden Lineage and the demigods begin. The arenas. Godfrey was a champion who valued martial strength over everything else, and so sitting still, even in peacetime, was not an option, and so Godfrey finds the arenas, and we learn this via the ritual sword talisman, which reads: a talisman patterned after the swords used in ritual combat held to honour the Erdtree. The practice had died out by the age of King Consort Radagon, but remains of the arenas where ritual combat took place can still be found in every land. By implication, because this practice had died out under Radagon, it means that this practice was established under Godfrey, and this makes sense given of what we know of the man. Carian royalty. As mentioned earlier, already by this time the people of Liurnia will have a rich history, and the Academy of Relicaria clearly precedes the Carians, and I see the establishment of their royalty as a fairly recent event, given that Rennala is both the founder and now current queen, meaning that not enough time has even passed for there to be even more than one monarch. The Godskin apostasy. The Godskin apostasy is a difficult one to place again, but I think the main thing that we can say with some certainty is that it must have taken place after Marika's ascension, because of the Black Flame monks. We learn from their armour set that the Black Flame monks joined the forces of the god-slaying Black Flame, meaning that they were active at the same time of the Godskin apostasy. And given that the monks only existed after Marika had confined the flame, we must place it after the beginning of the Erdtree age. The reason for my focus on where this important event sits is because of what happens at the conclusion of the war. It is very critical. Upon Malekith's victory over the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her apostles, he seals Destined Death, as we learn via the Scouring Black Flame incantation, which reads: the Black Flame could once slay the gods, but when Malekith sealed Destined Death, the true power of the Black Flame was lost. This is the moment that death was confined, and thus is super important because this is also the moment that the Golden Order was founded. for the mending rune of the Death Prince reads as follows: the Golden Order was created by confining death and death. This is also my reasoning for placing it at this stage, as we know from other sources that the Golden Order has to have existed within this period before other certain events. We learn from Sorcerer Rogier that the Liurnians were adopted into the Erdtree royal family, i.e. when Rennala and Radagon got married, when the Golden Order was already around.
They were conceived at the Great Academy of Rea Lucaria, to the north of this castle. In the past, they obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order, or so I'm told. Fascinating, isn't it? That the Golden Order was pliable enough to absorb practices that contradicted itself in the past. With the Order broken, twisted, and in need of repair, such adaptability is more important now than ever.
This of course means a number of things in regards to the timeline. The Golden Order was a thing before Radagon became Elden Lord, and thus the events that led to its formation, the removal of death after the Godskin apostasy, must also have already happened by the time of the two Liurnian Wars, before Radagon married Rennala, and before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between. So now that we have established that, what actually happened in this important event? Well, the Black Flame ritual incantation tells us that the Glowmide Queen is an Empyrean, meaning that she was elected by the Greater Will at some stage as a nominee to replace Marika. She and her followers, the Godskin Apostles, wielding the power of the god-slaying Black Flame, an element that wielded death and death, as we learn via the numerous items like the Scouring Black Flame. We know via the Godskin Swaddling Cloth that the purpose of these beings was to bring death to the gods, and therefore we must assume that they were to bring death to Marika and her demigod family. Of course, the Godslayer Greatsword tells us of their defeat via Malekith, who not only bested the Glowmide Queen, but would also seal death and death to sap the power of the god-slain Black Flame and death forever. The Golden Order. As already discussed, the Golden Order is the new order that reflects the new shape of the Elden Ring, one absent the Rune of Death. It is an order of death confined. It is also founded on another principle, as told to us by Brother Corrin, who states,
"The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god."
The Glowmide Queen was an Empyrean, and it's almost as if Marika was so rattled by what another Empyrean meant, it meant that she was disposable to the Greater Will. Thus she had to re-establish herself as the one true god. Not only that, but the forces that opposed her, the Godskin Apostles, had the power and the intention to slay her and her kin, bringing her mortality starkly into view, leading to the radical decision to completely confine death. One further thing to note is that the Golden Order as a general body of rule is not the same as Golden Order fundamentalism, which is a specific subset of scholars that we will discuss later. The Two Wars of Liurnia. This is of course one of the major conflicts in the early Erdtree era, that we learn of via two sword monuments which read, "The First Liurnian War, Radagon's glory burns red as his hair," and "The Second Liurnian War, no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon, no prize but atonement, the birth of a vow." It makes sense that these two factions would come into conflict, as by now they would be the two remaining major factions in the lands between, and given how aggressively the Erdtree forces had been in eliminating all opposition, it was inevitable that they would come for the Carians and their land. This is one of the most important events in the lands between history, and thus there are several points of interest to consider. Firstly, Godfrey is still Elden Lord at this stage, because he has not been hounded from the lands between until Radagon has married Rennala, as we learn via Miriel. Given what we know of Godfrey's penchant for war, it's interesting that we get very little mention of him during this conflict. Instead, the focus goes elsewhere, as this is the first emergence of a legendary hero. This is the emergence of Radagon, who joins the champions' ranks, seemingly out of nowhere, and yet his heroism during these wars is repeatedly hammered home. This isn't a lore video on Radagon, but if you would like to see my take on Radagon, then please watch my video on Marika. But in essence, I'm in the camp that believes that Radagon has always been a part of Marika since she obtained godhood, so that together they are the perfect alchemical rebus, a living representation of the ideals of regression and convergence. Regardless of Radagon's power, this would be a hard-fought conflict for both sides. This would be in no small part thanks to the legendary Carian knights, whose legendary exploits we can learn via their sword description, which reads, "These knights' swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. Despite the low numbers of the Carian knights, their power and skill made them a match for the best of the Erdtree forces, and thus 2 wars would be fought to a standstill between both the Erdtree and the Carian forces. But then something crucial would happen at the end of the second war. Peace. Peace bound by marriage, between Radagon, Champion of Gold, and Rennala, Queen of the Moon, a ceremony that would take place in the Church of Vows, in sight of both moon and tree. The Carian royal line and Erdtree royalty were joined, a remarkable display of integration shown by the Erdtree forces that has never again been seen. Radagon and Rennala. Many important events would happen during the course of Rennala and Radagon's marriage. Firstly, the birth of 3 important future demigods, Radahn, Rykard, and Ranni. The other important factor is what Radagon learned during his time married to Rennala, as we learn via the Radagon Talisman, which reads as follows. As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. The idea of combining intelligence-based sorceries and faith-based studies is a core facet of the Golden Order fundamentalism that Radagon would later help develop. War of the Ancient Dragons. The War of the Ancient Dragons is another difficult one to place precisely. All we can say for certain is that it took place after Godwyn's death, given his obvious involvement in the war, but before the Knight of the Black Knives for obvious reasons. I am inclined to place it before Godfrey was hounded from the lands between, as I see Godfrey's era as the era of war, but beyond that I have no real proof, and it could happen anywhere in Godwyn's lifetime. Regardless, the main takeaways from this era are Gransax being felled in the centre of Leyndell, and the establishment of the Draconic Tree Sentinels and a dragon cult within Leyndell, and of course, the legendary friendship between Godwyn and Fortisax. Godfrey and the Tarnished. Godfrey's armour tells us that after he defeated all his worthy enemies, the hue from his eyes faded, and it is clear that this is when Godfrey and his warriors became tarnished. The hue from his eyes has a double meaning. Not only does it mean he has lost all purpose, but it also means literally he has lost grace. Tarnishing is the loss of grace. The sword monument near Caelid reads, Lord Godfrey, at last, at the end of his campaign, his golden armies unvanquished and unbowed, yet finds grace lost, tattered, and faded. It in fact appears that the loss of grace is not accidental, but a purposeful stripping by Marika, as she once said the following,
My lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Godfrey was the lord of the battlefield, and in the lands between, he no longer had a purpose. Yet Marika did have a purpose for him and his warriors, and so she made them tarnished, to go and fight out with the lands between, and return when they were needed. We know that the tarnished, those without grace, are seen as lesser by those with grace, and we can see this in the way that Kenneth Haight reacts to us upon first meeting.
You've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but, no. No, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished.
And the way in which Miriel describes Godfrey being hounded from the lands between, suggesting that he and his tarnished were chased by those with grace out of the lands between because they were seen as lesser and unwelcome. The Long March. After being driven from the lands between, Godfrey would lead his new tarnished on something known as the Long March, which we learn of via his axe. While it appears that this was a sort of crusade, it apparently did have a purpose, as we learn it came to an end via Horalu's remembrance, which reads, "When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was robbed of his grace, becoming tarnished, he took with him his kinfolk and left the lands between. After the long march of the tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. Thus he became Horalu again, and after a long time of battling wars that broke his axe, he and his people would finally settle out with the lands between. Horalu specifically became a chieftain of the Badlands, but the tarnish would become widespread throughout different nations." The Ascension of Radagon. A well-known and important event as told to us by Miriel. Radagon abandons Rennala after Godfrey has been chased from the lands between, and returns to the capital to marry Marika. This is baffling to many, including Miriel, given Radagon's relatively low standing, he is just a mere champion, and his abrupt abandonment of his wife. Upon his marriage to Marika, he becomes the second Elden Lord, and his children, Radahn, Rykard and Ranni, become Marika's stepchildren. The Divine Twins. At some point after Radagon's marriage to Rennala, the twins Malenia and Mikla would be born, special but cursed, due to the nature of their birth from the one-bodied god, i.e., being born from Marika and Radagon while they are one body. Malenia is afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, but according to Gowry is elected as an Empyrean to replace Marika as the Goddess of Rot, leading the new Order of Rot. And if you want to see a video discussing these ideas, then I'd refer you to my Outer God lore video. Mikla is also chosen as Empyrean, no doubt on account of his wisdom, and together with Ranni, we now have 3 potential successors to the next age. Development of Fundamentalism. We learn via Discus of Light, Triple Rings of Light, and Radagon's Rings of Light that father and son work together to help develop the ideals and incantations of Golden Order fundamentalism, and as such, I attribute the birth of this theology to be around this time. The motivations for father and son seem to be very different. Radagon is extremely loyal to the ideals of the Golden Order, whereas Mikla is seemingly seeking a cure for his sister to rid her of the Scarlet Rot. Mikla the Unalloyed. Radagon's Rings of Light also tell us that Mikla became disillusioned with the Golden Order, and it must have been soon after that he would choose his own path as the Unalloyed. In time, he would take the sapling of a minor Erdtree, watering it with his own blood in an attempt to create his own Erdtree. This of course would become the Heilig Tree, the Holy Tree. Rhea Lucaria rebels. We learn from the remembrance of Rennala that after Radagon left, she was broken, and the Rhea Lucarians took this opportunity to imprison Rennala within the Grand Library, something we learn via Miriel. And in general, it looks like Rhea Lucaria and the Cuckoos rebel from the Carians, as we learn via a sword monument which details a battle between the Cuckoos and Caria Manor. It reads, "The resting place of the contemptible Cuckoos lost in the siege of Caria Manor." And indeed, some of the remnants of Cuckoo forces are now puppets that patrol the manor they once laid siege to. Ranni conspires with the Nox. We know the assassins of the Night of the Black Knives are women from the Eternal Cities, most likely the nimble sordstresses, and at some stage, Ranni must have put her plans into motion some time before the assassination took place and reached out to the Eternal Cities. This is stage 1 in her plan to cut ties with her 2 fingers, and it may well be that the events of the Cuckoo Rebellion and the downfall of her family's prominence spurred her into action, though as we will soon see, her plans would be halted by her brother, the Star Scourge. Knight of the Black Knives. The Rune of Death is stolen from Malekith, and we know from Malekith's Black Blade that he only had the rune hidden in his own flesh after this night, meaning it was still located in his sword at this time, and thus probably quite easy to steal. Ranni's co-conspirators managed to catch Godwyn off guard due to their cloaks that fool the eye, and carve the half wound of the centipede into his flesh, using knives imbued with destined death, but at the same time, Ranni has the other half carved into her own flesh to achieve her true goal, the death of her flesh, without the consequence of losing her soul. And thus Godwyn is basically used as a totem to take the soul death, so Ranni can escape with her soul out of her Empyrean flesh. Burial of Godwyn. Godwyn's living and death corpse is buried at the base of the great tree roots, and from his body grows the death root, which spreads through the lands between via these massive roots. This leads to the rise of those who live in death, living reminders of the Golden Order's flaws, and thus it becomes the target for Golden Order fundamentalist hunters. Fortisax mourns the death of his friend and enters his dream in an attempt to fight off the spread of death from within Godwyn's own mind. Radahn's studies and the Star Scourge conflict. I'm placing Ranni's plot prior to Radahn's study of gravity magic at Sellia, because while he does use it to save Sellia in the Star Scourge conflict, I believe his motivations have to be the arresting of fate and stopping Ranni's plans. We know that Radahn is more Golden Order sympathetic than his siblings. His golden armor set shows us the figures that he admires. His father, in the red plume, and Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield, 2 massive figures within the Golden Pantheon. We also know that Radahn stopping the stars directly affects Ranni's schemes, as Selin says the following.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Ranni's destiny.
And in consort, if we read the telescope item description, it reads, during the age of the Erdtree, Carian astrology withered on the vine. The fate once writ in the night skies has been fettered by the Golden Order. So it is Radahn that fetters fate, and he's actually referred to here by the telescope as the Golden Order. As we are told by a sword monument in Caelid, Radahn's victory over the stars is called the Star Scourge conflict. Sellia is kept safe from some calamity, and he earns his famous moniker, the Star Scourge. Marika shatters the Elden Ring. For whatever reason you believe, the death of Godwyn is the catalyst for Marika finally shattering the Elden Ring. The intro cinematic shows the struggle between Marika and Radagon, and Marika's hammer item description tells us what's happening here. Marika is using the hammer to shatter the Elden Ring, while Radagon is trying to repair it, both sides vying for control of the same body. Clearly the two halves now have radically different beliefs and views, which leads to this struggle over the hammer.
O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Yet ultimately we know who's victorious and what happens. The Elden Ring is shattered, and the world is never the same again. And now I'll leave you in the capable hands of my good friend Lore Hunter, who will take us through the next era, the Shattering.
Why, hello there. Now we find ourselves at the Shattering War, the conflict that ultimately plunges the Lands Between into a Cold War that lasts for 5,000 years, according to author George R.R. Martin. After Marika shattered the Elden Ring, the opening cinematic tells us that her demigod children inherited great runes, shards of the Elden Ring, as well as an empty throne. An Altus Plateau sword monument explains that a sovereign alliance formed between the demigods, but that the peace was short-lived. Diverging ideologies, distrust, and ambition rotted this sovereign alliance. In the first defense of Leyndell, the Erdtree capital was besieged by Godfrey the Grafted, descendant of Godfrey the First Elden Lord. Leyndell repelled the assault, and the Dragon Knight Kristoff heroically captured Godfrey, a feat that earned him Erdtree burial according to the knight's ashes. We learn from Godric's soldier ashes and dialogue from Kenneth Haight that Godfrey's kin, Godric the Grafted, fled Leyndell and was pursued all the way to Stormvale by Starscourge Radahn. Around this time, Morgoth the Grace-Given, veiled monarch and lord of Leyndell, took on the persona of Margit, the Fell Omen. The Knights Cavalry set tells us that under the command of the Fell Omen, they were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. The war progressed, and the perfumers of the capital turned their healing arts into arts of war. The uplifting aromatic states they commanded troops by using their arts to remove their fear of death and to continue fighting. As the war drew on, they wielded fire, once prohibited for use by those who served the Erdtree, to burn their enemies according to the spark aromatic. Now we arrive at the second defense of Leyndell, where the Fell Omen stacked high the corpses of heroes and kept the inner wall of Leyndell secure, repelling the attack. Morgoth would continue to don the mantle of the Fell Omen through the arrival of the Tarnished, extinguishing the ambitions of any who dared seek out the Erdtree to be Elden Lord. Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing explains that around this time the most appalling battle occurred along the slopes of Mount Gelmir. Leyndell clashed with the forces of Praetor Rykard, who in the depths of his blasphemy had declared war on the gods and burned a minor Erdtree. This horrific battle took its toll on Leyndell's army, diminishing its power. Rykard's horrific blasphemy disillusioned and dissipated his remaining forces, as Rykard was fully consumed by his plot to devour the gods. During this time, sword monuments in Liurnia and Limgrave state that Malenia the Severed and her Cleanrot Knights marched southward. The Academy of Raya Lucaria had its gates shut and declared it would not interfere in the shattering, according to Tops the Bluntstone. Malenia defeated Godric the Grafted in battle, forcing him to beg for mercy after insulting her. Godric would remain within Stormvale following this defeat, continuing to graft himself so that he might rise to the strength of his forefathers of the Golden Lineage. Now we arrive at the climax of the Shattering War. Malenia, Blade of Miquella, and General Radahn were the two mightiest demigods remaining according to the story trailer. As illustrated in the prologue, Malenia and her Cleanrot Knights met Radahn and his Redmanes in the Caelid Wilds. The armies clashed and these two demigods locked horns in combat. Radahn and Malenia wounded each other and fought to a standstill. It was then that Malenia, Blade of Miquella, gave into the rot within her and unleashed the Scarlet Aeonia, an act that decimated the region of Caelid and put both herself and Radahn out of commission. Radahn, his mind rotted, would endlessly stalk the battlefield awaiting an honorable death, according to witch hunter Jaren. Malenia's knight Finley would take the slumbering and consumed Malenia back to the Haligtree, where she would remain, awaiting the return of her brother. Miquella, however, had been ripped out of the Haligtree and kidnapped by Morgoth's twin brother Mohg, while Malenia campaigned, as illustrated in the prologue. Miquella's slumbering corpse would remain in Mohg's clutches as he attempted to establish the Mohgwyn dynasty with Miquella as his god. And so the Shattering War came to a standstill, with every side broken and no lord to take the throne. With no lord to succeed Marika, the Greater Will abandoned the broken Lands Between. But that was not the end.
And now we enter the era that we're currently in, what I will call the Age of the Tarnished. The Tarnish return.
Ah, Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished.
Anea tells us everything we really need to know about why the Tarnished were returned to the Lands Between. The demigods had failed to take the throne and restore order, and so this disgraced warrior class that had been left in the pocket by Marika and the Greater Will was seen as the last option to restore order. We know that even before the player character enters the fray, the Tarnished have already been here for a long time and have a fairly storied history. We know that Vargram was one of the first Tarnished to visit Round Table Hold. We know the likes of Vike and Bernal had their time in the sun, both being serious contenders for lordship. And this is the world that we step into, a world with a rich and bloody history, from the ancient dragons to the Battle of Aeonia. What a rich world that both George R.R. Martin and Miyazaki have crafted here. In fantasy, there is no greater symbol of power than that of the dragon, and Elden Ring is no different. The ancient dragons are primal yet sophisticated, brutal yet elegant. They were the first custodians of the Elden Ring and bearers of the Greater Will's gold, immortal beings of tremendous power, who have carved out an indelible legacy on the Lands Between. The Greater Will did not always have Marika as its chosen vessel, nor did the Erdtree even exist. Before then, the Greater Will chose to exert its will through a more bestial, primal power, the dragon Placidusax being chosen as Elden Lord, long before Godfrey even swung an axe. Under the rule of these immortal custodians, civilization took root, with feral beastmen being granted intelligence and producing craft and architecture humans of the modern era could only dream of. Yet no age lasts forever, and the rule of the dragons faltered, eventually being replaced with the Erdtree, and their rule would collapse and their god would flee. Yet the dragons did not go quietly into the night, and eventually would come into conflict with the lands of the Erdtree, and would forever leave their mark on the Lands Between as a result. Reminders of their majesty, might and influence are everywhere in the Lands Between, even in Leyndell itself, with many seeking to grasp even a fraction of the power that these immortal beings once possessed. So join me this week as we bask in the magnificence of the ancient dragon civilization. When I now think of the timeline in Elden Ring, I begin to see distinct epochs that in some way mirror the evolution of life and the growth of civilization on our own planet. While I see there to be different periods within these ages, the three main stages of life and civilization that I see in the Lands Between are the Primordial Era, the Age of the Dragons, and the Age of the Erdtree. The dragons are so intensely tied with the early history of Elden Ring's world, as well as the gestation of life itself, representing one of the first forms of dominant life, and most likely the first civilization. In our own planet, IRL, the dominant theory by scientists is that we evolved from a primordial soup, essentially a hot broth of molecules that would go on to be the building blocks of life. However, in Elden Ring, the development of life on this earth seems to have started with something called the One Great, and this is something we learn of via Hyetta, an adherent of the Frenzied Flame. She says the following:
The words of the three fingers, as your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the One Great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the Greater Will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake.
So life on this planet once took a singular form, this One Great. there is no disparity or division of life. That is, until, according to Hyetta, the Greater Will decided to make disparate life, with this one source of life fracturing into a multitude of different life forms that would form the basis for the world that we know today. I personally find it very interesting that the Greater Will is powerful enough to have started this change, and it's even more interesting when we consider that the Elden Beast was sent to the earth via the Greater Will. We learn this via the Elden Star's incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. I find this interesting because I believe it was this act that began the Greater Will's influence over the mortal plane, for we learn from the remembrance of the Elden Beast that this is the living incarnation of Order, the Greater Will's Order. One of the reasons that I believe that this is how the Greater Will fractured the One Great and begat diverse life is because the Greater Will never directly acts on the mortal world. It acts through vassals, such as Marika, its vassal god, or the Elden Beast, which is referred to as its vassal beast in the Elden Remembrance, and so it makes sense that this vassal beast was sent to the earth to enact its master's vision. And credit to Sin and Sophie at the Sinclair Lore podcast in their Marika and Death video, where they made this nuance pretty clear, and I'll link that below. The Greater Will's main objective in any era is to impose its order upon the world. The Elden Ring is clearly the main instrument through which the Greater Will achieves this, a power to command the stars and the world around it. And I now believe that the Greater Will's decision to divide the One Great and the arrival of the Elden Beast are two coinciding facts. I speculate that it could have been this arrival of the Beast, of the Elden Ring, that influenced the division of the One Great in the first place, influencing the evolution of new life from the resulting fracturing of that life governed by the Elden Ring. Evidently, one of the first forms of life that would evolve out of this would be the dragon, and as we will see later, these are almost the perfect vehicles for the Greater Will's vision, almost as if they are custom built for that very role, perhaps directly influenced by the Elden Ring and the Greater Will itself. Obviously, the evolution of life on a planet is something that takes millions of years, and while I am simply stating that there was once the One Great, there was then a division of life, and then there was the dragons is quite arbitrary, we can't really know the exact timescales, but suffice it to say there was probably a long period of time between life first fracturing from the One Great and the dragons taking command of the world. Indeed, when we look at a later chapter and analyse Tarnished Archaeologist's work, we will see that the dragon civilization takes up the prehistoric era, tracing from the Stone Age right up to possibly the Iron Age. And allegorical to our own world, the difference between the Stone Age and the first emergence of life is of course millions of years, so that should give you some understanding of the timescales we're talking about. But now let us move to the Age of the Dragons. As I have just mentioned, we consider it the prehistoric era, not only because of some of the evidence we will look at later, but because it is directly referenced as such in-game. For example, any of the dragon talismans that we find read as follows. The ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. So there we have it is dated as prehistoric, and again we will further dive into this in a later chapter, but for now suffice it to say the Erdtree was only a twinkle in the Greater Will's eye, really showing how long the Greater Will has ruled over life, and indeed I argue that a Greater Will is actually responsible for all life on this earth, an idea that I will discuss in the next chapter, but for now I want to discuss the general purpose of the ancient dragons and their relationship with the Elden Ring. The ancient dragons were the first instruments of the Greater Will, and while this will seem obvious to many people, I do need to cover it because I have actually seen people disagree on this fact and believe that the ancient dragons served some outer god. So I do think it's relevant at the onset of this video to discuss the dragons' relationship to the Greater Will and their relationship to the Elden Ring. My main source for the dragons being tied to the Greater Will of course comes from Placidusax's Remembrance, which reads as follows. The Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return. Placidusax was an Elden Lord, and that is a position that would later be held by Godfrey and Radagon, and then potentially ourselves. Elden Lord isn't just a generic title for any lord of any outer god. It is a specific title for a lord associated with the Greater Will, associated with the Elden Ring. I believe a lot of the confusion surrounding this comes from the part that says once his god was fled, which people assume to be an outer god. But remember, Marika is a god, and Godfrey was her Elden Lord, and this is the same relationship that's being described here. It isn't an outer god, it is a vessel god of the Greater Will. And besides that, the association with the Elden Ring for the dragons should be clear by the presence of a pretty prominent Elden Ring engraving in the centre of Farum Azula, albeit an Elden Ring that has a different makeup, an Elden Ring for a more primeval and primordial era. And if you'd like to watch a video assessing this different Elden Ring and the differences between the modern Elden Ring, I'd highly recommend Radatasker's video called The Greater Will Doesn't Care About the Golden Order, and I will link that below if you want to see the Elden Ring dissected in a more dedicated lore video. But this Elden Ring is representative of the dragon's rule. It even looks more primeval and primordial, far more wild in its appearance than the refined Elden Ring of the Golden Order. And this is fitting of both eras. The dragon's era was one of chaotic primeval life, whereas the Golden Order is a more sophisticated, refined era of convergence and regression. However, these are both sanctioned eras of the Greater Will. They are both orders of the Greater Will. And as Radataskor so aptly put it, the Greater Will does not care what form order takes, only the order is imposed. Whether life be represented by the Greater Will in the form of the Crucible or in the form of the Erdtree. And with that said, let us talk about the Crucible and its relationship with the dragons. Thanks to the Godskin Noble set, we know that the Crucible is the primordial form of the Erdtree, meaning the Crucible grew into what we know as now the Erdtree. They are one and the same, just different stages of its life cycle. They are both a manifestation of the Elden Ring. They are both nexuses of life energy, but where the Erdtree represents ordered, coalesced, converged life, the Crucible represents a chaotic churn of primeval life energy. If there are those who are wanting to learn more about my take on the Erdtree and what it represents, I would refer you to my Marika and Erdtree lore video, where I go into that subject in extensive detail. But returning to the Crucible, it is described not only as the primordial form of the Erdtree, but the primordial source of life. This is something told to us by the Crucible Scale and Not Talisman, both of which read, a vestige of the Crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. The Crucible of primordial life suggests that not only was the Crucible a source of life, but it may have been the source of all life. This idea of the Crucible being tied to all life itself is backed up by the description of Siluria's spear, that describes the Crucible as being close in nature to life itself. Here is a narrative that I'm going to suggest. The Elden Beast was sent to the lands between, and became the Elden Ring, which began to exert its power upon the land, and it was this that fractured the One Great, and begat the churn of life known as the Crucible, and from this all life would come. While this is a coarse speculation, it does make sense to me, and it pieces together how the Greater Will created diverse life in the first place. These types of thoughts have also led me to consider the nature of the Greater Will itself. Often I see the Greater Will described as an outer god, but it is never directly referred to as an outer god. What other outer god would actually have the power to do what the Greater Will has done? Divide the One Great and create diverse life? What if the Greater Will is more like Iluvatar from Lord of the Rings, the supreme creator deity, and the outer gods are no more to the Greater Will than a vassal god like Marika? This is an idea that I am slowly coming around to, and I think I will cover it in my next lore theory video. Anyway, the foundational point that I'm getting at here is that I believe the Crucible had to have existed at the time of the dragons if it was the source of all life on this planet. And again, I am going over this because some people disagree on the fact that the Crucible existed at the time of the dragons. There are also other artistic hints that the dragons existed at the time of the Crucible. We learn via Siluria's spear that this spear is modelled after the Crucible, therefore a wild-looking tree. Quailag, in one of her lore videos, brought attention to some of the reliefs that can be found in Farum Azula that appear to show two beings. To me, either beastmen, misbegotten, or some form of dragonkin, flanking a tree-like formation. Given we know the Crucible's importance and its appearance, it would appear likely then that these reliefs depict the Crucible, lending credence to the fact that the Crucible was indeed around during the Age of the Dragon for these reliefs to have been carved in the first place. This may also explain the depiction of the Elden Ring inscription we talked about earlier. Is it possible that the branches overlaid the Elden Ring are in fact a rune embedded into the Elden Ring that was tied to the Crucible? Or perhaps it is merely an artistic overlay meant to depict the importance of the Crucible at this stage? Regardless of the artistic facets, the very abilities of the dragons themselves seem to belie a connection to the Crucible. One made apparent to me thanks to Last Protagonist's excellent video on the Great Tree, Crucible and Golden Order, which I highly recommend and will link below. In that video, Last Protagonist quite correctly points out that the lightning of the ancient dragons is red, and the gravel stone seal's description implies that this is a red gold, for it reads as follows: "The worship of the ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold. So if the lightning is imbued with gold, it must be imbued with red gold." And this is important because red gold is closely associated with the age of the Crucible. We learn this from the weapon of Crucible Knight Ordovis, for his greatsword reads as follows: "This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself," and is further backed up by the gilded greatshield, which reads, "The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erdtree." So while it is clear the dragons are tied to the Greater Will, gold, and the Elden Ring, I think there is enough evidence to suggest that they were tied directly to the power of the Crucible, and they are excellent avatars for its power in this more primitive, bestial era of chaotic life. With that said, let us now look at the form of these dragons, these avatars of primal life, and the power that they were able to muster. We get a great overview of the two main symbols of the ancient dragon's power, lightning and stone, via the lightning strike item description, which reads, "Ancestors of the modern dragons, the ancient dragons had scales of gravel stone, and wielded lightning as their weapon." So clearly, the most important aspect of their form is their gravel stone scales, for it is these scales that give them their immortality, and this is something we learn via the dragon scale blade, which reads as follows: "A weapon made by sharpening a gravel stone scale, thought to be the source of ancient dragon immortality." What is interesting is that the immortality granted by the scales may be a result of the stone's manipulation of time, for the ancient dragon smithing stone reads as follows: "Smithing stone made by polishing a golden gravel stone, a scale of the ancient dragon lord, and hidden treasure of Farum Azula. The ancient dragon lord's seat is said to lie beyond time. This stone lightly twists time, allowing the creation of a weapon capable of slaying a god." As we will see later in the video, this power over time is clearly tied to how Farum Azula exists beyond time. While this item description only refers to the Dragon Lord, i.e. Placidusax, I believe that we can extend it to all Gravelstone, as being able to slightly twist time can explain their immortality. Because what if the stones mean that the dragons do not really exist in time or the timeline as we do, as mortals do? What if, like Fire Missoula, they exist beyond time, and thus never actually age, in effect making them immortal? This is certainly one of the main sources of their power, and is what sets them apart from their lesser, modern, mortal kin. And indeed, we see that the gravel stone covering their entire body actually gives them protective strength, and it becomes legendary, this protection, because in time, dragons would come to represent protection, and this is something we learn from any of the dragon talismans, which read, "The ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock, and so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections." This association with physical defense, of course, makes sense, as their scales are literal stone, and despite being part of a living being, it still behaves like regular stone, something that we can see if you look carefully at the remains of Gransax, who now has moss growing on him. Unlike a regular soft tissue body that would decompose after time and certainly not have moss growing on it, this stone corpse remains, just as any other stone construction would, just as the walls that surround it. The gravel stone is a remarkable gift indeed, for not only does it provide them with immortality, but also great protection. And I believe we can see how central this stone is to their own identity by analysing their names. In an interesting post on the etymology subreddit, a commenter called Snoopeppers9223 broke down some of the words found in Elden Ring, including the names of the ancient dragons. The four named ancient dragons we come across are Fortisax, Landsax, Placidusax, and Gransax. In this post, Snoopepper breaks down the Latin beginning participle of each name. Fortisax is the strong, Gransax is the large, Landsax the bearer of the lance, and Placidusax the calm or peaceful. I think this is fitting for each of them. Fortisax is mighty, Landsax does bear her lance or glaive, Gransax is undeniably massive, and Placidusax is becalmed when we first meet him, or perhaps it is an indicator of his style of rule while he was Elden Lord. However, it is the second participle that is of interest to me, Sax, which Snoopepper breaks down as stone, and I do think this is a correct interpretation, because the description of Fortisax's lightning spear does appear to transliterate his name in the same way, Fortisax, mightiest boulder stone. Another interesting facet of their physiology is of course their golden wings, a subject touched upon by Zuli in her A Horrible Nightmare video, and as always I will link that below if you're interested. However, in the course of that video, Zuli essentially suggests that it is the fleshy skin of the dragons that is made of gold, pointing out that it appears on the wing membrane and under the wounded portions of Placidusax's skin. This makes me wonder about the very nature of the dragons themselves. Clearly they are exceptional beings, immortal, powerful, intelligent, and even seem to have some latent abilities related to time. And now we see that gold, literally the symbol of the greater will, is part of their very flesh. These truly are the greatest and most perfect servants of the greater will, as though they were custom designed by the greater will or formed directly by the Elden Ring. With the basic forms of these majestic dragons covered, I do want to touch upon their Elden Lord and God. Placidusax is obviously a being far greater than the rest of his kin, far different. He is the Elden Lord, and seems so connected to the power of the greater will in the Elden Ring that he breathes literal golden fire, as we learn via the Placidusax's rune item description. Indeed, there is another beast that also breathes golden fire, a beast so tightly tied to the Elden Ring and the greater will that it should highlight just how important it is that Placidusax breathes this gold flame. It shows how close he is in nature to the Elden Ring and the greater will. Alongside his ability to breathe golden fire, he also has 4 heads, or maybe 5, that sets him far apart from the rest of his kin. While he only has 2 now, we know he had more thanks to the depiction on the Old Lord's talisman, as well as the neck wounds that we can see on his body. 4 or 5 doesn't really matter because it is clear which myth that Placidius Sax is evoking, and by examining this myth, we may in turn learn more about this dragon lord and their enigmatic god. I of course believe that Placidius Sax is drawing on the myth of Tiamat, the Mesopotamian god of the sea, and, to quote Wikipedia, the symbol of primordial creation. Sounds fitting, does it not? We have at length discussed how the dragons are the very symbol of chaotic primordial life, the symbols of the Crucible era, and so is it not fitting that their Elden Lord is drawn from a real-world myth that also represents this idea. To explain why Placidius Sax draws upon Tiamat, we need to go down a little bit of a weird rabbit hole, because as you can see from these more ancient depictions of Tiamat, the imagery doesn't quite match up, as Tiamat appears more like a serpentine, manticore type character. Yet despite the original source, most people in popular culture associate Tiamat with a multi-headed dragon, and this is thanks to Dungeons & Dragons in the 1970s, when Tiamat was reintroduced as the multi-headed dragon we all know and love. Yet despite that, linking Placidius Sax to Tiamat feels right for a number of reasons. Tiamat is an important figure in Mesopotamian mythology. Firstly, she creates a number of beasts, including dragons, and a note that in D&D mythology she is directly the mother of dragons. And this fits in with Placidius Sax being the lord of the dragons in Elden Ring, perhaps even suggesting he was the first of their kind, and actually birthed them into the world through the coupling with the enigmatic god he is consort to. Placidius Sax is possibly the father of all dragons, the greatest of their kind. He also appears to be the first to have commanded the lightning. Stretching the semantics of the wording found in the Dragon King's Cragblade, it refers to his lightning as primeval lightning, reinforcing the idea that he was the first of his kind to master the lightning. And indeed, his mastery over the lightning is far beyond anything else we see with the other dragons. While they are able to fashion it into spears, he is able to divide it into claws, even becoming a storm of lightning himself. The way in which Placidius Sax fights, the way in which he wields the lightning, and the way he can fade into a storm is truly remarkable, and gives the impression that he himself is a force of nature. His lightning manipulation exceeds the abilities of any other dragon by a mile, and makes it look pretty pathetic in comparison to his powers. He is a manifestation of power and life, and this is reflected in his mastery over the storm and primeval lightning, and in his unmatched power. With the myth of Tiamat in mind, let us try and address the god mentioned in Placidius Sax's remembrance, for there is no other mention of this god in the lore. As discussed, this god is presumably comparable to Marika, a vessel god of the Greater Will, supported by its Elden Lord, Placidius Sax, and ruling over a more primal era of Greater Will rule. In mythology, Tiamat was married to Abzu. Now, Abzu as a concept is something I discussed a long time ago on my lore video for Dark Souls, where I discussed the Deep, and I will link that below if you are interested. However, we are talking about the personified Abzu in this sense, who is married to Tiamat. Abzu is the Sumerian god of the deep sea, of the abyss, the primeval sea below the underworld. In the Enuma Elish, a Babylonian epic on creation, Tiamat and her husband Asbu are representative of the overland sea and the deep sea respectively, and the two mate by mixing their waters, giving birth to some of the first deities, before they are in turn murdered by their children who overthrow them. In all of the mythologies that Abzu and Tiamat appear in, they are seen as primordial gods, who bore the first generation of deities. Given Placidius Sax's association with creation and early primeval chaotic life, it is fair to assume that this missing god will have taken a similar form, and ultimately will have been a god representative of primordial life. Perhaps the Enuma Elish also gives us insight into what happened to Placidius Sax and his god. Tiamat and Abzu were overthrown by their children, after all. Perhaps Placidius Sax and his god face an insurrection as well, from the other dragons, their children. At the end of the day, something did cause the terrible wound on Placidusax's form and cut off his missing heads. Something drove their god away. We will discuss the collapse in Dragon Society in more detail, but let these speculative ideas percolate for now. Overall, I do view Placidusax as the progenitor, the leader of an age of primordial life. And with that said, let us now turn to the civilization that he and his children built, or should I say, the civilization that the Beastmen built on behalf of them. So now it is time for us to discuss the Beastmen of Farum Azula. At the start of this chapter, I would just like to shout out an excellent video by an extraordinary channel, and that channel is Tarnished Archaeologist, and specifically his video on Farum Azula. People have been recommending this channel to me for weeks, and boy is it a special one. The Tarnished Archaeologist goes hard in analysing environmental details, and their attention to detail is remarkable. I am going to directly reference their video in a moment for some specific details. However, I think it's important to note that their ideas have definitely influenced my ideas on Beastmen Society and the timeline as a whole, so props to Tarnished Archaeologist. In their Farum Azula video, Tarnished Archaeologist makes a series of connections that lead us to conclude that Farum Azula and the civilization therein was the earliest civilization in the history of Elden Ring's world. Tarnished Archaeologist does this by analysing the burial practices of the Beastmen within Farum Azula, burial practices being one of the first indicators in human history of society becoming more complex, beyond the basics of hunter-gatherers. TA likens these burials to a real-world burial cache known as the Varna Necropolis in Bulgaria, and one cannot deny that these are clearly the real-world inspiration. The site is a 5th millennium BC burial site, where one of the burials showed a person of great importance, surrounded by many gold trinkets and objects. TA even goes out the way to do a side-by-side comparison, which highlights that the golden bracelets and the flat gold objects are identical to the burial found in Farum Azula. TA's conclusion as to what this means is that this society, Farum Azula Society, must have been the earliest to realise the significance of gold, for the gold found in these graves must be unalloyed gold, due to the period of which the Varna burials took place, the Chalcolithic period, a period in which alloys were still not a thing, so the gold found in the Varna burials and in Farum Azula were unalloyed gold, the natural source of gold found throughout both of our worlds. This is a really insightful basis for the rest of this chapter, as it allows us to fully comprehend how truly ancient this civilization really was. As I've said, the Tarnished Archaeologist refers to this as the Chalcolithic period, a transitional period between the Neolithic and the Bronze Age, thereby fitting into the notion of prehistory that we had discussed earlier in the video. And again, for comparison, in the real world, the Varna burials are dated back to the 5th millennium BC. This is a truly old civilization. And again, I commend the Tarnished Archaeologist for this really insightful video, and really would plead with you to go and give them a subscribe and watch their content. These ideas of ancient burials and the allegorical comparisons to our own early cultures really gives the impressions of the first complex society, resulting from the first sentient species evolving and becoming more intelligent. This prehistoric society of the Dragon Empire can be broken down into two component parts, the Beastmen and the ancient dragons. And as we can see from statuary, the dragons quite clearly held the dominant position, especially when one considers what we have discussed in the prior chapters, and the importance that the Elden Lord and the dragons had to this era. The Beastmen's lore really backs up the idea of an early formative society, as their minds begin to develop, as their lore gives us the impression that they were newly raised to intelligence at this time. And this is something we learn via the Bestial Vitality incantation, which reads, "Having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold." So these beastmen were granted intelligence, and that means instead of having gained it naturally via evolution and over time, it seems as though instead they were granted their intelligence, most likely by the Greater Will or the dragon's god. This is of course speculation, but I personally prefer the latter explanation, that it was the god of the dragons that granted the intelligence to the Beastmen. Apart from anything else, it would explain why the Beastmen venerate the dragons so dearly, as we can clearly see in the statuary found around Far Missoula, and by the very existence of Far Missoula clergy via the Cinque Dea. Regardless of who ever granted their intelligence, the intelligence granted to the Beastmen allowed them to behave much as our ancestors did, by using their hands to use tools, and as Tarnished Archaeologist points out, this advent of tool use is celebrated by the Cinque Dea, which reads as follows. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The Cinque Dea is based on an Italian short sword of the same name in real life, with its name meaning 5 fingers, so named as a result of the width of the blade as it is next to the guard, which is fitting given the design in Elden Ring, as we can see 5 fingers along the bottom of the blade. And symbolically this sword is clearly meant to represent the advent of tool use, the advent of using their 5 fingers to wrap their fingers around tools, such as this blade. The use of tools in this manner is the pivotal divider between beings of higher sentience, like humans, and more bestial life forms. Indeed, the whole advent of Beastmen taking up the tool and being granted intelligence is extremely reminiscent of the famous scene from the classic 2001 A Space Odyssey. This film from 1968 is based on a short story called The Sentinel, and in essence charts humanity's history from primate to space travel, with one main notable difference. The film suggests that our evolution was guided by an alien intelligence, marked by strange unnatural obelisks, or sentinels, that appear at pivotal moments in human development to guide and teach us. In the film, the first instance of this happening happens to our ancestors, the homonyms. The film opens with a tribe of homonyms being driven from their watering hole by a rival tribe, before coming across this unnatural alien obelisk. They eventually find the courage to touch the obelisk before they all retreat. Not long after, one of their number is inspired for some reason to take up a bone and use it as a tool, a smashing implement. With tools in hand, the tribe of these hominins return to the waterhole they had been chased away from, and easily defeat and drive off their rivals with these new weapons. The film then cuts away and skips forward millions of years later to an era of space travel, the implication being that it was intelligent intervention that put the tool in the hands of our ancestors, and thus provided the foundations for our development into a sentient, intelligent species. And it is how I see the relationship between the Beastmen and the dragons / the Greater Will. Upon being granted intelligence, it looks as though the Beastmen will have used their 5 fingers to pick up stone tools, as suggested by Tarnished Archaeologist, who points out the bestial sling incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that in the time before the Erdtree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. This again reinforces the extremely early period of civilization that the Beastmen represent, using stone tools and weapons, much like the real-world Stone Age, which marked the beginning of our ancestors' use of tools, of which many are believed to have first been built from stone. But it is fascinating because we see the Beastmen developing more and more advanced tools and working with more advanced materials as time goes on, and in essence, their journey represents the entirety of the world's prehistory period, i.e. the Stone Age, moving from the use of stone tools into the later period of the Chalcolithic, as we discussed earlier. However, we can also track their development beyond this, into what we would know as the Iron Age, or the early ancient historical era. For the Beastmen that we actually fight do not use stone weapons, they use weapons made of iron, such as described by the Beastman's cleaver, which reads as follows. Curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron, and wielded by the Beastmen of Far Missoula. The blade is incredibly heavy, but well balanced, comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. It is clear the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken. This makes us think of the Iron Age, which followed the Bronze Age, and is really seen as the true transitional period from prehistory to ancient history. While iron is a natural element, using iron in a manner that allows it to be used as a tool or a weapon requires more advanced science, and I think in this case Wikipedia is apt in describing why the use of iron and the advent of the Iron Age marked a true transitional period in human society, as it states the following. In archaeology, the Iron Age refers to the advent of ferrous metallurgy. The adoption of iron coincided with other changes in some past cultures, often including more sophisticated agricultural practices, religious beliefs, and artistic styles, which makes the archaeological Iron Age coincide with the Axial Age in the history of philosophy. Although iron ore is common, the metalworking techniques necessary to use iron are very different from those needed for the metal used earlier. Through the Beastmen, we can get a clear timeline of the earliest civilization in Elden Ring lore that is allegorical to the rise of our own human civilization. The granting or gaining of intelligence, the use of stone tools, the use of unalloyed metals and more advanced burial techniques, and finally, the use and development of iron weapons. The full track of a civilization right from the early Stone Age to the Iron Age, fully cementing the idea that this civilization of the dragons and the beastmen was the earliest civilization in this world, even pre-ancient civilizations of the Ul Palace, etc. For while the Ul Palace civilization and its kin are ancient civilizations, based upon the Greeks and the Sumerians, the ideas we have discussed re the Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age far predates even these ancient civilizations that the Ul and Uld palaces were based upon. Yet despite the primitive nature of their origins, the Beastmen evidently were capable of building some wonders, and even outpacing the abilities of later civilizations, as hinted at by the description of the Beastman's cleaver that we just read. This is once again reinforced by the Beastman's jar shield, the item description of which reads, "Shield fashioned from a tall broken jar, carried by the Beastmen of Fire Missoula." The Beastmen have always fired earthenware jars for the express purpose of making shields. Such are their ways, strange though they are. The bizarre practice of firing pots and being able to wield them as shields is a lost art, something that is again beyond human craftsmanship. Then of course we have to consider the magnificent Fire Missoula itself, a glorious construction that is far more grand than many of the constructions that would come from later civilizations, millennia later. This is something that is reflected in the real world. Today, many do not comprehend how ancient societies built the structures that they did. As I mentioned at the beginning of this chapter, I speculate that the intelligence of the Beastmen was tied to their lords, the dragons. Tarnished archaeologists suggest that the Beastmen have now reverted to their bestial nature, losing their intelligence, and they suggest this due to the animations and appearance of the Beastmen. In Fire Missoula, they are crawling around and acting far more like beasts. If their fate and intelligence is truly tied to the dragons, then I certainly agree with this assertion. With the collapse of the Dragon Empire, and the disappearance of the god that likely granted them that intelligence, it would make sense that their minds have dimmed, and they are a shadow of what they once were. Yet we can still marvel at their great works, and with that said, let us have a look at Fire Missoula itself. While the Beastmen venerated the dragons as seen in the statuary, and by the existence of the clergy, it is clear that the dragons needed the Beastmen. As mighty as the dragons were, and as intelligent as they were, surely they were not builders and craftsmen themselves. Their bodies are not built for it. They have predatory, four-legged bodies, without opposable thumbs or fingers, and this would have restricted their ability to use tools and craft. By comparison, we have already just seen that the Beastmen have numerous examples of being able to wield tools and weapons, and I would suggest this is why they were given intelligence in the first place, and granted the power of the dragon's lightning to help defend their civilization. They were the workers of the dragon civilization, the craftsmen, the builders, the priests, and the warriors. As such, I attribute the construction of Fire Missoula to the Beastmen. It must only have been them that built it. This is an extraordinary feat, that must seem impossible to the later factions of the Lands Between, given the time disparity between this era and the Leyndell era. There is one other detail of interest to me found within Fire Missoula, and that is the engravings and depictions of human characters. These human characters also appear to be of high standing, as they are dressed in what we could consider aristocratic robes and garbs, some carrying items associated with royalty, like scepters. So what are we to make of this? Well, as far as I see it, there are two plausible explanations. One, humans also lived within this society and held high positions within the hierarchy. Or number two, these are dragons in human form, for we learn via Lansax's glaive item description that ancient dragons are able to take human form. However, we do get some evidence that humans may have lived amongst the ancient dragons, for when creating your character, you have the option of a number of base template appearances, and one of these appearances is called Draconian, and the description of that reads as follows: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. Now, this is obviously really interesting, because it does suggest that these people have some sort of association with the dragons. They are the people of the ancient dragons, suggesting they were humans that lived among them, and this is certainly who I can attribute these human characters being. And perhaps they did hold positions of authority within dragon society, and perhaps they maybe helped the Beastmen build Fire Missoula. But ultimately, I leave it to you to decide what is your truth in regards to these depictions. Given its grandeur and its legend, it's obvious that this is an important construction for the Beastman and dragon civilization. So what was it to them? Well, we know from the Azula Beastman ashes that Fire Missoula is a mausoleum for an ancient dragon lord. And the fact that this is a mausoleum is very interesting. We have just discussed in length, after all, how complex burials became a core part of this new fledgling society, and as such it makes sense that they would build a mausoleum, for not only does it house the mighty dragons, but we can see that this is the burial place for the Beastmen and their kin, no doubt venerating people of importance with jewellery and ornate burials. However, Fire Missoula is not just referred to as a mausoleum, it is also referred to as different titles, and I believe that this is because Fire Missoula is the apex of this civilization. It was the centre of their entire world. This was the religious and cultural heart of the dragon civilization. We've discussed numerous times how the Beastmen venerated the dragons, and indeed we see the statuary throughout Fire Missoula suggesting it is a holy place as well, and this is reinforced by the fact it is referred to as a temple in the ruin fragment item description. But it is also the seat of their lord, the Dragon Lord Plusidusax, and it is a royal city as stated by the Old Lord's Talisman, which reads, "It is said that the ancient royal city of Fire Missoula has been slowly crumbling since time immemorial. It is a capital, a temple, and a burial ground all in one. Indeed, the dragon kin must still hold it in reverence, or sense its importance, for the majority of the ancient dragon survivors still appear to be found here. We could even speculate that their degenerate cousins, the modern dragons, also feel the pull of their people here, as the models shown circling the ruins in the skybox of Fire Missoula have modern dragon physiology. Though admittedly I may be just looking too closely, it's something the developers didn't intend us to. But whatever species the dragons are in the skybox, their purpose is to show how important this site is still to the dragonkin, thousands of years later after the civilization's collapse. Let us attempt to look at the etymology of the term Fire Missoula to try and grasp what this city truly is and what it means to the dragons. In an interesting post on Reddit, which I will link below, a commenter called Shabriri Grape broke down the root words behind Fire Missoula, in which they concluded that Farum in Latin comes from the Greek word for lighthouse, and Azula has ties to Azure, meaning in totality blue lighthouse, or lighthouse of blue. So what could this possibly mean? Well, I'd suggest that lighthouse is actually something that fits, given what I've just discussed regarding the dragons. Fire Missoula is almost like a beacon for their kind, and in this way it is their lighthouse. And Azula or Azure could be in reference to the fact it is in the sky, in the blue. This is just speculation, of course, but I certainly feel like the lighthouse part does make sense, as I see this as a beacon for all dragonkind. However, despite its current relation to the sky, it's clear to me that Fire Missoula was not always a floating construction. We can see huge chunks of earth still attached to its underside, as if it was torn from the very earth, including large swathes of land that actually have natural trees growing on it. In addition, we can see pathways or bridges that look to have been broken as if they were once connected to something else, but have been broken apart. Now, that damage may have come during the city's destruction, but in tandem with chunks of earth attached to its base, leads me to conclude that this was once an earth-bound construct, possibly part of a larger city, but where? This then takes us back to one of the earliest community theories that was going around near the launch of Elden Ring, that has to do with the Divine Towers in the Lands Between. Now, I cannot remember exactly who first circulated the ideas, but they certainly weren't my theories, and the earliest post that I can still find is on Reddit by a user called Webs, who quite rightly points out that the Divine Towers have a very curious placement. They are all aligned, and they are all around a coastal basin, and this basin almost looks like a chunk ripped out the side of the continent. The placement is clearly not random, but why? Is it possible that this central part of the map was once where Fire Missoula sat, and these towers flanked the entire city? Possible for sure, but I'm not sure I fully agree with some who say the Divine Towers were definitely once part of Greater Fire Missoula, as while the architecture is similar, they are not exactly the same. However, I could buy that this was once where Fire Missoula sat, and that the Divine Towers were built upon the ruins of what was left, or placed to ward against the gap that once contained the seat of the Greater Will's chosen god, an Elden Lord. However, despite these towers not being an exact match for Fire Missoula architecture, there is one earthly bound example that does exactly match this style of architecture from Fire Missoula, and I of course refer to the Bestial Sanctum in Dragon Barrow off Caelid, the dwelling of Geraint Beast Clergyman. Not only is the Sanctum itself an exact match architecturally, inside and out, but in the surrounding area we also find familiar burial practices of deceased beastmen posed in a dramatic fashion after death, a practice we also see throughout Fire Missoula. The location of this building is no less significant, hanging on the edge of the basin we have just identified, adding weight to the argument that this basin, this gap in the map, was once where Fire Missoula's capital actually lay, as the last remaining piece of Fire Missoula architecture on Earth is right on the edge of this area. Furthermore, the Bestial Sanctum sits on a cliff with a really sheer face, almost as if the landmass that it was attached to has fallen or has been torn away. I believe that the Bestial Sanctum is the last remaining structure on this Earth of the Fire Missoula metropolis, and it greatly adds weight to the idea that the capital would have once sat here. In regards to Geraint Malekith, I have a full video on his relationship to the Beastmen, and I will link that below. Indeed, if any doubts remain that this was once the site of Fire Missoula, then one need only look at the site of grace near the Bestial Sanctum, called Farum Great Bridge, and by reviewing the details of this bridge, we do indeed see that it follows the same architectural style as Fire Missoula. Therefore, it is almost a certainty that Fire Missoula was once situated in this basin, once attached to the landmass of Dragon's Barrow, before being ripped away. I also note that this is called Farum Great Bridge, not Fire Missoula Great Bridge. Going back to what I said about Fire Missoula before, and Azula being related to the blue of the sky, is it possible it was renamed Fire Missoula when it was brought into the sky due to Azure being linked to blue, and that it was just called Farum when it was earthly bound? All speculation, of course, but one cannot deny that the chunk in the middle of the map is pretty glaring. What is more important to consider is why Fire Missoula seems to be flying, and why it is wreathed in storms. Now, what follows is of course my speculation, given we don't have actually any in-game lore that directly tells us why it is floating in the air, but I believe it must have something to do with Fire Missoula's relationship to time. We've already discussed that the ancient dragons have a nascent power over time, and Fire Missoula is frequently referred to as being beyond time, such as in the ancient dragon smithing stone item description. I believe that putting it beyond time was an action taken by Placidusax to prevent the collapse of their empire, to prevent his own death. We know that Placidusax, like his kin, has a power over time, as well as storms. We've already discussed that the Dragon Lord has a connection to primeval lightning, and this connection seems so deep that he is able to transform himself into a literal storm, the primeval manifestation of lightning. And given Placidusax's connection to the storms, I find the description of the Old Lord's talisman interesting, for it reads, "A legendary talisman depicting the ancient king whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time." Indeed, the words found in the Old Lord's talisman are to be taken quite literally, for it states that Fire Missoula lies at the heart of the storm beyond time. The time-locked Fire Missoula is indeed in the heart of the storm that is bearing Fire Missoula aloft. For when we enter its heart, we only enter the time-locked Fire Missoula when the storm expands and engulfs us in the cinematic. And as it expands and touches the rubble, time begins to rewind and the damage is undone, highlighting that the temporal aspect that is affecting Fire Missoula is to be found in the heart of this storm, at the centre of Fire Missoula. So not only is Fire Missoula trapped in time, it is in a storm beyond time. This, for me, means it's the hallmarks of Placidusax's power that has created the position that has now trapped Fire Missoula. I would speculate that using his powers over the storm and over time, Placidusax at the time of his reckoning ripped Fire Missoula using his power of the storm and froze it within time. Of course, I am speculating heavy here, and my main source of evidence is due to the fact there's a lot of storms in Fire Missoula, and Placidusax has a relationship with storms. So that being said, there are definitely other possible explanations for Fire Missoula's floating abilities. A viewer of mine has offered an alternative explanation. Valeris Reinhald has suggested that Fire Missoula may be connected to gravity magic, and I will leave a link to their post on Reddit if you want to consider this alternate theory. There's a lot to this theory, so I won't describe it here, and definitely recommend you read their theory, but one of the points that really interests me is they point out the fact that the meteor that strikes Fire Missoula might have something to do with its floating ability. And just for reference, the Ruin's Greatsword is the source for where we know that a meteorite once struck Fire Missoula. As Valeris quite rightly says, gravity magic is often associated with meteorites. Is it possible then that when this meteorite impacted on Fire Missoula, when it was still on the ground, that its gravity magic could have affected Fire Missoula somehow, or been exploited by its inhabitants later? This is certainly an interesting concept, and one I'm actually growing to like more than my own theory, and so again thanks to Valeris for these really interesting ideas, and I'll link his original post below. Regardless of how it ended up in the air, and its relationship with time, we do know that Fire Missoula does physically exist somewhere in the world, as we can see it from various points in the lands between. It isn't another realm or dimension. However, its physical position does not fully reflect its position in time. And while the royal city has been crumbling since time immemorial, as is stated by the Old Lord's talisman, this is its state in only one time. And these ideas of time that others find confusing thankfully do make sense to me in my head because I watched a lot of Doctor Who when I was younger. So whilst this physical Fire Missoula does exist in our time and is crumbling, Fire Missoula truly exists beyond time, and thus, when we go to Fire Missoula into its heart, we can step into the Fire Missoula of old, Fire Missoula restored before it was destroyed by the meteorite. This is Fire Missoula of a different time, Fire Missoula of no time, and this is why Placidusax is still here, still alive despite his grievous injuries, because he is existing beyond time, and thus his body and his realm aren't feeling the effects of time. And with that said, let us now look at the calamity and collapse of the Dragon Empire that warranted this time lock in the first place. As magnificent as the ancient dragon civilization was, it did not last forever, as we well know, and now it is truly ancient history. The literal destruction of Fire Missoula's masonry came at the hands of a meteorite, something we've just discussed, but it's something we can learn of via the Ruin's Greatsword, which reads, "Originally rubble from a ruin which fell from the sky. The ruin it came from crumbled when struck by a meteorite," So I had thought when researching this video that this item description, alongside the rune fragments, would discredit the notion the meteorite could have struck Farum Azula while it was still on the ground and caused its ability to be able to float because of the way that the runes fell from the sky. However, that isn't entirely true, as it means that it could have crumbled when it was hit, and that its runes fell off it and crumbled off it when it was in the sky, an injury from that past meteoric hit. However, that being said, I am still of the notion that Placidusax made the city float in his desperate attempt to save his civilization alongside locking it in time, and it was after this point that it was struck by a meteorite. Either way, on either side of this argument, it was not the meteorite that actually caused the collapse and destruction of the Dragonkin. This just serves as a final nail in their civilization's coffin. So no, I do not believe this meteorite caused the fall of the dragons, and that it was caused by something else. And this fall must be tied to the abandonment of this civilization's god, either because their god fled, or it was an event that led their god to flee, which would lead their civilization to collapse. And for me, there's a number of factors to consider, as well as the timescales that we have to look at. The first timescale is one I've discussed before, something that I've discussed in my Erdtree lore video. In that video, I discussed the fact that there is evidence that possibly suggests a large vacuum of power, a long time period, between the collapse of the ancient dragon's rule and the rule of Queen Marika, i.e. that the ancient dragons didn't rule up till the moment that the Erdtree emerged. I suggest this for a number of reasons in that video. Firstly, we have clearly demonstrated throughout this video that the age of the dragons was so far in the past, millennia ago, to the point where it stretches credulity that their empire could have lasted all this way to the beginning of the Erdtree era, which, if we're carrying on our earlier allegories of the prehistory period, the Leyndell era is more like the medieval era of our world. This is a huge stretch of time. In addition to this, there is an event that is closer to the Erdtree era, which is centered around a subspecies of the modern dragons, the Frost Dragons. We learn of said event via Borealis' Mist, which reads, "The ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago, until they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from its peak." Borealis is a modern dragon, so we know that these ice dragons were of the same type. The fire giants are a civilization that overlapped with the rise of the Erdtree, as well as the mountaintop astrologers. This therefore places the fire giants, and thus this conflict, far, far, far closer to our current era than the ancient dragon civilization. The reason that I see this as significant is because I see the modern dragons as a devolution of their distant ancient kin. More bestial, mortal, and less powerful. We learn of the modern subspecies via the Dragon Wound Grease item description, which reads, "When the dragons were born from their ancient kin, they lost their stone scales, which can now be used to cause them mortal harm. Their name alone conjures the idea that these dragons are far distant kin who have evolved more recently, having devolved over time from their mighty, more intelligent forebears, losing their gravel stone scales, their 4 legs, and their ability to wield the power of the Greater Will, i.e. the Red Lightning. Additionally, if the ancient dragons were still ruling at this stage, would they really have let the fire giants defeat some of their kin without interference? In addition, as I pointed out in my Marika and Erdtree lore video, I think there is evidence of practices and civilizations rising and falling that surely would have been hard to achieve with the dragons and the Greater Will ruling supreme. Just to name a few civilizations and practices, there was the Ancient Dynasty, the Rot Lords, the Deathrites, and potentially the Nox. As we saw during the early conquests of Marika and Godfrey's reign, rival civilizations don't last particularly long, and if the Greater Will was still represented by the dragons at this era, why did they not quash all these rival practices and civilizations? However, that being said, I do acknowledge I could just be wrong, and that all these developments, including the development of the modern dragon subspecies, could have happened alongside ancient dragon rule. The reason I'm coming around to this idea is twofold. Firstly, I have already contended that the dragon's power was tied to the Crucible. Would it not make sense then that their power, and their god would dwindle as the Crucible transitioned into the Erdtree, marking the end of the primeval era and rule of the dragons, and marking the beginning of the ordered rule of the Erdtree in Marika, and that it was the beginning of the Erdtree that marked their collapse. This secondary idea may also tie in better with the War of the Ancient Dragons. This is an event we hear about via Grandsax's bolt. What I find interesting is that it is referred to as a bitter war, and I have always interpreted the assault of the dragons as driven by bitter jealousy. We are never really told the reason behind Grandsax and the Ancient Dragon's assault on Leyndell, and we can only speculate on their true motivations, and I do want to make it clear what follows will be my speculation. But given that the Ancient Dragons were once the chosen of the Greater Will, but were later supplanted and replaced by Marika and the Erdtree, does it not make sense that the dragons would see Marika's reign as rival to theirs, as taking what was their birthright? That they were being replaced by a new order, and that they sought to reclaim their lordship. It does indeed feel like the Erdtree and its followers were meant to defeat the dragons, that they were chosen to succeed them. For Grandsax's bolt makes it clear that this war was the greatest challenge that Leyndell ever faced, and it seems close to unbelievable that a beast such as Grandsax, flanked by beings like Fortisax and Landsax, could even be defeated. The answer may come via the Golden Lightning Fortification incantation, as this reads, an incantation of Erdtree worship. This incantation was used by the Knights of the Erdtree during the assault by the great ancient dragon Grandsax, and the bitter war of the ancient dragons that followed. So the Erdtree had the power to resist the might and strength of the dragons, and thus the Erdtree offered protection to its warriors during this war. The Erdtree and the dragons both are creations of the Greater Will via the Elden Ring, and it is clear which side the Greater Will chose. The time of the dragon and the Crucible had passed. The Erdtree and its power was ascendant, and thus heroes like Godwyn the Golden, who possessed the gold power of the Erdtree and descended from its royalty, was able to beat mighty dragons such as Fortisax. Yet it still speaks to the power of Grandsax and his fellow dragons, that despite the Greater Will's power going against them, they still gave Leyndell a black eye that they would never forget. Either way, it doesn't really matter in regards to the timeline, because whether the collapse happened thousands of years ago, or whether it happens at the advent of the Erdtree, the dragon's assault does make sense. In both cases, they are trying to restore themselves to their former glory. The collapse of an empire is not such a simple event. Look at the collapse of Rome, for example. And while the War of the Ancient Dragons certainly secured their fate and established Erdtree primacy once and for all, there is no doubt that other factors must have played a role in the downfall of their society and empire. And one of the theories I would like to suggest goes back to our discussion on Placidusax and the story of his mythological inspiration, Tiamat. Tiamat faced a rebellion from her children, before both she and her husband were killed by them. Could the wounds found on Placidusax be the result of a similar insurrection? A rebellion by his children, by his dragons? It has always been interesting to me that Grandsax appears to be leading the assault on Leyndell, not Placidusax. As it was with Tiamat and her children, is it possible that Grandsax, clearly an offspring of immense power, could have overthrown Placidusax and the god? I do want to make it clear that this is of course my speculation, based only on Placidusax's mythological origins, as well as Grandsax's position as leader during the War of the Ancient Dragons. Placidusax is so savagely wounded that it would take a being of such immense power to cause such dire wounds to a being who itself is extremely powerful, possessed of immortal scales that could barely be penetrated by mortal weapons. Another facet of Grandsax that has always interested me is his bolt, the weapon he has next to his corpse. We don't really see any other dragons using weapons, so why does Grandsax have this weapon, and why in this particular shape? Well, the answer may come from Placidusax himself, for if you slow down Placidusax's attacks, you can see that his thunderbolts take the exact form that Grandsax's bolt does. If I am right about Grandsax overthrowing Placidusax, could it be that this replica of Placidusax's lightning is like a scepter, an artificial recreation of that regal lightning, a symbol of rule, to show that he has taken the Dragon Lord's place. This would make sense to me, because Gransax wouldn't have the Dragon Lord's mastery over lightning, and thus this spear could serve as an artificial surrogate to reproduce the Stormlord's power and serve as a powerful symbol for Gransax. Perhaps it doesn't matter if the War of the Dragons happened immediately after their decline, or if it was the result of a rebellion. Perhaps Placidusax did send Gransax for this final attempt. Regardless, it was clearly a Hail Mary attempt by Gransax and his fellows to restore the luster of their empire. His death and the capitulation of their kind marked the conclusion to their primacy either way. And regardless of my speculation, the main factors are this. The power and primacy of the dragons failed for whatever reason. Placidusax was wounded, and their god fled. Placidusax would then freeze Farum Azula in time, in a vain attempt to preserve what was left, in the hopes that their god will one day restore them to full glory. Gransax and his fellows attempted a final Hail Mary to destroy their rivals and become the Greater Will's chosen once more. But all of these failed. Placidusax is gravely wounded, the god is no more, Farum Azula is shattered, and Gransax, the mightiest of their kind, is dead. And now, with that being said, let us move on to the legacy of the dragons in the aftermath of the War of the Ancient Dragons. While the dragons were defeated, they were not dishonoured by their foes. Quite the contrary. One of the mightiest heroes on the side of the Erdtree was Godwyn the Golden, who we've mentioned already. Clearly at this stage, Godwyn was one of the most prominent members of the Erdtree royal family, and one of the greatest shining champions of the Erdtree. We hear of his exploits via the sword memorials, but more importantly we hear of it via the Lightning Spear incantation, which reads as follows. Long ago, Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, and befriended his fallen foe, an event that gave rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. Godwyn defeating Fortisax is no mean feat, for we learn via Fortisax's lightning spear that he was one of the most powerful amongst his kin, being able to wield 2 lightning spears at one time instead of 1 like his other brethren. And as we have already discussed, the etymology of his name suggests how powerful he really was, and so it's an incredible feat that he was defeated by Godwyn the Golden. Yet he was treated with respect in defeat, and as such one of the most legendary friendships in history was established, the comradeship of Fortisax and Godwyn, which would inspire the people of the capital to respect their defeated foe. This is the greatest legacy of dragonkind. Not only is the friendship of Godwyn and Fortisax one of the most pure in the whole story of Elden Ring, as I discussed in my Godwyn lore video, but it shows the best of both human and dragonkind as they create a respectful alliance that spreads throughout the capital. And indeed the actions of Fortisax and Lansax show how intelligent and magnanimous those of the dragonkind could be. They are not just bestial powers of destruction, they are far more than that. Via the dragon cult, the adoption of their ways and powers would be passed down, wielded by the knights of this new Erdtree order. And in a way, this is right. The defenders of the Erdtree are ultimately the inheritors of the dragons. They are taking up the same role the ancient dragons did during their heyday. This was a respectful exchange of information, knowledge, and power, and would lead to the rise of some incredible heroes like Vike and Kristoff, the latter even being powerful enough to defeat and subdue the demigod Godefroy. The easy integration of dragon worship into the worship of the Erdtree may seem surprising for an order that would eventually become known for its intolerance of others. However, it is easily explained by the Gravel Stolen Seal which we read earlier. These beliefs of dragonkind do not conflict with those of the Erdtree because they are both tied with gold. They are both servants of the Greater Will. And it wasn't just Fortisax that helped inspire this new order. His sister Lansax took on a human form and communed with the Dragon Knights in person as a priestess, as we learn via Lansax's glaive, which reads, Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. To this day, Lansax still guards the Erdtree capital, showing how close her bond is with her one-time enemies. One of her greatest adherents was the Round Table Knight Vike, something we learn of via Vike's Dragon Bolt, which reads, "Of all the knights, Vike the Dragon Spear was the one Lansax loved the most." Vike was loved by Lansax and called the Dragon Spear, no doubt as a result of his iconic spear and his mastery over dragon incantations. We learn via Vike's armor set that he was the closest tarnished to achieving lordship, no doubt as a result of his powerful dragon incantations, and had he become lord, the legacy of the dragons could have gone even further, placing a dragon cult leader upon the throne. This makes me wish that we could have allied with Lansax in the game to become a dragon cult Elden Lord. Even the Sentinels of the Erdtree, mighty guardians in their own right, were inspired by the might of Lansax and his fellows, so much so that they too incorporated their power and symbolism into their get-up, as we can see from the Draconic Tree Sentinels, who are in essence modified versions of the regular Tree Sentinels, who believed that by imitating Lansax's power, that they could be strong enough to protect the Erdtree from true enemies. Then of course there are the ancient dragon's distant kin, the modern dragon, who take on a far more bestial and traditional draconic form. Having lost their immortality and stone scales, they are far removed from their regal ancestors, to the point that gravel stone is now anathema to their existence, as told to us via the dragon Wound Grease. I won't be covering the modern dragons in this video as they are beyond the scope of it, however I would highly recommend Ashen Hollow's dragon lore video, as he covers each dragon in great detail. But in short, the legacy of the ancient dragons do live on in these beasts nonetheless, for while their bodies might not be coated in gravel stone scales, their hearts are, as we can see from their dragon heart item description. These hearts are power, and these hearts are a prize for some, as there is a more sinister group that covet the powers of the dragon, that are a dark shadow to the dragon cult of the capital. We are talking of the Dragon Hunters of Dragon Communion. Whereas dragon cultists have a respectful and almost religious relationship with the ancient dragons, the dragon hunters are more obsessed with hunting down the bestial power of the modern dragons. And it is fitting that the dragon cult has a relationship with the ancient dragons, and the Dragon Communion hunters have a relationship with the modern dragons, as the former pair are more regal and respectful, and the latter are more bestial and violent. We learn of these practices via Yura, who says the following on those who hunt dragon hearts.
Beautiful work, felling that dragon, and as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in Dragon Communion if you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in Dragon Communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment, the strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that Dragon Communion is ruinous.
Indeed, the dragon hunters slay modern dragons and take their hearts before consuming them in rituals at the sites of Dragon Communion, taking the powers of the slain dragon for themselves. Specifically, the powers they gain from consuming the heart are a manifestation of that specific dragon whose heart they have just consumed. It is almost as if the dragons themselves live on to a degree in the hearts, and when consumed, they live on in the dragon hunters. And given the heart's item description says that they are covered in the gravel stone scales of immortality, this could well be true. These dragons literally live on in the hosts that consume them. The sites of Dragon Communion are of interest to me as well. They are clearly religious sites, with both having the corpse of an ancient dragon and dragon statues all around. I think the connection to the ancient dragon cult can be made all the clearer if we look at some of the iconography found at these sites. Firstly, the statues here depict ancient dragons, as you can actually find their heads lying about. Secondly, and more importantly, the plinths used in the act of Dragon Communion are of Farum Azula design, as we can see that if we compare it to similar models found on the Bestial Sanctum, and found in Farum Azula itself. All speculation of course, but given the presence of an ancient dragon corpse and the weathered dragon statues, to me it suggests that this was the site of a once more respectful cult, but the mistreated and unkempt nature of these statues speak volume for their new beliefs. It is less about respect and more about power. While Dragon Communion works almost instantly by transferring the power of the dragons to its consumer, there is a price to be paid, and this is warned to us by Yura. It begins subtly at first, an unquenchable thirst that leads him to consume more and more hearts, and in time it changes from a want to have the power of the dragons to be a dragon oneself. In time the effects begin to show, first with dragon eyes, before finally the hunter will become an abomination, a pitiful mockery of the dragon form, a magma worm. We learn of this ultimate dreadful fate via the magma worm scale sword, which reads, "It is said these land-bound dragons were once humans, heroes who partook in dragon communion, a grave transgression, which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves." So the first thing to note is that, despite being degenerate, they are dragons. This description describes them as land-bound dragons, and when we kill them we do get a dragon heart, but they are being punished for a transgression according to the magma worm scale sword. Remember we discussed in an earlier chapter that the dragons almost seem to be the perfect creation made specifically by the greater will for their plans. Would it therefore not be a transgression to try and pervert God's first creation? And indeed, this does sound biblical, and that's because it is. The idea of being cursed to crawl on the earth is a biblical one, for in Genesis 3:14, God curses the serpent and his kind for his role in misleading Adam and Eve. The passage reads as follows, "So the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life." The language is so similar that it is evident that the author of the item description of the magma worm scale sword is actually directly eliciting the curse lain upon serpent kind by God. The magma worms are in the same boat. They have transgressed the natural law as set out by the god of this world. Men aren't meant to be dragons. The ancient dragons were divine creations of the greater will at the beginning of time. The dragon cult is different because they respectfully learn the skills and incantations of the dragons, but they do not take their power, and they do not seek to become dragons themselves. While the dragons are majestic beings of power and grace who can soar through the skies, the magma worms are dreadful serpentine fat shadows with mocking wings which have no hope of lifting up their ungraceful massive bodies into the sky. They are cursed to crawl along the dirt, a fitting punishment for those who seek to soar amongst the clouds. And indeed, their fate is also reflective of the Dragonkin, another attempt to artificially gain the power of the dragons. Men are not meant to have the strength of dragons, and for reaching above their station, and perverting the natural order as set out by the greater will at the beginning of time, both these pale imitations are cursed ever to stare skyward in a tortured existence. It is a lesson that has been taught to us all through myth and religion since time immemorial. Like in the story of the Garden of Eden, greed and coveting that which is not yours is a transgression, and while you may get what you want and take it by force, it might not be what you expect. The time of the dragons is over, and the world is much bereft of their regality and power. There are those who respect it, those who worship it, those who fear it, and those who covet it. In all cases, the dragon will ever be a symbol of power and majesty, the first chosen of the greater will, and one can't help but wonder, perhaps they were the most fit to rule, and the world has just been on a downward spiral since their collapse. And yet, they still have a role to play in the great conclusion of our story, for within Round Table Hold exists a blacksmith, working tirelessly towards a singular goal. To craft a weapon capable of slaying a god, an impossible task if one is to believe Gideon Ofnir, for as he says, man cannot kill a god. But perhaps a god can be affected by time. Perhaps they can be moved right to the end of their timeline in an instant, having been struck by a weapon that slightly twists time, a weapon bolstered by the scale of the ancient dragon lord. The more recent history of the Lands Between is dominated by the Golden Order, Radagon, Marika, and her demigod offspring. Yet, as with every FromSoftware game, the lore of Elden Ring is extremely layered, with the current civilization being built on top of those that came before. One of these past civilizations is of course the Beastmen of Farum Azula, and on first playthrough, it is easy to overlook the significance of these beings as just another enemy archetype. But Farum Azula is one of the best designed areas in the game, and upon closer investigation, there's a lot of depth to their culture and significance to their thematics. The beast civilization of Farum Azula is a fascinating one, but it is the significance that beasts hold thematically in later times that fascinates me more. So join me this week as we examine the Beastman civilization, their evolution, history, culture, and what they can tell us about the nature of humanity itself. At this stage, I would like to give a massive shout out to Loki, author of Abyssal Archive, for not only providing me with translations for this video, but also their keen insights into the subject matter. Beasts are a very nuanced theme in Elden Ring, and Loki provided some real missing links to my ideas and theories. The most logical place for us to start when it comes to talking about the Beastmen is with one of the most important events in their civilization, the advent of intelligence, an event that would ultimately make them what they are. The several references we get to these Beastmen gaining intelligence suggest that before gaining intelligence they were beasts of the wild. We get a couple of instances of connections between regular, non-sentient beasts and the Beastmen themselves, suggesting a sort of kinship between the two. For example, in Groveside Cave in Limgrave, we can find a pack of wolves that is seemingly being led by a Beastman of Farum Azula, with them all having slaughtered the Godric soldiers here and taken up residence as a sort of pack. As pointed out to me by Loki in our discussion regarding this subject, there is another instance of a Beastman pack, so to speak, this time in Dragon Barrow Cave, a cave filled with a rune bear and another pack of wolves, all seemingly being led by a pair of beastmen, this time found further in the cave. Perhaps these beastmen had fallen with the rubble of Farum Azula. The rubble, of course, we can see all throughout Limgrave and elsewhere in the Lands Between. The connection between sentient beastmen and regular beasts is also compounded by the depictions of regular animals in Farum Azula, i.e. the wolf pack that we find in the central part of Farum Azula, this being the centre of their civilization and regular wolves being venerated in statue form. There is also another interesting observation made by Tarnished Archaeologist in their Farum Azula lore video, which is that some of the beastmen found throughout the game and in Farum Azula seem to be reverting to their prior bestial behaviours, crawling on their hands and knees and eating off the ground as if this is actually their natural state of being. My conclusion therefore is that Beastmen society are evolved, sentient variants of regular animals such as wolves, and given the association of Sarosh and lion imagery, we could also speculate that other types of beasts could have joined wolves in their ascendance, becoming the species we know as Beastmen, and later on we will assess the different variations of beasts found within this society. This straight up evolution from regular animals is supported by in-game lore, found in the Bestial Vitality incantation, which reads the following: having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away, as civilization took hold. The fact this description describes their wildness slipping away suggests that before they gained intelligence, they were wild animals, and their transformation into a sentient species is a well-documented event in a couple of items, most notably in the Cinquedea, which reads the following: the design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The word Cinquedea itself means 5 fingers, and this is in reference to the real weapon of the same name in the real world, where the width of the blade at the guard is said to be the width of 5 fingers. But in the world of Elden Ring, this is more literally depicted, as we can actually see 5 fingers widthwise across the blade. Indeed, the name, width, and design are all representative of 5 fingers. In all accounts, it is a well-made symbolic representation of 5 fingers, and the 5 fingers are significant because it represents the advent of their intelligence. We will revisit this shortly when we look at the clergy of the Beastmen, but the fact that this is the symbolism associated with a blade wielded by the religious arm of Beastmen society, Beast Clergymen, really shows how important this event is to Beastman society. And of course it should be, as in a way this is their genesis. It was the event that led to them becoming the Beastman society that they are. It is the beginning of their story, so no wonder it is wielded in a symbolic way by their clergymen. As I have touched on in previous videos, the reason that 5 fingers are symbolic of intelligence is because it represents the use of a hand with opposable thumbs, an anatomy that allows intelligent races to use tool, and the use of tools is often the first sign of a more advanced culture and intelligence, as it was in our own prehistory. But also in a more literal sense, a 5-fingered hand is an anatomical separation between them as an intelligent bipedal race from their non-sentient quadrupedic ancestors. This is the most clear physical difference between Beastmen and their less intelligent cousins. But the Beastmen becoming intelligent is described in a quite unusual fashion, in my opinion. For example, let's again re-examine the description of the Cinquedea, which says, the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The language used here, in my opinion, is very deliberate, and seems to suggest that intelligence was pushed upon them or given to them by an external force, rather than something that came about via natural evolution. When we talk about the advent of bestial intelligence, I often think of our ancestors picking up the tool as one of the first indications of our own ascension to a sentient intelligent race, again using our 5 fingers to wield a tool and to take our culture and civilization to something more than just a beast. And of course, most see this as a gradual case of evolution in the real world, that generation by generation our hominid ancestors eventually learned how to use tools effectively. However, there is a fascinating interpretation of this found in the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. 2001: A Space Odyssey is based on Arthur C. Clarke's book called The Sentinel, and essentially it is a sci-fi that charts humanity's advancement from our primate ancestry to a spacefaring race. But the main interesting part about the story is how each stage of human advancement is marked with the contact of a cosmic force, represented by alien obelisks. The implication is that each encounter with these obelisks somehow imparts humanity with the knowledge necessary to ascend to the next level of consciousness and understanding. Going back to the beginning of the story, it starts with our primate ancestors. After a tribe of hominids comes into contact with one of these obelisks, they soon realize the usefulness of wielding bones as tools or weapons, and thus they drive a rival group off a watering hole using the advantage of essentially having weapons, whereas their rivals have none. The film then skips forward to show a spacefaring humanity, heavily implying that this alien influence was responsible for granting humanity the next level of intelligence, from picking up a bone and gaining an understanding of fundamental tools to becoming a spacefaring race. Now, I am not suggesting that the Beastmen of Fire Missoula encountered an alien obelisk. I believe that the wording in the Cinquedea suggests that likewise an external force was responsible for them gaining consciousness and a new level of intelligence, and that this intelligence was in fact granted upon regular beasts, which is why Beastmen of Fire Missoula share a kinship with wolves and other animals, because they were once the same. Once they were quadrupedic beasts like wolves, bears and lions, But then they were granted intelligence and became an upright race that would eventually become the Beastmen that we know today. I do think this ties in with the wording of bestial vitality, which again suggests that the beasts were aware of this transition from beast to intelligent life, something that was sudden, and this description wouldn't make sense if it was a gradual evolutionary process. Now, this brings us to the big question: if intelligence was pushed upon beasts to make them the Beastmen, what forces are responsible for this? Of course we enter speculation territory here, but to me, the most likely culprits for this were the Lords of the Day, Placidusax and his god, the ruling order of the dragons. Again, this isn't a particularly new concept for veterans of the channel, but it is clear that there was a sort of relationship between the dragons and the Beastmen of Farum Azula, as indicated by the statues found throughout Farum Azula, one of servitude, the Beastmen serving the dragons. Now, as most will be aware, it is more or less outright stated that the dragons occupied the same position that Marika and her Elden Lords would, that they had a god, an Elden Lord, that presided over the Elden Ring. We learn that the greatest among the dragons, Placidusax, was Elden Lord in the time before the Erdtree, as his remembrance states. The Dragon Lord whose seat lies at the heart of the storm, beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return. Placidusax was Elden Lord, and it means that his god, his consort, occupied the same position that Marika would later on, the god of the current order. As a side note, I've never really discussed the god that Placidusax was consort to, and maybe one day I will discuss it in a later video, but as an interesting side note, Loki made the suggestion that the statue found in Farum Azula that shows the female figure surrounded by 3 wolves could have been the god that Placidusax was consort to, and that the wolves surrounding her is symbolic of her dominion over Beastmen. So credit to Loki for that interesting observation, but let me know your thoughts in the comments below about who you think the god to Placidusax was. Finally, of course, we get a depiction of an older, more feral and wild version of the Elden Ring in Farum Azula, and to me it's most obviously representing the Elden Ring at the time when Placidusax was Elden Lord. And again, this suggests that Dragon civilization was once the capital of Order, as Leyndell would later become, and that Placidusax and his god ruled over the land much as Marika and Godfrey once did. Thus it would make sense if intelligence was granted to beasts by the dragon god or Placidusax himself, given they would have been able to brandish the power of the Elden Ring at this stage. And given the key role that Beastmen seem to play in this Beastman-Dragon society, it would make sense to elevate another life form so that they may help with the construction of a new culture and civilization. As we had already noted, the idea of intelligence being granted to Beastmen is closely linked with Beastmen clergy, via the Cinque Deas design, and the fact that the bestial clergy wield this weapon as a sort of ceremonial reminder of this key event. But we also see beast clergymen in statue scenes, where they are sort of subservient to dragons, and we see these statues all throughout Farum Azula. Could it not be then that if dragons and intelligence are both connected to the beast clergymen, i.e. the central religious body of Farum Azula society, that these two events are linked, at least to the Beastmen, that to them they attribute the granting of their intelligence to their dragon overlords. And that is why both intelligence and dragons are celebrated by the clergy. Earlier on in this chapter, we acknowledged an observation made by Tarnished Archaeologist, where it seems as some of the Beastmen are beginning to revert to their bestial nature, crawling on their hands and knees, and eating off the ground like their quadrupedic cousins. But why, and what can this tell us about the Beastmen? Well, we also get discussion of one's bestial nature returning in the lore of Geraint, Malekith's alter ego. We see this in the Beastclaw incantation description, which reads the following. The incantation represents the fury of Geraint. His bestial nature returned, as much as it does his restless agitation. Again, this seems to imply that Geraint himself now has his bestial nature returning, once again implying that this was his natural state, that of a wild beast, and that his intelligence is the result of an outside force that is now fading. Now, Geraint's bestial nature returning could be for a number of reasons. It could be because he was once a beast of Farum Azula, that he is also experiencing the same regression that some of the other Beastmen are. Or it could be that because he is a shadow of the Empyrean to Marika, that because her order is shattered, he is beginning to lose the intelligence that was granted upon him when he was chosen to serve as her shadow. Indeed, let us sidestep for a moment and discuss the shadows of the Empyrean, as I do believe it's a useful illustration for evidence that these great external forces can actually shape life and push intelligence upon them when needed. Ranni, in her oft-quoted speech, gives us a brief insight into how she received Blythe, her shadow-bound beast, and their relationship as Empyrean and Shadow.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
This speech describes the process by which Empyreans are granted their shadow-bound beasts, with the two fingers themselves playing a pivotal role, themselves vassals of the Greater Will. I thus believe that the power of the Greater Will, or the Elden Ring, can specifically tailor these beasts, moulding them like clay into forms useful for their Empyreans. One thing before we go further is I do want to discuss the concept of the Shadowbound, which is really an addendum to the previous Shadowbound lore video that I did last year. In that video I had suggested that these shadows, the shadows of the Empyrean, were completely made from the ground up by the two fingers. But upon reflection of all this lore, I would have to say that I've changed my mind. The ideas of the Beastmen in general being granted intelligence and essentially being reformed as a new species gives precedent that existing lifeforms can be tailor-made, altered until they are the forms of the Shadowbound that we see in-game, namely Blythe and Malekith. And so, once again I've changed my mind and I believe I was wrong, as I so often am. Specifically what Ranni actually says here is that Blythe was tailored to a form that suits an Empyrean and her needs. Tailoring, the word, is a fitting of existing clothes or materials to fit the needs or form of the customer, meaning that the shadow is an existing being altered to fit the needs of said Empyrean. Blythe looks very wolfen, and so to me it suggests that he was straight up tailored from the form of a wild wolf, or a man and a wolf being forged together. Malekith is slightly different. He has two distinct identities, playing the role of a bestial clergyman within his form of Geraint, and retreating to the old haunts of Beastmen society, Farum Azula, and the Bestial Sanctum. In my Shadowbound video I had speculated that Malekith was simply hiding out in Farum Azula and that he wasn't a real Beastman or Beast Clergyman. Having reflected on these ideas, I do believe that he was truly a Beast Clergyman, like the ones depicted in the statues, and that when Marika needed a shadow, Geraint was reformed or tailored into a more powerful shape that would be useful to her, the shape that we know as Malekith. Now that Marika has gone, Malekith retreats into his former life, partially to disguise himself and hide the Rune of Death, because it is a role he knows so well. Yet like other Beastmen, he has felt his wildness returning to him, as we can see in the Beastclaw incantation, and in his aggressive behaviour when he attacks us, almost like a beast, without any control. So yeah, that's my revised opinion on the shadows, that if a whole species of Beastmen can be formed and altered by pushing intelligence on them, then surely individual creatures can be tailored so that they fit the needs of an Empyrean. But my main reason for bringing up the shadows of the Empyrean is to show that there is precedent for these greater powers, be it the Elden Ring, Greater Will, or Two Fingers, being able to alter life in ways they see fit, and thus I believe that it was the power of Order, the Elden Ring, or the God of the Dragons that pushed intelligence onto the Beastmen in the first place, so that they may play a role in their emerging civilization. And yet their origins couldn't be more clear, in their appearance, and in the fact that there's plenty of evidence that some are returning to their bestial ways. Their bestial, more natural nature returning to them. With all that said, in a way I've always seen the dragons as somewhat analogous to the dinosaurs, and the evolution of Beastmen society as early and prehistoric man, and so I see the civilization of Farum Azula and the dragons as early on in the timeline, especially if you consider the references to the prehistoric time of the dragons, as well as the allusions to prehistory in Beastmen society, and that this granting of intelligence to the Beastmen was really the start of intelligent and sentient life in the lands between. Now, this ultimately brings us to the central paradoxical themes that surround the beasts in Elden Ring, and really my main incentive for wanting to do this video, the dual yet opposing themes of bestial nature and wisdom, both of which the beasts can represent in this world. And at this point I would like to credit the content creator Hawkshaw and their amazing video on colours. While I won't be referencing colours that much in this video, their ideas on the thematics in Elden Ring, especially when it comes to beasts, violence and animals, and more animalistic instincts that they cover in their Red chapter, has been highly influential in me assessing these themes throughout Elden Ring in general. And so while I will credit them directly at stages throughout this video, I just wanted to make it clear that their ideas in this colours video has fundamentally altered the way I see the themes in Elden Ring. So let us start with the most basic components of the beasts in general when assessing their thematics. And I do mean this in the most literal sense and physical sense. As in Elden Ring we have access to all sorts of naturalistic ingredients for crafting and alchemy, including bodily remains of beasts that we have killed. So let us start with some of these items, such as the beast liver, which reads as follows. The fresh liver of a beast, a luscious fruit of life. A fruit of life, so clearly we are already looking at a thematic allusion towards life and vitality found within the beasts themselves. And this is something that may already be quite obvious when we consider that in the real world, wild animals are the most obvious depiction of these ideas in myth and symbology. Then of course we get the beast blood item description, which reads, fresh beast blood, glinting with gold. This glimmering blood never rots or decays. Whilst this is a less direct allusion to vitality, it very much is directing us towards the same themes. The blood never rots or decays, showing the almost supernatural power of lively vigour found within a beast's blood, as if they are life and vitality made manifest. We also know that the gold found within the blood is associated with ideas of life. Grace and gold is very much tied to life, something that is very much made clear to us via the greatest lore item in the game, the Alban Auric Bloodclot. The very name Alban Auric most likely means absent gold or absent gold pigment, and this makes sense given that these are artificial life forms, so they are absent life. This becomes all the more clear when we read the item description of the Alban Auric Bloodclot itself, which reads, the thick coagulated blood of the Alban Aurics. Alban Aurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Untouched by grace, untouched by gold. Artificial life forms, and thus they are seen as impure. The beast blood stands in stark contrast to its pale cousin, where the latter represents silver and artificiality, and absence of grace. Beast blood represents gold, grace, natural life, and vitality. And this is what beasts as a whole represent, vitality and natural life. These thematics of course make sense when we look at beasts in their original natural form. The wolf, the lion, the bear, vicious, powerful, uncompromising, full of life, and true to their nature. The description of the claw-marked seal, the seal used by Geraint, speaks of Geraint's wrath, and in tandem with the beast claw incantation that describes his natural bestial nature returning, we can see that wrath and violence is another bestial trait. the wrath and violence of Gurranq. This wrathful aspect of their nature is another easy thematic to understand. Humans behave in a civilized manner, apparently, while those in touch with their primitive, bestial side are more likely to succumb to acts of great violence or lust. A point well made by Hawkshaw in the Colours lore video, where they point out the significance of the Ruler's Mask item description, which reads the following. Such a mask illustrates the qualities of an ideal lord, chiefly wise, and possessing a certain defanged geniality. One at the centre of society often finds these qualities most expedient. The implication here is clear. Defanged behaviour, i.e. anti-animal behaviour, poise, wisdom, etc., is aligned with civilization, and fanged behaviour, violence, animalistic urges, etc., is associated with beasts. And yet beasts within Elden Ring are used to represent both wisdom and this animalistic urge. Let's take Sorosh for example, a beast himself, yet one firmly associated with wisdom above everything else. One mention we get of Sorosh is via the Beastclaw Greathammer, which reads the following. Greathammer with a striking end modelled to resemble 5 beastly claws. The black nails protruding from the golden fur are said to represent Sorosh, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's regent. Here we have a hammer modelled on Sorosh that, surprise surprise, makes reference to the 5 fingers or claws of intelligence. Furthermore, we find the following described in the Golden Beast Crest Shield, which reads, the beast depicted is Sorosh, aged counsellor, who guides the golden lineage. So here the mighty Sorosh is described chiefly as a counsellor, i.e. an advisor, valued for his wisdom, not his physical prowess. In addition to this, we see in the description of the Godfrey Icon Talisman, it is Sorosh's presence that actually calms Godfrey's bloodlust, drains it rather than exacerbates it. Indeed, Godfrey is actually less of a beast when he is paired with Sorosh, Sorosh himself being a beast, and when Godfrey violently severs that connection, Hoarah reveals himself as more of a feral beast than any other real beast we face in the game. So why are beasts of course still the representations of violence and animal urges, yet there are beasts like Sorosh who are chiefly associated with wisdom and calm? Well, this is a dichotomy that I wanted to get to grips with when discussing this video, and so I discussed the matter with Loki, author of the Abyssal Archive, in great detail. It was at this point that Loki pointed out the description of Bernal's helmet, which reads the following. The beasts, their eyes and ears covered, represent an oath. See nothing, hear nothing, doubt nothing, and carry on, along the path set in stone. Bernal is another champion of great violence, and his armour set is covered in beasts. And now, this description that we just read may seem a little odd and random, and it might be confusing as to what it's actually trying to get across. This is where Loki provided an astute observation, as they observed the animals depicted on the helmet and armour are not literally covering their eyes and ears, so we shouldn't be taking this as a literal description. Rather, the item description of Bernal's helmet is a metaphorical message. And I will quote Loki now when they were trying to explain this from their perspective. See no evil, hear no evil, of the 3 wise monkeys, you could say. So this might play into the idea of a beast's wisdom, or how becoming a beast turns you into someone who blindly follows the path ahead without consideration. At the very least, it might serve as good commentary on the perception of beasts, simultaneously wise yet vacuous. As far as Loki's interpretation is concerned, that is what the helmet means when it says simply proceed on the set path, with no hesitation. And you can see that it could definitely line up with the idea of see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, specifically in terms of willful blindness. So yeah, full credit to Loki for bringing up that idea of this willful animalistic blindness and focus. So there maybe is less of a contradiction here when we talk about wisdom and beasts than we might first consider. Yes, there is a wisdom to beasts, but thematically it can still tie into what we know of their baser behaviours. A straightforward wisdom that applies to you when you're on a singular chosen path, but blinding yourself to the greater mysteries and questions of your life and surroundings. For example, the wisdom of a wolf might be to catch food, feed itself, and defend itself on a daily basis, no deviation required or even thought of. And so when we think of Sorosh's wisdom in regards to Godfrey, perhaps it is a simple beast wisdom, keeping Godfrey focused and directed towards his ultimate goal. But there is another theory that I've got why the wisdom of beasts is so focused on, and it may have less to do with beasts themselves and more a commentary on the nature of man, but we will touch on that in the final chapter when we talk about the potential connections between beast and man. Regardless of what it means and how it came to pass, the advent of intelligence changed the Beastmen forever. They went from beasts to this new civilization. They let go of the wild power, and they came to terms with their intelligence and consciousness. And if this happened suddenly, through the interference of a third party, as we have suggested, this would have been a terrifying moment of awakening for Beastmen who had only known feral impulses. And with that idea in mind, I do want to revisit the wording of the Bestial Vitality incantation once again, which reads, "Having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold." The wording to me suggests a sort of panic. The word felt is really important here. As I said earlier, if it was a natural evolution, you wouldn't feel it or notice it happening, and it would happen so gradually over generations. But if they feel in real time that they are losing their true nature, their true savagery, and are left almost naked, waking up to this new consciousness, this would have been terrifying. Again, this idea of beasts almost feeling defenseless as they lost their innate savagery is not an idea I can take credit for. Again, it was an observation made by Loki in our discussions on the subject, and again I quote them now, firstly with a clearer translation of bestial vitality done by themselves. It reads, "The beasts who acquired intelligence probably felt it, civilization eventually causing them to lose their wildness." So again, this translation by Loki reinforcing those ideas that the beasts will have felt in real time their wildness, their savagery, and their old feral instincts upon which they used to rely fading away. With this in mind, Loki would say the following on the beasts and their loss of innate wildness. We see the idea that they develop a culture and religion. They see their innate qualities as wild beasts decline now, and they have to rely on cities and tools for protection, sort of a trade-off. When you have only yourself, your body steps up to the challenge, but when you have all these add-ons to fall back on, your body slacks, and slowly we evolve to be almost dependent on those trinkets, until they are ripped away, then instinct takes over, and we fall back on old habits, like the beastmen who fell from crumbling Fire Missoula, and now hide in caves leading wolf packs. So this is an extraordinary quote and insight from Loki in terms of civilization versus nature, and I really am grateful to them for sharing this insight with me. In essence, what Loki is saying here is that the Beastmen didn't build a civilization only because they could, rather because they had to in order to survive. Humanity, as we stand now, physically are extremely frail compared to some of the more powerful predators that exist in nature, like lions, bears, or wolves. But because we have walls, tools, and weapons, we are able to circumvent our lack of animal strength and instinct. Likewise, we have the Beastmen here, who felt their wildness slip away, and thus they lose their animalistic power, rage, and violence, on which they had previously relied on for their survival. And losing that would have been a very scary prospect, especially if it happened in an instance. Being faced all of a sudden with the ideas of mortality and your own frailty could help explain the almost obsessive relationship that Beastmen society has with death, something that is clearly central to their culture. Fire Missoula, the heart of their civilization, is one giant mausoleum, with Beastmen bodies on display everywhere, in ornate burials, posed dramatically against columns, and embedded in the floors and walls. This rather open exploration of death is even more stark in the vicinity of Bestial Sanctum, clearly a region that was once part of Beastmen society. Here we find pillars absolutely covering the hillside, all embedded with the remains of Beastmen. Again, a very public depiction of death within their society. All sentient species, ourselves included, need to deal with the terrifying spectre of death. In the real world, all religions deal with death and what comes next, a set of beliefs and practices that can steel humanity for the inevitable. The ancient Egyptians were a society really preoccupied with death and the afterlife, having entire practices around preparing oneself for the journey that comes after death. And I see a lot of this same kind of preoccupation with death in Beastman society. And alongside their veneration of dragons and their respect for the event of intelligence being brought to their kind, it seems like death is really one of these central pillars of their entire culture. Death is everywhere in Fire Missoula. And it makes total sense to me, as beasts like wolves and bears, and really any non-sentient animal, they don't really care or obsess about death in the same way, beyond basic instincts of self-preservation. Going from predatory, animalistic races to a more intelligent, conscious species would have brought death and mortality into terrifying focus for the Beastmen society, and no doubt this helps explain their veneration of the dead and what we see throughout Fire Missoula. And in general, I speculate that this newly sentient race spent a lot of time thinking about and preparing for the afterlife. As Tarnished Archaeologist shows in their Fire Missoula lore video, some of the burials in Fire Missoula are clearly modelled on the real-world Varna burials at the Varna necropolis in Bulgaria. And in these burials, they have golden trinkets, and this is also the same in some of the Fire Missoula burials, where we see they have gold trinkets, coins, etc. The point of these gold trinkets in burials is a commonplace practice throughout different societies and cultures. In essence, these are treasures that one is supposed to be able to take with them into the afterlife. And again, the fact that this is replicated in some Fire Missoula burials shows that there was this real preoccupation with death and what came after for Beastman society. Mortality was something greatly on the minds of this new community, freshly awakened and conscious to the frailty of life. So to surmise what we've discussed so far, Beastmen in an era long past were once regular beasts, wolves, lions, and maybe sheep. They were granted intelligence by a higher power, an event still memorialised by the bestial clergy, of which Geraint was once a member, before he was tailored into a form suitable for his Empyrean. But with this intelligence came a focus on mortality, a new concept for them, and as they lost their feral instincts for their defence and survival, they would work with the dragons to build a new civilization that would protect them from the dangers of the world. And within these walls they would memorialise the dead, preparing themselves for the inevitable and the potential afterlife. With that said, now let us look at the evolution of beast society through this prehistoric era. When it comes to the timeline of beast civilization and how it developed, we have discussed this in prior videos on the channel, such as my dragon lore video, so forgive me for a degree of repetition. But this was an idea introduced to me by the incredible work of Tarnished Archaeologist in their Fire Missoula lore video. And the idea that they introduced in that video is that we can trace the various prehistoric eras of the Beastmen that basically follows the same trajectory as our own human prehistory, and we can do so through the archaeological evidence found throughout the game, as well as in-game lore. So first of all, let us justify why we are calling this period prehistory, and what prehistory actually is. Prehistory in the real world is the period of human history that generally predates the invention of writing systems, from the beginning of tool use and the development of societies, up until the written word. Prehistory is generally marked by three major ages, though there are various sub-periods beneath these: the Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age, all named for the main material used for tools and weapons. This is of course subject to variation, culture by culture, region by region, as human society advanced and developed at different rates throughout the world, but it is a good general framework to begin to understand this period of history. So with that in mind, let us chart the evolution of Beastmen society through Elden Ring's prehistoric era. As I have previously said, personally I've always seen the dragons as somewhat analogous to the dinosaurs of our world, an ancient and giant reptilian race full of primeval power, who were very dominant in the early stages of the timeline. And whether or not you agree with this analogy, very few civilizations in Elden Ring's world are named as becoming before the Erdtree, and yet the dragon civilization is clearly placed way before this on the timeline, and are actually named as a prehistoric civilization via the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. As such, given that Beastmen society is intimately tied to the dragons, we could feasibly infer that Beastmen society is also one that emerged during this prehistoric era. Thematically, this also makes perfect sense when we are talking about a species that developed into an upright, tool-using race, much like the real-world evolution of humanity from primate ancestor to upright, tool-using human who would move into prehistory. And interestingly, we can actually observe Beastmen society moving through the three major ages of prehistory we had mentioned earlier. Firstly, we see their history passing through the Stone Age, thanks to the description of bestial sling, which reads, "It is said that in the time before the Erdtree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. Stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence in this prehistoric era," again matching with human prehistory, where the Stone Age was the first era of prehistory, where humans used basic stone tools and weapons. Then we move to the piece of evidence that was first presented by Tarnished archaeologists in their Fire Missoula video, in which they highlight archaeological evidence that could align the Beastmen with the real-world Chalcolithic era. The Chalcolithic era, for those unaware, is also known as the Copper Age, and is generally seen as a transitional period between the Neolithic, Tool Age, and the Bronze Age. And to quote Wikipedia, it is described as the following: an archaeological period characterized by regular human manipulation of copper, but prior to the discovery of bronze alloys. Tarnished archaeologists identifies this era in the stratigraphy of Fire Missoula and the environmental storytelling, and that is in the ornate burials that we discussed in the previous chapters when talking about mortality. As we said there, these are clearly modelled on the Varna burials of Bulgaria, and this was a Chalcolithic era burial, and thus we can see the Beastmen also passing through this precursor age to the Bronze Age. And if you'd like a more in-depth analysis of the Varna burial and how it pertains to Beastmen society in Fire Missoula, I would highly recommend the really detailed video by Tarnished Archaeologist, which I will link below. Finally, we move into the Iron Age when we consider the current weaponry of the Beastmen that we actually face. For example, the Beastman Cleaver, which reads, "Curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron, and wielded by the Beastmen of Fire Missoula." So a weapon forged of dull iron, and thus the evolution of Beastmen prehistory is complete, reinforcing the fact that this is likely the very first, or one of the first cultures to develop in the histories of the lands between. The fact they are still using iron weapons, not steel or any other type of metal, shows that they really are from a time that is past. With that said, let us talk about the position of Fire Missoula in the world itself. Again, a subject I have discussed previously in my Dragons video, so I don't want to repeat myself too much here, but let's talk about it for the sake of completeness. Fire Missoula was clearly not built as a floating city, rather it was once situated in the lands between, before being wrenched from it, made all the clearer by the segments of earth and trees still attached to its base. But even more compelling is the fact that we generally know whereabout it sat in the lands between, because part of this civilization still remains in the earth, namely the Bestial Sanctum found in Caelid. The Bestial Sanctum is not only where Geraint, a beast clergyman of this society, resides, but it also shares the exact same architectural hallmarks of Fire Missoula. The burials, the lion iconography, and the exterior of the building, just to name a few. The final link is of course the Site of Grace just south of the Bestial Sanctum, which is called Farum Great Bridge. Indeed, this bridge that leads to the Bestial Sanctum is again of Farum Azula design, if you compare it to bridges that are sticking out the side of floating Farum Azula. And indeed, the land around the Bestial Sanctum at the side is ripped away and matches with the earth that we see at the bottom of floating Farum Azula. So in short, I believe that Farum Azula was attached next to where the Bestial Sanctum now sits, east of Liurnia. But let me know your thoughts on where it was once located in the comments below. With that said, let us now try and understand the structure and culture of this society. We've already talked about their obsession with death, as well as their beast clergymen and what they worship, but let's talk about the constituent members of this society. While the regular beastmen seem to make up the most basic members of society, it's hard to tell what species of beast they once were before they were elevated. But if we look closer at some of the other variants and the skeletons around Farum Azula, we can see that different species and animals clearly were given intelligence and made up this society. But at the very top of this society were clearly the dragons, worshipped by the Beastmen clergy and probably the subjects of Farum Azula. And if you'd like an in-depth look at the dragons themselves for themselves, then I would recommend my Dragons Lore video, which I will link below. But in short, not only are they all-powerful, but they are incredibly intelligent. They aren't just wild beasts, and we can see this in the way that Fortisax and Godwyn developed a friendship, as well as the way that Lansax could transform into a human and commune with humans of Leyndell. Ruled over by Elden Lord Placidusax and his god, they were the Order of the Day who brandished the Elden Ring, the very tippy top of this ancient society. Indeed, Farum Azula, the crowning achievement of this entire society, seems to have been built in honour of a particular dragon, as the ashes of the Farum Azula Beastmen read, "Spirits of Beastmen from doomed Farum Azula, the slowly crumbling ruins in the skies. These ruins are said to be the remains of a giant mausoleum enshrining an ancient dragon, guarded by chosen beastmen who wield weapons clad in lightning." Again, this very much reinforces the subservience of beastmen within this society to the dragons. Not only is the whole of Farum Azula built to honour a dragon, but beastmen are the chosen guards, meaning they are some sort of honour guard in service to the dragons. Now, again, without going into too much detail on something I've covered in other videos, there's clearly a tie between the dragons and lightning, especially Placidusax, who can literally turn himself into a storm cloud, and who I believe to be the Storm Lord. Yet there is another species within Farum Azula that seems to have an association with the storm as well. That is the Stormhawks, of course. While most people will be familiar with the grafted hawks of Stormveil, we actually find the hawks in a more natural form in Farum Azula, living in harmony with the dragons here, and it is the first piece of evidence that the Stormhawks may originate from this bestial society. To reinforce the fact these birds are very much part of this society, we can find bird iconography in the walls of Farum Azula and adorning the clawmark seal, a seal of the Beastmen clergy. We know that this species of hawks are closely aligned with the storm, as the Stormhawk feather reads, "A feather from a hawk that lived as one with the storms." This also seems to be in line with what we see of the Stormveil community of hawks. This was a place where Stormhawks would come to roost, a relationship described by the description of the Stormhawk King, which reads, "Ashes of a hawk, revered by all others as sovereign, back in the day when Stormveil's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons." The two places in which we find Stormhawks are very much aligned with the storms, therefore suggesting again this innate relationship between hawks and the storm, a relationship well illustrated by the Stormhawk axe itself, a weapon forged in honour of these birds, and its weapon art summons the power of storms and lightning, reinforcing that connection. So why do the hawks have this connection to the storms, and how are they a part of this community of Farum Azula? Well, I would like to make the following speculation. that the Stormhawks are not just aligned with the dragons, rather they are descendants of them. And I believe this would explain why the Hawks are so innately connected to storms as the dragons are. Why do I believe this? Well, it is just speculation, but remember how I keep banging on about the fact I believe that dragons are analogous to the dinosaurs of the real world. Well, in the real world, birds are the descendants of the dinosaurs, hence why raptors, a group that Hawks actually belong to, share the same name of the dinosaur species, raptors. If the Hawks are descended from the dragons, it would explain why the two species share the same connection to the storm, and why they come from the same society. Now, let us turn to Sarosh. We don't find any lion-esque beasts, per se, in Fire Missoula, but there is plenty of evidence pointing to the fact that lions do make up a part of this civilization. Firstly, we have the various instances of lion iconography all throughout Fire Missoula and in the Bestial Sanctum. But aside from that, we also receive the Beastclaw Greathammer, a hammer which celebrates Sarosh from Geraint himself, again a clergyman intimately connected to the Fire Missoula Beastman society. We also do see lion-esque natural enemies in the game, in the form of guardian beasts, again suggesting that lions as a natural creature exist in this world. Yet none of these lion creatures appear in Fire Missoula itself. Why? Well, it was as I suggested before. Despite the fact the regular Beastmen enemy don't really give away any heritage that they might have come from originally, we do see evidence of different types of Beastmen if we look closely at the skeletons and undead of Fire Missoula. For example, the undead Beastmen look closer to wolves than the regular Beastmen, their skulls having a longer snout, whereas the skeletons of the Beastmen found bound to the columns and buried in the wall are very much lion-esque, if you compare their skulls to real-world lion skulls. In addition, if you examine the skulls found in some of the Varna-esque burials, to me some of the skulls are sheep skulls, suggesting that sheep may also have been one of the early forms of beasts that were granted intelligence and would become part of this Beastman society. The current actually alive Beastmen are a little bit more amorphous, and so perhaps over time the Beastmen form converged via interbreeding between all these different variations. But let me know your thoughts below. But ultimately, I think the archaeological evidence shows that there were different subspecies of Beastmen that came from original different beasts, sheep, wolves, and lions. Now that we've spoken about the constituent parts of this beast society, let us backtrack a bit, as we did just discuss two examples of lords, the Stormhawk King and Sarosh. And this is very interesting to me because Sarosh is described as a lord of beasts, and the Stormhawk King was considered as a monarch by all other hawks. While it is clear that the dragons were the ultimate ruling force and essentially gods of the early Beastman era, it doesn't make it impossible that there were lords among the beasts themselves, and Sarosh and the Stormhawk King seem like they were leaders in their own right. For whatever reason, the dragon civilization fell and their god fled, but they lived on through iconography and ideals that were picked up by Godfrey and his conquests. And as I said previously, Fire Missoula clearly once existed in the ground, in the lands between, and thus it makes sense that aspects of their society would bleed out into different regions, into different subcultures and successor kingdoms. The modern dragons, the descendants of the ancient dragons, would take up residence in Dragonbarrow and on the mountain tops of the giants. And specifically, we get a nexus of Fire Missoula history at Stormvale. Now, the civilization of Stormvale is something I discussed in my Godfrey lore video and how it affected his reign, and so I don't want to retread that here. So please check that out if you're interested in the legacy of the beast civilization, so to speak. And I would also recommend Lore Hunter's excellent in-depth look at Stormvale in their lore video, and I will link that below. Now, the final constituent member of this society that I want to talk about is humanity. Now, this is a subject I have pondered on in passing numerous times, but I'd like to address it head on in this video. Firstly, we have the various human scenes found throughout Farum Azula, and we could just write this off as generic artistic filler, but I don't ever like really doing that. I like to try and find some explanation for it, not in a From Software game. Many people point to the fact that dragons are able to take human form, something highlighted by Lansax's glaive, which reads, Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. But to me, Lansax taking a human form is a response to a specific situation, i.e. the establishment of the dragon cult in Leyndell and the diplomacy between the remainders of the ancient dragons and the civilization of Leyndell. And aside from this, there is a direct specific reference to humans that lived amongst the ancient dragons, via the Draconian race appearance preset in the character creator. The description of this appearance preset reads the following: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragon, among whom life is typically short. Now, there is a lot of interesting lore here to consider. Firstly, their life being typically short, and this would make sense if they were among the first humans, as human lifespan has greatly expanded as history has gone on, due to various factors, including better health, diet and hygiene, and improved medical care. And so if this is primeval man, this could be very much a nod to that idea. And to me, the human depictions in Farum Azula are of actual humans that lived amongst dragons, and to me this draconian race are the most likely candidates. And we could just leave it there and say that humans at some point emerged and joined the main civilization at the time, given that Placidusax and his god were the ruling force, and it would make sense for any new sentient race to join this civilization. However, there is a wilder, yet far more interesting suggestion to be made here, that humans evolved from Beastmen. This potential idea was first brought to my attention by Dark Tark, a content creator that does comedic explorations of each area, and they made the excellent observation that the skeletal undead beastmen of Farum Azula drop human bone shards. So credit to Dark Tark, and I will link that original video below. Now admittedly, this could just be a drop, representing that beastmen eat or kill humans, but it doesn't drop from any other beastmen, and I don't think this is right, as the description of the human bone shard itself specifically states that these are found by hunting those who live in death, and these beastmen do live in death, suggesting these bone shards are actually from their bodies. We have already paralleled beastman evolution with human evolution in the real world, from primate ancestor to upright intelligent prehistory, so why not just go the full way, that humanity owes their evolution in this world to the beasts, from beasts to beastmen to humanity, making even more sense why human prehistory is being paralleled here in Farum Azula, because they are to Elden Ring humans what hominids were to us. After all, Deathroot seems to affect beastmen in the exact same way that it affects humans, perhaps because they have similar or tied physiology. This has rather interesting implications for demi-humans as well. Clearly the demi-humans are meant to be related to humanity, much like apes are to us in real life. Perhaps the demi-humans are a separate branch that also evolved from the beastmen, just diverging at some point in history, and now remain humanity's evolutionary cousins. And there is a further connection between the civilization of man and beastman that comes in the form of a particular shield, the Sunrealm shield. We can find this shield in the possession of two specific enemies. 1. The human skeleton swordsman. 2. The skeleton beastmen, with both of these enemies being fully modelled actually holding the shield, reinforcing the fact it is not just a random drop. The description of this shield reads the following: Shield of Honour depicting a city crowned by the sun. It has seen better days. Much like the wear upon the shield, the seat of the sun is long faded away. I'd long believed that this seat of the sun, this city, was either an Easter egg nod to Anor Londo, or a reference to Leyndell, in the age when the light of the early Erdtree was brighter. A possibility I felt was even more likely given we find lots of these skeletal swordsmen with the shields in the graveyards that surround the capital. Yet reassessing the potential evolutionary link between Beastman and man has made me reassess this. Is it possible that this is another sign of a shared heritage, given that both Beastman and human wield this shield? Is it possible that Farum Azula is the realm of the sun? Or, given that Farum Azula was once earthbound, was the Sun Realm a successor kingdom built by both Beastmen and their human descendants? This is all just speculation, but some real interesting food for thought, and if man is descended from Beast, then it adds greater weight to what we see of men like Horaloo, and the difference between the age of the Crucible and the age of the Erdtree, an age where man was more like Beast. And remember earlier when I was talking about the dichotomy of the wisdom of beasts, perhaps it is meant to shine a light on the true bestial nature of man. Revisiting that description of the ruler's mask, modern civilization is essentially a defanging process, a culling of the things that connect man to beast: violence, wildness, and animalistic lust and urges. One of the item descriptions that Hawkshaw highlights in the colour lore video on the chapter on Red is the description of turtle neck meat. Now, in the current version of the game, it has a very boring and generic description, but in version 1.0 of the game, it would have said the following: turtle is said to boost virility, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. Now, while the urge to reproduce may also be tied to the deathless state of the world, or the role in which the Erdtree takes in providing new life, we do see it follow the pattern of more basic instincts and wild animalistic urges being suppressed as civilization has advanced, or at least that's how civilization in the Golden Order sees it in this world. This is something clearly seen in the examples of the Omen and Misbegotten, two subspecies very wild and animalistic in nature and appearance, who greatly suffered under the civilized Golden Order. Indeed, even the Crucible Knights, once great heroes of order, are seen as too chaotic and wild, and are sidelined as the ideas of civilization are codified, a point well made by the Crucible Knight gauntlets. Yet the relationship between beasts and champions is clearly still venerated in some quarters. Bernal's armour is covered head to toe in beasts, as we had already discussed, but this time I want to read the description from the chest piece of Bernal's armour, which reads the following: beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this armour befits a champion worthy of becoming a lord, and that is what Bernal was, until his maiden threw herself into the fire. Bernal was himself almost a lord, and the beast symbology may be very well straightforward. Beasts are strong, violent, and brave, and as we discussed earlier when looking at the helmet, beasts have this sort of focus, this animalistic desire to complete their task and only their task, without a consideration for any other nuance. And again, this very much fits Bernal, both in his aspirations to become a lord, and later in his aspirations to burn the Erdtree to the ground. In these ways, Bernal is more beast than beasts are, violent, focused, and strong. Being like a beast is losing that human nuance, human awareness, human morality, and focusing solely on your base instinct or goal, something very relatable to champions or heroes, who stand above the rest of civilization, and they are willing to do the violent, necessary things that the rest of civilization is not. Yet there is something else fascinating in the champion chess piece, as it states, beasts are drawn to champions. Now this was a sentence, again, brought to my attention by Loki, so again credit to Loki for raising the importance of this chess piece. Loki suggested that this makes sense given the beasts rallied around Elden Lord Placidusax, the beast being drawn to this lord, a champion and lord of unparalleled strength. To myself, it made me think of the relationship between Sarosh and Godfrey, a lord and a beast. And to me it not only reaffirms the strong connections between man and beast, but also on what Loki mentioned earlier, With intelligence came new weaknesses, a lack of savagery, a loss of that willful instinct to survive at all cost, and with it becomes the crippling awareness of death and the frailty of life. And perhaps in that respect, with the conscious loss of that feral nature, beasts are drawn to violent champions like Hoaraloo, who are more beast than beasts themselves, following the advent of beasts being given intelligence. For the beast within man and the taming of it is no better illustrated than by Godfrey and Hoaraloo. Upon taking his axe and title of First Elden Lord, Godfrey separates himself from his more bestial counterpart, his more bestial desires and urges and behaviours. And when he sheds his Godfrey affectations at the end of the game and becomes Hoaraloo once more, a transformation marked by a violent act, the killing of Sarosh, you would be hard-pressed at this exact moment to find a more beast-like being than Hoaraloo, even amongst the rune bears in the lands between. Here is a man fighting with his bare hands as a beast would fight with claws, ripping and tearing with wild abandon and the savagery of a beast. These are all points and themes we had discussed in our Godfrey lore video. A man of the age of the Crucible being a stage in history when men were closer in nature to beasts, where only the strong survived and thrived. But then the age of the Crucible passed because, with new ideas of civilization as it is in the real world, violence becomes less acceptable, and men are meant to behave in a more reasonable and poised fashion. Again, I say that with a pinch of salt. But perhaps in Elden Ring, this evolution of man from a more violent time to a time of civilization is more literal, that the beast within Godfrey and within all men isn't just tempered by civilization because humans are becoming more advanced and have different ideas of civilization, but because the beast within man in Elden Ring may be more literal than we first considered. Perhaps the beast within Hoaraloo is owed to the bestial heritage that all humanity has. It's just that Hoaraloo's is much closer to the surface, and that is why we can consider the more intelligent beasts of the Beastmen society as less beasts than violent men like Hoaraloo and Bernal, who are closer to the beasts from which they are descended. The lands between are a perplexing and magical place, a world that feels far distinct from the grounded reality of our own world, and this is no more evident than in Elden Ring's presentation of death. Indeed, death has always been a central focus to FromSoftware games, but Elden Ring really takes it to the next level by having death represented by multiple different areas of lore. Death is one of the great philosophical and existential questions to ponder, as it is in our world, and the denizens of the lands between have varying beliefs and practices when it came to dealing with the end. In the modern Erdtree era, the systems of death have been hijacked by the Erdtree and Golden Order fundamentalism, with Erdtree burial being the nominal idea of ideal death. And yet there exist far older symbols of death, relics of different funerary rites, whose very image still elicits a tie to the other side. There are those who cling on to their own practices, beliefs, and divinity, separate from the dominion of the Erdtree. The death need guidance and corralling, and in these different systems, as we will see, there is always a shepherd or an usher figure, a psychopomp, a spirit who helps guide the dead according to their faction's beliefs and desires. At the outset of this video, I also want to shout out a few creators whose work has been instrumental for me researching this video. This includes Vati, V-Limit, Crunch, and Last Protagonist. A special big thanks to Last Protagonist for providing translations, and Vati in general for sharing his own lore notes with me, which helped me visualise the section on Ghostflame immensely. A perfect place to start when analysing the concept of death is with ourselves the Tarnished, we who are dead and yet live.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long lost grace speaks to us all.
Death is one of the first aspects of the lore that the player will stumble across, even if they don't think too deeply about it. In an interview with Weekly Famitsu in March 2022, Miyazaki describes that the Tarnished, the player, are descendants of those who were originally exiled, alongside Godfrey. And now I'm going to quote that passage from Weekly Famitsu. The people who live in the lands between have a golden glow in their eye from the grace of the Erdtree. Some people, however, have lost that glow, and they were called the Tarnished and exiled from the lands between. The player character and the other Tarnished who appear in-game are descendants of such people. After the Elden Ring was shattered, the guidance of grace appeared to the Tarnished and others who could not die, telling them to return to the lands between, gain audience with the Elden Ring, and become Elden Lord. And that is how the game begins. So we are descended from those who were originally exiled by Marika and the Greater Will, alongside Godfrey when grace left his eyes.
In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
Even at this stage, it's clear that Marika expects the Tarnished to go outside the lands between, battle, and die, before being brought back by grace in due course. And from what we see of Godfrey, we know this to be true. Godfrey is shown to have died at some point as a Tarnished in the introductory cinematic, before being brought back once more as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. So right at the offset of the game, we are immediately introduced to the idea that there is some degree of fluidity in regards to death, and it is a necessary building block of any From Software game. In every single game, death and the respawn mechanic has been built into the lore itself. In Dark Souls, the very nature of our curse is more directly addressed right from the onset, and while it has a lot of depth and nuance, notably explored in Dark Souls 2, the idea of the Curse of the Undepth is more head-on tackled in Dark Souls, whereas in Elden Ring, the idea of being tarnished is a little bit more obscure in the lore, and isn't as essential as the Curse of the Undead is to Dark Souls. And while that is true, another facet of the lore is thrown in our face early on, and that is the idea of the guidance of grace, which exists to guide us tarnished. And indeed, the Erdtree and the Two Fingers need us, and so will not let us die, and thus grace keeps us alive. And while this is greatly implied in the game, it is directly stated by Miyazaki himself. In an interview with Miyazaki in the Overture of Elden Ring book, Miyazaki says the following on the immortality of the Tarnished. The immortality of the Tarnished stems from the power of the guidance of grace. Tarnished that die outside the lands between are given new life through the guidance of grace, and are beckoned to the lands between. This is basically the start of the game. I guess the guidance doesn't want the player character to be freed. So this now mechanically makes sense, as when we die we do resurrect at the last sight of grace. But what is grace? How does it have the power to literally prevent us from dying? Grace seems to be an extension of the Elden Ring, of its power and influence, as the golden rune item description suggests that having grace is the same as holding these runes. It reads as follows: Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, the lingering trace of gold. Runes are the nourishment for the development of any tarnished, provided a finger maiden can be found. Runes are fragments of the Elden Ring, and if runes are grace, then it means that grace is an extension of the Elden Ring, hence why those without grace are seen as tarnished, as dirty, as without grace. The tutorial notes the fact that grace is essentially a tool to transmit the Erdtree's directions for the tarnished. In short, grace is just another extension of the Erdtree in Elden Ring, and through it, the tarnished are bound to its power, shackled beyond even death, until their task is completed, or their usefulness is outlived. The point of highlighting this example is that it is the first example of the many mechanisms through which death is manipulated and corralled by the Erdtree and other forces. It also shows this idea of being guided. Throughout this video I'm going to talk about the idea of psychopomps, and we'll get on it soon. But in short, psychopomps are spirits that guide the dead, and the Tarnished are the dead that yet live. And so in a way, the Tarnished are kin to the other dead that are manipulated and corralled by these psychopomp forces. Throughout this video we will see many examples of how the dead are seemingly lost and will only act according to the guidance they are given. Is this any different from ourselves? When we first picked up the controller and played the game, would we even know what to do had it not been for the guidance of grace? I want you just to bear that in mind when we talk about all the other dead that are shepherded throughout this video, that we, the Tarnished, may be no different. And with that being said, I now want to pick up one of the oldest symbols of death in the lands between, the Deathrites and the Deathbirds. To me, the most interesting facet of the practices associated with these sinister birds is that they were developed in a world absent the Erdtree, before the Erdtree was around. And for the player, this should immediately be intriguing, as the lands between we actually get to explore is so dominated by the Erdtree, both physically and culturally. And we learn that these Deathrites were developed outside the Erdtree's purview before its arrival from the explosive Ghostflame spell, which reads as following: Sorcery of the Servants of Death. In the time when there was no Erdtree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keepers of that flame. As I discussed in my Erdtree lore video, clearly there was a period of time when cultures and society developed and existed outside of the dominion of the Erdtree, and given its function in regards to the processes of death, it makes sense that prior mechanisms and funerary rites needed to exist. I argue in that same video that there was a period of history between the reign of the ancient dragons and Queen Marika's reign, in which there was no Elden Lords that we know of, and there must have been some sort of power vacuum, unlike what we see in the current Erdtree era, where everything is culturally dominated by the Erdtree itself. As such, in this period, it seems as though there was an outer god that was able to spread, and its rites, its death rites, would become the dominant funerary rite of the world at this era. I'm of course referring to the outer god that is linked to what we know as the Twin Bird, a being we learn of via the Twin Bird kite shield, which reads as follows: Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The Twin Bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god, and mother of the Deathbirds. This is the only direct mention we get of this Twin Bird and its associated outer god. Yet that being said, this small piece of evidence actually gives us a lot to work with and chew over. First of all, it directly links the Deathbirds and their rites to an outer god, as well as placing the creation of these Deathbirds at the feet of this Twin Bird, an envoy to that greater god. Now, this Twin Bird is described as an envoy, and an envoy is of course a messenger, meaning this bird was a messenger or representative of this outer god. As Vati says in his great video on the death-related bosses, the image we get of this Twin Bird is indeed very reminiscent of the mythological phoenix. The phoenix is of course a bird heavily associated with death, through its endless cycle of death and rebirth. However, I think we can also learn a little bit more from the appearance of this bird, as it is known as the Twin Bird, and we can see from the shield that this title is reflective of their actual or presented appearance. Two heads and two halves of a body, both represented with different colours. If I was to guess what this is representing, I would hazard that one half is meant to represent life, and one half is meant to represent death, symbolising its remit over the cycle of life and death. In Crunchy's Helfin lore video, in his pinned comment, he makes an interesting supplementary point to the video content. He states the following in that comment: The Twin Bird kite shield depicts a black bird against a red background, and a red bird against a blue background. If the black bird is somehow represented or manifested by the Deathbirds, it begs the question what the red bird is. In alchemical symbolism, This would represent the raven and the phoenix, symbolising kind of physical death and release into the spiritual world, whether literal or metaphorical. I agree with Crunchy that these halves are different facets of the one whole, and that the death half is most certainly manifested by her raven, Deathbird children, though this does leave us curious about the potential children of her other half, or whether it is actually also represented by the Deathbirds and we are just missing some of the greater picture. We don't know much about the outer god that's connected to this twin bird, but as with all outer gods that we know of quote unquote in the game, we have to assume that their actions of their followers and their servants, in this case the Deathbirds, must be representative of their ideals and their remit, so to speak. And at this point I'd like to shout out another great lore video, and it's Mr. Holthen. In his lore video on the outer god of the Deathbirds, which I will link below, Mr. Holthen suggests that the outer god of the Deathbirds is one of death and of battle. The reason he does this is he thinks that there is a link between certain items that suggests that this outer god rewards those who die in battle. The first item that he points to in order to prove this theory is the blue-feathered branch sword, an item that we'll see later is closely associated with the Deathbirds, and is an item that is dropped by them, in fact, and its description reads as follows. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life, to render up a death worth offering. And this similar idea is also reflected in the red-feathered branch sword, which reads as follows. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and a glorious end awaits those who cling so tenaciously to life. As Mr. Holthen states, it suggests that those who cling so desperately onto their life, who fight for their life, are to be rewarded in death. And indeed this idea of people being rewarded for being great heroes is something that's also reflected in Erdtree traditions, for we find many great hero ashes who seem to have been granted an Erdtree burial as an honour for their actions in life. And this repeated theme and this repeated idea seems to give water to what Mr. Holthen is suggesting here, that this outer god is possibly one of death and of battle that rewards warriors after life. Mr. Holthen then also links it to the Helfin steeple sword, something I will cover later in this video for other reasons, but in short, Mr. Holthen repeats the idea that is said on the Helfin steeple item description that shows that those who have died a warrior's death will be guided by the Helfin in the spirit world, i.e. being rewarded for their heroics and battle prowess. It's a really great video and actually one of the best explanations or theories on what the outer god of the Deathbirds could represent. So I'll link that video below and highly recommend you check Mr. Holthen out and give them a sub. But moving on from the outer god and back to the Deathbirds themselves, I want to talk about their symbolism, their appearance as ravens or crows. As is always the case with FromSoftware, nothing is really done or selected by chance, and neither is choosing to make this branch of Death Custodians to have a crow or raven form, as birds crop up throughout history and cultures as a symbol or messenger of death, and no birds are more associated with death than the crow or the raven. To many people, internally, they already associate ravens and crows with death, and the reason this is the case is because they are carrion eaters. No doubt on the battlefields throughout history, these birds would have been a common sight among the dead, and thus where there was death, there would be crows. I will soon discuss the idea of psychopomps, spirits who guide and shepherd the dead, a common theme in Elden Ring as far as I see it, and birds and crows are quite often seen as psychopomps, which is why many believed they gathered near where the dead were, that these birds were getting ready to guide them, and ultimately this is what the Deathbirds actually do in game. They gather the dead and do guide them to the other side. And they fall into the category for me of death shepherds or ushers. They are just one of many, and we will discuss the rest soon. And while the crow or the raven might be closely associated for death with us in the real world, for those in the lands between, it was the Deathbirds that were closely associated with death, synonymous with it indeed. Indeed, we will see that the association of death and these birds is so deeply ingrained within the culture of Lands Between society, leading to people taking the form of the bird to represent death in many instances. And to me, that death is so synonymous with these birds suggests that maybe they were one of the first representations or first manifestations of death in the lands between. Indeed, the fact that we can face so many in the game spread throughout the map shows how important the spread of this cult really was. One great bit of lore that helps exemplify how important they are to Erdtree society in regards to death comes from the Hidden Plumage item description, a cut content crafting material from the game, which reads as follows. Death's bearers were once said to have taken the form of birds, symbolised by these black feathers. But this does indeed carry over into their lore, and to what their role actually is. They were the shepherds of death, overseers of an ancient funerary practice, who presided over the burning of the dead within ghost flames. And so now let's take a look at these funerary practices themselves, the ghost flame and necromancy. We learn of these practices via the instruments that they wield, the Death's Poker, the description of which reads as follows. The birds are graveyard fire keepers. It is said they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. These birds are the overseers as something known as the graveyard fires. Now, being someone who pays close attention to semantics in these games, this sentence is of great interest to me. First of all, graveyards. Now, graveyards are not necessary in Erdtree society, for we have the catacombs, as burial is not done in the ground as we would traditionally see it in the real world, for example, but in fact the dead are taken to the catacombs to have an Erdtree burial, to be reabsorbed by the great tree roots. So what are the graveyards that we see everywhere in-game? Well, given what we've just heard in this item description, I would suggest that most of the graveyards we see in-game, such as in Liurnia, Limgrave, and the mountaintops of the giants, are leftovers from this death rite practice that was once overseen by the Deathbirds. And it wouldn't be the first example of us seeing the remains of other ancient civilizations and cultures strewn about the lands between, built around by the new Erdtree society. This item description also suggests that in these graveyards there were great fires or kilns in which the dead were burned before their ashen remains were scraped out by these pokers. Fire pokers, of course, are actual instruments used for clearing out ash and moving around coals, etc. in a fire. Now, the burning of the dead is of course a very common practice throughout real-world history, such as in ancient Greek society, ancient Rome, and Hinduism, just to name a few. However, to my own experiences and cultural background, it specifically reminds me of Western Protestant crematorium funerals, of which I have personally attended one. For those unfamiliar with these practices, the deceased are placed into a coffin, the coffin is then placed into a kiln, before the ashes are then retrieved, and typically placed into an urn, and then optionally, those ashes can be buried or kept by the family. So quite clearly, that is the role in which these Deathbirds play, overseeing the funerary rites of a sort of crematorium practice, and specifically the dead are burned within something known as the ghost flames, and this is told to us by the Rancor Pot item description, which reads as follows. In times of old, the dead were burned with ghost flame, and from those cinders arose vengeful spirits. The ghost flame is a curious phenomena, because while the Deathbirds did use it to burn the dead, it also seems to have been produced from the dead themselves. This is something we learn from the story of the Fallen Hawks, the zombie-like expedition that found themselves trapped underground and desperate, and in their desperation, they took to burning the bones of their fellows and produced the ghost flame. And this is something we can learn of via the ghost flame torch, which reads as follows. Metal torch that burns with cold ghost flame, tool of the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. So it appears as though burning bones produces this ghost flame, but it isn't as simple as that. It seems as though burning the bones of the dead produces the ghost flame because it is intrinsically linked to the dead and the spirits within. And I say this of course because we also see the ghost flame in another circumstance, when those who live in death are resurrecting, something pointed out by Crunchy in his Helfin lore video. Now, we do have a fairly tentative way of explaining why the ghost flame appears at this point of resurrection, because it seems that ghost flames are also tied to vengeful or strong spirits, as seen in ancient Death Rancor, where it is implied that from these ashes can be found vengeful spirits, and I would suggest that the ghost flame appearing around the bones of a resurrecting undead is symbolic of their vengeful spirit once again inhabiting their form and refusing to dissipate entirely. This idea of those who live in death being a life form that is in essence a spirit that refuses to die is something that can be backed up with a translation. And once again I turn to fellow content creator Last Protagonist, who's provided a fascinating translation of one of Rogier's dialogues. In the English, Rogier says the following: "You may find this peculiar, but I've discovered something in my examination of the Knight of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offence. They have every right to life, only they happened to touch upon a flaw in the order." However, according to Last Protagonist's own translation of the Japanese, he reads it in a slightly different way. "You probably think I'm strange, but I'm in the middle of researching the night of the plot. They haven't made any transgressions, just living determinedly, and because of that, they've run into a flaw of the order. Living determinedly, i.e. wanting to live so much, to keep themselves alive so much, that they in essence refuse to die. And thematically this ties into something I've looked at already, the blue and red feathered branch sword talismans, which introduce the idea of people holding on so tenaciously to life. And again, the repeated thematics seems to give some weight to this translation by Last Protagonist. And this determination to live, to me, well explains the manifestation of the ghost flame and the resurrection of those who live in death. They simply refuse to die. They are living determinedly. The point being is that the ghost flame is a little bit more complex than it first appears to be. It isn't just a flame from the bones of the dead, it is intrinsically linked to the dead and their spirits. I think this idea is further backed up by the curious Grave Violet item description, which had me perplexed for a long time before I had pondered these very questions. Its description reads as follows: "A purple flower that blooms in graveyards. Material used for crafting items. The hue of ghost flame. It's believed to be useful in calling forth spirits." Now, the Grave Violet is of course used in one recipe, the Rancor pot, and so is a material that produces spirit fire, or ghost flame. Now, what follows is of course my own speculation, but I believe the fact that this plant specifically grows in graveyards means that its growth must be connected to the dead and or their spirits. The fact the flower itself can be used to summon ghost flame and the associated Rancor spirits to me suggests a sort of cycle, that these flowers are directly connected to the dead. They have grown from the dead, whose spirits are in turn connected to the ghost flame, and thus these flowers, these grave violets, are infused with the same power. The ghost flame isn't just born from burning the bones. It is an element, a metaphysical element, intrinsically linked to the dead and their bodies, which is why we can get the ghost flame from the bones of the dead, or this flower, which has grown from those areas in which the dead are also located. The understanding that the ghost flame is an intrinsic part of the spirit and the dead, rather than just a practice or a magic of the Deathbirds, is essential in understanding how it is also associated with other death practices, and I find the Grave Violet to be a cornerstone in that understanding. But more on those other connections later, just bear it in mind for now. Now, returning to the idea that the Deathbirds are able to summon vengeful spirits through the Rancor, this does seem to fit into the logic of the world, given that we know the dead can be controlled and summoned via ash. In the case of the Deathbirds, these vengeful spirits, these Rancor, can be summoned or found within the ash raked from the fires of the Deathbirds, and this is something we learn from ancient Death Rancor, which reads as follows. Summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are cinders of the ancient Death Hex, raked from the fires of Ghost Flame by Deathbirds. Now this is very similar to our ability to use the Spirit Calling Bell to summon forth Spirit from the Ash, and yet the Rancor spell suggests that the Deathrite birds were able to manipulate spirits in a more primitive degree, recreating a vengeful facet of the deceased, rather than a one-to-one creation of the spirit, like the Spirit Calling Bell can. They draw upon this exact aspect of the dead, the vengeful aspect, and they fire forth a one-tone version of the spirits within the Ash. Is it possible the more sophisticated version of Spirit Calling, via the Spirit Calling Bell, was developed by building off the practices of these Deathrite birds, the practice of summoning vengeful spirits? I certainly think this is plausible, as both practices do directly draw upon an aspect of the spirit from the ashes of the dead. The idea of Deathbirds harnessing the power of spirits is further augmented by our understanding of the augmented wings that we see on upgraded Deathbirds, known as Deathrite birds in the game. These versions of the Deathbirds have huge magical wings in which sit a number of ghostly people. It turns out that Deathbirds would have been supported in their death rites by certain priests, and this is something we learn via the Deathrite Spear, which reads as follows. The priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. Now, this is a really interesting idea of dying so you can be revived in the future, and is something we will come back to when we visit the mausoleum and the soulless demigods. But in general, it seems as though, collectively, the practice overseen by the birds and their priests were known as the Rite of Death, the Death Rites, hence the Deathrite birds. I find it interesting that there were clearly humans involved, priests that served the manifestation of an outer god, the Deathbirds, and perhaps these priests were priests to that outer god itself, the outer god that we discussed earlier in this video, and no doubt the priests venerated the Deathbirds and their twin bird mother as well. These priests wielded these staffs and made an oath to become the guardians of these Deathrite birds in exchange for future resurrection, being dead now and being brought to life in the future. And as most will be aware, these are the priests that are visible in the wings of the Deathrite birds, the upgraded versions of the Deathbirds. And it appears as though this is how they act as guardians, as the presence of these wings and the presence of these priests do grant the Deathbirds, the Deathrite birds, far more power than their lesser kin. To me, the Deathrite priests, present as ghostly visages in the wings of the Deathrite birds, are channeling their powers, granting the Deathbirds their enhanced powers, and this is evidenced by the ghostly glow present on these models that is not present on the regular Deathbirds. And for those who ask me to explain why these Deathbirds are so difficult to kill, there's your answer. The Deathrite priests in the wings of these powered up Deathbirds are granting them all those horrendous powers. So these priests are the reason why the Deathbirds are so traumatic to fight. Now, the Deathrite priests are interesting to me because I've suggested that they channel the power of the Deathbirds. And now I want to segue into a subject that deals with another human trying to resurrect and channel these powers for their own ends. I'm now going to talk about the subject of necromancy and the necromancer Garrus that we meet in-game. Let's try and unpack this lore by first of all looking at Garrus himself. He is wearing the Sage's set, tying up with the name of the cave, the Sage's Cave, that we find him in. This set reads as follows: thick burgundy robe, attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town. I discussed this in my Millennia lore video, but we do meet another sage-wearing person in-game, Sage Gowry. In that video, I argued that the town that Gowry was driven from, as is mentioned in the Sage set, was in fact Celia. Not only was he located near Celia, but is also very intimate with the secrets of the town and its sorceries, which themselves are secret. However, Gowry has become an adherent of Rot and its incantations, which he can teach to you, and I conclude that it is these interests and veneration of the Rot in general that have had him driven from his former town. Now, I don't necessarily conclude that Garrus is also from Celia. However, I would suggest that he has suffered a similar and parallel fate, that he was once a sage of some order, only to be expelled for his heretical magics. Yet for Garrus, these heretical magics were necromancy, not rot, and this no doubt led to his expulsion from whatever town and order he was a part of before. His motivations for doing so, for studying a heretical sorcery, is quite clear to us, as we can learn his motivations via the weapon he wields, the family head's flail, and that item reads as follows: 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains, signature weapon of Necromancer Garrus, the heretical sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children. So for those familiar with Dark Souls 1 and its story, may find this story extremely familiar to that of the Pinwheel, a necromancer who stole some of the power of Nito the Gravelord in order to resurrect his wife and child. Here Garrus's aims can definitely be interpreted as similar, for what else could a man who is already mourning his wife and 2 children want with necromancy? Clearly, he only has one goal in mind: the resurrection of his lost family. Now, as to why I have included necromancy in this particular section, is because the branch of necromancy we encounter in Elden Ring appears to be an offshoot of the sorceries of the Deathrite, of the Deathbirds. For example, we can tie the idea of rancor and controlling and guiding these vengeful spirits as something linked to the Deathrites and the Deathbirds, and in fact it is the ancient Death Rancor which helps ties us together. And I know I've already read it, but I will read it again just for the purposes of this section. Summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are the cinders of the ancient Death Hex, raked from the fires of Ghostflame by Deathbirds. This now appears to be an ancient art that has been resurrected and revived by the necromancer Garrus, for the Rancorol spell reads as follows: Sorcery of the Servants of Death, summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Once thought lost, this ancient Death Hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garrus. So this is an interesting bit of lore for a number of reasons. Firstly, it appeals to my obsessive need to understand and place the Elden Ring timeline. It uses the term ancient, indicating to us that the time of the Deathbirds and their associated practices happened a long time ago, as well as the fact that it was a long time ago when the world was absent the Erdtree. Secondly, it also links this branch of necromancy to the Deathrites, but unlike the Deathrites, the necromancer Garrus is not as interested in the whole rites as a whole as a religious practice, but is instead interested in the ability to control the spirits from the ash of the long dead, and his need to somehow control and recreate the spirits of his lost family. And this motivation and objective seems to have been achieved to some degree, and this is backed up by the skill found on Garrus's weapon, called Familial Rancor, and the description of that skill reads as follows: Gently rattle the copperheads to summon vengeful spirits that chase down foes. The anguish of a spouse and children invites accursed wrath. Given the description of this skill and the description of the Rancorol spell, I conclude that Garrus has looked in and researched the spells of the Deathrite to harness the spirits of his long dead family, and in a way he has succeeded. But as we have already discussed, the Deathrites and their control of Rancor only provides a primitive aspect of the deceased spirit. It isn't a one-to-one recreation, it only draws upon their vengeance. And while Garrus has managed to resurrect his family in a sense, I can hardly believe this pale and tortured imitation was his end goal, and thus I see Garrus's story as another one of tragedy, something far too common in Elden Ring. So while what we learn of the Deathrite birds may be threadbare, Their legacy is far more prominent, as these birds essentially become symbolic and synonymous with death. We see this on the attire of the Ravenmount assassins, including their cloak, which reads as follows: "A ritual implement for transforming into a deathbird, if only by imitation. We are the birds of prey, bringers of death." These assassins want to represent themselves as the bringers of death, to strike fear into those who would cross them, and to give weight to their promise as assassins. And thus they have taken the raven appearance of the Deathbirds. But not only that, they attempt to mimic their movements by diving on their opponents from above, as we learn via their raptor talon weapons. And this is all because the assassins want to appear as death themselves, and to this world, there is no clearer indication of death than the Deathbirds. It becomes clear that in the world of Elden Ring, the most recognisable symbol of death is the Deathbird, as it might be the skull for us in real life. And this really speaks to the cultural importance that these Deathbirds once held. They were death in a world before the Erdtree, and even now, people take their symbol as the symbol of death. But ultimately, the Deathbirds aren't just death themselves, they were shepherds of the dead, guiding the Deathrite priests in burning of the dead and controlling and shepherding the vengeful spirits found within the ash. Throughout Elden Ring, many of the beings associated with death play this role as guide or shepherds, and so in the next chapter, I do want to have a look at the idea of psychopomps and analyse the different shepherds and ushers of death that we find throughout the lands between. Now, I've mentioned the word psychopomp numerous times throughout the video, and now it's time to really get into it. The word psychopomp is derived from an ancient Greek word that is used to describe a being or spirit whose purpose is to help guide the dead to the afterlife. This idea is very much a repeated theme in Elden Ring, as the dead are frequently described as lost and or needing guidance and leadership. For example, the Rosis Axe reads the following: "Usher of Death, Rosis, who shows the path to the catacombs throughout the lands between, is depicted on this ritual axe. The death easily lose their way, and have always been in sore need of a guiding hand." The Usher of Death, Rosis, is quite obviously the most clear example of a psychopomp in the entire game, and is actually one of the first characters that we will probably come across in our exploration of the lands between. He is of course the statues that provide the blue guiding light that lead us to catacombs. What's interesting is the idea that there are those who become lost in death, and this is an idea that we will see repeated when we examine the Tibia Mariners shortly. To me, it gives the impression that the dead are a sort of resource that each system belief can gather and guide in order to dominate the world's life cycles. Unlike the Deathbirds, however, it's clear that Rosis is a being or psychopomp that is aligned with the status quo, to be a guide to Erdtree burial, hence the blue lights that Rosis statues produce that guide us to catacombs, the sites of Great Root burial. Rosis seems to guide and protect the dead in other ways. Not only does he shepherd the dead to the roots of the Great Tree, but he also seems to overlook and protect the catacombs in varying ways. He very much is the psychopomp of the Erdtree Order and Erdtree burial. Converse to the Golden Order, we of course have those who live in death, and for an in-depth look into this area of the lore, I recently completed a very long video on the subject, and I highly recommend it and will link below. However, in regards to the subject of guides of the dead, I think most of you will know where I'm going when I speak of those who live in death. We're of course speaking of the Tibia Mariners. A good place to start with the Tibia Mariners is of course with the Tibia's Summons item description, which reads as follows: "Summons a group of those lost in death. The dead have long been left to wander. What they need is leadership." As I mentioned earlier, we repeatedly see this idea of the dead becoming lost, or that they require guidance. But Tibia's Summons actually takes it further by capitalising a title, "Those Lost in Death," which I take to be a state of being comparable to those who live in death. Again, it gives me the idea that the dead are in this wayward state, and it's up to the varying factions to gather this resource to their cause, whether that be through psychopomps like Roses or the Tibia Mariners. The Tibia Mariners, while not mentioned much in in-game lore, are actually dripping with lore, if you excuse the pun, especially when it comes to their appearance. They are once again linked to the aquatic themes of the Prince of Death, Stagnation, Kigari, and Centipedes, again all subjects I dive deeply into in my Godwin lore video. However, in short, the aquatic facet of the Tibia Mariner makes sense, especially in relation to the relevance of stagnant water to those who live in death. However, to most, their appearance is most likely more evocative of a famous character of myth, the most famous psychopomp of them all. I of course refer to Charon, the boatman of the river Styx. When sending their dead to the afterlife, the ancient Greeks would often place a coin on their dead, and this was so they could pay the fee demanded by Charon when they reached Hades. Upon receiving the fee, Charon would ferry the dead across the river Styx that divided the land of the living and the land of the dead. No clearer a psychopomp could there be. And I think there would be very little argument that the Tibia Mariners are not meant to evoke this same image, and in concert with the Tibia's summons, we clearly see the Tibia Mariners are guides to bring those who are lost in death into living death, to join those who live in death. Indeed, we see them use another tool of theirs to this very end, their long trumpet, which doubles as both a paddle and instrument. Given the Greek themes behind psychopomps and the Tibia Mariners, I liken this trumpet to the salpinx, a trumpet-like instrument of the ancient Greeks, and you can see the long design of this instrument is very close in appearance to the same one that the mariners use. Historians have speculated that this instrument, the salpinx, was a military instrument, meant to give commands before a battle started, and in Elden Ring I speculate the Tibia Marina uses it in a similar fashion. They use the trumpet to guide and direct the dead, those who are lost to our world, those who are lost in death, and upon hearing the trumpet, they are guided to the Tibia Mariner's side, being pulled into our world and becoming those who live in death. And we do see this throughout our fights with the Tibia Mariners, that those they summon are those who live in death, new warriors for these mysterious boatmen. As Vati quite rightly points out in his Death Boss lore video, the Tibia Mariners can also be related to another talking point in regards to the psychopomps, Helfin's Steeple, as the Tibia Mariner in the mountaintops of the Giants drops this item. And as we will see, it really will continue on these themes of guiding the dead. So let us start to unpack the ideas found in this item by reading its item description. Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfin, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world. The lamplight is similar to grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who met their death in battle. Again, we quite clearly see the reoccurring themes of the guidance of the dead, and I believe the choice of the name also illustrates this. The spelling of Helfin may not necessarily mean anything spelled out, but phonetically it is the same as the German word Helfen, meaning help or assistance in English. And this makes sense, given its role in helping the lost spirits of the dead in finding their way to the spirit world. Now, the idea of a spirit world is a fascinating concept for the lands between, especially when we get visual hints that there may be a spiritual realm in Elden Ring, and it's made even more tantalising that we get nothing else mentioned on it apart from this Helfin Steeple item description. And it is at this point I'm going to recommend another excellent video by the creator Crunchy, who did a deep dive on the concept of a spirit world in Elden Ring, and he covers this in his Helfin lore video, which I've already mentioned a few times throughout this video. I cannot recommend it enough, and please go and give Crunchy your support. That being said, let us break down what we know of the Helfin. According to the description of the sword, is modelled after a lampwood, or as Vati's translation in his video states, a lamplight tree, and again thanks to Vati for sharing these translations. So in short, the sword seems to mimic a black forked tree that appears in the spirit realm as a lamplight to guide them with a sort of grace. The fact that this is a tree that is also giving off a sort of grace suggests it may be some kind of mirror of the Erdtree in the Shadow Realm, and again this is something that Crunchy touches upon in his video. Vati theorizes that this sort of grace mimicking light could be red, due to the red gem found in the sword itself. Now the red is interesting because when the Tibia Mariners summon those who are lost in death to become those who live in death, a red light can be seen as they are summoned, as if the Tibia Mariners are harnessing or mimicking the power of the Helfin, and I do think this red light helps lend credence to Vati's ideas that this is a red light rather than a golden light, as it is for grace. And ultimately this idea of a light guiding the dead to where they need to be is also a theme that is backed up by the fact it is what Rosas does as well. He uses a blue light to guide the dead to his intended destination. Another facet of this sword that's interesting in regards to the greater themes of death is the weapon art attached to it, which is called Ruinous Steeple, which wreathes the sword in Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame is something we have discussed at length in this video, and it ties us back to the Deathrite and the Deathbird. As Crunchy points out in his video, the steeple of the Helfin sword is very similar to the Deathrite staffs, and also the red-feathered branchsword talismans that were once used in ancient death rituals, doubtless the Deathrites, given that these items drop from the Deathbirds. Is it possible that the Helfin tree was the model for these ritual implements as used by the Deathrites? And if so, does the ghost flame on the sword and the possession of this sword by the Tibia Mariner tie these two practices together? In my opinion, the answer is both yes and no. I think that Dee's initial dialogue makes it clear that the Tibia Mariners are essentially manifestations of the Deathroot and shepherds for those who live in death. They are spawn of the Mark of the Centipede.
Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death, and worse yet, it is home to a mariner.
So they are something separate from the Deathrite birds. And this is of course reinforced by the fact that the Tibia Mariners are the main holders of the Deathroot, and this ties them very firmly to Godwyn. Yet those who live in death do seem to burn in the ghost flame after they die, before resurrecting. The ghost flame is wielded by the Deathbirds, is wreathed on the Helfin blade, which is in turn borne by the Tibia Mariner. The ghost flame even appears tied to the mausoleums, as when we clear these skull barnacles from their feet, a burst of ghost flame is seen, and I would speculate that this suggests that the mausoleum attracts these souls or gathers them, and this is because of the soulless demigod entombed within. A nexus of death, if you will. There are a lot of connections here, and going even deeper, we can find further connections between all of these subjects, which can make it confusing. As Crunchy states in his Helfin video, the ghost flame could easily be described as fire, drained of colour, a white flame. The eclipse, tightly associated with the soulless demigods, is also described as the sun, drained of its colour. And as described in my prior Godwyn lore video, last protagonist's comment on a V-Limit eclipse video makes it clear that the Japanese or kanji for eclipse means worm-eaten, corroded, and the word rosis is a Latin word which means gnawed, eaten away. So what is the connection between all these subjects? Well, first of all, I wouldn't make it too literal and think that all of these practices are linked. I think it's just a thematic connection for death. As English speakers, there's lots of things we're not understanding, that thematically, these are all death subjects, and thus they will repeat a lot of the same imagery and themes and language to evoke a certain feeling from their audience. It's just that culturally, we are not up to the same speed as some of the Japanese players will be. But if you do want to try and tie it together in the lore as to why there's so many overlaps between these ideas, we all have to bear in mind that all of these practices, all these funerary rites, all these agents of different outer gods and the greater will, all draw from the same place, the spirit realm or the realm of the dead. I have already discussed how the ghost flame, while often associated with the Deathbirds, is actually more an intrinsic part of all dead and all spirits, hence why it can be summoned via Grave Violet, which has grown from Carian, as well as why the ghost flame is associated with those who live in death, necromancy, and the Helfin sword. As in the real world, funerary rites cross over with one another, they take ideas from one another, and ultimately they deal with the same grand questions that we do in the real world. And this is why traditions in the real world and in Elden Ring, when it comes to death, often deal with similar subjects, just in slightly different ways. My point is that we have highlighted several different systems and different masters behind these different funerary rites and the different psychopomps that have their different motivations for guiding the dead to their own ends, but you will see similar forces at play in each of the rites because they deal with the same subject, and that is the dead and their spirits. So with that subject fairly well covered, there's some other connected subjects that I want to cover before we wrap up the video on all things death, and I move on from saying death for the 1000th time. The last subject I want to tackle is the mausoleum and the soulless demigods. I'd like to start this section off by first of all acknowledging that I have previously discussed this subject matter in regards to its connection to Godwyn in my last video and in Mikla in a far previous video. So there will be a degree of repetition, but I will be covering it in more depth and more holistically, and you will see some thematic allusions and conclusions that I come to that you won't have seen in my prior videos. So let us start with what I see to be the introduction to this faction, so to speak. The dialogue of the ghost from the Weeping Peninsula, who says the following. So this dialogue presupposes that the mausoleum appears to hold a relation of Marika, a demigod. This is then something we can attribute to all mausoleums when we consider the mausoleum surcoat, which reads, "The surcoat depicts the mausoleum bell, which rings in constant mourning for the soulless demigods." So these structures and their soldiers are entirely formulated around deceased and soulless demigods that are contained within. This is of course in some way linked to Godwyn's fate, given he too is soulless and is referred to as the first of the demigods to die, as mentioned by the likes of Rogier and as described on the Golden Epitaph item description. So we do need to consider how these demigods within the mausoleums became soulless. Of course it would have been after Godwyn's death. To me it doesn't make sense that they too were killed on the night of the Black Knives. We looked at the mechanics of this event during my Godwyn lore video, but in a nutshell the assassins actually physically carved the curse mark into Godwyn's flesh. Not only that, but it was due to Ranni's machinations in having the curse mark broken in half that would cause Godwyn to die only in soul, and therefore this exact scenario would need to be repeated for each of the soulless demigods, thus unlikely. However, that being said, I am not Gideon all-knowing, and if you want a well-reasoned and contrasting view, I would recommend a Reddit post by GorseXI, who makes some excellent and well-researched arguments in favour of the demigods intentionally being killed during the Nights of the Black Knives, and so I'll link that below and highly recommend you read that after this video. However, in my opinion, what is more likely is that these demigods instead came into contact with the death root that was spread from Godwyn's corpse from the roots of the Great Tree, and upon death they became the soulless. And given the connections found between the mausoleum and the revival of soulless demigods at Castle Sol, it does seem to me to firmly link them to Godwyn's condition, i.e. the soullessness brought about by his own undeath. So why are they where they are now in the mausoleums in the way that they are? Well, firstly, it seems as though they are preserved in this manner because of the loyalty of their liege followers, who seem to want to preserve their fallen lords until they are able to be revived. A good source of evidence for this is the description of the mausoleum knight armour, which reads as follows. Armour worn by headless knights who endlessly watch the wandering mausoleum. A self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so that they may serve their masters in death. So the fact this says their masters suggests that these warriors were the forces of the demigod when the demigod was alive. They are their soldiers in life and in death. And this can explain why the mausoleum soldiers and knights have armour in keeping with the rest of the forces of the demigods of the living world. This piece of lore also indicates that they then became headless on purpose, through some sort of ritual that binds these warriors as undead, immortal guardians, tied to their purpose. Indeed, we do see every single mausoleum warrior and knight is without a head, and in fact this also matches up with their masters. Each of the soulless demigods found within the mausoleum are also without a head. But why? The warriors seem to do this as some sort of ritual to become immortal guardians. But why are the demigods themselves beheaded? While this is a fairly threadbare area of the lore, there are some interesting connections that we can make. We have already commented on the fact that the funerary practices of the world sometimes overlap when it comes to ideas, beliefs, and symbolism. And in this case, there's a most notable overlap with the Mausoleum Knights integrating Deathbird imagery. Of course, looking at the Mausoleum Knight armor set, we can see the wings of the Deathbird have been taken upon their backs, symbolizing death. Now this is of interest to me because the decapitations associated with the Mausoleum Knights could also be tied to Deathbird imagery. One-Eyed Dragon Powell made a comment on V-Limit's Eclipse video, suggesting that the sacrificial axe may have had some connection to the process behind the Mausoleum soldiers' decapitation. Firstly, axes are often used historically in the process of decapitation, and secondly, this axe is also symbolically tied to the Deathbirds, for its description reads, "Hatchet used in ancient sacrificial rite. A Deathbird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers." Given the Mausoleum Knights have already incorporated Deathbirds into their symbolism, it isn't a stretch to imagine they also could have built this ancient sacrificial rite into their practices. While I would like to stress that this is speculation, it does tie in very neatly. The beheadings and the axe obviously tie in together nicely, and it ties together with the Deathbird imagery that the Mausoleum Knights already use. Furthermore, the axe mentions an ancient rite, and that the power of this rite still lingers, as if there is a real power to the sacrificial rite being performed. Is it possible that this ancient rite mentioned in the hatchet is also the rite mentioned in the Mausoleum Knight armor? I will leave that thought with you, but for me it is definitely possible, and I thank One-Eyed Dragon Powell for that insightful comment. The only other question remaining about this burial practice, about having the soulless demigod in the mausoleum, is why the demigods themselves are beheaded before being interred. So to that end, I do have a pretty speculative theory that I'm basing on my own knowledge of real-world burial practices and decapitations. So just bear with me a moment. So decapitation is obviously something that has happened in real life throughout history for varying reasons, most often for banal punishment or execution, and you wouldn't think there's much here to relate it to the burial of a soulless demigod. However, in some cases, there are symbolic purposes behind decapitations. For example, some are done to prevent a soul from reaching the afterlife, or it was often used to prevent the unquiet dead from reanimating, i.e. zombies. Fear of revenants or the dead rising is a fear that's reported all the way back in the Roman era, and dismemberment was hoped to be a cure for such reanimation. And relating this back to the soulless demigods, I do not believe these are random or just a artistic choice, but are instead a measure to make sure that the bodies of the soulless demigods are able to remain as they are until their resurrection comes. Consider Godwin's fate. His body has grown grotesque and monstrous due to his lack of a soul, and as we learn from Lutiel's ashes, as well as the events at Castle Sol, the eventual goal of the mausoleums and their knights is to protect their soulless demigod until they are able to be revived. And in comparison to Godwin's corpse, the corpses of the soulless demigod seem pretty secure, pretty nice, and pretty uncorrupted. They are preserved. I may obviously not be right here, and I am stretching credulity a little bit, but I do believe the idea of decapitations putting the unquiet dead to rest feels right to me. These are corrupted, soulless demigods at the end of the day. And bear in mind that this practice of the Mausoleum Knights seems to be supported by the Erdtree Society, given that Lutiel earns an Erdtree burial through her actions as a Mausoleum Guardian, meaning that the practices of the Mausoleum must not be contrary to the beliefs and ideals of the Erdtree, and I think therefore by decapitating a soulless demigod and preventing them from joining those who live in death, not only do they preserve their lord until their revival, but they also prevent the spread of those who live in death, and therefore it makes sense why a hero like Lutiel, giving her life to defend such an ideal, would be given an Erdtree burial. But that is just my speculation on the matter.
Hear me, demigods, my children beloved. Make of thyselves that which ye desire, be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices. The Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the Order, or divest thyself of it. To wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree.
The Lands Between are a realm that is home to many a legendary and powerful figure, and as the Tarnished, we get to rub shoulders with these giants, even if they have seen better days. Yet at the centre of it all is Queen Marika, the Eternal, the god of the world, and the vessel for the Elden Ring. For the mystery of the game starts with the opening cinematic that declares that Queen Marika is missing. It is she who ushered in the age of the Erdtree through bloodshed and battle, and symbolised an era of bounty under its boughs. Marika's hand is felt everywhere in the Lands Between, through her children, and through an entire culture that has been built around her image and God-given authority. Yet the grandeur of the Erdtree and the realm of Marika would not last forever, despite that being the intention. Marika's duty was an immense burden, and to understand Marika is to understand the incredible stress that she must have faced over hundreds, if not thousands of years. The flaws of the Golden Order and the machinations of others had chipped at the foundations of the world, and the final blow would be delivered by Marika herself. With a swing of her hammer, Marika destroyed herself and the Elden Ring, leaving the world crooked, broken, and without leadership. Yet despite these immutable facts, and spending hundreds of hours surrounded by her statues, Marika remains one of the most enigmatic characters in the entire game, and multiple questions will always remain. So join me this week as we examine the Erdtree and Marika, the god of an epoch. And I'm really excited to bring you this video, as I find both of these subjects some of the more difficult to comprehend in the entire game. And to that end, I've referenced the work of other great content creators throughout this video, such as Eridan, Ziostorm, Ashen Hollow, Quailag, and Last Protagonist, the latter even being kind enough to provide me with some translations for certain pivotal items. I think for subjects like this, we are enriched by drawing upon each other's work, much like traditional scholarship, especially since the lore of Elden Ring encompasses such a large breadth of themes and ideas. So consider checking out these creators below, as they are all fantastic members of this community, and their views and perspectives on these subjects has helped round out my perception of this subject matter. I have decided to structure this video by first of all exploring the origins of the Erdtree, before then tying it together with a history and analysis of Marika in the latter part of the video. The origins of the Elden Ring's influence upon the world began with the coming of the Elden Beast, something we learn via the Elden Star's incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the Lands Between, which would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Beast would then become the Elden Ring, and thus would begin the primordial age of the dragons, where the ancient dragons would rule on behalf of the Greater Will. The setup of this rule is very similar to what we see in Marika's era, a god and an Elden Lord. This is something we learn from the remembrance of the Dragon Lord, which shows that Placidusax was the Elden Lord to a god that we don't know much about. Indeed, we can even see what appears to be a more primordial version of the Elden Ring engraved in Far Missoula, the capital of the dragon civilization. And this engraving of the Elden Ring in a different form just reinforces what we really know already and what we'll explore in this video, that the Elden Ring's power has changed form over time. In the modern era, it is represented by the Erdtree, and the Erdtree of course has its origins in the Crucible. Now, whether this engraving of the Elden Ring found in Far Missoula is representative of the Crucible or of an earlier version of the Elden Ring is unknown, and not really that particularly relevant for this video. The main important takeaway is of course that the Elden Ring has changed over time. And now let us go back to the Crucible so we can understand the origins of the Erdtree. It is a basic piece of lore, but the Crucible is an earlier form of the Erdtree. I'm sure most people understand that by this stage in the game's history. But let's cover it anyway. So it's something we learn of via the Godskin Noble set, and it reads the following. Not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. This means that to understand the Erdtree, we must first of all look at the Crucible, as they are essentially two evolutionary stages of the same force. The timeline in Elden Ring is not extremely clear, but I believe the era of the Crucible overlaps with both the prehistoric era of the dragons and the early era of the Erdtree. I think this idea can be supported by some imagery we find in Far Missoula, and shout out to Quailag who made this connection in one of her videos, and I will link the relevant video below. In Far Missoula, there are reliefs in certain parts of the area that have some interesting implications. These reliefs seem to show a tree flanked by two unusual looking creatures, who to me must either be some kind of dragonkin, or as Quailag suggests, misbegotten. As shown by the description of Siluria's spear, as well as the actual imagery of the weapon itself and her helmet, appears to depict the Crucible as a sort of wild and natural looking tree, and given the Crucible is the primordial form of the Erdtree, this makes perfect sense. The Crucible is distinctly linked to the Greater Will and the power of the Elden Ring, a period of red gold rather than pale gold of the Erdtree and Golden Order. The idea of red gold being used as an indicator of the Crucible's influence is an idea that we can learn from the Gilded Great Shield, which reads the following. Metal Great Shield coated with gold, carried by knights loyal to Godric. The red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erdtree, the colour of homeward yearning. The nature of this gold is interesting because the two different colours of gold tie it back to an allegiance with the Greater Will, but the different shading of red and pale symbolise two different eras of golden rule, a point well made by Ordovis's great sword, which reads the following. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. The red tint of the gold seems to be symbolic of the themes of primeval life that we often see associated with the Crucible, hence why we see this gold adorning the Crucible Knight's armour and weapons. And thematically, the red gold ties in here with the idea of life being closely associated with the Age of the Crucible, something we will again examine when we come to the Age of Abundance chapter, an overlapping period between the Crucible era and the Erdtree era. The evolution from Crucible to Erdtree, from wild life to refined life, explains the differences between earlier Greater Will beliefs versus those of the Golden Order, and in turn leads us to understand why the Golden Order views the worship of the Crucible as a more primitive worship of life and the Greater Will. The item description of the Gilded Shield of course calls into question Godric's beliefs, given that it is a shield wielded by his soldiers, that he is linked to Godfrey, a lord more in tune with the Crucible, and his venerations of dragons, and the fact he blends together life in an artificial sense via grafting. But this of course is an analysis and a story for another video. As we already discussed, gold was a signifier of the Greater Will's power in this time, and while it was red gold, it is nonetheless kin to the paler gold of later eras and later Golden Order incantations. And indeed we learn of the kinship and ties between the red gold of ancient dragon lightning and the pale gold of modern Erdtree worship via the gravel stone seal, which reads as follows. The worship of the ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold, creating a bridge between these more primeval eras and the age of the Erdtree. One is an evolution of the other. For all intents and purposes, they are both tools of the greater will. The very fact ancient dragons wield the red gold in their lightning powers just reinforces that they were the chosen of the greater will at this earlier stage. And again, to me, it could imply that the Crucible may have existed in the time of the ancient dragons, although the timeline is not very clear. However, we do have to remember that the Crucible is a force where all life was once blended together. It is therefore possible that primeval life emerged from this churn, including the dragons. Very possible, though it is not without its problems, and it is something I will analyse in my upcoming Crucible video. The main point of understanding to take from this chapter is that the Elden Ring is the force which governs the rules of this world's domain, and has done so since the prehistoric era of the dragons, the age of the Crucible, and thus the Erdtree. These ages are all defined and linked by one single power, the power of the Elden Ring, and thus as we get into the Erdtree proper, we must understand that the Erdtree is just the latest extension of the Elden Ring, a way for the greater will to exert their power over the lands between, just as the Crucible before that. So time has always been tricky in Souls games. So how long ago are these past events? How long does the timeline stretch? While it isn't necessary to bog yourself down in these specifics, I do find it an interesting and rewarding idea to ponder. We've already seen that the empire of the ancient dragons is referred to as the prehistoric era, and just for reference, the term prehistoric is coming from the dragon shield talismans that you can find different varieties of. And that can give us some ideas in regards to timescales if we relate it to our real world as an allegorical comparison. For us, prehistory is the time of human history before humanity began writing, began documenting history. And that documentation can take any form from writing, inscriptions, paintings, or symbolism, any type of creative medium or tool meant to commemorate past events. And effectively, in our world, this is a huge period that starts about 3 million years ago, but only ended about 5,000 years ago. And so for me, the most reasonable view of this time span is to view the reign of the dragons as several millennia ago, probably even more. The Erdtree had not been born from the Crucible, its primordial form, and the dragons wielded the power of the Elden Ring, as we can see from their red gold lightning, and the fact that they had the Elden Lord and God of this era. Regardless, it is clear that this was a far different era of Elden Ring rule, with the form of the Elden Ring being far different from what we're used to in the modern era, quote unquote. Yet much like Marika's reign, the rule of the dragons would come to a close, and I do think it is within the scope of this video to at least touch upon this subject. We know from Placidusax's remembrance that the god of this era disappeared, and it is no doubt this that played a key factor in their society's collapse. And originally this chapter on the dragons was much more robust, but given the size of this video, as you will see, I really had to tone it down as there was a lot of bloat in this video, but suffice it to say I will cover the history of the dragons in a later video. But for whatever reason, the dragon god fled and Placidusax would hide beyond time, and between that reign and Marika's reign, we don't know of any other Elden Lords or any other gods in that period. And it is my belief that between these two reigns, there was a little bit of a power vacuum, which explains why we see a multitude of different civilizations, clearly at different times, having risen and fallen in this period. And with that said, we'll move on to the next chapter where we try and assess this pre-Erdtree era. As mentioned in the previous chapter, it's unclear whether the dragons ruled all the way up to the period known as the Age of the Erdtree, but my suspicion is that they fizzled out quite a bit before the emergence of the Erdtree, leaving a period without a god and Elden Lord, where the Crucible was the main force in the world. This is of course my speculation, but I base it off the fact there's plenty of evidence of plenty different communities arising in the years prior to the Erdtree's rule. I believe there's a good bit of carbon dating in Elden Ring if we look at certain events, and this is one that I've referenced before in my videos, and that is the War of the Ice Dragons and the Fire Giants, as explained by Borealis's Mist. And I believe this is a good bit of supporting evidence that there was a good length of time between the fall of the Age of the Dragons and the rise of the Age of the Erdtree. The reason I believe this is because the war was fought by the Ice Dragons, who are a species of what we know as modern dragons. We learn of the differences between modern and ancient dragons from items such as the Lightning Strike and Dragon Wound Grease. In short, modern dragons are the bipedal, more wyvern-like dragons like Agheel, Borealis and Smaragd. These are dragons who have descended from the stone-like quadrupedic ancient dragons, and have lost their immortality due to the loss of the gravel stone scales. The fact that these derivative and modern species of dragons were the ones to war with the fire giants, who themselves would overlap with the early age of the Erdtree, is an interesting point of history for me. I see the modern dragons as a degenerate devolution that must have come about through the collapse of their empire and their association with the Elden Ring. This is my speculation, of course, but the very fact the fire giants were able to carve out their own territory and defeat an entire branch of dragonkind without any retaliation from the Elden Dragon Lord, to me simply suggests that the Dragon Empire was a thing long since past by this stage, and is a great indicator of a sort of timeline, given we know that the fire giants would be at the zenith of their power at the beginning of the Age of the Erdtree. And I do think it makes sense given how long we are talking about. We are talking about moving from a primeval, prehistoric era of a world, moving into an era that is more aligned with the medieval era, and I'm of course referring to the Leyndale civilization of the Erdtree. And to me there are clear indicators that there have been many other early civilizations that have risen and fallen within the timeline, and they would only really fit in the gap between the Age of the Dragons and the gap between the Age of the Erdtree. We of course have the ancient civilization who built the Ul and Uld palaces, and the mausoleum that would then become the Mogwin Palace. Given the architectural similarities to real-world Sumerian and ancient Greek civilizations, the implication of these architectural choices and influence to me is meant to imply that this is a civilization well in the past before the rise of Leyndale, which again reflects a more modern medieval era. And this is not to mention the fact that it is actually referred to as an ancient civilization in the Mogwin Palace map. Again, we have had two different terminologies used for different time periods: the prehistoric Age of the Dragons and the ancient era of the Uld and Ul palaces. However you look at the timeline, it becomes undeniable that there were cultures that grew up and developed separate from the influence of the Erdtree. As such, they developed their own ideas, practices, and worshipped their own gods, and conceived their beliefs outside what we know to be as the norm during the reign of Marika. A good example of this idea is rooted in an actual bit of in-game lore and not my own waffle, and this is found in the Sorcery Explosive Ghost Flame item description, which reads as follows: "In the time when there was no Erdtree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keeper of that flame." So the Deathbirds and the Twin Bird deserve their own video and analysis, of course, but they and their associated beliefs are a great illustration of a world without an Erdtree, when death was completely divorced from it. And building upon this, for a further example of a community and culture that has clearly developed their own beliefs and practices surrounding death, we can of course look to the ancestral follower community. This culture has a wholly different burial and funerary practice, free from the dominion and domination of the Erdtree. Indeed, these are more than just beliefs, as their beliefs on death and rebirth are made manifest in the form of their ancestor spirits. The remembrance of the regal ancestor reads as follows: ancestral spirits exist as a phenomenon beyond the purview of the Erdtree. Life sprouts from death as it does from birth. Such is the way of the living. Indeed, even in the corpses of these ancestral beings that we find in the areas of the ancestral followers, we can see new life forming from their remains. Flora budding in a perfect display of the cycle of life and death, a cycle that is free from the Erdtree burial of Marika's era. And I think we have hit here on an important point, as we now understand why the arrival of the Erdtree was not welcomed with open arms. These are practices of death and life that have nothing to do with the Erdtree and are completely separate by it, and the Erdtree would be a threat to that way of life. And with that understanding, let us look at the protection of the Erdtree incantation, which reads the following. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. Everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, and now we can start to understand why. Entire societies, communities, and cultures had risen up with their own practices, gods, religion, and their own ways of understanding death. So the arrival of the Erdtree would be a massive tyrannical force in respect of your own beliefs and practices. Instead of being allowed to burn your dead in ghost flames, or bury them, or honour your ancestral spirits, Erdtree burial would replace that and be seen as the only true way of honouring death. Erdtree burial, which is essentially becoming one with the Great Tree, being absorbed by its roots in a horrible convergence of life and rebirth that would remove any reverence or individuality from the burial process. And indeed, when Marika is the representative of the Erdtree, it is made extremely clear that the Erdtree is the only way of governing life, and if you do not get with the program, you will be excluded to the ends of the earth.
In Marika's own words, the Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
I really like this quote because it illustrates the fact that the Erdtree and Marika really became to represent a dominant world power with no contenders and no flexibility. It is worth bearing in mind that the worship of Marika, the Erdtree, and the Fingers exists beyond the lands between. And this is something we learn from the Church Confessor armor set, which reads, "The churches outside the lands between, dedicated to the teachings of the two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace." The churches outside the lands between. So be in no doubt about Marika's intention at this early stage. The Erdtree will govern all, or your existence will be that of an outcast. And this does line up nicely with what we actually see in game. For those who do not fit within the established order do actually exist in the fringes. We have the ancestor followers, the misbegotten, those of the Halig Tree, the Omen, and the Albinaurics. All of these people are pushed to the fringes of the lands between, unwelcome and oppressed, struggling to preserve their own ways of life. And for a large group of the outcasts, one of the main unifying themes is the Crucible. But to answer the question as to why, the reason behind the people of the Crucible being ostracised, we must go to the heart of what the Erdtree represents in comparison to the Crucible. So with that said, let us move on to the next chapter, where we attempt to answer the question, what actually is the Erdtree? Let us backtrack slightly now and discuss the evolution of the Crucible into the Erdtree that would trigger the events leading up to what we know as the Age of the Erdtree at the conclusion of the War with the Giants. In the first chapter, we have already examined that in the Godskin Noble set, that the Crucible is defined as the primordial form of the Erdtree, and so it's time to address what this actually means and how it can inform our understanding of the Erdtree's form and function. Let us examine what is meant by primordial from Oxford Languages. Their definition in regards to biology is the earliest stage of development. And so this just reinforces what we've already said a number of times, that the Crucible is the Erdtree just at an earlier stage in its life cycle. And revisiting the Gilded Great Shield item description, we then understand that the energies found within the Crucible would coalesce and eventually form the Erdtree, a new form that would replace what we knew as the Crucible. My belief is that the power of the Elden Ring, funneled into the chaotic matter of the Crucible, would grow and solidify into the Erdtree that would then rise from its primordial form to dominate the skyline of the lands between. And as already discussed in the prior chapters, as evidenced by Siluria's weapons and her armour adornments, the Crucible did actually take the form of a sort of tree prior to being named the Erdtree. And so I find this interesting because of the recent debates and ideas that have come up in the community regarding the two halves of the Erdtree. And if you aren't sure of what I mean by this, I'm referring to the fact that there's like a golden magical outer layer to the Erdtree, and then there's the inner, more traditional wooden tree, including the great tree roots that go below the catacombs. Creators like Zyostorm, Sekiro Dubi, and Quelaag have highlighted there are clear differences in the Erdtree, where it appears to be split between two different forms, a clearly more organic tree in the middle, and a bright gold encasement, which Quelaag equates to be more like the gravelstone hide of ancient dragons. We know there are lots of references to an Erdtree and a Great Tree, with the Great Tree being more associated with the roots and more natural looking part of the tree. And this is something we can learn via the root resin item description, which reads, "Resin secreted from the roots of the Great Tree can also be found near trees on the surface. The roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, or so they say, and it is for this reason catacombs are built around Great Tree roots." I think it's clear that the Great Tree facet of the Erdtree is certainly more associated with death, whereas the aspect of the Erdtree, the more ethereal part, is the source of all life, as described by items like the Albinauric Bloodclot. Together they are the metaphysical form of the Elden Ring's power, though I admit the game does not make it easy to understand the relationship between the Great Tree and the Erdtree, and what this maybe has to do with the Crucible, this chaotic, traditional organic tree, growing into what we know as the Erdtree. Yet is it possible the answer is right in front of us, right in front of the Erdtree, in the form of the giant plaque that hangs over the entrance to the inner sanctum of the Erdtree? Now, what I see on this engraving is the Elden Ring at the roots. In the middle we have another tree, which could be the Great Tree or interchangeably the Crucible, and then growing out of that at the top of the plaque is the Erdtree. Now again, I refer you to last protagonist's video on the Great Tree and Golden Order, where they identify that, contrary to what some believe, Great Tree does actually exist in the Japanese, but that it is actually synonymous with the Erdtree. To me, they are parts of the one whole, and the engraving gives us all the answers that we need, in my opinion. We spoke of how the Crucible of Life was clearly connected to the Elden Ring, and that it influenced the growth of the Erdtree from the Crucible. And to me, what we're seeing here is the Erdtree growing from that original organic tree of the Crucible that's now known as the Great Tree, but in totality, this is just one form that we know as the Erdtree. And going further with the idea that the Erdtree is both the underlying organic tree and roots and the glowing outer case, we can look at the symbolism associated with the Erdtree. It always includes the roots. It is part of the Erdtree, these roots, and the Great Tree. But I encourage you to go and watch last protagonist's video, where he aptly describes the reasons that the Great Tree and the Erdtree are synonymous, and it'll maybe help you close the book on this current conundrum. But despite having grown from the Crucible, the Erdtree differs quite starkly from the rule of the Crucible, and this is something stumbled upon by the Golden Order fundamentalists, and it's ideas that I discuss in more detail in my Golden Order video, so I recommend that you go and watch that. One of the main laws of the Golden Order is regression, an idea that is well explained by Last Protagonist in his Great Tree video. But in summary, regression towards the mean is a real-world statistical analysis that posits that over time and generations, statistical outliers will pull towards the mean. The example Last Protagonist uses to describe this phenomena is when two above average height parents have a child. That child is more likely to pull towards the mean and be shorter than their parents and closer to the average height. In the world of Elden Ring, this idea can be used to explain the philosophical difference between those of the Erdtree and those of the Crucible, and why it would result in the persecution and expulsion of the latter. The Crucible is symbolic of a primeval era of wild, diverse life, but when the Erdtree emerges, life is coalesced into a single immutable symbol. As the incantation of the law of regression states, regression is the pool of meaning that all things yearn eternally to converge. To me, this is what the Erdtree represents. Life converged into a single source, and as such we begin to see why those of the Crucible would be persecuted. The modern Golden Order represents life refined, converged, and more order, as the Erdtree is itself a singular source of life, rather than the uncouth, primordial, diverse life of the Crucible. And viewing the Crucible as a more primitive era is best described by the Crucible Knot Talisman, which reads as follows: a vestige of the Crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. This advancement is the refinement of life in the form of the Erdtree, and therefore the unrefined, chaotic vestiges of the Erdtree era have no place in the modern order and are thus pushed to the fringes. The Erdtree therefore takes the place of the Crucible as the focal point of life in the lands between, as well as acting as a pylon for the Elden Ring's power. It is the central nexus of the Elden Ring's governing power, and this is why Corrin refers to the Erdtree as the source of the Golden Order.
The Erdtree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes.
The Erdtree is a powerful manifestation of Elden Ring energy, a focal point for its power, and I think this becomes clear when you look at the evidence that suggests that the Elden Ring, Elden Beast, Marika, and the Erdtree are all intrinsically connected. Consider, for example, the Erdtree avatars, who can actually wield the same powers as the Elden Beast. The avatars are part of the Erdtree, and the fact they are manifesting the same powers as the Elden Beast is something to consider. But the most obvious bit of evidence that these are all connected is the fact that when the Elden Ring is shattered, so too are the Elden Beast, the Erdtree, and Marika herself. I think the design of the Elden Beast itself is also meant to allude to the connection between the two, and that the Erdtree is a manifestation of its will. For if the Elden Beast jumps above the waters, you can see it has root-like tendrils attached to its tail. And indeed, this idea of connections and links is something backed up by the incantation, the law of causality. And I feel like the more we examine the Golden Order and the Erdtree, we begin to understand why these are laws of the Golden Order. For example, the law of causality incantation reads the following: causality is the pull between meanings. It is the connections that form the relationships of all things. And we begin to see that the Erdtree is a nexus for the laws of regression and the laws of causality. It is a convergence nexus, as well as something that is connected to the other aspects and vessels of the Elden Ring. And we can tentatively extend this idea of connections when we look at the two fingers. Ziostorm has made some interesting revelations in his video discussing the themes of mushrooms found within Elden Ring. And while I'm not fully in on the entire game being about mushrooms, I find his analysis of the two fingers and a mycelial network very interesting and compelling. In the video, Ziostorm makes the comparison of trees being connected to mushrooms through a mycelial network, and that the two fingers might be connected to the Erdtree in this manner, to convey and communicate the will of the greater will and the Erdtree. And again, this reinforces the idea that the Erdtree is some sort of cosmic nexus or pylon, and the two fingers are the connected vessels through which the Erdtree communicates. It's a really thought-provoking video, and I will link the full video below and I recommend you go watch it. Regardless, I think this explanation of the two fingers being connected to the Erdtree directly fits, especially given that we have evidence that their deterioration is linked to that of the Erdtrees. And this is something suggested by a dialogue from Vary.
I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed.
And the description of the Lord's divine fortification. Now, the nature of the Erdtree and the way that it operates and the way its internal space operates is clearly not normal. Being connected to the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring obviously has brought some cosmic elements to this tree, quote unquote. For example, we have the Round Table Hold, which exists outside this world according to the tutorial notes in the game. Indeed, this place appears to be a copy of a real world space, the physical Round Table Hold found in Lane Dell. Now, I'm going to credit a really great spot to my friend Eridan that he made in his in-depth lore playthrough of Elden Ring, where he spotted that in some tapestries of the Erdtree in Lane Dell, you can see this kind of building entwined within the upper branches of the Erdtree, and I agree with Eridan's speculation that this could well be a representation of our Round Table Hold, a manifested space created by the Erdtree, which has an unusual relationship when it comes to time and space. This was a really great find, and I highly recommend that you check out Eridan's lore through if you enjoy an in-depth analysis of lore and environmental details. And this makes sense that the space burns at the same time that we burn the Erdtree, as it is a space that is created and generated by the power of the Erdtree, and so when the tree burns, this created space also burns. The Erdtree's cosmic nature is of course taken to the next level when we actually get to see its interior, quote unquote. And it may be that we see the interior of the Erdtree sooner than you might realise. The introductory cinematic appears to show our Tarnished waking up within an Erdtree dimension, as it looks exactly the same as the Erdtree interior that we see later, before being transported into the lands between, after Grace resurrects us from our death, suggesting the Erdtree is a confluence of time and space, a dimensional rift that we don't fully understand, but makes perfect sense given the cosmic origins of the Elden Beast and the Greater Will, which actually gave the Erdtree its form. I think this is further backed up by the way in which we enter the central cortex of the Erdtree at the end of the game. We don't just walk in, we appear to be pulled in by a golden rift, before materialising in the central space of the tree, again emphasising its cosmic origins and the way it deals with time and space. Further to this is of course the final battle between ourselves and the Elden Beast, where it seems to transport us to some kind of different dimension, where we can see multiple Erdtree-like forms in the distance. I won't pretend to fully comprehend what this means exactly, nor are we supposed to, but clearly the intention of this space is to make us understand that the world of Elden Ring is far greater than the physical world that we perceive in the lands between, and that to understand that the Erdtree acts as a nexus to the cosmic realm from which the Elden Beast and probably the Greater Will hail. In addition, it is to let you know there's a cosmic element to this story, considering players may have missed the likes of Astel and Ranni's storyline in general. It makes us feel small in the face of the Greater Will's true nature, and perhaps it is meant to imply a many worlds theory, that this is just one dimension, one parallel world, all connected by Erdtrees and all dominated by the Greater Will. Of course this is just speculation, and really the purpose of this is to make us realise that we are at the mercy of cosmic powers far beyond our comprehension, and that the Erdtree is a nexus for that power. The final subject I'd like to touch on in this chapter is the Erdtree as we see it today, as it will become clear as we discuss Marika's reign that the Erdtree was once a more complete and perfect form. Indeed, as observed by my friend Last Protagonist in his excellent video on the Great Tree, which I've referenced about 3 times now, The Erdtree of today is different than what we see in the idealised depictions of it in paintings and in the symbolism of Leyndell forces. In these idealised depictions, such as the paintings in Round Table Hold, or again the iconography of Leyndell forces, the Erdtree seems to have been straight up and unblemished, whereas the tree now is quite tilted off its base and riddled with cracks and scars. So it seems as though the Erdtree was once a more perfect, complete and upright vision, and the Erdtree of today, while stunning to us, is far past its prime. And I think the idea of the Erdtree being way past its prime is reinforced by the Crimson Seed Talisman item description, which reads as follows. The Erdtree was once perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erdtree seeds could not exist. And earlier in the video I mentioned that the shattering of the Elden Ring was what damaged the Erdtree alongside Marika and the Elden Beast, and proof for that comes from the Golden Seed item description, which reads as follows. When the Elden Ring was shattered, these seeds flew from the Erdtree, scattering across the various lands, as if life itself knew that its end had come. And previously I spoke of how when Marika shattered the Elden Ring, she appeared to shatter herself, as well as the Elden Beast, and indeed these cracks also seem to line up with what we see on the Erdtree's bark now, seeing that it has been irreparably damaged by Marika's actions, no longer in its perfect, upright and immutable form. So while we can definitely attribute some of the damage to the Erdtree to the shattering of the Elden Ring, there is of course another massive event regarding the Elden Ring that may have contributed to the Erdtree's tilt, and that is the confinement and removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. I find this to be important because the role in which the roots of the Erdtree play in the cycle of life that the Erdtree governs. We know from various sources that death is associated with the roots of the Great Tree that were once attached to the Erdtree. Now it's key to look at the root resin where it says the roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, meaning that they are no longer linked to those of the Erdtree, and clearly being disconnected from its very roots, the things that root it to the earth, could cause it to tilt or lean. But why is this linked to the removal of the Rune of Death? Well, as we've already said, the Erdtree and the Elden Ring are intrinsically linked. When Marika shatters the Elden Ring, she damages herself and the Erdtree and the Elden Beast. Does it not therefore make sense that if a part of the Elden Ring was removed, the Rune of Death, part of the Erdtree, would be removed, to reflect the change in this new form of the Elden Ring? And what is the part of the Erdtree that governs death? The roots. And so is it possible that when the Rune of Death was removed from the Elden Ring, so too were the roots removed from the Erdtree, and now we have an age of endless death, where Erdtree burials do not work anymore, and no one is absorbed up into the Erdtree, it's just stagnated, and that's why we see these half-absorbed corpses in the Erdtree catacombs. This is just my speculation based on what we know between the connection of the Elden Ring and the Erdtree, but the term once connected to the roots of the Great Tree has always fascinated me, and has always led me to ponder why was the Erdtree disconnected from the roots of the Great Tree, and given they are involved with death, it makes sense to link it to the removal of the Rune of Death. So to conclude about the Erdtree, what are we really saying that it is? Well, I believe it's a metaphysical manifestation of the Erdtree's power. It is a nexus and focal point of the power of the Elden Ring. It governs life and death, as well as being connected to Marika, the Elden Beast, and the Elden Ring, and is therefore no wonder that it becomes the focal point of greater will authority. And that being said, we now need to look at the other component part of the Age of the Erdtree, and that is the Greater Will's vassal god, Queen Marika the Eternal, the vessel for the Elden Ring. As with every new age, the Greater Will nominates certain individuals for potential godhood by marking them as Empyrean. This is a process we hear about via Ranni, herself once in this very position.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
Following this pattern then, Marika received Malekith when she too was elected as Empyrean. And this is something we learn via Malekith's remembrance, which reads, Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean. Marika's sole need of her shadow was a vessel to lock away destined death. Marika was elected as Empyrean from among a people known as the Numen, a connection we make via Marika's hammer, the Black Knife Assassin armour, but most directly via the Numen rune, which outright says she is from Numen stock. The Numen are a fascinating race, and according to their appearance preset on the character creation, they are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. So once again I turn to my friend Last Protagonist for a translation to help us better understand the nature of this race that Marika hails from. They provided a translation for the Black Knife Assassin armour, and noted that in the original Japanese, the word Numen is not used. Instead, these people are referred to as Maribito. According to the ever-reliable Wikipedia, Maribito are as follows: an ancient Japanese word referring to a supernatural being who comes from afar, bringing gifts of wisdom, spiritual knowledge, and happiness. The term refers to any one of a number of divine beings who were believed to visit villages in Japan, either from beyond the horizon or from beyond distant mountain ranges, bringing gifts. So this additional context from Last Protagonist reinforces the idea that the Numen are not normal beings from this world that we inhabit now. They live supernaturally long and are overall alien to this world that we live in now. And indeed this alien nature can be reinforced by a further translation provided by Last Protagonist of the Night Maiden and Swordstress puppets, which reads in his words, "They are a cold-blooded alien race." Now, I talk about the relationship between the Numen and the Nox in a lot more detail in my Eternal Cities lore video, but in short I posit the Nox are the Numen, but now their identity is defined by their allegiance to the Age of Stars, hence the Nox, Latin for night. Rogier refers to the Black Knife Assassins as scions of the Eternal City, while the Black Knife armour refers to them as Numen. That really is the briefest of summations, and if you want the full deep dive into it, I again refer you to my Eternal Cities lore video. Regardless, this is already making Marika a really interesting character. She comes from an otherworldly race, who clearly have a different biology, given they are otherworldly, long-lived, and cold-blooded. Especially of interest is the long-lasting life, given we have two Numen connections that now use the term Eternal. The Eternal Cities and Queen Marika the Eternal. In my Eternal Cities video, I had suggested that the term Eternal was something different, possibly linked to their curse or the fact they are supposed to live eternally under a false sky as punishment, but as often happens with Elden Ring lore, I have since shifted my position and cannot deny the fact that the term Eternal is used in two instances of long-lived beings. Now, we don't know why Marika was chosen to be Empyrean from among her people. Perhaps she is called Queen Marika because she was already queen of these Numens, or maybe she was a powerful leader or warrior. But I do tend to lean towards the fact that she was already Queen Marika of these people. But regardless, we know the Numen are a remarkable otherworldly race, and therefore one among their number would make a very powerful god. Being raised to godhood is far more than just a title. When Marika became god, she became the vessel for the Elden Ring itself.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth.
Queen Marika does literally carry the Elden Ring within her, as we see by it appearing in Radigan Marika's shared body at the end of the game. It clearly became part of her, as when she shatters the Elden Ring in the announcement trailer, we can see that she shatters herself at the same time. The Greater Will have needed Marika to operate as its proxy in the Lands Between, for the Erdtree would face great opposition to its ascension, and it required a god of unshakable power to cement its dominion over the world. And so Marika would brandish the power of the Elden Ring, and to assist in this endeavour, she would take her consort to be Hoarah, henceforth known as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. This is evidently a calculated move, and a necessary one, given the times that Marika lived in. She was aware that to cement her godhood and the age of the Erdtree, she would need martial might, and who better to help her secure this than the mighty Hoarah, Lord of the Battlefield. As we discussed in detail in prior chapters, the arrival of the Erdtree will not have been viewed positively from many people. It was a threat to people's ways of life, and many will not have taken kindly to the implication of the Erdtree's arrival. As such, Godfrey was an excellent choice for Lord, and I believe both Elden Lords, Radagon and Godfrey, are a sign of the times. Godfrey is the world's mightiest warrior at a time of great conflict, and Radagon is a man strong of belief in a time of waning faith. Of course, we will discuss Radagon shortly. Joining Godfrey would be the Crucible Knights, and we learn of these warriors from the Crucible Axe Helm, which reads, Helm of the Crucible Knights, who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erdtree. As we have already discussed, the age of the Crucible will have overlapped with the age of the Erdtree, and at this stage, the power of the Crucible will still have been seen as divinity, and as such, the Crucible Knights will have been the foremost warriors for the Erdtree in this early era. So with such might at her command, Marika would look to secure her new holdings as a god, and brandish the very power of the Elden Ring against the most dangerous threat that existed, the Fire Giants. So again, this is a subject that I have covered in detail in my Legacy of Fire lore video, and I don't want to make this long video longer than it needs to be, so I won't go into detail about the actual battles and details of the war against the Giants, but it is important to analyse from Marika's perspective what happened in this war, because a lot of what would happen would shape the culture of the Erdtree and Marika's rule itself. We know that the decision to make war upon the Fire Giants was a logical one. Not only were they a powerful race that worshipped a god that fell outside the purview of the Greater Will, but they actually posed a danger to the emergent Erdtree. We learn this via the Surge o' Flame incantation, which tells us that the Flame of Ruin was capable of burning the Erdtree, therefore making it one of the few direct physical threats to the Erdtree. We know that people of Erdtree faith, prophets, would have visions of the Flame of Ruin burning down the Erdtree throughout history. For example, we hear of this dire prophecy via the Catch Flame incantation, which reads, Incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. The Flame of Ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. So this of course is the background story to the Prophet starting class, one of the many bits of lore that I discuss in my starting class lore video, which I will link below. What is interesting is that the incantation describes the Flame of Ruin as anathema, which as a term, when used in a religious or organisational context, means something denounced or deemed an abhorrence to said faith. Its very existence, therefore, was in opposition to the Erdtree just by its existence, and its allegiance to another god, the Fell God, meant it was something that could never be incorporated by the Rising Order. And indeed the Roar Medallion talisman describes the Giants as mortal enemies of the Erdtree, and so it seems they were always destined to do battle for supremacy of the Lands Between. It is unclear whether prophets existed at this time, and it was visions like this that informed the decision of Queen Marika to wage war, or whether it was just a logical conclusion based on what she already knew of their people. At this stage, the conviction of Marika is pretty clear, that she fully believed in the mission of the Erdtree, and was strong in her faith and utterly without mercy for her enemies. And we can gather this from the speech that Melania recreates for us at the first church of Marika on the mountaintops of the giants.
In Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree."
One thing of particular interest in this speech to me is the use of the term brandish that Marika uses in regards to the Elden Ring. The word brandish is usually used in reference to a weapon being wielded, therefore suggesting that the Elden Ring, its power, was actually wielded as a weapon in this battle. And given the way that Radigan uses the power of the Elden Ring in the final battle, we can only imagine Marika at the height of her power. And I do think this is one of the most incredible and interesting things about Marika, is we hear so much about her, but we never see her at the height of her domain or the height of her powers. And we can only imagine what a terrible force she would have been to meet on the battlefield while brandishing the power of the Elden Ring. Combining this immense power with Godfrey, the Crucible Knights, the betrayal of the Trolls, and the Zaymore, Marika had tipped the scales so far in the Erdtree's favour that the giants really had no chance. The way in which she deals with the last surviving member of the fire giant race once again tells us a great deal about Marika's ruthlessness when it came to her enemies at this early stage. I of course refer to the information found within the fire giant's remembrance, which reads as follows. The fire giant is a survivor of the war against the giants. Upon realising the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayst thou tend thy flame for eternity. Now, before anyone says, I'm not judging Marika for being ruthless. War is war at the end of the day, and generals need to make a lot of difficult decisions. I'm only making this disclaimer because in my Golden Order and Gold Mask video, I had a couple of comments where people believed I was passing judgment when I described how Gold Mask perceived the fickleness of the gods. I admire Marika greatly, and have a great deal of empathy for the position she is in as the god of a difficult era. Regardless, objectively, her treatment of the last giant is a calculated one. Realising there was no way to smother the Flame of Ruin completely, there was no benefit in killing the last giant. In fact, as we learned from Burn O Flame, killing him would have actually been a mercy, as death is the only way to break the curse of being destined to tend the flame forever. Instead, Marika uses this curse to her benefit, condemning him to a life of solitary duty. He is the last of his kind, and he has to endure this period by himself, knowing that the rest of his race has been extinguished. His duty, his curse, is tending to the flame, and him being there having to tend this flame, in a practical sense serves as a last obstacle for anyone who wants to access the Flame of Ruin, and in that way Marika is very smart in keeping him alive, just in case someone tries to access the Flame of Ruin. The War of the Giants would have an everlasting and indelible effect on Erdtree culture, especially as it pertains to their perception of fire. Fire would remain reviled and feared, something we learn about via the Spark Aromatic, which reads, Art of the perfumers who fought in the shattering. Though fire was prohibited to those who served the Erdtree, this rule was forgotten as the war drew ever on. The fear of the flame conjured by the conflict with the giants and the fear of their Flame of Ruin would integrate itself into Erdtree culture, being a forbidden tool, and the burning of the Erdtree would of course become the first cardinal sin of the Erdtree faith, and those that had the prophecies of the burning of the Erdtree and would begin to brandish fire incantations were of course banished from its society. Regardless, the charismatic and powerful Queen Marika had defeated the giants, and is told by the sword memorial found on the mountaintops This is what marked the beginning of the Age of the Erdtree proper. The Age of the Crucible was over. Through Marika, the Greater Will had established a powerful foothold on the mortal plane, anchored by the power of the Erdtree. The first church of Marika would be established at the site of the Erdtree's greatest victory, on the mountain tops of the Giants, and in time many churches to the new god would be erected, and in general the faith would spread beyond the lands between. As a god with a human lord as her husband, Marika would have the first of her children, and these would be the children born of Godfrey, known as the Golden Lineage, to which we can tie Godwyn the Golden, Mohg, Morgott, and eventually Godric, though the latter is several generations separated from the rest. And Marika and her Golden Lineage would become emblematic of these heady days of the Erdtree and central to the pantheon of the Erdtree royal family. What would follow would be the Golden Age of Abundance, which must have been an incredible period to witness, and an age that reinforced Marika's own belief in the Erdtree's grace. And so with that said, let us examine these good old days, the Age of Plenty. The greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, says the following: Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Now the implication of this is that the Erdtree would become the centre, the focal point, for all natural life. And in no time was this better illustrated than the so-called Age of Abundance. We can learn of this interesting period of Erdtree history from the incantation Erdtree Heal, which reads as follows: The Erdtree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life. This period of abundance seems to be the heady early days of the Age of the Erdtree, when the bounty of the Erdtree spilled from it like apples from a fruit tree. As keenly observed by my fellow tarnished Erden, speculatively, we can see engravings commemorating this period of plenty at the Chapel of Anticipation and above the door of the real Round Table Hold. The reliefs identified by Erden show people carrying vessels that are similar in appearance to ancient Greek amphorae, and these were traditionally used to store wine, oil, milk, or grain, and it was symbolic of plenty or abundance. To me, this lines up with the symbolism shown on the icon shield and the Blessed Dew Talisman. Both the item descriptions of these items describe this Age of Plenty. For example, the Blessed Dew Talisman reads as follows: Talisman depicting a drop of the Erdtree's sap, a blessed boon. It was once thought that the blessed sap of the Erdtree would drip from its boughs forever, but that Age of Plenty swiftly came to a close, and with time, the Erdtree became more an object of faith. Again, we are getting direct reference to this Age of Plenty, but that it only lasted a brief time, clearly in the opening years of the Erdtree's emergence from the Crucible. To me, this early period of abundance makes sense logically, as the Erdtree emerged from the Crucible of all life, a focus of chaotic life energy, and this blessed dew is almost a remnant of the life from which the Erdtree has emerged. However, this was clearly finite, which makes sense as the Erdtree is more representative and symbolic of a period of regression, an age where the chaotic, uncontrollable life found within the Crucible made way for an age where life is to settle and pull towards the mean. We get further evidence of the bounty or dew being tied to the residual energies of the Crucible from the amber medallions. They all read the following: The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. A primordial life energy resides inside. And indeed, these were not just aesthetically pleasing relics. The dew or amber has some real power, as we can see by the fact these talismans actually boost our very life force in varying ways, imbuing us with the power of life contained within, the primordial life force once found within the Crucible. The word choice of primordial is clearly linking this to the Crucible, the primordial source of life, and thus I think this period, this Age of Abundance or Age of Plenty, is an overlap period between the Age of the Crucible and the Age of the Erdtree, where the energies of the Crucible are still flowing, bursting forth from the Erdtree before it settles into the Age of the Erdtree proper. The power and strength of the vitality that bled from the Erdtree in this early era of its emergence not only took the form of the dew, but seemingly the tree itself exuded an aura, as we learn from the Warming Stone item, which reads as follows. It's said that the Erdtree was once as warm as the gentle sun, and would gradually heal all who bathed in its rays. In paintings of the Erdtree, from what we presume to be the early days, we see it bursting with rays of light, and the use of the word sun is also interesting, because there's evidence to suggest that the rays of the Erdtree were so potent that Leyndell was referred to as the seat of the sun, something we glean from the Sun Realm shield, and we can find these shields on the undead found outside Leyndell itself. And I think what cements that it is talking about Leyndell in this Sun Realm shield is the fact that it's in line with all descriptions of the Age of Plenty, i.e. it didn't last long, and this age of sunlight has long since passed. And while the Erdtree does still give off a massive ray of light, it is nothing compared to the luster that we see in some of these paintings of the Erdtree of old. In general, and in totality, the vision we have of this Age of Plenty is one of positivity, vitality, and bounty. Clearly, faith wasn't much of a challenge at this point because the rewards and benefits were so plentiful and obvious to see. And indeed, in early Erdtree society, it appears that Queen Marika herself would come down and present blessings to her people in person, something we learn of from the Erdtree's favourite talisman, which reads, "It is said that when the Age of the Erdtree began, such blessings were personally bestowed upon their recipients by Queen Marika herself." I just find this to be another positive scene that depicts the heady days of the early Erdtree rule, where Marika herself interacted with her people and blessed them. And as said, I think that the reason this period is so fleeting is because it is a transitional period between the Crucible and Erdtree, and you could either see it as the late era of the Crucible or the early era of the Erdtree, and I see it as a combination of both. And once the residual energy of the faded Crucible had gone, that is when the blessings stopped. Much like with Anor Londo in Dark Souls, it is nice to think of Leyndell and the Erdtree as the shattered remains of something truly beautiful. In both cases, we are blown away by the beauty of these fallen civilizations, even at their lowest points, and it is almost beyond our comprehension, the splendour of Leyndell and the Erdtree in these days of pure bliss and wonder, and we can only look at the paintings, faded paintings, and wonder what could have been. But with those heady days behind us, we need to now get to the core of who Marika is, and of course we cannot do this at the big twist of Elden Ring, that Marika is equal to Radagon. And so now let us examine the immortal Rebus.
The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband, King Consort Radagon, also appeared. Who exactly was Radagon?
So let's just get to it, the big revelation for us all on our first playthrough. Marika is equal to Radagon. They are two individual beings in one body, yet of course they are two distinctly different personalities, both with their own ideals and their own actions. I think a lot of people struggle with this concept and what the point of it is, because it is fairly unceremoniously dumped on you without really explaining the how or the why. While a lot of questions will continue to be unanswered, then you fight Elden Beast and the game's over. So I'll do my best to share my understanding of it, and what I perceive to be the truth of the Marika Radagon question. To understand it truly is to understand both the laws of regression, revered by the Golden Order, and to understand the ideal of the Rebus, the ultimate end goal of alchemy. I talk in this my Golden Order video, but one of the tenets of the Golden Order fundamentalism is the idea of regression, a type of convergence. We have already discussed how the principles of regression illustrate how the fundamentalists envision a more refined, tighter concept of life, where the outliers are pulled closer towards the norm. However, the law of regression actually goes further than this, as it says, regression is the pool of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. This idea of convergent is actually one really well explored by the Dead Space trilogy, and if for some bizarre reason you haven't played those games, please drop everything right now and go and play them. But in essence, it seems as though the underlying concepts of the Golden Order is that life should be getting closer to convergence, that they should be pulling together and there should be less disparity in all forms of life. And this is why the idea of an Erdtree burial, of life being absorbed and returned to the Erdtree, is very critical to the law of regression, as it is life returning to the Erdtree, becoming one with the Erdtree, and removing that disparity. And once we comprehend this idea, we start to see the pool of things in many things related to the Erdtree and the Golden Order. Intelligence and faith pulling together to create the Golden Order incantations. Radagon studying faith and incantations to become complete. Twins, Dee and his brother, who have converged to share one soul. And of course, the two beings who share one body, the ultimate representation of convergence, the god of the Golden Order. This idea of two beings sharing one body, one male and one female, is an alchemical theory said to be the great work of the field, the rebus, the magnum opus of any alchemist. It is a metaphor for the alchemical process as a whole, the bringing together and purification of two things to create something better. I believe the Golden Order is alchemical in its ideals, the blending of things together to make something better, and thus this immortal rebus of Marika and Radagon is the very pinnacle of life as described by the laws of regression and causality, represented by the soul Erdtree itself, and the convergence of all life to the Erdtree through Erdtree burial. As a result, Marika and Radagon's merge is obviously fitting as they represent the pinnacle of the laws espoused by those who study the Erdtree and the Golden Order, meaning it must be linked somehow to the underlying mathematics and form of the Elden Ring. It also makes sense that Radagon would be pushing the ideals of fundamentalism, given he knows the true end result of the law of regression. So I now need to speak on what I believe to be the truth behind their origins as a rebus, and when it happened. As there are a lot of ideas as to when it happened. I used to think it happened when they were married, and some people believe that it happened when the shattering actually occurred. But I'm going to give my view on what I believe happened. These are all valid ideas, as it all is just speculation, but I'm going to give what I think makes the most sense to the surrounding lore. Upon studying this subject, and looking at all the surrounding lore, I believe that Marika became a rebus upon the moment of her ascension to godhood, that Radagon has always been part of her history as a god. I don't believe that they were two individuals that later merged at some point, and I believe that Radagon has always existed as a part of Marika, but not vice versa, as Marika, in my opinion, was not born a rebus. We know that she wasn't always a god, that she was once a Numen, and I believe aside from the unusual nature of Numen, she was just a Numen woman, or queen, called Marika. She was then selected to become an Empyrean, and then became a god of a new era upon defeating the giants. I've always pondered on the relevance of Radagon's hair. As we learn from the giant's red braid, Radagon associated his hair with the red hair of the giants, and I've always found this item description curious, because it implies he is somehow linked to the fire giants. And now I ponder, could it be that this is an imprint of this conflict between Marika and the fire giants, that upon her ascension to godhood and the creation of her other half, Radagon, did they somehow leave an imprint on Radagon, or should I say her Radagon half? That is of course just colourful speculation, so let's get into the real reasons why I believe that Radagon and Marika were always a rebus from the moment she became a god. Firstly, there are the ideals of regression and convergence that we've already discussed. When we talked about the Erdtree, we talked about how it's intrinsically linked to the Elden Ring, and how its changes to the Elden Ring affected the Erdtree. So when Marika became the vessel for the Elden Ring, and became intrinsically linked to the Elden Ring, does it not make sense that the Elden Ring could affect who Marika was down to her DNA? We know the ideals of law of regression and law of causality are underpinned by the Golden Order's interpretation of the Elden Ring. If the Elden Ring's form is a metaphysical representation of regression and convergence, does this mean it could have transformed Marika to also represent the ideal, given they are now linked? I certainly think so. Secondly, in history, Radagon just seems to appear at the time of the Liurnian Wars, and made massive decisions, such as making peace with the Carians through marriage, decisions really only Marika should be making, given she's the leader of the Erdtree forces. How was he able to make these massive decisions? Returning to the Carian betrothal, I think this is also a stage that gives us a lot of evidence that Radagon was already Marika at this stage, and it wasn't something that happened later, either at the time of Marika-Radagon's marriage, or at the time of the Shattering. Because first of all we have the Mask of Confidence, the Mask of the Preceptors who served Rennala. The mask reads as follows. When Radagon married Rennala, he ordered the Carian magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. This seems to give off the vibe that Radagon had something massive to hide, a big, deep secret. And what else could it really be when we're talking about Radagon? Meaning that he was already Marika at this time, and the preceptors were to keep that fact hidden. This also seems to be the same secret that Miriel describes him hiding when talking about the statue that was created by a sculptor in Lane Dale.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harboured a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbours his secret too.
And to cement that Radagon was always Marika, even at the stage of his marriage to Rennala, there's the fact he leaves Rennala a fragment of the Elden Ring. The Amber Egg, that is what the Amber Egg is. Again, how would Radagon, a mere champion, have access to such a powerful artifact? In addition, Miriel makes some interesting and pointed claims about the bizarre nature of Radagon's ascension, his abandonment of Rennala, and his marriage to Marika.
However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
And if you think about it, he is right. It is totally bizarre that Radagon basically up sticks, abandons his family, seemingly on a whim. It is also strange that it would be a mere champion, for that is what Radagon is, chosen out of nowhere to be elevated to Elden Lord after Godfrey left the lands between. Yet all of this would then make sense if Radagon and Marika were always one, and Radagon's ascension is him essentially supporting his other half when a new Elden Lord was needed. Of course, one of the other aspects of the Rebus is that it is two different elements coming together, and so just because Marika and Radagon share one body, and Radagon's actions can be explained by him also being part of Marika, doesn't mean they aren't also individual. So I think when people have a problem comprehending that they were always a Rebus, is due to the fact that we have actions attributed to Radagon and to Marika. So to make it clear they aren't the same person, they are two different personalities inhabiting one body, and as we can see from the final fight, they could clearly switch between different personalities, meaning that Radagon would go and do things that would be attributed to him, and Marika would go and do things that were attributed to her. And if no one saw the transformation, no one would know they were the same person. I think what also causes some confusion is Marika's line in the Queen's bedchamber that Melina can recreate for us. So let's listen to that now and we'll break it down.
In Marika's own words, O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
So in this dialogue, Marika says, "Thou art not yet me," and people take this to mean that they aren't yet conjoined, when again I think this is a critical misunderstanding of what a rebus is, because they are two wholly individual people, they just share one body. And so when Marika says, "Thou art not yet me," I think she is implying the fact that she is still the true god, not Radagon. Radagon is merely her Elden Lord. And then she goes on to say, "Mine other self," which to me again cements the fact that Radagon is already part of Marika at this stage. And this is why in the introductory cinematic, we see it flashing between Marika and Radagon. It's both halves vying for control of their shared body. And we can learn of this fight from Marika's hammer description, which reads as follows. "Stone hammer, made in the lands of the Numen, outside the lands between. The tool with which Queen Marika shattered the Elden Ring, and Radagon attempted to repair it." So they both wrestled for control of their body as Marika tried to shatter the ring and Radagon tried to undo her damage. Yet obviously we know what happens. Marika won out, she shattered the Elden Ring, and then they were both imprisoned by the Elden Beast. But to prevent his Golden Order from being usurped, Radagon would then put these spiny briars and his seal on the entrance to the Erdtree. His loyalty to the Golden Order so blind that he'd rather keep a shattered world than allow someone to repair it. Something not even the Greater Will expects, as they are stunned into silence after we are denied entrance to the Elden Ring. The battle between the two halves of the rebus is what sets into motion the events of the game. As we see from the introductory cinematic of the game, Queen Marika has not been seen since the shattering of the Elden Ring, and no one in the outside world knows her involvement in breaking the Elden Ring. She has just vanished, and the lands between are plunged into chaos. So I think that's a sufficient explanation of what my understanding of what Marika is and what she did. But why did she do it? To try and understand this, let us move on to the final portion of this video essay, where we actually analyse who Marika was as a human, as a person, and how far her discontent goes. One of the things that I find interesting when we're looking at Marika is the statues we see of her throughout the world, including the one at the first Church of Marika, showing her in a crucified position. This means one of two things, and firstly the most obvious, yet I believe incorrect answer, is that these statues were sculpted after Marika was crucified. However, this doesn't make sense, as how would people know she's crucified, given she has disappeared and no one has seen her?
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found.
I would instead like you to consider another idea. These statues are symbolic of her burden as a god. To support this idea, let us look at Marika's soreseal, which reads as follows. "Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse, from which there is no deliverance." It is easy to forget that Marika, while a mighty god in her time, was ultimately once a human, or close enough at least, who inherited an incredible burden as described by this soreseal. I think that one of the main underlying factors of Marika's decisions is due to the incredible burden that weighs her down over time, as perfectly represented by her statuary, and at the same time a series of unfortunate events begin to occur that will have broken her down over time. Some accuse Marika of being this kind of Machiavellian bad guy who always planned to bring down the Greater Will, but I never really got that impression, and without them really knowing Marika, I'm not sure how they can rush to that conclusion. I think it's a bit of a Machiavellian stereotype, and I always saw Marika as a more human character. I believe her early speeches, where she is clearly supporting the Erdtree and the Greater Will, are very earnest and very impassioned. Instead, I see her as a fairly tragic character, bound by her duty, who experiences tragedy after tragedy, difficulty after difficulty, that eventually would lead her to question her own duty that she is bound to, and being bound to the Erdtree. There was the War of the Dragons, when the ancient dragons themselves attacked Leyndell, headed by the mighty dragon Grandsax. While Leyndell was ultimately successful in repelling this attack, the Bolt of Gransax describes how the dragons brought great destruction to the capital, and the scars of this conflict still remain. There was also the Godskin apostasy, a subject I've tackled in numerous videos, so again I won't let this video go on longer than need be, but suffice it to say this was a real challenge to her authority, and I truly believe it will have shaken her to the core. Here was a force that intended to kill her and her kin, after no doubt centuries of her being certain in her power and immortality, and the same for her golden lineage and family. To compound her pain, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the leader of the Apostles, was an Empyrean chosen by the Fingers, as stated by the Black Flame ritual incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that she was an Empyrean chosen by the Fingers. This is a confusing bit of lore, and it means that the Gloam-Eyed Queen was set up to be a god to take Marika's place. And we have to ask, was it a greater will's Fingers that chose her? While we know that other forces can command fingers, like the 3 fingers of the Frenzied Flame, the most numerous fingers that we know about are the 2 fingers of the greater will. Does this mean it was the greater will that chose the Gloam-Eyed Queen to replace Marika? And if so, how would this make Marika feel? That she's disposable? Replaceable? Not only was she meant to be usurped by this Gloam-Eyed Queen, she was meant to be killed by her. Either way, Marika did come out on top of this engagement by using Malekith to seal away destined death, but one of the major results of it was the isolation of death by Malekith and the creation of the Golden Order, a world without death. This deathless world would set the stage for a massive flaw in the Golden Order, and it would be revealed by the next earth-shaking event in Marika's reign, the Night of the Black Knives. Now, there are plenty of theories on Marika's involvement in this event, and no matter where you fall in the debate, the result is always really the same. It helped further fracture the flawed Golden Order, and it helped push Marika over the edge and shatter the Elden Ring. For those unfamiliar with the debate surrounding the Night of the Black Knives, there is a prevailing theory that Marika had a hand in it, and for a more in-depth look at that theory, I'd refer you to my good friend Ashen Hollow's video on that very subject. The item in question that is central to this theory is the Black Knife armour, which reads the following. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen who had close ties with Marika herself. So of course, understandably, many people read this as the close ties to Marika, meaning that they are Marika's servants or Marika's people, who carried out the assassination of Godwyn at her behest. I've come to the conclusion that the language used here is purposefully ambiguous, and therefore it is unclear what we are meant to definitively know as the truth. To try and better understand the intention behind the item description, I did ask Last Protagonist to translate it, and they provided the following translation. The assassins who perpetrated the night of the conspiracy were all female, and one theory says that they were Numen close to Marika. So I find this version of the translation to be more useful in making it clear that this connection is not clear, that it is rumour, as it uses the term one theory. And then looking at the English translation in tandem with this translation, the English one uses rumoured to be Numen who had close ties with Marika herself. So while it does make it more clear that this is just a rumour and not definitive fact, it also does nothing to disprove the theory that Marika was involved, and I totally accept that I have to take this theory as a serious one, given the language used here. It's also kind of backed up by Marika's perceived attitude towards her demigod children, as there are 2 bits of dialogue that reveal that Marika really sees her children as tools. One from purportedly Marika herself, recreated by Melina.
In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
And then we have one given to us by a ghost witness in the Weeping Peninsula. and thus many feel that she wouldn't think twice about sacrificing her own son to strike back against the greater will and expose the flaw of those that live in death. My personal opinion on it is, it doesn't matter, because I think that Marika's real reason for shattering the Elden Ring is because she became aware of the Golden Order's flaw that was revealed by the Knight of the Black Knives. Whether she's behind the event or not, I still believe it is the final event that pushes her to shatter the Elden Ring, as it lays bare the flaws at the heart of the Golden Order. There is another dialogue of Marika where she vows to search the depths of the Golden Order, as if to better understand it and allay the doubts and fears that were beginning to plague the lands between.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
It is easy to understand what these doubts may very well be, and as I discussed in my Golden Order video, the biggest mistake Marika makes is having the Rune of Death confined, because at this stage the world became a deathless nightmare. Every human we see in this world is grey, hollow, desiccated, and generally pretty miserable looking. This is the result of no death, and this is something we learn from the aristocrat set, worn by the zombie-like wandering nobles, and its description reads as follows. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are the pitiful product of unending life. Given the miserable state of the zombie-like inhabitants of the world, no wonder Marika begins to notice that this isn't right, and intends to search the depths of the Golden Order for an answer, much like Goldmask later would. There's a really great post by Ha that goes into the connections between Norse mythology and Marika, but what's of interest to me is the fact they point out the different tablets in Marika's room, in the Queen's Chamber area, and I have always wondered what these tablets are. Ha links the aforementioned dialogue of Marika to these tablets, saying that this is evidence of her study of the Golden Order, and ultimately she came to a conclusion that she did not like, that pushed her to the end result of shattering the Elden Ring. This is a really thoughtful Reddit post with some good connections to Norse mythology as well that I just didn't cover in this video, so if you'd like a look at that, I will link the entire Reddit post in the description below, so thanks to Ha for that information. So in summary, the Godskin apostasy pushes Marika to confined destined death. The world becomes a miserable, deathless hell. Marika notices the declining faith of her comrades, and she herself has doubts, and so she plumbs the depths of the Golden Order to find an answer, and yet in there she finds no good answer, and she either organises the Knight of the Black Knives, or she does not. But either way, the death of Godwyn and the spread of death throughout the land reveals the critical flaw in the Elden Ring, and thus she shatters it. And this brave decision, even fighting against her leal other half, would cost her dearly. And so it's with a heavy heart I must discuss the final tragic fate of Queen Marika. I find Marika's martyring and her treatment by the Greater Will to be one of the more brutal aspects of the game, and the only thing that makes it a little better for me is that she's not completely powerless and seems to still have some skin in the game, so to speak. That said, to complete Marika's story, you do need to consider the brutality of her final fate. When you ask Enea about Marika's treatment, the fingers say the following on Marika.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so.
Now consider what the Greater Will is actually saying and asking of us here. Marika, despite being a broken, shattered shell, is still to remain the vessel of the Elden Ring in her corpse-like shattered form. Additionally, we're to marry this form and rule on as a proxy, condemning her to an eternity of being nothing more than a container What a tortured and bleak existence. This punishment does not fit the crime, and you could think that the Greater Will could find a new vessel, a new god, for their Elden Ring. Yet as mentioned, it does seem as though Marika has taken some steps, and isn't completely powerless. It appears Marika placed Hugh in Round Table Hold to kill a god, to kill her, to put her out of her misery, as it seems that Hugh has made some kind of promise to Queen Marika. So with that context, let us consider the endings of Elden Ring that you can choose. As with this analysis in hand, it does now seem that the 4 Elden Lord endings are really the worst for Marika. I personally like the Dustborn ending the best, but after thinking about it, I can't help but feel great sorrow for Marika's ultimate fate. For even if I'm giving relief to those who live in death by bringing them in to the new order, Marika would be condemned to exist solely as a husk for the Elden Ring. And therefore you can't think but the Frenzied Flame ending would be better, because at least in that circumstance, she would melt away. One final puzzle piece remains in regards to Marika for me, and this is Gideon's purported relationship with Queen Marika, as we learn the following from his armour set. Knowledge begins with the recognition of one's ignorance, the realisation that the search for knowledge is unending. But when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear at the end that should not be. So we know that Gideon has much closer contact with the Two Fingers and Greater Will, as is told to us by the Divine Fortification incantation. His armour set appears to imply that he has somehow communed with Marika and her will, as shown by him confronting us near the end of the game, despite him claiming throughout the game that he also wishes to ascend to the Elden Throne. He bars your way at the end because he believes Marika does not want this, that she in fact wants us to struggle for eternity.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity.
While this may be confusing, I see this as Gideon being part right in Marika's objectives, but ultimately he has peered into something he doesn't truly understand. Knowledge begins with the recognition of one's ignorance. Marika is a god, and a god who's essentially imprisoned and basically for all intents and purposes dead. I believe by touching her will, he is interpreting something so eldritch and cosmic that he's only pulled certain emotions from it. I think he is part right in that he has interpreted that Marika doesn't want anyone to become the new Elden Lord. As we've just discussed, this is a pretty horrible fate for Marika, so why on earth would she want that? But other actions of hers do seem to belay the fact that she does want us to reach her in the Erdtree and bring an end to her suffering. She places Hugh in Round Table Hold so that we may slay a god. She also seems to have repurposed Melina, her possible daughter, to assist the Tarnished in making it to the Erdtree. Bear in mind that Gideon has reached into a being that is actually comprised of 2 individual halves. Perhaps it is actually Radagon's will that he has interpreted incorrectly. Radagon doesn't want anyone to ascend to the Elden Throne, and in fact wants nothing to change. He does want us to struggle for eternity, and to have everyone barred from entering the centre of the Erdtree. I think that Gideon has peered into the will of churning emotions of a conflicted god of 2 halves, and misinterpreted the true message. Yes, Marika doesn't want anyone to become Elden Lord, but she does want us to come and put an end to her suffering. And so I plead with you, Tarnished, for the love of all that is good, take a sword from Hugh and put an end to Queen Marika's eternal suffering. Most of the greatest fantasy universes have a creation myth, a grand tale of cosmic beings weaving the fabric of the world into existence, such as Eru Iluvatar of the Lord of the Rings mythos, who brings Arda into existence through his great song. Elden Ring is no different. We learn via Hyeta that it is the Greater Will who is responsible for the diverse life that we witness on this mortal plane by fracturing something known as the One Great. While this may seem like a brief segment of the lore, it spawns multiple questions about the formation of life as we know it, as well as a bigger question. What actually is the Greater Will? Many in the community, including myself, have been hasty in categorizing the Greater Will as one of the outer gods, and of course there is logic to this, given they share a certain nebulous characterization. However, is this actually true, or is the Greater Will something more? The Greater Will is the dominant force in this setting, controlling life, creating it, and imposing its order upon it. So we have to ask ourselves, does this fit the template of an outer god, or does the Greater Will more closely match the template of an Abrahamic creator god? These are the grand questions that this video hopes to address, for pondering these foundational ideas has added even more depth to this incredible world of Elden Ring for me, and I hope by the end of this video you feel the same, even if you do not agree with all the points I make. So join me this week as we assess the nature of the Greater Will and the outer gods. But he desired rather to subdue to his will both elves and men, envying the gifts with which Iluvatar promised to endow them, and he wished himself to have subjects and servants, and to be called Lord, and to be master over other wills. Such were the desires of Melkor, the first Dark Lord of the Lord of the Rings saga, a cosmic being who envied the ability of his progenitor, Iluvatar, to create life. For Melkor wished to create for himself, rather than being a mere instrument of something greater than he, and if he could not create, he would dominate, warp, and control Arda, and those who inhabited it. Melkor and Iluvatar both are unfathomable cosmic beings beyond human ken, but only one of them had the ability to create. Only one of them was the supreme deity, a being based on Tolkien's own Catholic beliefs in a supreme soul deity. That idea and difference is the core of this video. The differences between a being who can create and one who can merely act upon the world which has already been created. It is my aim to do a comprehensive analysis of both the Greater Will and the Outer Gods, their abilities, their aims, and their nature, ultimately to highlight their differences. I myself have been quick to name the Greater Will an Outer God, such as in my Mikla lore video, but the more I've studied the lore and attempted to understand the nature of Elden Ring's world and its history, the more I have come to disagree with this idea. I think that the Greater Will is something more than an outer god, and that it takes the position of the supreme deity of this world. My main reasons for doing so, and therefore the outline of my thesis, are: number 1, in-game references to outer gods and the Greater Will not crossing paths; 2, the language used for both of these different gods; 3, what outer gods actually are and what they can do; and 4, the Greater Will as a supreme creator deity that doesn't fit the mold of an outer god. So with this thesis laid out, let us tackle the first of these, and that is the mentions of outer gods and the Greater Will in-game, and their lack of interaction. There are 8 direct mentions to outer gods in the game, with 4 of these being semi-repetitive, as they are tied to Mikla's needles. But in totality, these 8 references reference the Scarlet Rot God via the Scorpion Stinger, and via the Lake of Rot map. Then there is the Formless Mother, or Mother of Blood, which is mentioned by Mogwin's Sacred Spear. Then there's the outer god of the Deathrite Birds and the Twin Bird, which is mentioned on the Twin Bird Kite Shield. And then finally there is the outer god of the Frenzied Flame, which is implied to be one via the Mikla's Needle and the other versions of this needle, because it is used to ward away the influence of the outer gods, and this item's only use is to ward away the influence of the Frenzied Flame. There's also another mention of the Ancient God of Rot in the Blue Dancer Talisman, so let's be generous and bring that up to 9 direct mentions to the outer gods in-game. There are 15 unique references to the Greater Will in-game, including item descriptions, dialogue, and I say unique because there are repeat references in all of the Nox armor and the 2 Mirror Helms. None of the mentions of the outer gods name the Greater Will as one of their number, nor do any of the mentions of the Greater Will label it as an outer god. and this should really be our first clue that the Greater Will stands apart from these nebulous deities, or at least make it clear that it is not a certainty, that it is an outer god. And thankfully for my theory, this is also backed up by the original Japanese used, a nuance that was brought to my attention by the viewer, the Great Cosmic Axiotl, who commented on one of my community posts. The Great Cosmic Axiotl claims the information they are providing comes via the famous Italian YouTuber Sabaku no Meiko in episode 38 of his Elden Ring series, which I will link below. Axiotl noted that the term in Japanese for outer god, Sotonaru, is fitting because it is used to define beings that fall outside a group or a system, outside God. Oxyatl then notes that the Greater Will is never referred to in the same way, and in fact the term in Japanese for Greater Will is a word that is closely related to the biblical God in the Japanese translations. This idea of the Greater Will being linguistically tied to the biblical God is backed up by YouTuber Doug Manguy, a horrendously underrated channel that provides some of the most in-depth breakdowns of the Japanese that I have ever seen, and I highly recommend you take a look at their channel. In a video on Hiatus Dialogue regarding the Greater Will, Doug Manguy backs up the idea that the Greater Will is linguistically tied to the Abrahamic or biblical God by noting that the Japanese for Greater Will in the game borrows from the Japanese translation of the Old Testament, and they believe that by using the same language, the writers of Elden Ring are very much trying to evoke the idea that the Greater Will is the God of the lands between. So again, a massive shout out to Doug Manguy for this awesome work. But to make sure I covered all my bases, I turned to someone I often do for Japanese translations, Last Protagonist, who was able to provide the following information when I asked him to verify these translations. And Last Protagonist did indeed confirm that the Greater Will is not referred to in the same manner as the Outer Gods linguistically. So thanks again to Last Protagonist for this verification, to the Great Cosmic Axiotl for bringing this to my attention, and finally to Doug Manguy for his excellent work. This linguistic proof should be evidence enough that the Greater Will is meant to be standing apart from what we know as the Outer Gods, that the authors want us to believe it is something different. However, this was apparent to me even before I realised there was differences in the Japanese, mainly because of the differences in presentation and in the lore. I believe the Outer Gods behave and operate in a different manner to the Greater Will. So next I think it would be prudent for us to discuss the Outer Gods so that we can properly comprehend their nature and see how it differs from the Greater Will. The Outer Gods, in essence, are great cosmic beings that operate in a different plane of thought and existence to us. For those who have played Bloodborne and are familiar with the Great Ones, will automatically realise that the authors are meaning to evoke this same kind of idea of cosmic being. In the linguistic evidence shown by the Great Cosmic Axiotl and by Last Protagonist that we looked over in the previous chapter, we know that Outer Gods are Outer Gods because they exist out with this plane of existence. They are outside the order established on the mortal plane of Elden Ring. The cosmic and the divine have often intersected in fantasy before, and so this shouldn't be a massive concept for us to understand. In this world there are grounded gods, elected by these higher beings to rule on their behalf, gods like Marika. Then there are the cosmic gods that exist outside our human understanding of life and outside the normal parameters of this world. As you have no doubt sensed by the amount of quotes that I've used, my main allegory for this entire video is the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings mythos. The gods of that universe, Iluvatar and the Valar, are also cosmic in nature, as the events of creation, as detailed in the Silmarillion, take place within the void of space. But beyond their cosmic and inhuman nature, many questions still remain. Where did they come from? Did the Greater Will create them? Are they themselves aspect of the Greater Will? Or do they exist entirely separately from the Greater Will? What will follow will of course be my own speculation, but let us start with a very basic fact about the Outer Gods, that they are very, very old. Firstly, the Outer God of Rot is referred to as ancient in the Blue Dancer charm, as it reads as follows. a cloth doll depicting a dancer garbed in blue, an ancient heirloom of some sort. The dancer in blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. In addition, we know the outer god of the Deathbirds and their death rites has also existed for a very long time, given they have existed in the time before the Erdtree, and this is told to us directly by the explosive Ghost Flame item description, which reads as follows. In the time when there was no Erdtree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keepers of that flame. So you get the picture. So if these beings are so old, then it is possible that the outer gods are individual concepts that fractured into the existence when the One Great itself was fractured and life began to spread. This is an idea presented by the Reddit user Lapsus55 in a comment where they liken the outer gods as representations of certain fundamental laws in the world, like death and disease. There are those that take this idea further, that the Greater Will created these concepts, created these outer gods, or that they are beings that were also birthed from the fracturing of the One Great, i.e. they too are products of its hands. I don't believe that the Greater Will created the outer gods, and personally my favourite theory is that the outer gods are cosmic beings that are completely external to the world of Elden Ring, going back to those linguistic translations by the great cosmic Axiotl and Last Protagonist, that they are not creations of this world, nor do they belong to it. They are simply cosmic beings from the great void of space who have essentially been attracted to this world. That is at least my understanding on the emphasis that is put on these gods being external to this world. And again, we can find allegories for these beings in Tolkien's Legendarium. There are cosmic beings that also exist outside the creations of Iluvatar and are unknowable and not even understood by the gods themselves. For example, there's Ungoliant, the great spider who corrupted the two trees while allied with Melkor. In Chapter 8 of the Silmarillion, Ungoliant is described as having unknown origins, even to the Eldar, and is believed to have crawled from the abyss surrounding Arda, i.e. the void of space, and chose to remain there. Ungoliant therefore is an external being outside of the creation of Arda, who has simply come here. And at this point I'd just like to interject that if you are interested in Tolkien lore like I am, I would recommend the channel The Red Book. This is a tremendous channel that I've been enjoying immensely recently, who goes into a lot of depth and detail about specific topics in the Tolkien Legendarium, and I will link that channel below if you are interested. Like Ungoliant, I speculate that the outer gods are cosmic beings, unknowable and incomprehensible to us, separate from the creation of this world, that come from a realm beyond ours, and are drawn to this mortal plane like moths to a flame. I have nothing solid to back this up, of course, beside the linguistic evidence that we've already looked at, and the usual tropes of great cosmic beings. With these ideas of the cosmic and external gods in mind, let us take a moment to analyse each of the confirmed outer gods to assess what their abilities and limits actually are. The first of the confirmed outer gods is the Formless Mother, or Mother of Truth, which Mo's communion with it results in him becoming the Lord of Blood. There is then the outer god of Rot, one of the most directly referenced of their kind, and this is the god sealed underneath the Lake of Rot, and responsible for the spread of the Scarlet Rot and its incubation within millennia. Then we have the outer god of the Deathbirds, that being which acts through its envoy, the Twin Bird, and her children, the Deathbirds, who spread the death rites. Then finally, the only other definitive outer god is confirmed via implication that we spoke about earlier, and this is the outer god of the Frenzied Flame, which spreads its influence through frenzy. There are other potential candidates, such as the forces behind the various moons, the god of the Crystallians, or the Fell god, but quite frankly we just can't know for certain because they're not referred to directly as outer gods. And no, I do not believe there is an outer god of the dragons, and I will cover this in my Greater Will section shortly. But let us review the outer gods and attempt to answer some big questions. Namely, what do they want, and what can they actually do? Let us start with one that we have covered on the channel before, the Formless Mother, who Mohg has become associated with. We learn via the Blood Boon incantation that blood is this Formless Mother's medium of communion and communication, as it reads, "The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Mohg stood before her deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Via wounds and blood, the Formless Mother is able to spread her influence. As we learn via Mohgwyn's spear, Mohg's enhanced powers come via his master blessing his accursed blood, telling us that this Formless Mother is actually able to affect blood to the point where it can empower Mohg because of his defiled blood within his body. In turn, Mohg communes with the Formless Mother by causing her wounds and spreading blood. Again, the more blood, the more her influence spreads. In regions where blood is abundant, such as Mohgwyn Palace and Rose Church in Liurnia, we can see this corruption taking place in the form of giant cysts, blood roses, and afflicted forms of life, and this is presumably a sample of how the world would be should the Formless Mother and her Lord of Blood claim dominion. And it is also important to note that this order, the Order of Blood, replicates the command structure of the Greater Will. There will be a God of Blood in Miquella, and there is a Lord of Blood in place of an Elden Lord, a stark mirror to Marika and her Elden Lord. So everything about this order, and about the powers of the Formless Mother and Outer God, is about corruption. Nothing here is being created. Let us look at another of the Outer Gods, the God of the Scarlet Rot, which is again a god we have touched upon in this channel. One of the most clear references to this god is via the Scorpion Stinger, but probably a more interesting reference comes from the Blue Dancer Talisman. We've already read that item description, but in essence it talks about an event where this ancient god, a god that was rot itself, was sealed away. And from the item description of the Lake of Rot map, we know that it was sealed below this Lake of Rot. Like the Formless Mother, this outer god exerts its influence over the world and corrupts it via a material. In this case, this material is the Scarlet Rot. Like the Formless Mother, it too has selected a vessel god, the powerful Malenia, who serves as an infection vector for the Scarlet Rot, as we can see by her effect on Caelid, which has spread the Scarlet Rot significantly. I speak on the Scarlet Rot in great detail in my Malenia lore video, but what is clear is that the Scarlet Rot is no mere pestilence, but an aspect or a power of this outer god that will remake the world in its image. It doesn't just waste away the body as a pestilence. As Gowry tells us, even the demigods could not rid the world of this pestilence. It is something more than mere disease. However, the Scarlet Rot isn't just death, it is also life, and we can get an idea of what this Order of Rot would look like via the Poison Mist incantation, which reads as follows: "The death that begets life that comes to all equally." That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. Sweeping death brought via pestilence, and new life rising from the carrion of the dead, such as the silverfish-like pests. This is of course realistic, as in the real world when things die, new life comes from that death. You get maggots and flies in the corpses of the dead, as well as bacteria growing within carrion. The Scarlet Rot is a transformative medium that would transform and kill life on this earth, but also bring about new forms of life. We get a preview of what such a world would be like in the afflicted lands of Caelid and the hollowed out Hellofresh. Life, certainly, but also death in abundance. A cycle of death and life. There's also the most enigmatic of the definitive outer gods, and that is the outer god of the Deathbirds and their twin bird mother. This is again a subject I've spoke on in great detail in my Deathbirds video, but again this outer god is focused upon spreading its influence upon the land, notably in its dominion over funerary practices in the age before the Erdtree, and the spreading of its death rites. However, the most important probably to consider for this argument is the Frenzied Flame. And like the prior two examples, the outer god of chaos does not act directly upon the world, but acts through emissaries such as the Three Fingers, maidens like Hayeta, and the demon Shabriri, as well as having a corrupting force like the others, the Frenzied Flame, and the spread of the Frenzy Affliction. The aim of this outer god is to once again affect which has already been created by the greater will, unmaking it, so that the life is melted down into one form. I will be doing a Frenzied Flame lore video in the near future, so I won't go into it too much depth, but suffice it to say that this outer god spreads its influence via the Frenzied Flame much as the Formless Mother does by blood, and like the God of Rot does via the Scarlet Rot. So while this outer god does operate in the same general manner as the others, it is unique in that it stands more starkly as a mirror reflection to the greater will, and indeed it is such an inverse of the greater will that some believe that it was once a part of the greater will, that the two fingers and the three fingers were once one, making a whole hand, or that at the very least it proves that the greater will is an outer god, because the Frenzied Flame is so similar in its nature to the greater will. And of course, while these are valid, I do not necessarily agree with either, and instead I see the outer god of chaos and its stark mirroring of the greater will as posturing, as a mockery of the greater will and its ideals, mainly because it seeks to undo the greater will's idea of life. And indeed, I don't see it as much different from the positions taken by the outer god of blood, for example. All of these outer gods follow the same pattern. They are attempting to corrupt the lands between, but they will also offer up a new pantheon, directly copying and perverting the established pantheon of the greater will. The Formless Mother offers the most complete example of what I mean. There is a Lord of Blood in opposition to the Elden Lord, and there could be a God of Blood in opposition to Marika. We see partial constructions of this in the other outer gods as well, such as Melania being groomed to become the Goddess of Rot, and the player character who can become the Lord of Frenzied Flame in opposition to the Elden Lord. Everything that the outer gods take, they take from the greater will, and there may be some cosmic balance to it that we don't fully comprehend, that there needs to be a lord or there needs to be a god. My point being is that the Frenzied Flame manifesting the three fingers doesn't automatically mean that we need to think of the two fingers and the three fingers being one hand. There are many two fingers after all, so it's not like there is just one two fingers. There are two fingers in each of the Divine Towers, and there is of course a two fingers for Ranni. So there isn't a total of 5 fingers anyway, so this has never really made much sense to me. And I see this 2 fingers plus 3 equals 5 as too literal an interpretation. Instead, I see it as symbolic, that the Frenzied Flame outer god has chosen 3 fingers to represent its vision of uniting everyone once again as whole, that the 3 and the 2 do make a whole 5, a whole hand, but it is symbolic of its ideals, rather than it literally being 3 fingers that were torn from the 2. That just doesn't make sense to me. I believe that the Frenzied Flame is essentially just a mockery of the greater will's position because it mirrors its own ideals so starkly. Everything the outer gods do is based around the greater will, in subverting something the greater will has already created and established. They do not create anything. And this brings me to the very meat of why I do not believe the greater will is an outer god, for it has done something they cannot. It has created life. The outer gods corrupt, subvert, or destroy that which has already been made by the greater will, almost as if they enviously eye the lands between and this mortal plane, a parallel to Melkor and Iluvatar from Lord of the Rings. The God of Rot will afflict the world with pestilence, so that new life may emerge from the death, but all of this is based upon the greater will's already living creation, the greater will's lands and peoples. So too could be said of Mohg and his Formless Mother. We see a preview of their world in Mohgwyn's palace, an infested world of blood and blood-crazed beasts, yet a corruption it remains. This is not true creation. The greater will formed life, like clay can be moulded, on a scale far beyond any of the outer gods' powers. Yes, they have servants, envoys and vassals, and they can corrupt, but what is that compared to the scale of the greater will's creation? This ultimately begs the question at the core of this video: what is the greater will? The name itself, greater will, is a term to me that has always suggested that it is the greatest of these cosmic beings, and throughout the following sections I will attempt to prove this by showing its relationship to life, creation and order. Remember, the outer gods are external gods because they are external to this world. The greater will created life on this earth. It can't possibly be an external god because it is so intrinsically linked to the life on this earth, and that is what I will show through the next following chapters, that the main reason it is not an outer god or an external god is because it is not external to this world. It is intrinsically linked to it, in fact. Indeed, the way in which the greater will is referred to by NPCs is as if this being is truly the ultimate authority in this plane of existence.
The tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it.
The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will.
Both of these references to the greater will and its abandonment of the world already creates an image of a god whose very domain is the safekeeping of this world and the lands found within it, much like the biblical god. And much like the biblical god, his creations can disappoint him and be renounced, much like the demigods, and indeed Marika for her actions. The Christian imagery associated with the greater will and its punishments are undeniable, with the punishment of Marika being crucified, the punishment of the magma worms being akin to the serpent being cursed to crawl along their bellies, and the punishment of the guilty with briars, just to name a few. And as we will discuss later, there are parallels of the Ten Commandments to be made with the teachings of the two fingers. In consort with the biblical language in the Japanese associated with the greater will, this imagery and relationship between the greater will and its world very much paints the picture of a supreme Abrahamic deity. One of the other massive similarities the greater will has to the biblical god is of course creation, and I want to start this discussion with what I see not only as the most important dialogue for this discussion, but one of the most important dialogues in the entire game. I'm of course referring to Hyeta's dialogue after she has touched the Frenzied Flame and begins to divine its will.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
I do not understand why it took me so long to realise how significant this dialogue truly is. Of course I understood its importance in regards to the One Great and the motivations of the Frenzied Flame. However, when researching for my dragon lore video, it finally clicked. The Greater Will has the power of creation, and in fact is most likely responsible for all life that we find in this world. While this is evident to most, as it was for me, the importance of it is something that is often overlooked, and so let us analyse this dialogue. Firstly, Hyetta states that it was the Greater Will who was responsible for the division of the One Great. So what is the One Great? Well, there are those who argue that the Greater Will once formed part of the One Great, due to the similarities between the word great in One Great and Greater Will. Yet again, I turn to Dugman Guide to disprove this, where he states that the differences in language used, specifically the biblical language associated with Greater Will, makes it far distinct from One Great. And to me, it's a concept that we're not really meant to understand. It's back to this idea of cosmic creation. But ultimately, I just see it as a form of life that was just whole and not divided, and is something that we can't really understand. And that ultimately, all life that we now see in the lands between was once all melded together in a singular form, like different pots, cups, and plates being made from the same batch of clay. The life found within this One Great has been taken and divided and distinguished from something that was whole and indistinguishable.
Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world!
Yet divided it was, and life took on new, disparate forms, leading to the species that we see today. In my Dragon's Lore video, I did consider the question of how the Greater Will actually achieved this, how it fractured this One Great. As pointed out in a Sinclair Lore podcast, which I will link below, Sophie and Sin make the great point that when the Greater Will acts, it never acts directly, hence it has a vassal beast, a vassal god, two fingers, Elden Lord, and Elden Ring to enforce its rule on the lands between. And this then brings me back to one of the most important item descriptions in the game, the Elden Stars, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. I therefore theorise that the Greater Will always acts through its intermediaries, and that the advent of the One Great being fractured must be no different. So the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring, to me, is a significant event that marks the beginning of the Greater Will's influence on this world, and I believe it was the presence and arrival of the Elden Ring and Elden Beast that influenced the One Great and began the fracturing process. That these two events, the fracturing and the arrival of the Elden Ring, are two intersecting events. To me, the Greater Will is very biblical in that it has two main facets to its domain, the creation of life being number one, and the enforcement of order upon that life that it has created. The idea of order being a primary concern of the Greater Will is told to us early on in its mythos, with the arrival of the Elden Beast, its vassal beast, upon the mortal plane, for its remembrance reads as follows. It was the vassal beast of the Greater Will, and a living incarnation of the concept of order. The concept of order was literally introduced to the world by the Greater Will, and those who brandish the Elden Ring are representatives of that order, the enforcers of the Greater Will's order. We know that the Elden Ring is a tool that enforces the laws and order of the world, for we know via the mending rune of the Death Prince that each incarnation of the Elden Ring, built up by its different runes, is an order. And this makes sense, given the runes of the Elden Ring govern the laws of this world in a certain manner that together, holistically, encompasses an order. Radataskor has done a great video on this very subject, called The Greater Will Doesn't Care About the Golden Order, and I will link that video below. In that video, Radataskor highlights the depictions of the Elden Ring found within Farum Azula, and speculates on something I also have in various videos, that this was the Elden Ring brandished by Placidusax in the time of the dragon's rule, an Elden Ring that represented an order for a far more primeval era. In this video, Raditaskor aptly says that the Greater Will just wants an order, and doesn't necessarily care what form order takes. I agree, but would take it further in that I don't think it's necessarily that the Greater Will doesn't care, more that the Greater Will recognises that for different eras, different forms of order and different laws are required, whether that be the more wild era of the Crucible and the Dragon's Elden Ring, or the more refined and ordered period of the Golden Order, and whatever version of order we seek to impose as Radagon's successor. All that is required that there be an order that meets the need of that particular era. And while these actually govern the laws of the world, one can't help but see the parallels between the biblical God again, with the set of commandments and the moral code and laws that would derive from it. This brings us back around to the idea of life. We've already looked at how the Greater Will fills the biblical role of a god through its creation and its application of law and punishment, as well as the symbolism and imagery associated with the Greater Will. However, I want to look at the Greater Will's relationship with life, which I believe is pivotal in understanding its true nature, and how it stands apart from the other outer gods. Thanks to the Godskin Noble set, we know that the Crucible was the primordial form of the Erdtree, and this is important because they are both tied to the Greater Will, and the Greater Will's management of life. First of all, we know that the Crucible was a churn, where all life was blended together. For the aspects of the Crucible incantations, I'll read the following. This is a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible, where all life was once blended together. We also learn from the Gilded Greatshield that once found within the Crucible was primordial matter, which reminds me of the primordial soup and the matter found within of our own planet's history. This hot broth contained the building blocks to all life on our Earth. Likewise, the Crucible seems to be the source of all life on this Earth, as indeed the aspects of the Crucible incantations does say not just life, but all life. And indeed, Soluria's spear item description backs up this idea, given that the Crucible is close in nature to life itself. It is the source of life. Now, while we learn that all life was blended together in the Crucible, I do not believe that the unity of life is the purpose of this era, and indeed, I more actually see the Erdtree era as the idea of convergence and regression, but that's something I talk about in more detail in my Erdtree lore video. Instead, I believe the Crucible is the way in which the One Great was divided up, and disparate life was born from it, and the reason that all life was blended together within the Crucible is that it was the next stage in evolution from the One Great, which itself was life all blended together, and to me, it was through the Crucible that life was fractured and made disparate. The fact that all life is tied to this source, and thus the Greater Will, is backed up by its successor and next evolutionary form, the Erdtree. Straight off the bat, we can establish that all natural life is seen as connected to the Erdtree, something we learn via the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot. This top tier item reads as follows: the thick, coagulated blood of the Albinaurics. Albinaurics are lifeforms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace. Thus, if Albinaurics are seen as untouched by the Erdtree's grace because they are artificial, then the implication must be that all natural life is seen as connected to the Erdtree. And indeed, if the Erdtree is the next form of the Crucible, and the Crucible is the source of all life, this makes sense, that these two mediums of the Greater Will's power are intrinsically linked to life itself. One begat life, and one controls life. And again, if you want an in-depth look at the Erdtree and what its actual function is, I would highly recommend my Erdtree lore video, in which I go into detail on its control over the cycle of life. but in short, the Erdtree establishes a new era of life, a new system through which the Greater Will and its vassals can control life. The laws of regression and causality of the Golden Order speak of life being connected, and how life will regress and ultimately converge. Regression towards the mean means that outliers cannot be tolerated, and life must exist within a more refined set of parameters, ultimately moving towards convergence of all life. This convergence is achieved by life literally being recycled through the Erdtree via Erdtree burial. Even in death, the materials are reabsorbed and recycled through the Erdtree. I have always seen the process of Erdtree burial as a way of recycling this life, that the dead are given back to the Erdtree and absorbed, and that this era of the Erdtree, unlike the era of the Crucible, is about the status quo, about refining and controlling the growth of life. But if the dead are absorbed by the Erdtree, and this is a cycle of life, I have always wondered, are new life forms born from the Erdtree? Well, we may have found a plausible answer thanks to the keen mind of the Tarnished Archaeologist. In Tarnished Archaeologist's video, Elden Ring Cycle of Life, which I highly recommend as it goes into far more depth on these ideas of the cycle of life, he makes an astute observation on the doors found within catacombs, where the Erdtree burials themselves take place. On the design of these doors, we see bodies being absorbed by the roots of the Erdtree, and, as Tarnished Archaeologist says, this is a literal representation of what we see in Erdtree burial. With that in mind, Tarnished Archaeologist ponders if what we see at the base of the tree is literal, then can the same be applied to what we see at the top of this depiction, as we see people being born as if fruit or dew from a tree. Tarnished Archaeologist supports the idea that life is born from the Erdtree by citing the dialogues of Melina if you go to choose the Frenzied Flame path. In this dialogue, where Melina pleads with you not to choose the path of the Frenzied Flame, Melina equates the destruction of the Erdtree via the burning of it in the Frenzied Flame as literally the denial of new life, as if birth and life is tied to the Erdtree itself. Finally, Tarnished Archaeology also backs up the Erdtree's association of recycling life with Renala's amber egg, likening it to an amber from the Erdtree, which enclosed a great rune of rebirth, and the process of its rebirth is a microcosm of the Erdtree's command over the cycle of life. And at this juncture in the video, I do just want to ask you to check out Tarnished Archaeologist's channel. They really are a detail-focused channel, and videos like their Erdtree is an illusion video really have me rethinking what I believe about the game's fundamentals. Again, the entire point of this segue about the Erdtree and the Crucible is that the Greater Will is not just the creator of life, but also the god who oversees it, controls, and manages it, but is intrinsically linked to it via the Erdtree, the Crucible, and the Elden Ring. Life is so intrinsically linked to the Greater Will that it can't possibly be termed as an outer god. An outer god literally is an external god, as we have discussed before. How can the Greater Will be one of their number when it is so intrinsically tied to the very nature of life found within its world? It very much is the opposite of an external god. And I think the Greater Will's deep connection, the intrinsic link to life found on this planet, is no better illustrated than by its connection to the dragons. And so it's to these ancient beasts that we turn to next. In my prior lore video on the ancient dragons, I related the chief of their kind, Placidusax, to a Tiamat, the Mesopotamian god of the sea, and a being symbolic of the chaos of primordial creation. And as I said in that video, I feel as though this is an apt connection, because the dragons are meant to be symbolic of the early primordial era of life on a planet, as we know they belong to the period known as prehistory. And this is something we can learn from any of the dragon protection talismans, which read as follows. The ancient dragons who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erdtree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. And so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections. In a way, they evoke the era of the dinosaur to us, the same idea of primeval life, in a chaotic era of life that is so beyond human comprehension. It is easy to see these mighty reptilian beasts taking the place of dinosaurs in this fictional world. However, something else I pondered in that video but didn't really explore was the deep connection the dragons have to the Greater Will and the perfection of their form. So let's go over that again with the most obvious connections of all, the fact that the dragons had an Elden Lord, a position of lordship that is clearly linked to the Elden Ring and therefore the Greater Will. There are people who would counter this claim by claiming that the term Elden does not appear in the Japanese. As I explained in a pinned comment on my Dragon's lore video, this simply is not true, and I will now cite the opinion of various Japanese speakers. Firstly, I once again cite Dugmangai, an excellent source of Elden Ring item translations, and in his video 6 Essential Elden Ring Item Descriptions in Japanese, he confirms that the term Eld, found in the Japanese, appears both in the item description of Elden Stars and the Dragon Lord's Remembrance in exactly the same way. I've also had this confirmed by a friend of the channel and reputable authority on the game's translation, Last Protagonist, who again confirmed to me that the Dragon Lord Remembrance in the Japanese clearly paints Placidusax as Elden Lord. There are also other translations which repeat the same sentiment, such as the Reddit comment by user Lamy1, which I will link below, and a comment on my Dragons video from viewer Teo. And so if you do disagree with this point, I highly recommend that you check out all of these sources, especially Dugmangai's video. So with the semantics firmly tied to the term Elden Lord, what other ties can be seen between the dragons and the Greater Will? As I said at the onset of this chapter, I feel the very makeup of the dragons shows that at their core they are closely tied to the Greater Will and its gold. Firstly, we can see the gold prominently displayed on their physiology, on the golden membrane of their wings, and this facet of their physiology is explored in detail by Zuli the Witch in their A Horrible Nightmare video, which I will link below. In this video, Zuli correctly identifies that this gold only appears on the soft tissue of their dragons, whereas the rest of their body is covered in the gravel stone scales. The gold appears on portions like the wing membrane or the wounds of Placidusax, i.e. on the skin underneath his stony scales. I find this to be a really exciting detail because it means the literal flesh of these beings is gold, tying them to the Greater Will more closely than other beings, given their skin and flesh is literally gold. This is tied to the fact that the red lightning wielded by the dragons itself is imbued with gold, as is directly stated by the Gravelstone Talisman. Finally, the Elden Lord of the Dragons, Placidusax, has a closer tie to the Greater Will via his powerful breath. Unlike the orange fiery breath of his brethren, Placidusax has a golden fire, as is stated in Placidusax's rune. As I did mention in my Dragon lore video, golden fire is significant not only because it is the gold of the Greater Will, but because there is only one other being that breathes this type of golden fire, the Elden Beast. The Elden Beast is very much directly tied to the Greater Will. It is the vassal beast of the Greater Will and brought the Elden Ring to the lands between. That Placidusax is granted very similar powers to a vassal of the Greater Will itself implies a deep connection between the dragons and the Greater Will, especially between their Elden Lord. Earlier on in the video, I argued that the Greater Will fills the role of the Abrahamic or Christian God as a grand creator deity, and as I said in my dragons video, I feel the dragons are almost too perfect. They are perfect vessels for its vision. They are immortal and they wield gold and are immensely powerful and intelligent beings. Farum Azula was their domain, and in that domain there is an inscription or depiction of the Elden Ring in a more primal form. Myself and many others believe that the dragons were the first custodians of the Elden Ring, and that Placidusax and his god that is now fled were the vassal pantheon, much like Godfrey and Marika would be later on. The dragons are so perfect, the perfect instruments to wield the Elden Ring, so in tune with the gold and so powerful. And given the fact that the gold is very much part of their physiology, they feel like they are handcrafted. In Genesis of the Bible, God also makes a handcrafted being designed specifically to rule over on his behalf, humans. And so now I'm going to read from the Genesis part of the Bible just so you get an understanding of what I'm referring to. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God he created, male and female he created them. God blessed them, and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every living creature that moves on the ground." God made humanity in his image, and they were his instrument on the earth that he had created, to rule over all life. Is it possible that the grand creator of Elden Ring's world is parallel with this, and made his own perfect creations, designed to rule over all other life forms? Like the Christian God, are the dragons made in the Greater Will's image? One can't help but return to the Elden Beast, which itself is fairly draconic in appearance, a cosmic being, and breathes fire like the dragons do. This is a being as close to the Greater Will as we will ever see, and is it possible that the dragons too were made in its image, the perfect beings to rule over the Greater Will's new domain? Another parallel that sets it as the Abrahamic God of this world, of Elden Ring's world. Even if you don't believe that this is a parallel, the hand of the Greater Will upon the dragons is undeniable. Its influence in developing this perfect life form, a being that lives beyond time and literally has gold in its very DNA. This again seems something far beyond what the outer gods are capable of. They corrupt and transform life that already exists, but here we have a god manipulating a life form at its very core, at its very DNA, infusing it with its gold. And much like the biblical God, it seems as though the Greater Will has had a hand in helping societies develop and guiding his creations. There's of course the Beastmen, who we learn have been granted intelligence, that before they were just beasts, for the Cinque Dea item description reads as follows. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. The Beastmen of Farum Azula were once granted intelligence, and as described by the Bestial Vitality incantation, they were once beasts that became something more. They were beings that were given intelligence to them, rather than having it evolved. And they would move from beasts to being beings who wielded stone tools, as described by the Bestial Sling, and later iron tools, as described by the Beastman Cleaver. This very much mirrors the development of our ancestors, from the Stone Age through to the Iron Age, but instead reminds me of 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which humanity and its ancestors are guided through different stages of development by an outside cosmic intelligence. Whoever we credit the granting of intelligence to, it will always lead back to the Greater Will's designs, whether it was Placidusax, the Elden Beast, or the Elden Ring. And again, it makes me think of the biblical God, who in the Bible is described as teaching humanity at various points, such as through the lessons taught to Adam and Eve, and Cain and Abel. And earlier I did speak about the 10 Commandments, how in the Bible these came down to humanity via God, and they helped develop the idea of morals and laws. And indeed, in Elden Ring, we get the idea that it too, the Greater Will, gave us commandments or words of faith via the 2 fingers heirloom, which reads as follows. Fingers cannot speak, yet these were eloquent. Persistently did they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith. How closely is this tied to the 10 Commandments coming down from an Abrahamic God? These are the words of faith, the words of the Greater Will coming down to us. Again, it just fills the role for me of that Abrahamic God. And now, with that all said, I think it's time we do a summary of everything we have discussed in this video. When the Greater Will sent the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring down to the mortal plane, the aim was to create diverse life, and I am of the belief that the Elden Beast and the fracturing of the One Great are coinciding events to stimulate life, and that life as we know it in this world of Elden Ring is therefore intrinsically linked to the Elden Ring. It was begat of it, and therefore all life is connected to the Erdtree and the Greater Will. Earlier on in this video, we determined that outer gods are named so because they are external to this group or this world. How can the Greater Will be considered an external god when it is so closely tied to life on this planet and the creation of this life? It is as much part of this world as we are as the Tarnished. Like the Abrahamic biblical God, the Greater Will has its chosen vassals, its prophets, its envoys, and its holy scriptures and ideas come from the Two Fingers. Life and society has been guided by this supreme creator. For all intents and purposes, the Greater Will dominates life on this world and imposes its will and order upon all. This to me stands in stark contrast to the outer gods, who are only able to manipulate and corrupt that which has already been created by the Greater Will. In a way, they are lesser versions of the Greater Will, stylizing their own lesser orders and ideals on its established pantheon in an almost envious display of posturing. The connections to biblical iconography and language is undeniable. The crucifixion of Marika, the handing down of holy words from the Two Fingers, and the punishment of the guilty by briars. The outer gods are no doubt cosmic beings of immense power that we don't really understand, but they are external to this world, and while they are trying to subvert them, and they surely can with our help, the power and influence of the Greater Will towers above them, and for me is something far greater than these outside meddlers, at least when it comes to this mortal plane. Whether or not you agree that the Greater Will is different from the outer gods, I believe there's plenty of evidence that helps establish its primacy, and that it is orders of magnitude greater than they are, especially when it comes to dealing with this mortal plane, and ultimately, for me, it takes the position of a grand supreme deity in this particular epic. The outer gods. Nebulous, influential, and utterly intriguing. Very few topics in Elden Ring are of more interest to the community than the outer gods, no doubt as a result of their enigmatic presentation and permeation through different aspects of the lore. Bloodborne presented the idea of cosmic gods to the Soulsborne community, and as a result, it is easy to view the outer gods through a similar lens. And this is entirely reasonable given the massive cosmic elements present throughout the game, and the fact that the term outer god is a term used in the expanded Lovecraftian mythos. But is this the correct understanding of these beings? Or are we, as a Western audience, missing something? Is there something deeper that the outer gods are meant to convey? For whether you ascribe to the theory that the Greater Will is a supreme being or not, some of the interactions between the Greater Will's order and the outer gods makes our understanding of the latter confused. Instances where we see these apparently opposing forces playing a role within the Elden Ring's domain, or instances of contradictory information regarding Two Fingers and Empyreans. Do these outer gods in fact present something different? Concepts of fundamental laws made manifest, brought about through the power of the Elden Ring itself, only to find themselves excluded by the current order. In this video, we will do our best to answer the question of the outer gods by looking at it more carefully from a Japanese cultural perspective. I was wrong. That is how I want to start this video, and it isn't the first time that I've admitted such a thing, and I do think it is important for me as a lore theorist and for us as a lore community to continually change and evolve our perspectives on certain subjects. In my last lore video on the Greater Will, I posited the theory that the Greater Will is the God with a capital G, and I stand by my premise that the Greater Will is something distinct from the Outer Gods. However, something that I acknowledge that didn't quite fit right was my characterization of the Outer Gods themselves. I posited that the Greater Will was a supreme creator god, and the Outer Gods were rival cosmic beings, akin to Bloodborne's Old Ones. Viewers were right in pointing out holes in this argument that I did not address properly, such as describing the Outer Gods as cosmic deities trying to corrupt the creation of the Greater Will. But as pointed out by commenters, the Outer God of the Deathbirds, for example, is not a corrupting force. Rather, all we see of the Deathbirds is that they are guides of the dead and overseers of the funerary rites. I acknowledge that these types of questions did hinder my characterization of the Outer Gods as lesser cosmic deities to the Greater Will, and ultimately it has led me to try and understand the Outer Gods and what they are really. To that end, I do think that we, of the Western lore community, have a lot to gain by tapping into the ideas being discussed in the Japanese lore community, and that is in part what I aim to do in this video. It is at this point I need to make it clear that some of these ideas are not my original ones. Rather, they came to my attention via the Great Cosmic Axolotl, a viewer who commented these ideas on one of my community posts, and in turn, they cite the famous Italian YouTuber Sabako no Meiko as their original source in episode 38 of their Elden Ring co-op playthrough, so I will link that video below, and again full credit to Great Cosmic Axolotl for making me aware of such ideas and nuances. I am going to paraphrase the relevant comment while showing the original on screen. The term used in Japanese for the Outer Gods is Sotanaru, and this term is used to define beings outside of a group or system, and in this case, the Golden Order, and thus it is what makes them external or outer gods. The idea that they are cosmic beings is largely a Western understanding, and again, the Greater Will is never referred to as an outer god, and linguistically in the Japanese, it is more likened to the biblical god. And indeed this was the main thesis of my Greater Will lore video, and I will link that below in case you haven't watched it. Carrying on with the comment, Great Cosmic Axolotl suggests that the Outer Gods are more closely aligned with the kami of Shintoism, divine manifestations of nature, which came into existence via the Elden Ring, as they are all connected to earthly concepts such as blood, disease, and death. To have this idea elaborated on and explained to me in more detail, I actually reached out to Subaku's translator called Mirko, a source of these exact ideas and a respected member of the lore community, and work with Subaku to provide translations for their videos, and so I am very grateful for their support in helping me with this video. They were able to confirm that this is indeed the prevailing opinion in the Japanese lore community, and I will quote them now and show the quotes on screen. As the commenter said, it is more than an idea of mine. It is one of the most popular interpretations in the Japanese community, and I, having played the game in Japanese, have found this interpretation more logical and concrete for some evidences in-game. The general idea we have in the Western community is that the Outer Gods are a group of cosmic deities that fight against each other for control over the lands between. But the more you delve into the lore, more you see that this theory is pretty weak. The key detail to understand is that even with a Western aesthetic, Elden Ring and other Souls games are Japanese games. Therefore, they mainly and heavily refer to Japanese cultural concepts, and kami is a concept not so akin to one we have in the Western world. Kami are more akin to natural forces, part of nature itself. They are water, plants, trees, sun, moon, snow, etc. The Outer Gods, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the greater part of the Japanese community, just as that. Powers, energies that flow through the world, and that creatures can channel these energies with prayers and rituals. So thanks again, Mirko, for providing that information. This idea immediately clicked with me, as it answers a lot of the issues that I have with my own conceptualizations of the Outer Gods. It makes them fit more neatly into some of the situations we see in Elden Ring. But what are the kami? Wikipedia defines them as the following. In Shinto, kami are not separate from nature, but are of nature, possessing positive and negative, and good and evil characteristics. They are manifestations of Musubi, the interconnecting energy of the universe. These are interconnected spirits or entities that are of nature, part of the interconnected energy of the fabric of the world, and they are not gods in the traditional Western sense. Rather, they take form of concepts, fundamental concepts, important to life, and more importantly, they are not necessarily external to the greater will or the Elden Ring's world. They are in fact part of its creation, but are only external due to their exclusion from the current Order's agenda. And indeed later we will look at other spirits in the world that may also be kami, but are not described as outer or external, such as the blue fairy of Shifra River. So where did the kami of this world come from? If they are part of the Elden Ring's order, as Mirko suggests, when did they come to be? In many videos I have discussed the idea that the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Greater Will is the beginning of all ordered life on this mortal plane. For those who need reminding of this event, I am of course referring to the description found in the Elden Stars incantation, which reads as follows. It is said that long ago the Greater Will sent a golden star, bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. I believe that it was this arrival of the Elden Ring that ordered life as we know it, that it was its presence and influence that fractured the one great and stimulated diverse life. Mirko was also helpful enough to give their opinion, and the opinion from the Japanese lore community on this subject as well. And again, I quote them now. For this interpretation, about the outer gods being natural forces more than cosmic gods, it is implied they were born the instant the Greater Will sent the golden star into the lands between, being the Elden Ring. With this interpretation, it is implied the natural forces are born with it, i.e. the outer gods. Therefore, this theory proposes that these outer gods are in fact manifestations of the fundamentals of life, and are a result of the Elden Ring's ordering of life. They are the fundamentals of life made manifest. I referred the subject of gods to Last Protagonist, a friend of the channel and respected authority on the Japanese translation of Elden Ring. On the subject of outer gods, they said the following. It's kind of difficult to broach. Linguistically, the word for outer gods can be taken more along the line of being external, but it is also used to mean outer gods in Lovecraft's work. The issue is, in English, when we hear outer, we tend to think of outer space, but those connotations aren't as strong in Japanese. These ideas from Last Protagonist line up with Axolotl's comments and Mirko's information, in which they claim the common idea that in the Japanese lore community, the outer gods are only outer or external because they are external to the current order only, and that the connotations of outer space are less prominent in the Japanese itself. So to break down this theory, the idea posits that instead of the outer gods being rival cosmic beings competing for control of the lands between and the mortal plane, that they are instead a consequence of the Elden Ring, spirits that govern certain facets and elements of the world that was ordered by the Elden Ring, spirits of nature, entities that represent certain fundamental concepts. And they are as much a part of this world as anything else, but they are only external because they fall out with the current ruling order. Their exclusion is essentially political or ideological from those who exist within the lands between. This sort of idea helps me reconcile some of the difficulties I've had with perceiving the outer gods as rival cosmic beings. And the main example of this is related to Malenia's story. We learn the following from Rani on the subject of Empyreans.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Malenia could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers. as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
Ranni, Mikla, and Malenia are the Empyreans of the current era, and we learn that this was a position once held by Marika as well, via Malekith's remembrance. This implies that all Empyreans are chosen by the Greater Will as potential candidates to godhood, that all gods were once Empyreans, a sort of nominee system, and that these are the 3 nominees to take over Marika's reign. That is, of course, until the events of the Shattering, where the Greater Will ultimately abandon the demigods, but that is of course another story and another tangent. But ultimately what this means is that at one point, Malenia was a successor candidate to take over from Goddess Marika, and this initially seems to mesh well with the information found in Malenia's remembrance, for it reads, Mikla and Malenia are both the children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but both suffered afflictions from birth. One was cursed with eternal childhood, the other harboured rot within. This is a detail that I have discussed previously in my Malenia lore video, in which I had last protagonists verify with their own translation that it is likely the auspicious nature of Malenia and Mikla's birth that led to their election as an Empyrean, i.e. that they are born of the single-bodied god of Marika/Radagon. This again is reinforced by Malenia's Great Rune, which reads, Malenia is daughter to Queen Marika and Radagon, and her Great Rune should have been the most sacred of all. Again, this reinforces the idea that because Malenia is born of Marika Radagon, the immortal Rebus ruling partnership, that she and her twin are special, and thus they were chosen to be an Empyrean alongside their twin Mikla. Yet this is made a little bit more confusing via a dialogue from Gowry, an adherent of the Order of Rot, who wishes Malenia to ascend to Goddess of Rot. They say the following.
She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rot. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Marika, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god, to forge a new order.
I've always found the terms and language used here by Gowry very interesting. I've always explained it away in my head that Malenia was born and elected an Empyrean, but later was infested with the Scarlet Rot. But that isn't really the truth, because in the remembrance of Malenia, it says that she was born with this affliction, so she must have been elected as an Empyrean despite the Scarlet Rot within her. And in fact, Gowry even seems to suggest here that she was chosen to be Empyrean because she could be a potential goddess of Rot. And so if that is true, then it really does contradict the kind of prevailing idea that the Erdtree gods are rival gods, because if the god of Rot is a rival god to the Greater Will that is seeking to usurp the Greater Will, Malenia was born with the Scarlet Rot. Why was she chosen as an Empyrean to succeed Lord Marika? In one of my favourite Ratatoskor Elden Ring lore videos, he covers a concept called the Greater Will doesn't care about the Golden Order, their thesis being that the Greater Will is only concerned with a form of order being imposed, no matter what form that order takes. I will link that video below, but in essence, what Ratatoskor uses to illustrate this point is the engraving of the Elden Ring found within Fire Missoula, which clearly has a different, more chaotic and more full rune makeup than the more stripped back one of the Golden Order. And they suggest that the dragons and their Elden Lord, Placidusax, brandished the Elden Ring in a more early time and imposed a different type of order, far removed from what we would see in the later Golden Order. I too ascribe to this idea, for the Golden Order has now faltered and failed, and as the Tarnished, we are elected by the Two Fingers, and thus the Greater Will, to replace it with a new order. And we can rebuild the Elden Ring as we see fit, and establish a number of new orders depending on our beliefs. The Order of Fracture, the Perfect Order, Order of Despair, or the Order of the Duskborn. Whatever order we choose, we will still be Elden Lord, because order is being imposed and it doesn't really matter what form that order takes. What if the Greater Will's intention on electing Malenia as Empyrean was that Malenia could be the goddess of the New Age, an age of rot sanctioned by the Greater Will? Until now, most of us, including myself, assumed that the Outer God of Rot was a rival cosmic deity, but as I've just explained, this doesn't really make sense given her election as Empyrean. Gowrie even describes this new order, which could be brought about by Malenia ascending to godhood, replacing Marika.
I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
If this theory is correct, that the Outer God of Rot is not a rival god, rather an entity that represents an element of life, disease or rot or decomposition, it is only outer because it falls out with the current established order. And indeed, Mirko has an excellent point to make on this idea of it being external to the current order. And again I quote them. These gods, these kami, are considered outer because they are opposite to the Golden Order founded by Marika. If you notice, most of these outer gods are tied to the concept of death. Rot is decomposition, Flame of Frenzy is chaos and absence of order, and the Formless Mother is blood and loss of blood, etc. This is a very accurate and astute observation by Mirko, as the Golden Order is very much founded upon the removal of the Rune of Death and the confinement of deaths and death, as we learn via the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows. The Golden Order was created by confining deaths and death, thus this new order will be one of death restored. But now the Golden Order has failed, Queen Marika has disappointed the Greater Will, and now the time has come for a new order altogether, and thus Malenia and her potential Order of Rot was considered, and she was elected as an Empyrean by the Two Fingers. Because the Outer God of Rot and its Scarlet Rot was not a rival cosmic entity to the Greater Will, merely a fragment or an element of the world that had found itself outside the current order, and with Malenia, the potential to reverse that position had come. Again, the idea of Malenia being elected as an Empyrean, a successor chosen by the Two Fingers, has always been an uncomfortable point for the lore for me, but instead, should we see the Outer God of Rot as an element of the world that was created by the Elden Ring, then these interactions and confusions begin to make sense. So while this helps us to understand some of the difficult and uncomfortable areas of the lore involved with the Outer Gods and their interactions with the Greater Will, we can't just ignore the fact that the Outer Gods is a term that is used in the Lovecraftian mythos. For even as I pointed out in my Greater Will lore video, YouTube creator Dugmanguy in a deleted translation video points out that the Outer Gods can linguistically be tied to the idea of Lovecraftian beings, the Old Great Ones. And even in English, the term Outer God is used in the expanded Lovecraft mythos, specifically in the Call of Cthulhu RPG game. So if I am claiming that the Outer Gods are more akin to kami, manifestations of natural forces, then how do we reconcile it with the clear allusions to cosmic beings? Well, in my Greater Will lore video, I highlighted the dialogue given to us by Hyeta, who, via the Three Fingers, gives us an account of how diverse life on this world came to be.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the Three Fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the Greater Will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame. until all is one again.
The fracturing of the One Great is of course a very cosmic event in of itself. It is an event that is meant to be beyond human comprehension. So straight away this fracturing event, which would eventually lead to the formation of these kami, is in of itself a cosmic event, and thus as suggested by Cosmic Axolotl, these gods or spirits are a consequence of the fracturing itself, of the Elden Ring itself, and that in a way does indeed make them cosmic. And yet despite these kami being more like manifestations of natural concepts instead of the traditional Lovecraftian cosmic gods, this doesn't mean that they cannot be worshipped or take form. For example, in Shinto, the kami known as Suratahiko Okami, the leader of the earthly kami, is depicted as a large man with a beard, and each of the kami can be communed with and worshipped in their own ways. Likewise, we can see the outer gods have their own adherents, despite being manifestations of elements. There are mentions of the Servants of Rot, Lords of Rot, and the Faithful of Rot, led by the likes of Gauri. There are mentions of the Servants of Death and the Deathrite Priests. And of course, when it comes to the Formless Mother, we have the Mogwin dynasty and the Bloody Fingers. And in addition, we get an example of the outer god of Rot being able to manifest some kind of form via the Scorpion Stinger item description, which suggests that it was able to take the form of a scorpion. So I do want you to bear in mind that while I am proposing that these outer gods are manifestations of natural concepts, that doesn't mean that they don't still share commonalities with gods of other pantheons. But that being said, the way in which they manifest is what helps set them apart from cosmic beings, the way in which their elements are ever present in the world of Elden Ring. And again, this is a point made by Mirko, and again, I quote them. The outer gods, in my opinion, and the opinion of the greater part of the Japanese community, are powers, energies that flow through the world, that creatures can channel with prayers and rituals. That would explain why, despite the Scarlet Rot being sealed inside a lake by the blind swordsman, it still manifested in Melania when she was born. It is a power, an element, in the Elden Ring universe. And again, this is another astute observation by Mirko. It has always been a bit of a mystery how the outer gods are able to interact so freely with this world, or why they interact in which the way they do. Instead, if you just see them as a component part of this world, everything does begin to make sense. And the more their worshippers and adherents spread their element, or help to cultivate that element in the world, the more that that outer god, that kami, has a foothold in this world. And so with that being said, I do now want to analyse some of the main outer gods through this lens of the kami. I think a good place to start would be with the outer god of Rot, as we have already discussed this in a decent amount of detail. So if we assess this outer god in this new light, what is this kami's domain? Well, as we have already discussed, Gauri describes it as a cycle of decay and rebirth. Indeed, we get further elaboration on this order via the Poison Mist incantation, which reads, "Those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. This is a cycle of life being born from death, and of course this is best represented by the Scarlet Rot, the medium of the outer god of Rot, a corroding force of death, and a medium through which this outer god can enforce the idea of life coming from death and disease. For fans of the Warhammer universe, this idea probably isn't that hard to grasp, as this is essentially also the idea behind Nurgle, the chaos god of disease and pestilence, who doesn't really see himself as a god of death, but rather one of life, life that comes from death and disease, a god that sees viruses and bacteria as much a life as anything else. Like Nurgle's various diseases, I see the Scarlet Rot as something maybe more than a natural disease. It is a manifestation of the god itself, and this explains why it cannot be cured as a normal disease could be.
The rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the Erdtree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood.
The Scarlet Rot is not like the other poisons we find in the world. It is truly an unstoppable force, because it is the purest expression of this kami's domain, and indeed we see the cycle of life from death anywhere we find the Scarlet Rot. While the Scarlet Rot eviscerates all other forms of life it touches, from this death comes new life, the Kindred of Rot, the silverfish/cockroach looking enemies in the game. This type of life from death is of course reflective of our real world, where plenty of life, bacteria and other insects, and carrion eaters flourish due to the carcasses of other life forms. We see the Kindred of Rot rising from death like maggots, and we see the carrion eaters in the forms of the dogs and crows throughout Caelid. Caelid isn't as simple as a field of death, it is in fact a new ecosystem, where new life forms flourish and others die. As it is in our world, rot, decay, death and disease are just natural parts of life, and we should see this order of rot in the same way, that its kami is just a manifestation of these natural concepts. And with that said, I now want to look at another natural force that I believe is a good example of a kami that plays in to the Scarlet Rot's history and story. We had previously discussed the idea of Shifra River in my Scarlet Rot video. We highlighted a Reddit post by the user Nameless Singer, who confirmed that the word Shifra is Gaelic for fairy, and thus posited that the blue fairy from the Blue Dancer talisman was a manifestation of the river itself, and that they provided the tools necessary to the blind swordsman to defeat and seal away the outer god of rot. Looking back on this now, the Shifra River and the Blue Fairy should have been our first hint that the natural forces of this world manifest themselves like godlike beings or spirits, and that this kami of the Shifra River is probably similar to the other outer gods, but instead does not find itself externalized by the current order. We of course learn that these two spirits came into conflict via the Blue Dancer charm, which reads as follows. The dancer in blue represents a fairy, who in legend bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. So the spirit, or kami, of Shifra River was in opposition to the Scarlet Rot, and this makes sense given the Shinto concept of flowing water and stagnation. I have discussed this concept in a number of videos, but in essence, flowing water in Shinto is representative of life, and stagnant waters, which in real life harbour disease and parasites, are representative of death, and this idea is actually further alluded to in the blue cloth set of the warrior starting class, and the description reads as follows. The blue colour of its fabric symbolises brisk waters, as fluid and flowing as the sword in the hand of its wearer. Just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay. Warriors must remain ever drifting. This warrior class is described as being part of a nomadic tribe in the class selection screen, so not only do they represent the flowing waters and thus life through their combat style, but also in their actual lifestyle, as nomads are always on the move. If you want a great exploration of these Shinto themes, then I would highly recommend Aesir Aesthetics' video on the Eastern themes found in Silent Hill, as they are similar to the ones found in Elden Ring. Regardless, given that both the Rot and the Shifra River represent these two important concepts in Shintoism, really does lend credence to the idea that kami are present in this game. And I'm sure this would be immediately apparent to the Japanese audience, but it's something that maybe just goes over our heads as a Western player. Mirko suggested that the outer god of Rot is an outer or external god because it is linked to the concept of death, and death of course has been very much confined by the Golden Order, and thus anything connected to it would find itself external, would find itself being an outer god. But the Golden Order hasn't always existed, so does that presuppose that the Outer God of Rot was not always the Outer God of Rot. And indeed, it is referred to in a different manner in one of the item descriptions, in the Blue Dancer Talisman, where it is referred to as the Ancient God of Rot. An interesting semantic point to consider. But speaking of death, let us move on to the next of the Outer Gods on our list, and that is of course the Outer God of the Deathbirds. Now, this subject certainly highlighted one of the flaws in my original understanding of the Outer Gods in my Greater Well lore video. In that video, as I have said, I was trying to argue the case that the Greater Well differs from the Outer Gods, and clearly, as you see from the premise of this video, I still believe that to be the case. However, where that video was the weakest, in my opinion, was in the actual description or depiction of the Outer Gods, which at that point I understood to be cosmic beings that essentially competed with the Greater Will. To that end, I characterised Outer Gods as rival cosmic gods that were attempting to spread their influence in the lands between by corrupting or altering the world with the element that is specifically associated with each Outer God, i.e. the Scarlet Rot for the God of Rot, or Blood for the Formless Mother. However, that obviously doesn't really work with the Deathbirds. And so I really appreciate everyone's input on that video, as it does help me learn and investigate things in new angles, so if you have any comments about this video, please leave them below. So with that said, let us re-examine this god through the lens of Kami, and how we can reconcile its role within Elden Ring's world. Firstly, we know the Deathbirds are connected to an Outer God via the Twin Bird Kite Shield, which reads as follows. Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The twin bird is said to be the envoy of an Outer God and mother of the Deathbirds. This firmly links the Deathbirds and their death rites to this Outer God, and thus are relevant for the content of this video. We learn that the death rites were funerary rites that existed before the Erdtree, and thus before the Erdtree burial would usurp their position. We learn this via the explosive Ghost Flame sorcery, which reads as follows. In the time where there was no Erdtree, death was burned in Ghost Flame. Deathbirds were the keeper of that flame. With the idea of Kami now firmly explained, this now makes sense. This Outer God is representative of death and guiding spirits to the other side. In my video on the Deathbirds, I likened them to the concept of a psychopomp, spirits whose purpose is to guide the dead to the afterlife. The explosive Ghost Flame description describes them as the keeper of these Ghost Flame pyres, and we learn that these pyres burned in graveyards via the Death Poker. And furthermore, we learned that priests assisted these Deathbirds in these rites via the Death Ritual Spear. Deathbirds are symbolic of death in the world of Elden Ring, as much as the skull may be for us in our world. This is something we see in the Ravenmount assassins who take on the appearance of the Deathbirds, as though to represent death itself. The reason they are symbols of death isn't just because of the Deathbird's prominent role in administering death at one stage, it is because they are spirits born of the Kami of death itself, manifestations of the fundamental elements of death. Again, the theory that the Outer Gods are Kami just makes more sense because it makes everything fit more neatly. The reason Deathbirds are symbolic of death is because they are of death. And while the Deathbirds and their Outer God once highlighted a weakness in my argument, I think they also highlight a flaw, or at least fit uncomfortably, in the theory that the Outer Gods are merely cosmic beings. Why would the Outer God of the Deathbirds come to a rival Outer God, i.e. the Greater Well's world, merely just to play a role in that world, to assist in the shepherding of the dead of that world? And some may see it just as a clumsy attempt to shoehorn some cool ideas about death and coolly designed bosses into the game. No, again, I think the idea of Outer Gods being Kami, spirits and manifestation of fundamental laws of this world, again makes more sense. The Outer God of Death fits into this world before the Erdtree, administering death as part of the Elden Ring's creation. And for many within Elden Ring's lore and world, They understand that the Deathbird is the truest symbol of death itself. With the Golden Order having confined death and subsumed the processes of death via Erdtree burial and removing death altogether, it is no wonder that the Deathbirds have found themselves pushed to the fringes of this world. And indeed, one can't help but notice their shattered forms, perhaps connected to their irrelevance and externalization with the confinement of death. Their form reflects their lack of purpose or their confinement from the order of the world. And now with that said, I want to move on to the most visceral of the outer gods, the Formless Mother. I think that the two prior outer gods were more important for the discussion, and that to a degree the Formless Mother fits more easily into the template of Kami. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't some opinions of mine that I will be reforming from my Lord of Blood lore video based on this new Kami theory. In that video I painted the outer god as most do, a cosmic deity beyond our comprehension that chooses blood as its medium to communicate and interact with the mortal plane, and ultimately usurp it with a god and Lord of Blood. However, with the introduction of the ideas of Kami, we can begin to formulate an understanding of this being as well. While there is an obvious connection to blood, I feel Mirko is onto something when they have tied all of the outer gods that we know of to a form of death, and in this case wounding as to cause bleeding, a more different aspect, a more visceral aspect of death. For example, the incantation Blood Boon highlights the Formless Mother's relationship not only to blood, but specifically to wounding, as it reads as follows. The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Moog stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Blood is of course one of the most important fundamentals of life, a potent fluid that is essential for any living thing, and thus the spilling of it is indeed tied to death. But blood is also an important facet of life, and thus the Formless Mother appears to be the Kami of blood and blood shedding. But this is why Omen, like Moog, are such powerful tools for the Formless Mother, as the accursed blood of the Omen is far more potent as blood than regular blood, and thus is a more powerful instrument for this Kami. However, there is another entity that is closely tied to some of these ideas that will need to be addressed here before I move on, and I refer to the Blood Star. Now, I have essentially tied the Mother of Truth to blood and the shedding of blood, and there is one particular region of this world that really feels defined by shedding of blood, and this is the Land of Reeds. This is the region from which the samurai starting class owes their lineage, and we learn a fair bit about this land from the armoured description of the samurai, which reads as follows. The Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbours. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to the blood-soaked madness, or so it has said. I discussed these ideas in my starting class lore video, but I find the description of this conflict to be truly fascinating. While the idea of a civil war in a region clearly based on medieval Japan is most likely a reference to the real-world Sengoku era, the era in which Sekiro is based, I think there is something else here. The term blood-soaked madness suggests that the warfare may not be entirely mundane or normal, and that another force may be encouraging this constant shedding of blood. Indeed, the Land of Reeds is almost entirely characterised by blood, for the Reedlander appearance default in the character creator tells us that this is a land in which blood is a common sight, and we know from all of their weapons that they are designed specifically to emphasise blood loss on their opponents. This blood-soaked madness is best personified by one of the most infamous among their number, Okina. We learn of this legend via his mask, which reads, "The more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief, and so Okina renounced it all and rose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana and its mastery. Before long, Okina became a demon of a swordsman. Okina really highlights what I am getting at here, that the shedding of blood, for some, was embraced with a sort of zeal that is almost religious in nature. This item description describes Okina as ascending to a higher plane, as if he is an instrument of a higher force. In a way, this is true, for through Okina's bloodshedding, he is indirectly honouring and empowering the kami of bloodshed, the formless mother. Thus, it makes sense that he would come to the attention of her greatest servant, Mohg, the Lord of Blood, and we learn of this meeting via the Rivers of Blood item description, which reads as follows. When Mohg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal, to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. It makes sense that the Lord of Blood would raise Okina up and harness his prowess for bloodshed. The more blood that is shed, the more his agenda is progressed in having the kami of blood at the centerpiece of the next order. That is all well and good, but there is a connection between the blood-soaked lands of the Land of Reeds and the Blood Star. We hear of this mysterious force, the Blood Star, via the Thorn Sorceries, the Briars of Sin and the Briars of Punishment, and they both read the following. The guilty, their eyes gouged out by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Blood Star. These guilty are of course the Thorn Sorcerers that accompany the Order of the Fire Monks, and according to the item description we just read, they were able to command these Thorn Sorceries after they themselves were blinded with thorns, and in their eternal darkness, in their blindness, were able to commune with this entity known as the Blood Star. In a way, this star is connected in a similar fashion to the way in which primeval sorcerers commune with the stars, though in a more bloody and visceral way. I discussed this in my Primeval Current lore video, but in essence I discussed how the primeval sorcerers are able to view the abyss of space in which stars are born through connection with the primeval current. This Blood Star also seems to exist in a sort of abyss, the abyss of blindness, but specifically connected to the blindness that is caused through violent means, through eyes being pierced by thorns. And this may make us wonder, does this Blood Star have a tie to the Mother of Truth? But why does it connect to the Land of Reeds? Well, the starting samurai class wields the red thorn shield, and these red thorns can only symbolize one thing, the Briars of Sin, and by extension, the Blood Star. Is it a coincidence that both the Mother of Truth and the Blood Star are connected to this bloody region? Are they the same thing, or do they just draw from the same well? I leave it to you to decide, but one thing that I would suggest is that some kami appear in different forms, so it could be that this is the Mother of Truth in a different form. However, there's also the idea that there are different kami for the same fundamental elements, i.e. there are multiple kami of earthly elements. So both the Formless Mother and the Blood Star could be seen as connected to blood, and that they are simply kami that share a similar class. I highlight the similarities, and I leave it to you to decide whether these two are linked or distinct entities. A question that people keep asking me in comments or in my community posts are, do I think the fell god, or the moon, or the stars, or the Blood Star are outer gods? And quite frankly, my answer had been, I am not sure. My previous understanding of the outer gods as cosmic beings made it fairly unclear what would fall within this definition, and what did not. However, with this new understanding of kami as spirits or manifestation of natural forces, I am more free to give my opinion. Yes, I most likely believe that these forces, such as the fell god and or the moon, could be akin to kami, manifestations of certain fundamentals. The announcement trailer for Elden Ring many years ago now stated that the Elden Ring commanded the stars, and so while we may view them, the stars, as cosmic powers, they too are part of the Elden Ring's world, and so should they too not have a spirit that guides and binds them? We learn via the hammer item description that smithing originated amongst the giants, and the vessel for the Flame of Ruin that the fire giants guard is of course known as the Forge. Perhaps the fell god is the kami of metalwork, industry, blacksmith, or simply fire. Not evil, just a force that was painted as evil by Marika's ruling order because it had posed a threat. The fell god versus the Erdtree Order, the Shifa River versus the Scarlet Rot, the Golden Order versus death. We have seen these as struggles between great cosmic beings, but I believe we are wrong. These conflicts are just political, based on the desires and ambitions of those who oppose their order upon the mortal plane. They are just opposing forces, but opposing forces of the same system. All the forces behind them, all of these outer gods, fairies, ancient gods, and spirits, are all part of the same system. They are kami, of a world commanded and forged by the Elden Ring. They are the manifestations of the building blocks and elements of this world. But this of course leaves one massive elephant in the room, the Frenzied Flame. If it too is an outer god of this world, then how does it fit in? Life is difficult. The world can be an unforgiving place, and we all experience grief, heartbreak and loss. But for most of us, these moments are buoyed by the support of our loved ones and the beauty that can be found in the world. Yet what if these moments of grief could be distilled into a single element? The collective grief and suffering of humanity coalesced into a single form, a powerful force that sought to undo the mistake of life itself. These are the powerful philosophical ideas behind those who have succumbed to the flame of frenzy, to those who would seek to bring about a Lord of Chaos and burn away the diversity of life. However, behind the philosophy and human element to this story, there are other cosmic facets that are a little harder to grasp. The story of a force that exists solely to reduce the work of the greater will and burn it down to ash. A force that is born of the collective suffering of this world and has manifested itself not only as a powerful concept, but an actual power that threatens to swallow the world. So join me this week as we finally tackle the mysteries of the Frenzied Flame and the Three Fingers. Before we begin this video, I do wish to acknowledge two very important videos by other creators that have greatly influenced my core ideas on this subject and some of the lore of the Frenzied Flame. These videos are the Lore Hunter's Sabriri video and Ratatascor's video on the Frenzied Flame. And while I will directly reference these videos at certain points, I wanted to make it clear that these videos have influenced me at a foundational level. So I think the best place to begin when talking about the Frenzied Flame is talking about its gestation within the Lands Between, and how it has come to exist in this world. And by this I don't mean its summoning at the hands of the Great Caravan, nor Shabriri's role in helping spread this force throughout the land, though we will talk about these subjects both shortly. Rather, I mean the conditions that allow this force to exist in the first place, where it comes from, and how it is able to be summoned and spread in the first place. In my Outer Gods lore video, I presented what I believe to be a fairly solid analysis of the Outer Gods, and I would recommend that you watch that, but I will still go over the foundational ideas for the sake of analysing the Frenzied Flame and the Three Fingers. In that video we posited that the Outer Gods are akin to the concept of kami, and this idea came to my attention thanks to a commenter Great Cosmic Axolotl, and then I discussed the subject with Sabako no Meiko's translator Mirko, and they let me know that this is one of the prevailing understandings of the Outer Gods in the Japanese lore community. The kami are essentially gods or spirits which are manifestations or personifications of concepts that were created as a consequence of the Elden Ring's creation. And to basically explain this idea in better detail, I will quote Mirko now. Kami are more akin to natural forces, part of the nature itself. They are water, plants, trees, sun, moon, snow, etc. The outer gods are, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the greater part of the Japanese community, just that. Powers, energies that flow through the world, and that creatures can channel with prayers and rituals. And these kami, are considered outer because they are opposite to the Golden Order founded by Marika. If you notice, most of these outer gods are tied to the concept of death. Rot is decomposition, Frenzied Flame is chaos and absence of order, and the Formless Mother is blood, loss of blood, etc. So kami is a concept in Shintoism, where gods are manifestations of natural concepts and fundamental elements in the world and of life. I was also informed by various commenters that this idea isn't exclusive to Shinto, and is linked to the idea of animism, the idea that all natural phenomena have a spirit. As Mirko states here, the main reason the outer gods are considered outer is because they are external to the current ruling order, but importantly, they are still linked to concepts created by the Elden Ring, and they are not cosmic beings that are rivals to the greater will, as I once believed myself. So returning to the Frenzied Flame, this concept is heavily implied to be an outer god as well, via the descriptions of the varying stages of the unalloyed gold Michelin needle, described as an implement designed to ward away the influence of the outer gods, and its only true use in-game is to ward away the influence of the Frenzied Flame. Thus it is suggested that the Frenzied Flame is an outer god. So to understand where the Frenzied Flame may have come from, we need to explain the origins of this world, and how we believe these outer gods fit into this world. So once again, as we have so many times on this channel, we need to refer to Hayeta's important dialogue regarding the creation of diversity of life and the separation of the One Great. And while we listen to this, it is important to bear in mind that the author of this speech is the Three Fingers, as she reveals this after we touch her with the Frenzied Flame, and divines these words from the Three Fingers themselves. So we of course must consider their bias when considering the following words.
The words of the Three Fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the One Great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
So in essence, Hayeta here tells us that once life was indistinguishable, but the actions of the greater will led it to becoming fractured. I have posited in the past that the arrival of the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring, as described by the Elden Stars incantation, was the event that stimulated this change, as a result of the Elden Ring's influence. In many ways, the Elden Ring is the body that governs the world itself, and its order, and so to me it makes sense that the Elden Ring's arrival, and its power, would have led to the One Great forming to reflect the influence of the Elden Ring. I would thus suggest that each facet of the world was also formed out of this One Great by the Elden Ring. Elements and fundamentals such as death, life, disease, fire, water, etc. This too is an opinion shared by some in the Japanese lore community, as we learn the following via Mirko. For this interpretation, it is implied that they were born the instant the Greater Will sent the Golden Star into the lands between. With this interpretation, it is implied the natural forces are also born with it, therefore the gods themselves. It is just one of the many speculations of the Japanese community, but I thought it was right to add this information anyway. So thanks again to Mirko for that information. So it therefore follows that if we are suggesting that the Frenzied Flame is one of these outer gods, one of these manifestations of a worldly element, then we must be suggesting that the Frenzied Flame was also born with the arrival of the Elden Ring, and the creation of the world as we know it, and the separation of the One Great. I think that in a way this makes sense, as the Frenzied Flame definitely is the embodiment of a number of ideas. However, it is unique among the outer gods in that it exists almost as a mirror reflection of the greater will's order, and in opposition to it, rather than trying to fit into it. Mirko's understanding of the Frenzied Flame is that it is the concept of chaos or absence of order, and while there are philosophical nuances to this, which we will discuss momentarily, I do think that this is more or less close to the truth of what the Frenzied Flame is meant to embody, what its kami or outer god is embodying. In this world, order is essentially structure, giving life structure, as the greater will did when it fractured the One Great, giving life form and ordering it from an indistinguishable, chaotic mass. And so when the One Great was shattered and fractured by the greater will, all these concepts and fundamentals of the world exist in balance. Where there is death, there is life. Where there is light, there is dark. And so of course, when the greater will created the idea and the concept of order, it must have created the concept of disorder by default. Every concept has an opposite, and therefore I do agree with Mirko's interpretation that these kami came into being due to the ordering done by the Elden Ring, and with it the creation of fundamental laws and concepts. Balance in all things, even if that means there is a force in opposition to the very force that created it. So with order came a shadow that opposed the most central and fundamental facet to the Elden Ring's domain, order itself. And with that we can assume that this force would have had the potential to manifest a god, a kami much like the other outer gods, hence the outer god of the Frenzied Flame. And as Mirko said, each of these outer gods, each of these concepts can have their own followers and worshippers who can help channel its power. We have of course the Mohgwyn dynasty and the Bloody Fingers who serve the outer god of blood, and we have the devoted of rot like Gowry who serve the outer god of rot. And in this case, with the outer god of the Frenzied Flame, it is no different. There are those who worship the outer god of the Frenzied Flame. So the story of those who would become representatives of this particular ideology is something quite intriguing, and somewhat confusing, but it is important for us to assess in order to get a stronger understanding of the Frenzied Flame. For me, the best place to start when analysing the adherents of this particular ideology would be with the fingerprint stone shield, which reads as follows. A great stone shield with an intricately carved fingerprint design, one of the heaviest of all shields. Part of the tomb of an ancient god, the readerless fingers relayed their messages through these imprints, said to be the very seeds from which frenzy first spouted. This is a really fascinating piece of lore because it firstly tells us that this is the source of the Flame of Frenzy, but that is something we will consider in the next chapter. However, what I want to discuss in this current chapter is the idea of the god of the Frenzied Flame, and thus it's interesting in this fingerprint stone shield's description that we get mention of an ancient god that was placed within a tomb. Now, where this tomb is should be a straightforward one for the player to discern, as we find the shield itself in the tomb of the Great Caravan, directly above the three fingers themselves. Indeed, the tragic caravan is described to have been entombed in the description of the nomad's ashes. But what is this tomb, and what is the ancient god that was entombed within? We learn via the fingerprint shield that unlike the two fingers who have interpreters, like the finger reader Enea, the three fingers have no such readers, and thus they used fingerprints to convey their messages. But the question remains, whose message? Is it their own, or are they envoys like the two fingers are? Well, the first suggestion that I have for you is that it is the message of the three fingers themselves, a case of Occam's razor, if you will, given that it is the three fingers that we find in the tomb, and the three fingers are mentioned in the same breath as the ancient god in the fingerprint shield's description, and that it is the three fingers that are considered the god, and they do not play the same envoy role that the two fingers do for the greater will. I do also believe that this is backed up by the item Note the Lord of Frenzied Flame, as it reads the following. Beneath Leyndell, at the bottom, lies our Lord, Lord of the Frenzied, the three fingers who hold us in thrall. The specific wording here, to me at least, suggests that the three fingers are revered not just as envoys of the Frenzied Flame, but as a lord or god themselves. I believe that the three fingers are the corporeal manifestation of the kami or outer god of chaos, and that they take the form that they do because of what it stands for. It stands for reunification. I've never been one to believe that there was once a 5-finger hand, and that it was split after the one great was split, because first of all there are multiple 2 fingers, so the maths doesn't add up anyway. So rather than seeing these 3 fingers as something that was literally torn off a 5-fingered hand, I instead see them as a manifestation of the god of chaos itself, its chosen form meant to symbolically oppose the 2 fingers representing the other 3 of a whole 5, a reflection of its goal to return the world to a single state of matter. The way in which these 3 fingers communicate only serves to further contrast them with their 2-finger counterparts. The 2-finger heirloom highlights the fact that the 2 fingers communicate in a more graceful and organised manner, as it reads the following: "Fingers cannot speak, yet these were eloquent. Persistently did they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith." The 2 fingers wriggle and are interpreted by finger readers, and from these come the words of the faith, transcribed into cipher, as shown by the cipher pata, a language of light. It is all so sophisticated, organised and orderly. And then you have the 3 fingers, that crudely transcribe its messages by animalistically gouging its fingerprints into stone, such as we see it doing when we first gain an audience with it, and basically just a far more crude and inelegant way of transcribing its message as opposed to its 2-finger counterparts. And I think this contrast is useful in showing how the 3 fingers are meant to symbolise the complete subversion of order, and reflect their 2-finger counterparts. The lore hunter also ponders the question of what the 3 fingers are in his excellent video on Shibiri, and he offers a differing perspective on this that I could also buy into, and so I will offer it now. In his video, Lore Hunter highlights how, like Ranni, chosen candidates, or Empyreans, have their own 2 fingers. Lore Hunter therefore speculates that these 3 fingers once served a god, who ruled and brandished the Elden Ring in some previous age that we don't know about, but of course that this god died in due course, and is the ancient god that is mentioned in the fingerprint stone shield that was then entombed alongside its old 2 fingers. Without any purpose, now that their god was dead, they were cast aside and left to rot beside their fallen god. These 2 fingers would warp and become envoys for the Frenzied Flame, warped and driven mad by their loss of purpose. Lore Hunter goes further and suggests that there is no outer god at all, per se, but instead that this is all the actions of the 3 fingers, former servants of the Greater Will, cast aside, and that they are outer god / cosmic due to the fact that they are related to the Greater Will itself. And again, I highly recommend you check out that video that I will link below. Whichever of these explanations you choose to believe, I do think it is clear that the 3 fingers are in some way linked to the ancient god that is entombed here, and for whatever reason and in whatever way, they are now representatives of the Frenzied Flame in this mortal plane. And with that said, let us assess the tomb itself. Evidently we must assume that it is very old, given that the god buried here is referred to as ancient. But is it older than Leyndell itself, or was it built alongside it or after it? The answer is really impossible to know for sure, but I will give my personal take on it, as I believe it's quite interesting to consider the age and purpose of this tomb. I believe that it is pretty clear that some of the architecture surrounding the Frenzied Flame proscription must have been built around the same time as Leyndell. The shunning grounds around it and above it, for example, appear to be some kind of sewer system, which must clearly have been built for the city above it. I would also argue that the church that actually acts as a seal to the entrance to the Frenzied Flame proscription, i.e. the arena in which we fight fake Moog, is at most from the early Erdtree era, because it has the same architecture as other catacombs that we find around the world, and also like the nearby Leyndell catacombs, by the way, which is also adjacent to this sewer system. The reason that I think these are similar architecture is of course because you can find these skeleton statues within this church that you can find in other catacombs. And if these share the same architecture as the catacombs, it means it must have been around from at least the Erdtree era, because these catacombs designs are meant to facilitate Erdtree burial, something we learn about via the root resin item description, which reads, "The roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erdtree, or so they say, and it is for that reason catacombs are built around Great Tree roots." So it therefore tracks that these catacombs are an Erdtree era construction, meaning that this underground church must also be. This does make sense, as it is directly connected and built into the wall of the giant cistern which makes up the central hub of the sewer network. However, behind the movable altar lies the Frenzied Flame prescription, the Tomb of the Three Fingers, and this could be older than Leyndell and the church in front of it. Firstly, the architecture is different than that of regular catacombs, or at least it doesn't have the same furnishings that would concretely align it with them, such as the skeleton statues. And given this church in front of it seems to have been built with the express purpose of sealing and hiding the Frenzied Flame prescription, it surely must have come after the original tomb was built. The timeline in Elden Ring isn't clear, and so while this is an ancient god, the founding of Leyndell itself could also be considered an ancient event, and so we can't really use that terminology to determine if this tomb was built before Leyndell. However, what I would like to say is that I would guess that this tomb was built independently of Leyndell, but was later sealed by those of the Erdtree, behind the false altar we find in the Shunning Grounds. We of course know that the royal family must have been responsible for its sealing, because of A. Morgoth's seal, knowing that at least he was familiar with what lay in this tomb, and B. we learn that the great caravan of the nomadic merchants was sealed within the tomb, via items like the nomadic merchant chapeau, which reads as follows. These merchants once thrived as the great caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far beneath underground. This also suggests that perhaps it was at the time of the great caravan being buried that this tomb was actually sealed away, the way that it was by the time that we see it. There are no definitive answers here, but personally I believe that the tomb was a separate construction and was later sealed by those of Leyndell once its true purpose was discovered. I think this idea can also be backed up by the two different terminologies we hear given to this place. It is referred to as the Tomb of an Ancient God in the Fingerprint Shield, but is later known as the Frenzied Flame prescription, prescription meaning forbidden. This to me suggests two stages in its existence, firstly as the tomb for a god of another era, and then later a quarantine forbidden area that would have been determined as such by those of the ruling order of Leyndell. However, I also admit that its location beneath Leyndell itself could very well be used as a counter to the fact that the tomb was built before Leyndell, as it is very convenient that it is found beneath the capital city in the entire game, and therefore it is very possible that the tomb was built after or at the same time as Leyndell to seal away the dangerous Frenzied Flame, imprisoning the most dangerous threat to the Leyndell ruling class's new ruling order. Whatever the order in which things were built, the location of the tomb is significant and an interesting thing to consider. Indeed, in a cut content line from one of Callie's brothers, NPC 802, they mention the fact the tomb is below those Omen even. We are able to access these lost dialogues thanks to the fantastic work of Sekiro Dube, who has recreated the nomadic questlines in two excellent videos, which I will link below, and I highly recommend you check out these videos because he has actually restored the dialogue itself, rather than me just reading the text dump of the game. And so getting to witness a reconstruction of these lost questlines is something truly unique and special, and I thank Sekiro Dube for all the work he has done in the community. In this dialogue, I find the emphasis on the Frenzied Flame existing even below the Omen as a pretty symbolic choice. On the surface we have Leyndell, the pinnacle of what is considered to be holy and right. Then below the surface we have the Omen, beings considered external to the refined, sophisticated ideals of the Golden Order, and therefore shunned. Then even below these despised creatures, we have the Frenzied Flame, and the Three Fingers. And indeed, the developers specifically chose to have the Three Fingers right beneath Leyndell, rather than in a deep tomb somewhere else, as if we are to view these layers, these two forces, as above and below, like heaven and hell. And indeed, to those who are proponents of the Golden Order or the Erdtree, like Morgott and others of the ruling royal family, would certainly view the Frenzied Flame as the devil, as heresy, as it poses the most direct challenge to their rule, to their world. And speaking of heresy, it is now time for us to look at the spread of the Frenzied Flame itself, and how it first spread from the Three Fingers and took root amongst humanity. This of course brings us back to the item description of the fingerprint shield, and again I will just reread it for a refresher. A great stone shield with an intricately carved fingerprint design. Part of the tomb of an ancient god, the readerless fingers relayed their message through these imprints, said to be the very seeds from which frenzy first sprouted. So these imprints, the fingerprint messages of the three fingers on stone slabs, are the very seeds from which frenzy sprouted, suggesting that the very idea, message and philosophy behind the Frenzied Flame came about from these tablets. And as we will soon see, it appears as though the Frenzied Flame can be manifested by those who share certain beliefs and emotions. The yellow colouring of the Frenzied Flame itself is not an idle choice by fromsoftware, especially given it is directly referred to as the Yellow Flame by Hyeta, and indirectly through the Eyes of Yellow plant, a plant afflicted by the Frenzied Flame. These repeated mentions to yellow, and the association of the Frenzied Flame with madness, I believe is meant to make us think of the motif of the King in Yellow, a fictionally forbidden play which causes despair and madness in those who read it. And likewise, we could see the words of the Three Fingers and associated ideas in the same way, as the spread of these words is no doubt what led to its power taking root in the lands in the first place, and the more these ideas spread, the more purchase they find in the lands between. We get another clue as to the spread of the Frenzied Flame from the Howl of Shabriri incantation, which reads as follows: releases a maddening shriek that causes madness build-up in foes nearby. It is said that the sickness of the Flame of Frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in all history. So Shabriri is an absolutely key and central figure to understanding how the Frenzied Flame has managed to find purchase among the denizens of the lands between. We can learn more about this enigmatic figure via the Shabriri's Row talisman, which reads as follows: disturbing likeness of a man whose eyes have been gouged out. The corners of his mouth are upturned in an almost flirtatious manner. It is said that the man named Shabriri had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander, and, with time, the blight of the Flame of Frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets. So Shabriri appears to have been a man at some stage, though later it does seem that he is far more than that now. This man, Shabriri, became reviled after he committed the crime of slander, meaning he essentially spread lies about someone or a group of people to cast a shadow on their character. Yet apparently this lie would come to light and he was punished for it, and that after this he would become the source for the Frenzied Flame. Now, given that the sickness of the Flame of Frenzy began with Shabriri, it presupposes that he was the first ever to suffer from the Flame of Frenzy, something we see that is now fairly widespread in the lands between. And indeed, it says that the Flame of Frenzy rested within his empty eye sockets, and now the Flame of Frenzy burns people's eyes, as if to mimic the way in which the Frenzied Flame settled within Shabriri that first time. It is a recreation of that first manifestation of the Frenzied Flame. In his lore video on Shabriri, the lore hunter connects the description of the fingerprint shield and Shabriri's howl to create a compelling narrative about the gestation of the Frenzied Flame. They posit that it was Shabriri who was one of the first to receive the message of the three fingers through the stone tablets described in the fingerprint shield, that these are the seeds of the Frenzied Flame, and thus it makes sense that Shabriri, the first sufferer of the Frenzied Flame, must have read these stone tablets and become the first servant of the Frenzied Flame. Lore Hunter goes further to link the slander mentioned in Shabriri's woe to the Great Caravan's ultimate fate. This is due to some cut dialogue and some questlines that can be found in the text files, and again this is something that has been recreated in its entirety with the audio by Sekiro Dube, and I highly recommend you check that video out. In a nutshell, Kali would try and locate the Great Caravan of his people, of his ancestors, before finding the shocking truth of their ultimate fate deep below the capital. At this stage, Kali would say the following: "Did you see what they did to my ancestors? The whole clan buried alive, sick, maddened, husks of themselves. Have you heard their moans? They're hardly human anymore. They think we worship the three fingers, that we called the maddening sickness down upon them. Well, if that's what they expect from us, then that is what they shall get from us. The world of grace and its people should have been content to see us sink between the cracks." This dialogue is cut content, so I would ask you to take it with a pinch of salt. However, as Lore Hunter says in that video, this doesn't really contradict anything else we have in the existing lore, and so it could still indicate the correct intended story. The dialogue indicates that the nomadic caravan was imprisoned because of their perceived affinity with frenzy and their worship of the three fingers. However, Kali's dialogue seems to indicate that this wasn't actually true, that they were falsely accused, but have only now turned to it in despair and to spite those who would oppress them. This is possibly backed up by the description of the merchant chapeau, which implies they came into contact with the Frenzied Flame because of their imprisonment, not before it. It reads the following: "These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the flame of frenzy." Importantly, the chapeau states that the reason they were imprisoned in the first place was because of heretical beliefs. This does lead us to conclude that what Kali says in the cut content is still very much the case, that they were accused of being adherents of the three fingers, and that is why they are rounded up and buried here. The lore hunter suggests that the slander that Shabriri committed was this false accusation against the Great Caravan and Kali's people. One can't help but consider Shabriri's smile in the talisman, described as almost flirtatious despite his gouged out eyes, almost as if he knew exactly what he was doing, and that it would lead to the further spread of the Frenzied Flame. Despite it being quite a neat narrative and a compelling one at that, it is ultimately just speculation, and all we actually know is that Shabriri had his eyes gouged out, the flame of frenzy then came to nestle within these empty eyes, and he would become patient zero for this new affliction, that would then affect people in the same way, i.e. having the flame manifest through their eyes. Shabriri himself is an interesting case, because it is clear that he is now more than a man, if he ever was at all. He is able to possess Yura's body, and as we will discuss in the following chapter, the Frenzied Flame takes root in those who feel despair, and we witness Yura's despair at the end of his quest.
Eleonora, it seems I am no match for you, but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see, I've sliced the finger off. Please, Eleonora, yield to the cesspool no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword, your flesh, your fire.
And thus it is likely that in this moment of despair, that Shabriri is allowed or able to enter Yura's body, acting as an envoy for the Frenzied Flame to try and convince the Tarnished to crate up the mantle of the Lord of Chaos. Shabriri is a vessel for chaos, a manifestation of it, which explains his ability to possess people, and in his own words, if we try to kill him, he says the following:
Shabriri is chaos incarnate.
Shabriri is now more than flesh and bone. They are a concept, a manifestation of chaos, and thus cannot die in the traditional sense. The choice of Shabriri's name may also hint at what they are. Shabriri is a demon in Jewish mythology, the demon of blindness, who spreads blindness to the unsuspecting who drink from the water that they inhabit. So to me, Shabriri is a demon of chaos, chaos incarnate and a manifestation of its will, and a tool to spread the influence of the Frenzied Flame, much as the traditional Shabriri spreads blindness. I would posit that perhaps Shabriri was never actually a man, and even when he was the most reviled man in history, he was always just a demon in the guise of a man. I have always found it rather unsettling that Shabriri is smiling, despite having his eyes gouged out. Extremely demonic behaviour, if you ask me. Regardless of if he was once human or not, he is clearly demonic now, and the source for the Frenzied Flame that is spread throughout humanity. But what is the relevance of eyes? What is the sickness of the Frenzied Flame? And why do people align themselves with this nihilistic power? Let us now attempt to answer these questions as we assess the Frenzied Flame itself. When the Frenzied Flame first took root within Shabriri, it settled within their eyes, and thus it makes sense that when this sickness would spread, it would spread and manifest the same way it did in Patient Zero, by manifesting in the eyes of those who host it. Eyes are the very centre of this spread, and very symbolic for the ideas behind the Frenzied Flame. And indeed it seems as though, through the flames, in time, the eyes of the bearer are melted, to make them closer to Shabriri, without his eyes.
Oh, it burns. My eyes, they're melting.
Indeed, the Shabriri grapes are themselves eyes, afflicted and melted by the Frenzied Flame, and should we choose to inherit the Frenzied Flame, our eyes will take on a similar appearance. So whilst practically the spread through eyes mimic the affliction of Shabriri, it's quite obvious that FromSoftware have chosen the eyes as a focus point for this exact philosophy for a symbolic reason. But what is that? Well, early on in Elden Ring's release history, a really powerful piece of art circulated on Twitter that you might remember, and it was this one. And this is the painting Agony by the artist Mile Johnston. And while many believe that this was a piece inspired by Elden Ring, it actually predates it by a number of years, with Agony first being displayed on his Instagram as far back as 2018. And this to me is extremely fascinating, given how closely it looks to the symptoms of the Frenzied Flame, leading me to believe, was this actually the source of inspiration for the manifestation of the Frenzied Flame itself? Though as shown by Ziostorm in one of his discovery videos, this same gesture and idea is also displayed on a Magic the Gathering card, Mindblaze. And given that Ziostorm also points out that a number of Magic the Gathering cards have inspired different Elden Ring motifs, it is possible that one of these inspired Elden Ring. Or perhaps all these different pieces of art, Agony, Magic the Gathering, and Elden Ring, are all developed individually. But what is important, either way, is that it shows that this gesture is a powerful choice to display turmoil and despair internally. Even if it wasn't the basis for it, the reasoning and themes that inspired it will 100% help us to understand the nature of the Frenzied Flame and its symbolic connotations, because evidently, They are both trying to convey the same thing, a single gesture that is to make the viewer feel a certain emotion: pain and despair. In an Instagram post, Miles describes the inspiration for this piece, and I quote him now. "I had just been looking at the painting The First Morning, and something about Eve with two hands pressed against her face felt so profoundly powerful and sad. Like the artist has condensed all of humanity's collective grief into one gesture. I wanted to play around with some similar body language that felt inherently evocative and build from there. So the artist makes it clear that while inspired by another piece of art, he wanted to convey all of humanity's grief and pain in a singular evocative emotion. Likewise, I believe the similar positioning of those who are suffering from the Frenzied Flame with their hands on their head is meant to convey something similar, that we look at these characters and instantly realise that they are going through some kind of suffering or some kind of pain. Even before you fully understand the full lore of Elden Ring, it is really clear what this gesture is trying to convey. Pain, grief, sadness. Indeed, even Hyetta takes on the exact same gesture after her eyes have been melted by the Chaos Flame, as does Shabriri when he takes over Yura's flesh. So this is a key component of the philosophy behind the Frenzied Flame. And this does become more clear as you progress the game. Those who fall victim to this sickness are those who have suffered, and those who have had enough of the pain that life can bring. Edgar overcome by grief and revenge. The great caravan brutalized and treated unjustly. Yura lost in his grief over Eleonora's fate, and the many nameless souls who wished they simply had never been born. All of them are touched by the Frenzied Flame. Radataskor has done an excellent video that discusses the philosophy behind the Frenzied Flame, called What is the Frenzied Flame? In this, they focus on the feelings and emotions behind the Frenzied Flame, seeing it as a proxy for human emotions, thoughts and principles, concluding that those adhere to this philosophy believe that life is simply not worth living because life is suffering. In a way of illustrating the depth and power of this idea, Radataskor then goes on to read a chapter from Brothers Karazimov, and I highly recommend you check out that video in full, as it is an extremely emotive and interesting take on the Frenzied Flame. And indeed, I do agree with this, as in-game it does seem that those who suffer from the Frenzied Flame also wish that life had never happened, that there is too much suffering involved when you are granted life.
Those who gave me grapes howled without words, saying they wished they were never born. Become their lord, take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, and melt it all away. As the Lord of Chaos, no more fractures, no more birth.
Despair is the unifying emotion. Despair what these people have suffered during the course of their life. Indeed, the great caravan summoned the Frenzied Flame by chanting a song of despair, an outlet for the injustices they had suffered. This is also why the Eye of Yellow, a plant associated with the Frenzied Flame, is a pain reliever. The entire philosophy behind this force is to end pain and suffering, pain caused by life itself. And so this returns me to the original question of this chapter. What is the significance of eyes? Well, I do think it goes back to that original image by Miles Johnston in our innate understanding and recognition of despair, where he correctly identified that the gesture is one that portrays grief, the covering up of one's eyes. Firstly, because we cry through our eyes, and secondly, everything we witness, especially the bad, we witness through our eyes, and it is a common trope in tragedy that bad events make characters want to tear out their own eyes lest they see the suffering anymore. There is of course the classic example of Oedipus Rex, a tragedy written by Sophocles, in which the titular character, Oedipus, unknowingly murders his own father and marries his own mother. When the truth is revealed to him, he gouges out his own eyes in despair. Despair is the core tenet behind those who are adherents of the Frenzied Flame, and thus for me, their eyes being melted in despair is thematically apt, which is why eyes end up being thematically important for the Frenzied Flame. Even the plants born of the Frenzied Flame touch, like the Eyes of Yellow, take the form of eyes. Given the importance of sight then, what is the relevance of Hyeta's weak sight? Given all we have said about sight thus far in this chapter, it must be clear that there has to be some relevance to Hyeta's weak sight, and that has to be central as to why Irina was chosen as a vessel for this Hyeta. Is it perhaps because she is not able to see the tragedy of the world, and thus is a purer state of being according to the Frenzied? After all, Irina is spared the sights of the horrific and bloody Morn massacre, and Hyeta is spared the truth of what she must ingest: human eyes. Or perhaps a lack of sight is needed so that the potential maiden can see the distant light in their head, rather than being distracted by the corporeal world. All speculation, but her lack of sight is clearly an important aspect to her becoming a three-finger maiden. With the symbolism aside, let us look at the spread of the frenzy itself. It seems that it can be spread in two different ways. 1. The passing from one life form to another, like a regular sickness, or 2. Manifesting in those who experience great despair. It is of course referred to as a sickness via the Howl of Shabriri item description. The frenzied village in Liurnia also seems to be an infection vector for this force as well. What are the chances that everyone in this same village had the same beliefs that manifested it, including the soldiers that seem to be stationed here? Rather, it seems more likely that it has infected the whole village, and one of the note key items seems to back up this idea, as it implies that we may also catch it should we go there. The Frenzied Flame village note reads as follows: South of the Grand Lift of Dectus lies the Frenzied Flame village, inhabited by the sick. Stay well away. Again, it refers to it as a sickness, and asking us to stay away, suggesting it can spread like a traditional disease. And indeed it can spread like one, as we can suffer from the madness of frenzy if we are accosted by the afflicted, and when the incantations of chaos are unleashed upon us. The very fact that rats can be tainted by the Frenzied Flame should also indicate that it does spread like a traditional disease, as it is doubtful that rats would manifest the flame through emotion. Rather, they most likely get it through eating the corpses of the dead, of those who once held the sickness. And we do know that the deceased who held the Frenzied Flame in life are still infected with it, as the Yellow Ember item description reads as follows: A sign that the deceased suffered from the flame of frenzy. This grape has ripened and burst. So it has spread like a normal disease, and as usual, rats are a vector or carrier of disease, but in this case they carry the disease of the Frenzied Flame, and can spread it to others should they attack them. It even seems like this sickness can spread to other parts of nature too, manifesting in a perversion of vegetation that could serve to further spread it should it be eaten by wildlife or humans. And I of course refer to the Eyes of Yellow, which read as follows: Grown in lands afflicted by frenzy, it is used for its pain-relieving properties, though it is also known to be a dangerous intoxicant. The fact that this is in lands afflicted by the Frenzied Flame shows that it spreads not just through the mind and through humans, but as if it is a regular plague. However, as I mentioned, the Frenzied Flame can also be manifested, as we have already seen with Shabriri, who is basically patient zero. And it also seems as though, in the case of the Great Caravan, it was manifested through their grief, rather than it being caught by them like a disease. And again I read the description of their chapeau. These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the Frenzied Flame. So the Great Caravan were not sick nor infected, but through the suffering they endured and the despair they felt at their unjust treatment, the flame was summoned, manifested. Edgar is also one who appears to have fallen victim to the Frenzied Flame through his emotions. We can loot a Shabriri grape from his corpse when we defeat him in his Revenger form, suggesting that in his grief and despair, he fell to its power and it manifested in his eyes, which is why we can take them as a Shabriri grape. So in short, the flame can be summoned, but can also be spread like an illness, making it very potent indeed, especially when a group channel its power together, as we can see in the case of the Frenzied Tower, a watchtower in northern Liurnia that seems to have been taken over by villagers from the nearby Frenzied village, and together they seem to be manifesting a huge concentration of the Frenzied Flame's power, afflicting all the wildlife around it, which is why there is rats and eyes of yellow nearby. The collective power of the Frenzied Flame also seems to be reflected in the donation of Shabriri grapes for Hyetta, for she believes that it is the collective sight of the eyes that she has devoured that will eventually lead her to the Three Fingers, or the distant light.
Ah, is that you over there? I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you. The reason why it was eyes I had to eat, the distant light, is far and frail, so faint it can't be seen by the naked eye. But with everyone's eyes together, it appears. Finally, it all makes sense. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden.
The outer god of chaos may not be the outer god of despair, but it makes sense that its power makes purchase within these people. The yellow flame offers a release from life itself, a cathartic vindication of their suffering, as order, the order that caused them suffering, is burnt to the ground. So now that we have looked at the philosophy of the Frenzied Flame and why people might follow it, it is time to look at their end goal, of their maiden and the Lord of Chaos.
Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world!
Hyetta is the second figure within the Chaos Pantheon that appears to take the form of someone who we know to be deceased. Hyetta is not available at all until Irina is dead. She has the same voice actor, the same model, and even the same bloody dress, and both describe themselves as being born with weak eyesight. Given what happens with Yura and Shabriri, it isn't hard to imagine that Hyetta is an instrument of the Three Fingers, a reincarnated version of Irina, though someone less directly connected to the Frenzied Flame as Shabriri, as Hyetta doesn't evidently know what Shabriri grapes are until we tell her. Yet I do see Irina as a purpose-made instrument of the Three Fingers, as she appears to know that she is meant to be a maiden of the Three Fingers, as if this reincarnated or new version of Irina has been reincarnated with a sole purpose in her mind, the sole purpose of becoming a maiden to the Three Fingers. And it does raise the question of how the Three Fingers are able to do this in two different cases, or at least why it chooses to do this. It's almost as if because the Three Fingers do not recognise individuality, and they see all as one anyway, they are able to shuffle souls into different bodies as if they already see them as different appendages to the one whole anyway. Hyetta is also interesting because she illustrates some of the core beliefs of the adherents of the Frenzied Flame, because the ghosts that want to give their eyes to her appear to know that they need to provide her with Shabriri grapes, with their eyes, to advance the objectives of the Frenzied Flame.
You're not like the others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes, their frail fingers emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you seem somehow firmer. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
And indeed, these adherents also know about their promised Lord of Frenzied Flame, as we see this Lord of Chaos referenced by frenzied ghosts as well. For a philosophy so set against order, it surprisingly mirrors the structure and order of the Two Fingers candidacy, a lord and a maiden. And indeed this is a hypocrisy, a lie, noticed by Melina, and stated to us in her argument for keeping life going and against siding with the Three Fingers.
I ask you one more time, please, seek not the Frenzied Flame. As one who strives to become a lord, deny not the lives, the new births of this world. Those who would are not fit to be called lord, when the land they preside over is lifeless.
One lord almost rose in times past to claim the mantle of the Lord of Chaos, Vike, once one of the greatest champions of the Round Table and the closest to becoming Elden Lord. We learn of Vike's sudden change of heart via his fingerprint set, which reads as follows. No other Tarnished was closer to the throne of Elden Lord than Vike, but without announcement Vike travelled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his sudden choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? Vike made a decision and chose the Frenzied Flame. His armour suggests that he did this for his maiden, or was he convinced by some other force? Given the speech that Shabriri gives us, a speech that leans heavily into our relationship with Melina to pull at our heartstrings to become the Lord of Chaos, it does seem likely that Vike had a change of heart due to his own relationship with his maiden and not wanting to sacrifice her to the flames.
You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
Indeed, his ties to his maiden are hinted at more strongly via his invasion location in Liurnia. Above the frenzied village and outside the Church of Inhibition, Vike will attack us. In this church is the corpse of a finger maiden, and while nothing else is said on the matter, it is almost as if Vike's phantom form is still protecting his maiden still, suggesting he was concerned with keeping her safe, and thus could very well be his motivation for choosing the path of frenzy. Yet for whatever reason, it does seem as though Vike failed to become the Lord of Chaos, a fact lamented by a frenzied ghost in the Frenzied Flame village. Most likely Vike failed because he was imprisoned, as we can find him in an Everjail, in the mountaintops of the Giants, as if he was on the way to the Forge to unleash its power, as we later do on our path to unleashing the Frenzied Flame if we choose the path of the Lord of Chaos. If you'd like a more dedicated video on Vike himself, I would highly recommend V-Limit's video on the subject. In this video, V-Limit makes a compelling case for what happened to Vike. He references the incantation Frenzied Burst, which reads as follows. In times past, every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy succumbed to its madness after a desperate internal struggle. This incantation is testament to a meagre victory. V-Limit suggests that Vike was no exception, and he was one to succumb to its power before achieving his goal, leading to the death of his maiden and the spreading of frenzy to the nearby village before finally being imprisoned. And indeed this does seem likely, given that the Frenzied Burst is actually an incantation used by Vike in his fight with us, suggesting that he is one of the people who tried to master the Frenzied Flame, but ultimately succumbed. Yet we can take up the mantle and inherit the Frenzied Flame, and go further than Vike, if we take on Shabriri's advice and we use our own body as kindling to the Flame of Ruin. And this moment really is a testament to the power of the Flame of Frenzy within us. As Melina does seem to be burned away completely, in the process when she acts as kindling, and yet we survive and harness this power as if the power of the frenzied flame within us is enough to sustain us through the process. While those on the path to Elden Lord will merely burn the Erdtree superficially and essentially restore it with the repairing of the Elden Ring, however, the Lord of Chaos is a different matter. They use the Flame of Ruin to burn the Erdtree to gain access to its heart, and at that point the Lord of Chaos will unleash the frenzied flame within him to burn the Erdtree right to the ground, and the world to follow behind it. With the fall of the Elden Beast, and the Elden Ring left unrepaired, there is no longer any order to hold back the chaos, and that is why that at this moment the Chaos Flame can erupt from the player and burn the Erdtree to the ground and the world following it. Hyeta herself is the best source for what happens here.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
But not only through her words, but also her own corporeal fate, for by touching her with the flame, she too becomes a vessel for the frenzied flame, albeit briefly, and at that point she's able to connect with the three fingers and translate their words and give our purpose to us, but unlike us, she is not able or meant to contain the power for long, and succumbs to its power as all will. For when we return, she is gone, melted away, and only the flame remains. The three fingers and the power of the frenzied flame is the manifestation of chaos and disorder in the universe. Its aim is to melt away the ordered separation of individual life, so that life is more chaotic and unformed. It is the nihilistic endgame that appeals to those who despair, to those who have suffered, and to those who think that life itself is a mistake, for without it, without life and the choices that come with it, they would not have experienced the pain or the things that they have seen. Starting with their eyes, the yellow flame will melt away the very notion of pain, for without eyes you cannot witness pain. Without life, there is no pain at all. There is in fact nothing. The fact there is pain and hardship is something even its opponents do not deny. But perhaps those on the side of life merely see things differently. For without order there is no disorder, and without pain there is no beauty, no love, or no life.
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that. Is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
And indeed, are you really a lord at all when you are the Lord of Chaos, when you rule over nothing at all? The age of the Erdtree has not always been, and nor did it come about without conflict. Its reign was established through bloodshed and battle. With the iron fist of Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield, Queen Marika swept away all who could oppose her new order. It was the defeat of the Fire Giants that marked the beginning of the Age of the Erdtree proper, their Flame of Ruin and Fell God believed to be the last true threat to the Erdtree and its dominion. For the Fire Giants were in communion with the one-eyed God of Fire, and their closely guarded Flame of Ruin had the power to destroy the Erdtree, a threat that simply could not be tolerated. Yet after reputedly slaying the fell god itself, Marika realised this flame could not simply be extinguished, and it was doomed forever to smoulder, a sleeping dragon on the doorstep of Leyndell itself. So Marika did the only thing that she could. She sealed the mountain, and a new order was established to safeguard its power. An order of monks, and the guilty, would devote themselves to its containment and safekeeping. Yet in time these monks, meant to safeguard the threat it posed, would also venerate its power. The monks would be forced to walk a line between worship and guardianship, and thus it shaped a unique culture in of itself. The fear of this flame would never die, thanks to a frightening prophecy that saw the flame reignited once more, destroying the Holy Erdtree, a prophecy that we know to have more than a grain of truth. So join me this week as we look at the fire giants, their inheritors, and the legacy they left behind. Now, a lot of what we know about the giants' history prior to the war with the Erdtree comes in dribs and drabs, and so it is up to us to pull it all together into the semblance of some kind of timeline. We know that the giants have long lived on the mountaintops, and it appears that long ago a tribe of astrologers once coexisted with them there. We learn this from the Sword of Night and Flame, which reads as follows. Astrologers, who preceded the sorcerers, established themselves in the mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbours. So evidently this is a long time past, as we are here talking of astrologers who preceded even the sorcerers of Rhea Lucaria and the Carian royal family. The practice of astrology would one day lead to the development of sorcery, a fact confirmed by the Preceptor's robe, which describes these sorcerers as descendants of these astrologers. We will also look at the history of smithing as another bit of carbon dating, if you will, to show how early this society and the fire giant society was. So in this time before the Academy, these astrologers clearly established themselves at the highest peaks of the lands between to be as close to the sky as possible. And this makes sense given that more primitive astrologers would most certainly choose to be as close to the stars as possible. The more interesting aspect of this, however, is that the fire giants lived in peace with these star-studying humans, showing they weren't automatically hostile to the rest of civilization. It is their relationship to the fire god that determines their allegiance and animosity. The greatest examples of this, of course, being the Zamor and the Erdtree peoples. Even in this period of Night and Flame, they are still referred to as fire giants, meaning the fire god and the fire giants had no issue with these studiers of the stars, thus allowing the flame and night to live in peace. And this is interesting because while we see the giants as a destructive, violent force, they are living peacefully with a human community, and it is all based on the fact that the night and the flame do not clash. I believe that one of their earlier conflicts is a good way of showing where the community of the fire giants sits in the greater timeline of Elden Ring. I am of course referring to the conflict they waged against the ice dragons, an event we learn about from the Borealis Mist, which reads as follows. The ice dragons were once lords of the mountaintops long ago, until they were defeated by the fire giants and chased from the peak. So the ice dragons must have been an offshoot of dragon, kin to Borealis himself, and they once ruled these mountaintops before the giants even ruled it. This is a useful piece of lore for placing the establishment of fire giant society, because Borealis, and presumably the rest of the ice dragons, are a type of dragon known as the modern dragons. We learn this from the lightning strike incantation, which reads the following. One of the incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. Ancestors of the modern dragons, the ancient dragons, had scales of gravel stone, and wielded lightning as their weapon. It is said that they once attacked Leyndell, the royal capital. So these ancient dragons are the ones that we see like Fortisax, with 4 wings, 4 legs, and stone scales, with Borealis and the likes of Agil forming the modern dragons. the ones with 2 legs and more classical scaly skin. Given the dragons that the fire giants defeated and chased off the mountain, these ice dragons were modern dragons, quote unquote, we can assume that this places the time of the giants a fair bit after the reign of the ancient dragon, but of course before the age of Marika, so it fits neatly in between those. We can determine that it was after they had claimed the mountain proper that they would then build a sort of society here, as we see evidence of this community. We see evidence of their craftsmanship in the form of the forge itself, a focal point of their civilization. While to us, in the modern era, it is merely a vessel for the destructive Flame of Ruin, the term forge implies that it was used for metalwork and smithing. We can learn that it was the giants who actually pioneered and invented the practice of smithing in this world, something we learn about from the hammer item description, which reads as follows. Originally a blacksmith's tool, the art of smithing is said to have originated amongst the giants. Given how basic a skill smithing is to any society in history, we again realise that this civilization of giants really is an early one that developed such fundamental practices and sciences. Indeed, the troll's hammer very much suggests that this was a cornerstone of their society, for it reads the following. Trolls are descended from the giants, and these were supposedly once used as ceremonial smithing tools. In the distant past, smithing was considered divine, given that the fire used in the forge is the fire of their very god, and this would have been used in the process of smithing. It is no surprise that this practice would have been considered divine. We can assume that the giant smiths would have forged their jewellery, the likes of the metal cooking bowl wielded by the fire giant, and the giant chains that connect the mountain tops and the forge together. The forge itself seems to be built upon the same architecture of the kind we find scattered around the mountain tops of the giants, and therefore, speculatively, we can argue that the giants were builders as well, so there is a fundamental community here. Yet their god was not one of creation, but one of destruction, and as mentioned, it is implied the giants are the enemies of those who are an anathema to their flame. Enemies such as the dragons of ice and the Erdtree make sense, yet it is also reinforced by another early conflict, with an ancient foe, the people of Zamor. We can see from the ruins of Zamor, the collection of structures on the lower slopes of the mountain tops of the giants, that these people also inhabited this region. The Zamor are a people who seemingly worship the winter, as described by the Zamor curved sword, which reads, in apparent devotion to winter, the curved blade is styled after an icy wind and imbued with a powerful frost effect. Yet their armour set makes it clear that these warrior people have been battling the giants even before the war with the Erdtree, for the armour set reads, these long-lived warriors, clad in biting, freezing winds, are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial. The Zamor's association with ice is already being made quite clear, and the fact they are mortal enemies implies that these two were always meant to go to war together. Indeed, Zamor Ice Storm sorcery even goes as far to suggest that the Zamor are cloaked with ice, and it therefore makes sense that these two tribes would battle for dominance. One is one with the flame, and one is one with the ice. The term immemorial makes it claim, to me at least, that the Zamor have been battling the fire giants since well before the Erdtree conflict, and that they just became allies of convenience with the Erdtree at a later stage, yet have always been fighting them from their inception of their communities. So let's return to the fire giants now and what makes them fire giants. Have they always been fire giants and associated with the fell flame? Were they born this way, and what makes them so powerful? To answer the core of the fire giants' very beings, we must first assess their relationship with their fell, one-eyed god. We have it suggested to us that the giants are the way that they are due to a curse binding them to their duty as custodians of the Flame of Ruin, and thus to the fell god. The incantation Burn, O Flame reads as follows. The fire giants borrowed from the power of a fell god, and still they were defeated. Yet their failure released them from their solitary curse to serve as keepers of the flame for eternity. Whether or not the giants at one point voluntarily entered into this contractual obligation, or whether they were always cursed as a society and species, the result is ultimately the same. They are servants of the flame forever. They are inexorably linked to the flame and the fell god behind it. They must watch over it until the end of time. This endless duty is of course illustrated by the fate of the final fire giant, who, despite being the last of his kind and beaten in a ferocious war, still tends to the flame to this day. While the fell god has many manifestations of his power through the spells and incantations, the ruinous flame of the forge seems to be his most potent and important manifestation. Given the entire purpose of his fire giant race is to safeguard and tend to this very flame, we can see that it must be the strongest aspect of the fell god on this earth. And even as the age of the Erdtree has progressed, the smouldering power of the Flame of Ruin remains. And it is a testament to this god's power, given it is the only thing in the mortal realm that we are aware of that poses a direct threat to the Erdtree itself. Another fairly horrifying result of this curse is that the fire giants literally have the fell god imprinted upon their physiology, and I of course refer to the one-eyed face upon their abdomens. This fell god is inexorably linked to each of the giants. It is part of them, and this is something we learn from the Flame of the Fell God incantation, which reads the following. Arganthe, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret until it was stolen by Edan. The fell god still lurks within the fire giants. So the fell god lies and exists within every fire giant, suggesting it is this very connection that makes them what they are. The power of these giants suffused with the power of their fell god is massive, and is expanded upon by the Roar talisman, which reads the following. In ancient times, the giants were mortal enemies of the Erdtree. Their bellowing roars desolated nature, triggered avalanches, and whipped up storms of fire. So first of all, the power of their roar is all destructive, destroying nature, triggering avalanches, and whipping up storms. And as we will look at in a moment, the fell god and his fire giants are forces of destruction, which is why he is often referred to as evil. These giants could whip up storms of flame, and in our battle with one, we can see how true this claim is. When the fell god awakens inside the fire giant when he offers his leg as a sacrifice, the fire giant is capable of unleashing the fell god's fire upon his enemy, wreaking unfathomable destruction on the battlefield and the environment around him. To me it is clear that the stomach face is an aspect of the fell god made manifest, showing that the fell god literally exists within each and every fire giant. They are part of him, every single one. When it does awaken, as it does in the fire giant's fight with us, the god is actively present, marked by the opening of its eye. Incidentally, I would hypothesize that this is why the trolls have a gaping hole in their stomach regions, as they would disavow their loyalty to the fell god, but we'll discuss the trolls more in a moment. We know that this one-eyed face is the face of their fell god, as we see his visage represented in many sources. We see it on the one-eyed shield, the giant seal, and the armour of the fire monks. Looking at the description of the one-eyed shield, we can learn more of this enigmatic deity. It reads the following. Tricksome shield made from white stone depicting a malformed, one-eyed god. Once worshipped by the giants, this evil deity is believed to have been slain by Queen Marika. So it is possible that this is again the example of an unreliable narrator, i.e. we are meant to believe that this god is evil as if it is written by a member of the Erdtree faithful. However, as I've mentioned already by looking at the Roar talisman, I believe that this god is a god of destruction and chaos. And I think by looking at some real world mythologies that have clearly inspired the fire giants and their fell god, we can see that there is truth to this implication, i.e. that this is an evil being of pure destruction. There are a number of beings in real-world mythologies who have one eye and are also depicted as evil. For example, there's Baelor, Lord of the Fomorians of Irish mythology, and there's of course the Cyclops of Greek mythology and the Ohakanu of Cantabrian mythology. I think it is clear that the fell god and his giants draw heavily from these traditions. Baelor, the Cyclops, and the Ohakanu are all evil beings of great size and power, but I specifically think that the story of the fell god to have been inspired by a combination of Baelor, Lord of the Fomorians, and the Ohakanu. The Ohakanu were giant cyclopean beings who were the embodiment of cruelty and brutality, and their appearance is remarkably like that of a fire giant, red-maned and massive, and they even sported one eye. Baelor, the leader of the hulking Fomorians, was said to have had a single eye that, when opened, would cause untold destruction, highly reminiscent of the eye-opening scene in our battle with the fire giant. Not only is this interesting in understanding the likely myths that FromSoftware drew inspiration from, but it also lends credence to the idea that these beings and their god really are ones of pure destruction, and therefore inherently evil, and I do think it gives us a greater understanding of what this fell god stands for, and why he is referred to as the fell god and an evil god. The fell god's visage would become symbolic of the fire monk's devotion to his flame of ruin as well, and we can see it ornamenting their chest piece. The description of it can tell us more about the god, as it reads, "The grotesque face sculpted on the chest is said to depict the ancient corrupt god of the flame. Taboos transform into lasting obsessions by virtue of the fear that they inspire." Again we have a negative term, corrupt, being used to describe this one-eyed being, as it was a being solely possessed of evil intent. Indeed, the only actions we see in game from this society are ones of destruction and brutality. For example, there's the fact that the fire giant we battle is only able to awaken his god by offering him a sacrifice, in this case his leg, and it is therefore implied that this was a god that demanded sacrifice. Aside from his destructive powers, his flame of ruin, and his evil intent, we don't know much, so let us surmise. This god, a one-eyed being, was a mighty god of fire. His chosen vessels were the fire giants, who he existed within, and also charged with keeping his ruinous flames forever. Despite existing in this esoteric fashion, he may well also have had a physical form. As we see from the one-eyed shield, it is implied that Marika slew a physical form of this one-eyed god. But even if that is true, the fell god still lurks within his fire giants and the ruinous flame. Yet despite the fire giants' destructive power, their reign would come to an end. A new age was dawning, and its origins would be bloody indeed. A star broke the atmosphere over the lands between, a golden star that would plummet towards the earth. This golden star would be bearing the Elden Beast, an event we learn about from the Elden Star's incantation. This incredible cosmic event would be the foundation for the world as we know it today, as it would bring the Elden Ring and the Erdtree to the lands between. The Elden Beast, as we learn from its remembrance, is a vassal of the Greater Will, and a living embodiment of order. This beast would become the Elden Ring itself, and thus it would be the source of order that would control the forces of this world. Following this event, the Erdtree would grow, a towering and powerful symbol of the Elden Ring's power. Yet the Erdtree's dominion was far from automatic or guaranteed, and we know that those loyal to it had an uphill battle ahead of them. This is something that we learn from the protection of the Erdtree incantation, which reads the following. In the beginning, everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order. So despite the Erdtree's overwhelming dominance in our current age, its early years would be marked by massive resistance from all corners. These enemies would of course include the Giants, later the Carians, and presumably the Stormlord. So given so much resistance, it would make sense that the Greater Will would need a vassal, a god, to enforce the Erdtree's will and dominance over the lands between. Marika, a member of the Numen race, who came from another world to the lands between, was chosen as Empyrean to one day take the mantle of God, and we learn that she was an Empyrean from Malekith's remembrance, which reads, Malekith was a shadow-bound beast given to his Empyrean. So with Marika at the helm, the Erdtree Crusade was poised to begin. Yet Marika would not wage this war alone, as she would take her first consort, who would go on to become the first Elden Lord, Hoarah, aka Godfrey, Lord of the Battlefield. A full history of Godfrey is a video in of itself, but his lore is of course intertwined with the wars with the Giants, and so we will explore him from this perspective. Prior to becoming Godfrey, Hoarah was essentially just a badass warrior chieftain who possessed immense bloodlust and power. No doubt Marika chose Godfrey for the express purpose of harnessing his martial prowess to destroy the enemies of the Erdtree. He was the first Elden Lord because this era demanded a combative lord. The early wars of the Erdtree are of course dominated by Godfrey and his warriors, and this is something we learn from his armour set, which reads as follows. The age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict, when Godfrey was lord of the battlefield. He led the war against the Giants, faced the Stormlord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell. So quite clearly it is put in black and white here. The age of the Erdtree was purchased through a period of immense bloodshed. These efforts would be spearheaded by the Lord of the Battlefield himself, and it would be he who would lead the war against the Giants. It is made clear to us that the Giants were instant and mortal enemies of the Erdtree, and more importantly posed a huge threat to its reign. And we learn this of course from the Roar Medallion, which mentions the fact they are mortal enemies, meaning that they were just enemies by the sake that they are on opposing sides of the forces of the world. Indeed, we know the Giants' defeat was what established the reign of the Erdtree proper, and of course it makes sense that the forces of the Erdtree would seek to make war on the Fire Giants as the guardians of the Flame of Ruin, as we learn from various sources and our own in-game experience that the Flame of Ruin poses a direct threat to the Erdtree, and one of the better sources of this, Surge O Flame, reads the following. The Giant's flame is the Flame of Ruin, capable of burning the Erdtree, and so, following the war against the Giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed, and guardians were appointed to watch over it. What I find interesting is there does seem to be a prophecy that predicts that one day the Erdtree would burn, and we learn of said prophecy from the incantation called Sin's Deadly Flame, which reads the following. Incantation originating from a deeply ominous prophecy. The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erdtree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. That is not the domain of mere men. So it was sensed by perceptive individuals that the Flame of Ruin would have something to do with the Erdtree's eventual destruction. The act would become the first, and therefore most reviled, cardinal sin of the Erdtree faithful. Now, admittedly, this exact rendition in this item description of the prophecy may well be an example of a rendition of the prophecy in our time or closer to our time, rather than one that was seen at the time of these wars, because it says soon the kindling will burst into flame, in reference to Melina's sacrifice. But I do think it is clear that this prophecy has existed since the early days of the Erdtree. I think it is reinforced by the fact that this is the first cardinal sin. It was the first concern, the first sin to be established in the history of the Erdtree's rule, and of course it would give a reason for wanting to destroy the Flame of Ruin. In addition, we get further evidence that this prophecy is repeatedly witnessed by those in the faith, and we learn this from the description of the Catch Flame incantation, which reads the following. incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. The Flame of Ruin is anathema to the Erdtree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. So this is a prophecy that will be seen and presented by many different prophets throughout time. And, by the way, if you choose the prophet starting class, it is heavily implied that you are one of these people who foresaw the burning of the Erdtree. For if we look at the prophet blindfold, it reads, "Blindfold of exiled prophets who foretold misfortune and were persecuted and driven from their homes as a result." So this really neatly ties up with the prophets mentioned in Catch Flame, which incidentally is an incantation that the prophet starts with. So again, it shows that these are people who have seen the prophecy of the flame and have been banished for it. What this prophecy shows is that the event of burning the Erdtree was destined to happen, and it was so deeply written into this timeline that it is seen by multiple people, and the Erdtree faith, not wanting to accept the truth or spread panic within the Erdtree faithful, simply have these prophets banished. So I do think that it is possible that even at this time, the people amongst the Erdtree faithful had heard or seen this prophecy. But that's just speculation. The result's the same, whether by prophecy, direct instruction from the Greater Will, or by a logical conclusion. The burgeoning ranks of the Erdtree faithful would see the Flame of Ruin as a threat, and they would turn their ire towards the fire giants, led by Marika and Godfrey themselves.
In Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree."
And so the epic war of legend would begin. The war that decided the fate of the Erdtree and the lands between. The fire giants are mighty, far more mighty to a man than those who would assault their mountain, besides Marika and Godfrey of course. Yet despite their apparent power, the forces of the Erdtree would be far more prepared and far more cunning in their approach to this conflict. First of all, the warriors of the Erdtree were equipped properly to face the threat of the giants, something we first of all learn from the smithing stone 7, which reads the following: "Stone used to smith a variety of armaments, found in a polar region, thought to have been used to hone the weapons of the champions of the war against the giants at the birth of the Erdtree." So the weapons were specifically honed with stones found in cold polar regions to counteract the power of the fire giants. In addition, the warriors of this age bore incredible large hammers, clearly to smash the bones of these massive foes, and we learn this from the Giant Crusher hammer, which reads the following: "A hammer made from boulder used in the war against the giants. After the giants were quelled and man turned against man in violence, this weapon was all but forgotten. Man was feeble in comparison to his forebears." And so it is also implied in this little bit of flavour text that human warriors were also more powerful and strong at this time of the birth of the Erdtree. It was not just their attack, however, that was strengthened and altered to face the giants, but also their defences, something we see from the description of the Flame Protect Me incantation, which reads the following: "The most ancient of the Fire Monk's incantations. It is said that this incantation was used during the war against the giants long ago, during which it protected the champions of the Erdtree." So an incantation that would actually go on to be a founding incantation of the Fire Monks was devised at this time to give the soldiers of the Erdtree a greater defence against the fiery power of the giants. Both of these pieces of evidence in regards to the attack and defence of the warriors of the Erdtree is a testament to Marika's cunning, and combined with the raw strength and power of Godfrey, we can see that the Erdtree forces were well prepared to fight the fire giants. And yet the scales would tip even further in the Erdtree's favour, when the Knights of Zamor, long bitter rivals of the Giants, clearly jumped to the opportunity to finally destroy their age-old enemies, and would join the Erdtree forces in destroying the Giants here. We learn from their armour set that they would become decorated and celebrated heroes of this war, and one can only imagine that the powerful ice incantations of the Zamor would have been a great boon to Marika's arsenal. Even further adding to the balance of power were the fact that the Giants were betrayed by their own kind, by those we now know to be as trolls, and it is something we learn about from the sword monument in the mountaintops of the Giants, which reads as follows: "The war against the Giants, champions battle, trolls betray, fire vanquished, the era of the Erdtree begins." So the trolls betrayed the Giants, the trolls being the large, hollowed-stomached enemies that we see around the games and pulling the carriages. However, it appears that the trolls were in fact once giants, something we learn from the Troll's Smithing Hammer item description, which reads the following: "Trolls are descended from the giants, and these were supposedly once used as ceremonial smithing tools. I see them as a lesser form of giant that has devolved or descended from the giants that betrayed the fell god over the years. They are even interchangeably referred to as giants in the item description of the Troll's Golden Sword, which reads, sword given to the giants who fought for the Erdtree during the war against the giants long ago." So we can see that the trolls are former giants who chose to betray their fell god, took up golden swords, and sided with the Erdtree. It is at this point I do want to revisit the physiology, something I mentioned earlier. As I said earlier, I do find it interesting that the trolls, therefore the giants that betrayed the fell god, as we now know, have a massive cavity in the place where the fell god's face would sit on normal fire giants. And so my speculation is that when renouncing the fell god and their fire giant brethren, the presence of the fell god was either removed or disappeared when they renounced him. I would also further speculate that this disassociation with the fell god would be the cause of their devolution into what we now know as trolls, having removed a core part of what made them fire giants in the first place. We see that the decision to betray the fell god may well not have been the greatest in the long term for the trolls. Firstly, they are now denigrate versions of the once proud and mighty giants, reduced to little more than pack mules for the human domains in the lands between. Indeed, the Troll's Golden Sword item description implies that they are losing their mind over time. They are becoming less sentient and more bestial over time. I think that this race of betrayers get their second best chance under the service of the Carians, as they at least get the dignity of serving as knights, something we learn of from the Great Blade Phalanx, which reads, used by the enchanted troll knights. They were comrades of young Renala, bound by oath. And incidentally, Renala, during her fight with us when she summons a troll, she calls them oath-sworn giants, again seeing that giants are interchangeably described as trolls, reinforcing the fact that these beings were in fact once proud giants. Another example of how giants are generally treated better by the Carians is of course Iji himself, who has been welcomed into the inner circle of Carian royalty, as he was Rani's childhood companion and war counsellor, a fairly revered position for this discarded race. And it would make sense that the Carian would treat trolls better, given they would not have the lingering distrust of giant kin that those of the Erdtree would have. Regardless, with all of this stacked against them, is it any wonder that the fire giants were utterly wiped out by Godfrey and Marika's forces? I do believe we can learn more of this conflict and specifics of the giants who were brought down if we examine the bodies of the giants themselves, which we see scattered throughout the mountaintops. I would preface this that the following is clearly my own interpretation and speculation from the environmental storytelling of this area, as we do not get specific in-game lore for what has happened to the giants. We can see that the fire giants are completely frozen solid, and while this clearly isn't the main cause of death, One could choose to see it as the effects of Xamor magic. Indeed, they are frozen to such a degree that there are icicles hanging off them, though I do admit this could quite easily just be a post-mortem effect of the environment they're in. However, the wounds upon the fire giant, the one that's alive that is, the blackened bits of skin around his legs, feet, and his forearms, look a little similar to the symptoms of frostbite in real life. However, that is of course quite speculative. But what is undeniable is that their cause of death is of course the massive thorny staffs that pierce their body that then grow into bushels of thorn and seemingly grow within their body and break it apart from the inside. The growth of these briars is so violent in some cases that the giants are literally losing limbs and having their bodies ripped open. So what are these thorny staffs and the associated growth of thorns? Much like the petrified people in Noxtella and Nokron, this is something you will need to make up your own mind with the environmental storytelling. However, I will give you my interpretation of what this is, having thought long and hard about what is going on here. I first considered if these were man-made staffs used in a sort of impaling ritual. As you can see, there is a guard that looks to be carved at the top of the staffs. However, you can see that these thorns quite clearly seem to be shooting up from beneath the earth. They are not staffs, they are growing from beneath the ground. So to me, this must be a form of powerful thorn sorcery. Thorns are important to the Order of Grace. In the Erdtree Society, thorns are used to mark the guilty, and Radigan, a leading member of the Golden Order, manipulates the powers of thorns to seal off the Erdtree from all trespassers. We will talk more on the thorn magics and the specifics of the thorn sorcerers and their origins, but I do believe these staffs to be kin to these sorceries. Indeed, the Briars of Punishment spell likewise pierces from below the ground. Further evidence linking these to the thorn sorcerers is the fact that not only are these thorny stakes found in the battlegrounds of the giants, but they also are found in Liurnia, in the camps of the fire monks, where the thorn sorcerers are present. Given these camps are far more recent than the battlegrounds of the giants, having been erected by the fire monks in the hunt for Adan, it leads us to conclude that it has to be the work of sorcerers, because they are present at both these unique locations where these thorn sorcerers are as well. An opposing theory that I often see mentioned is that these thorns are deathblight, and I would first of all like to disprove this before moving on. Straight up, this is not deathblight, it's something I considered as well. For one, deathblight would not have existed at this stage, as it is symptomatic of Godwyn's murder, which has not happened at the time of the battle with the giants. Secondly, and probably more convincingly, these thorns simply do not look the same as those associated with the Deathblight. If you examine the thorns of Deathblight closely, you will note that fittingly, the thorns on Deathblight are actually fly wings, very in keeping with the morbidity of Deathblight and the Prince of Death. Yet the thorns of the guilty, which are shooting through these giants, are clearly more traditional thorns. And given that thorns are used to punish the guilty in the Erdtree Society, perhaps it is fitting that these heretical giants were killed in this manner, and perhaps it was the origin for such symbolic punishment. But again, my speculation. However, when it comes to the thorns, their relevance and their origins, we will come back and discuss it in full when we reach the section on the thorn sorcerers to avoid repetition. But for now, let us turn to the last giant who is not impaled by these great thorns, the fire giant that we do battle with. Whatever the cause of their actual death, the giants were utterly defeated and put to the sword. And, according to the one-eyed shield, Marika even slew the one-eyed god itself. So this may be a mythology constructed by the victors to present a myth of complete victory to the rest of the world. However, whether she did kill a physical form of the god itself, we know either way that the fell god was not entirely destroyed, given the lore we have previously discussed, where we know the fell god exists within the fire giants, its incantations, and the flame of ruin which would not be put out. we know that the Fell God is not an ordinary being who exists in one place. So even if Marika did slay a physical form, the result was the same. The Fell God's power and threat would still exist within the Flame of Ruin. Marika would come to realise this terrible truth, and that her victory would never be complete, and we see her reaction to this in the remembrance of the Fire Giant, which reads as follows. The Fire Giant is a survivor of the war against the Giants. Upon realising the flames of their forge would never die, Queen Marika marked him with a curse. O trifling giant, mayst thou tend thy flame for eternity. Now this item description is interesting for a number of reasons. The first bit of interest for me is the term upon realising, which reinforces the idea that Marika and her followers believed they could utterly destroy the Flame of Ruin by destroying the giants and the physical form of the Fell God, and that the flame would die. And yet at the war's close, it clearly became clear that the ruinous flame would never stop smouldering, and so a new plan on dealing with its threat became one of containment. The fire giant we fight is the sole surviving member of his race, and we can see that he is wounded and battered, and we even end up taking advantage of his leg injury to bring him down. It was upon realising that the flame would never die that Marika chose to spare this giant, and would mark him with a curse, quote unquote. The reason she spares this giant is there's no point in killing him because it wouldn't achieve her goal, and so many of the fire giants have been destroyed by this point that their race will never again pose a threat directly. It is only the Flame of Ruin that will cause a threat. I see the point of him being spared as twofold. Marika first of all wants to spare him out of spite. She refers to the giant as trifling, and we know from their curse, the fire giant's curse, that by sparing him, she is in fact condemning this fire giant to tend to the flame for eternity. Think about it. Despite being the last of his kind and alone, he is still standing there, years after the war with the giants, tending to this flame. What a miserable fate. And then of course, by sparing him, we can see it is completely to Marika's benefit when sealing off the Flame of Ruin, because when we try to access it, we now need to fight this guardian. So by sparing this being that no longer poses a threat to her, she instead gains a free, powerful prison guard. And this of course works because as soon as we approach the flame, he is obligated to attack us, for he is its guardian. This is a horrifically sad story, if you think about it. This fire giant has been left to stand here, tending to a smouldering flame, watching over the dead bodies of his brethren, alone for all these years, wounded. And finally, we put him out of his misery and free him from his curse. Yet the legacy of the Fell God does not end here, as the fire giant would not be the only measure that Marika would leave in place to secure her interests. Now would come the Order of the Fire Monks, an order that would act as both prison guards and worshippers of the Flame of Ruin, and in a lot of ways they are the inheritors of the fire giants, and so it is to them we turn to next. The end of the War with the Giants would mark the start of the Age of the Erdtree, and it is also marked by the building of the first church of Marika ever on the slopes of the mountaintops. However, Marika and her people would then depart and go to build Leyndell around the foundations of their new Erdtree. Yet, as we know, the Flame of Ruin would always pose a danger, and so these lands were declared forbidden, with Malekith commanding his followers, the Vulgar Militia, and the Blackblade Kindred to guard this forbidden route against any who were too interested in what lay beyond the pass. And on the mountain itself would be established an entire religious order, dedicated to containing the flame at its source. We learn of this new order from the Surge O Flame incantation, which reads as follows. The giant's flame is the Flame of Ruin, capable of burning the Erdtree, and so following the war against the giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed, and guardians were appointed to watch over it. These guardians are an order of monks, who we now know to be the Fire Monks. The title of monk itself tells us that this is a position of sole purpose and focus. For monks are people of religion who live ascetic lives in order to focus on their religious duties, separating themselves from the rest of society and its distractions. These fire monks are also a militant faction. Each monk is a stoic and powerful warrior, well armed, trained, and well versed in powerful fire incantations. The reach of this organisation is also very broad for one that is not connected to one of the demigods or regions in the lands between, and we can see they possess various strongholds, such as the Guardian's garrison below the forge itself, and given its important position and the fact the Chief Guardian is also located here, we can assume that this is their main base of operations. However, they also have the giant conquering hero's grave, which seems to be a fully functioning stronghold for the monks. And finally, there's the newly conquered Fort Lade in the Altus Plateau, and we will get to that later. This is an order dedicated to the containment of fire, and at the beginning I'm sure this was their sole motivation, especially if we consider one of their most ancient incantations, Flame Protect Me, an incantation dedicated to the repelling the power of flame, not harnessing it. So at this early stage, we can imagine these fire monks were very different from the monks we see now, which blend guardianship with worship. We imagine at this point the fire monks were adherents of the Erdtree, fearful of the fire's power, and dedicated to containing and repelling it. If you have any doubt about the order's commitment and connection to the Erdtree order, then you only need look at the banners within the fire monk stronghold at Giant Conquering Hero's grave. These banners quite clearly have the symbol of the two fingers upon them. The training and spiritual fortitude of these monks, as well as the immense challenges that they faced, is well summarised by the Fire Monk Ashes, which read as follows. Spirit of a stout monk who monitored the giant's flame, versed in flame incantations, and himself steeled against fire. Though he was charged with keeping watch over flame, after many years of solemn duty, he has succumbed to its allure. We learn in time that the original methodology and belief system would clearly not last, and it would blend what's described in the item description I just read, a combination of being steeled against fire, but also wielding it. And we learn more about this from the incantation Whirl o' Flame, which reads, Fire beguiles those who look upon it. Those who would guard the flame would also come to worship it. The very power within the flame, whilst causing fear, would also come to mesmerise them. And the current state in which we see them, the modern flame monks, is part way between veneration and containment. We can see the worship of the flame would become so central to their identity that they would even take the visage of the fell god himself upon their armour. And indeed, the item description for this armour is useful in describing their dual relationship with flame, for it reads, Taboos transform into lasting obsessions by virtue of the fear that they inspire. So through fear, the monks have come to respect and worship the flame, and from a psychological perspective, fear is often one of the greatest tools for inspiring awe, and it is no wonder that after some time these monks would come to venerate its power, incorporating it into their symbolism and structure. And thus we see the fire monks as they are today, their robes covered in the flame of ruin imagery, their weapons are shaped like flames, and they have fashioned fearsome flame chariots that take on the visage of giants. If you're confused at how we know these flame chariots are creations of the fire monks, then you need only read the hint note of the flame chariots themselves, which name them as a fire monk invention. As these devices show, the monks clearly respected the power of the fallen giants, and no doubt saw themselves as their successors in a way. For the fire giants once tended to the flame, and is that not now a role undertaken by these monks? It is therefore not surprising that the fire monks have taken on the appearance of the fire giants, with their dyed orange beards and hair, and the fell god's visage upon their abdomens, do we not see that these are trying to emulate the very appearance of the fire giants? However, I do think it should be made clear that while they venerate the power of the fire and see themselves as the new fire giants guarding the flame, they are very much still wanting to contain it, despite some falling to its allure. In general, the Order respects the fact that the flame is very much something to be feared and contained, with those who have the responsibility to understand its power. I think that this balance is well illustrated by the description of the incantation Flame Cleanse Me, which reads as follows. One of the incantations of the fire monks creates a fire that burns away toxins, alleviates poison and scarlet rot buildup, and cures these ailments. This incantation leaves the caster with subtle burns, a reminder that they must fear the flame. So this incantation is a manifestation of the monk's belief system and philosophies. If one uses the power of the fell flame, one should not walk away unscathed, lest the monks forget the reason behind their duty and the fearful power they are trying to contain. Indeed, this is why the focus granted by the aesthetic life of a monk is needed, for their very duty is to walk this fine line, to never forget the danger and cost of their charge, and so incantations such as Flame Grant Me Strength are strictly forbidden by their order, as we learn from its description, which reads, This incantation does not burn the caster, and so is considered forbidden by the guardians of the flame. So we can see here that the incantations ratified by this order are only those which damage the wielder of the incantations, as this fits within their philosophy of balancing power with fear. To that end, it is the duty of the upper echelons of this order to safeguard the greater secrets and manifestations of the fell god, considered too dangerous even for the greater population of the Flame Monk Order. These leaders are the mighty prelates, prelate being a real-world term for a bishop or abbot, and this is suitable as they are not only incredible warriors, but also the most devoted, stoic, and stalwart members of the order. We learn the basics of the prelates from their armour set description, which reads as follows. The weighty frames of the prelates symbolise the onus of their grave vows as guardians of the flame. To me, prelates are the most accomplished, stalwart, and stoic members of this order, and are the only ones who are responsible enough to accept the greater burden of the fell god's greater secrets, a responsibility that they wear upon their shoulders. A lot of symbolism, therefore, associated with the prelates is weight and gravity, to symbolise the weight of their burden and the importance of their duty, such as their literal bulky weight and bulky armour. This is also reinforced by the weighty hammers that they wield, the description of which reads, Colossal hammer with the appearance of roiling flames, weapon of the prelates who lead the fire monks. Its heft represents the weight of their guardianship. So again, the symbolism of the prelates is all about the gravity of their duty. They are the most stoic and steady of their brethren, and thus they know the greater secrets of the flame, but through the weight of their armour and armaments, they are never allowed to forget the burdens of their duty. One needs only look at the story of Berak to see how devoted these members are to their duty, and the important role in which the prelates play in making sure the order remembers this duty of guardianship, lest they get lazy. We learn of this interesting prelate from the cranial vessel candlestand, and its description reads as follows. Candlestand used in worship of Berak, the most hallowed monk prelate of the Giant's Flame, concerned over the lazy arrogance with which the monks treated the flame, Berak severed his own head as a lesson to others, intending it to be used as a candlestand. So this prelate, Berak, was so concerned with his brethren's lack of diligence that he beheaded himself. This type of arrogance is what we touched on previously, where monks may be prone to getting carried away with the power that they wield as guardians of the flame, and forgetting why they are guardians in the first place, and how important a role it is, and almost a religious responsibility for these prelates. And Birak literally has taken his own head to show how devoted these prelates can be, and indeed the candlestand is his own head, as you can see his ginger beard poking out from beneath the helmet if you look carefully. So let's look closer at the helmets of the prelates by reading the description of one. It reads the following. It is said the cauldron perched upon the head was originally furnished with embers, and it would surge into flames when the wearer's faith reached its zenith. The fire of this cauldron has long since died out. So this helmet describes the devotion and power of the prelates. The prelates are so unwavering in their faith and so powerful in their knowledge of flame incantations that they can literally cause the embers in this cauldron, clearly designed to be a copy of the forge, to explode from their head just from their faith alone. And this is why if we own the helmet, we simply do not possess those years of faith and devotion and cannot replicate the results. Yet despite the best intentions of the Order and their stalwart prelates, the power of the flame is so bewitching that it can easily cause one to be enraptured, even the stoic trained monks of this order. To a degree, all monks venerate it, but as we've said, it is the fine line between maintaining that respect for the flame alongside your fear of it. But we get examples of fire monks who completely forget the duty and fear, and instead become singularly obsessed with the power that flame can grant in general. This concept is explained through the advent of the subgroup known as the Black Flame monks. The Black Flame monk set reads the following. The Black Flame monks, enthralled by the god-slaying Black Flame, became traitors, abandoning their posts as guardians. The seduction of a taboo is never easily spurned. The seduction of power is too much for some flame monks to handle, and they abandoned their guardianship and instead went to this new power, the Black Flame, seeing the power of the flame being able to slay the gods and cause fear in Marika's order. They were so easily bewitched by its power, converting themselves to Black Flame monks, changing their armour and appearance to venerate this new flame, the first of their number being Ammon, and it shows that instead of venerating their duty and the flame of ruin itself, they are more interested in the power that a flame can grant them, and in this case, they saw the new power of the Black Flame. It is this type of fall that the prelates oversee and try to stop. Through their stoicism and commitment, they seek to keep their brother monks in line. And in fact, I think this idea of religious shepherding and enforcement is reinforced by another weapon that some of them wield, the Thorned Whip. The item description of this fearsome device reads as follows. Hefty whip covered in crimson thorns. Weapon of prelates who lead the fire monks. A device of fearsome religious encouragement. It is fashioned in the image of the briars of sin. Being described as an instrument of religious encouragement, I believe it means that this is a tool of dominance, to make sure the monk and the guilty never forget their charge. It is a whip to hold over their head, and possibly use if they get out of line and break the tenets of this order. Having these whips formed in the shape of the briars of sin is no mistake, given it is another symbol of this order. And again, we will talk on that more in the next chapter. It is the vision and clarity of these prelates that also give them access to darker and more dangerous secrets of the fell god. These are the incantations that draw directly from the power of the fire giants, the fire giant incantations, rather than the derivative fire monk incantations. These incantations draw directly from the fell god, one such incantation being Flame Fall Upon Them. The description of this incantation reads as follows. One of the incantation that draws directly from the power of the fire giants. There is no record of this incantation in common prayer books. Only a few prelates know of its existence. So the spells that draw directly from the fire giants that unleash the full unadulterated power of the fell god are not trusted to the hoi polloi of the order. Only prelates are grounded enough to comprehend the knowledge and use it responsibly. And again we see this from the prayer book of the fire giants that seems to be something that isn't seen by regular monks, and in fact is actually guarded by the Chief Guardian himself. Indeed, the greatest of these incantations is the Flame of the Fell God, in which is thought to reside the Fell God himself when it is cast. Indeed, in our battle with the Fire Giant, we can see this truly is one of their incantations, as he uses it against us in our battle. This incantation is so dangerous that this is guarded by the leader of the Fire Monks organisation, Chief Guardian Arganthe, and this is something we learn about from the item description of the incantation itself. We also learn from this incantation that in a dramatic turn of events, this powerful incantation was stolen by someone known as Adan. Adan is called the Thief of Fire, aptly named for someone who has taken the Flame of the Fell God right from under the Chief Guardian's nose. Interestingly, when we find them, they are partially wearing prelate armour, suggesting he was either a prelate himself or disguised himself as one. I personally like to go with the latter because the armour just looks so ill-fitting on him, and I find it comic to a degree that he walked in this massive armour and just stole the spell. It is of course speculation, but regardless of who he is and why he did it, he took this spell and fled to the lands of Liurnia, although it seems by our time that we come across him, he has already been imprisoned in an Everjail by someone else. Yet the Fire Monks clearly don't know his location or that he's already been imprisoned, for there's a large contingent of Fire Monks that have invaded Liurnia, and this is something we learn about from the Monk's Flameblade, which reads the following. The monks came to the land of Liurnia in pursuit of a fugitive who stole their fire. For any in doubt about how seriously the vast majority of the Order take their duty, should take note of the resources they commit to recovering this lost relic of theirs, a danger to society if fallen into the wrong hands. They have even attacked a capital fort, Fort Lade, slaughtering all of the capital soldiers here, as we can see on the top floor, and they've taken it as a base of operation. This is speculation, of course, I'm just going by the environmental storytelling, but we do see the corpses of the capital soldiers, and we see a good contingent of Thorn Sorcerers, Fire Monks, and they are actually led by a prelate himself, who is inside the fort. And what I would take from this story is that coming down to the lands between to find the thief, they have taken this fort as a forward base of operations. So the monks are a fascinating bunch really, a religious militant order that venerates the flame but also acts as its guardians, guarding its power and secrets from those who could irresponsibly use its power. And yet we haven't spoken of another constituent part of this order. The monks do not work alone. Beside them are the Thorn Sorcerers, the guilty who I see to have been confined to serve this order. So let us now examine these people and the Briars of Sin, as both are an integral part of the Order of Monks. While the Fire Monks are the emblems of this order, the most numerous members we see in sites occupied by the monk order are the Thorn Sorcerers. Unfortunately, there isn't again a lot of in-game lore about these characters, but there is some and enough for us to construct a picture of who they are. So let us jump straight into what these people most likely are, by examining their character models first of all. We can quite clearly see that they wear a crown of thorn upon their heads, and that they are indeed blind, as we can see from their eyes. And we can learn that this was a punishment of the guilty, something we learn from the Briars of Sin spell, which reads as follows. An aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. Theirs are the sorceries most reviled by the Academy. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Blood Star. So these were guilty, exiled people who have had their eyes literally crushed and gouged out by thorns, a punishment for their crimes. And of course this is a very on-the-nose bit of Christian imagery of Christ and the crown of thorns. We have already seen that the occluding of eyes seems to be linked to multiple degrees of punishment, like the blindfolding of prophets, who have seen the burning of the Erdtree in their dreams. Yet with these guilty, exiled sorcerers, the process is a far more extreme variation of a theme. Indeed, briars are often used to mark and punish criminals throughout the land in slightly different ways. We can see this in the case of Elmer of the Briar and the Guilty Hood set, with the descriptions of both of these armour sets explaining that briars are inexorably linked to punishing those and marking those who are perceived to have broken the laws of the land. What I also find interesting is the description of the staff of the guilty, and this is the casting implement which these thorn sorcerers wield. The description reads as follows: a heretical staff fashioned from a smouldering, withered sapling that turns the blood of sacrificed, pierced by it, into glintstone. So interestingly, this magic and associated staffs are considered to be heretical, and we will get onto why these magics are seen as the dark opposite to glintstone magic momentarily. But I think it's important to highlight that while the thorn sorcerers are considered useful, they are of course considered heretical and are exiled criminals. I therefore believe that the motivation for assigning them a place among the fire monks is twofold. One, the thorn magics have been proven as a powerful weapon against the fire giants. And two, it keeps dangerous criminal heretics far from society. So we do need to briefly retread the ground of the massive thorns that impale the giants, just to contextualise this discussion and the importance of thorns to the Order of Monks. As I showed earlier in the video, I believe the thorn impaling the giants to be some kind of thorn sorcery conjured by thorn sorcerers like the exiled ones we see in game, given that we see them in locations both where thorn sorcerers are present. And so given the thorn's history against the giants and those who would use the Flame of Ruin for dangerous purposes, it would make sense that thorn magics, that it would continue to find use here, far from the eyes of people who deemed it heretical, but in a place where it is most useful and inexorably linked to the purpose of the guardianship over their Flame of Ruin. However, to understand the thorn sorcerers themselves, I think we need to delve in to what thorn sorcery actually is, so we can get a full picture of who these people are that are serving alongside the fire monks. The Briars of Sin, the spell, describes that those being punished by being blinded with thorns live in eternal darkness, being blind, and at that point they make contact with something known as the Blood Star. Now, the Blood Star is a highly speculative subject and esoteric. It's something that I want to do its own video on, but we need to try and understand this concept to understand the Thorn Sorcerers. So as with many concepts in this game, the Blood Star seems to be a nebulous cosmic power that makes contact with those who are without sight, and so therefore metaphorically live in darkness. Now, I have spoken on stars in far more detail in my Primeval Current lore video, and I highly recommend you check that out for a discussion. But in that, we look at the fact that stars are very often associated with darkness and the abyss, and that while the abyss may be physically far away, far removed from this world, one can connect to it through the Primeval Current. This abyss is referenced repeatedly in the Primeval Current spells, as well as in association with Estelle, a star himself, who was born in the sightless void far away. What we also discussed in that video is that a translation provided to me by Last Protagonist, who I seem to always thank in all my videos, and again you should go and check them out, and I'll show the translation on screen for Estelle, which shows the fact that the word darkness is very much associated with stars. So it makes sense that again, we're finding a group of people making contact with a star in the darkness. We know that the stars have some form of life, due to Selen's discussion about glintstones and how glintstones contain the vitality of the stars, i.e. the stars are alive. And of course we do indeed face a living but malformed star in the form of Estelle. That's the long and the short of the star's connection to the abyss, and again I highly recommend you watch my Primeval lore video for more detail on that. But suffice it to say, this association with darkness and making contact with stars that exist in a dark space is nothing new. But the fact that this abyss where this blood star exists within the mind of people who have had their eyes violently blinded creates a more sinister aspect to it. Indeed, the Thorn sorceries seem to draw their power from blood sacrifice, where glintstone sorcerers draw theirs from glintstone and the vitality of the stars. This is something we can see when a Thorn sorcerer casts a Thorn spell. They seem to cut themselves against the briars on their thorny staff, which then fuels the spell. Further evidence that it is the power found within the vitality of blood that powers these thorn sorceries, the sorceries of the Blood Star, is supported by Mad Tongue Albrecht, who wears red glintstone upon his robes. The description of his robe reads as follows: set with red glintstones said to be formed by the blood of sacrifices, strengthens thorn sorcery. So while blue glintstone uses the vitality of the stars, these red glintstones use the vitality of humans and empowers these blood spells. So it is no wonder that these spells are reviled by the Academy. They are a dark reflection of the glintstone sorceries. They are the dark side of the Force, if you will. Yet their presence here seems to be well integrated into the Order, despite the sinister origins and source of their power. We can see that they too seem to worship the Flame of Ruin, as we see them kneeling in religious prostration beside the monks at various points throughout the game. And as already mentioned, it appears to me as if the thorns are an important part of the Order, given the repeated instances of its symbolism within the Order. So while having a pretty complicated background lore themselves, and a pretty problematic source of power, blood and the Blood Star, the reason for their integration into the Order seems pretty obvious to me. They're useful, and not only that, it gives a purpose to these extremely dangerous individuals and keeps them under the watchful eye of the prelates. Now, before we finish up this video, I would like to cover the legacy of the Giants and how it seems like their bloodline is not entirely finished. So with the last of the Fire Giants confined to serve the Flame forever, and the mountaintops forbidden and guarded by the monks, the Age of the Giants was truly at an end, and the Age of the Erdtree was established upon its grave. And yet, even before we step foot on the mountaintops, we can see the legacy of the Giants' impact upon the lands between. We have already discussed the fact that the blood of the Giant lives on in the form of trolls, a descendant race of giants who are a far cry from their mighty ancestors. And yet, certain trolls, like Iji, may well influence important events in the lands between. However, it is not only the trolls who claim lineage to the Giants, but there seem to be humans who claim the same. For if we choose the Northerner default appearance when creating our character, we are treated to the following bit of flavoured text: a face found among the hardy people of the unforgiving North. Some say they are descended from the Giants. So this is a really interesting bit of text because it suggests that the blood of the Giants would eventually water down and run through certain humans, specifically humans from the North, who we could presume being from the North where the mountaintops of the Giants are, and so this would make sense. Of course, it is a classic FromSoftware description in that it says "some say," meaning that it could just be an in-universe rumour. The fact that Northerners are from the same regions of the Giants are from, people just assume they have the blood of the Giants. Yet whatever the fact of these Northerners, there is another important and pivotal character who may well lend credence to the rumour that some may have descended from the Giants. In the Age of the Erdtree, with the Giants destroyed, the forces of Queen Marika would turn to expanding their existing holdings, and of course their eye would fall upon Liurnia and the realm of Carian royalty, who did not yet bow to the Erdtree. Among the warriors of the Erdtree who would take part in the two Liurnian wars would be a new champion who is rising among the ranks, and this is Radagon, the red-haired, and he would come to prominence during these wars, something we learn about from the sword monument honouring the First Liurnian War, which reads as follows: the First Liurnian War, Radagon's glory burns red as his hair. Indeed, Radagon is often celebrated and identified by his fire-red hair, something he would pass on to his children through both Marika and Rennala, looking like a pretty dominant gene. Yet Radagon's red hair is something he was not fond of, something that we learn from the giant's red braids, a weapon made from the hair of the fire giant we kill. It reads as follows: every giant is red of hair, and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. So it is heavily implied that Radagon, like the Northerners, is linked to the fire giants in a way. It says that perhaps this was a curse of their kind, as if he is one of their kind, one of the blood of the giants. And given how much focus and prominence is given to Radagon's red hair, we can see that it is most likely true. Why else focus in on this detail about his hair? This must have been a bitter pill for the Lealhound of the Golden Order to swallow, having a constant and stark reminder that he, Radagon, greatest champion of the Erdtree, was of the same blood of the Erdtree's greatest enemy. This is of course just my speculation, but I think that given the focus we are given on Radagon's red hair, I think it is most likely true. If it is true, then the Fire Giant's legacy goes far deeper. It runs through the blood of Malenia, the greatest swordsman in an age, and herself a goddess of a potential new order. It runs through the blood of Radahn, the most powerful of the demigods and the scourge of the stars. And it would run through the blood of Rykard, who like his giant forebears would see the Erdtree shatter and fall. And finally, it would also run through the blood of Ranni, the once red-haired witch who is on the cusp of bringing the age of the Erdtree to a close. So in that way, if true, the giants were never really defeated. One day the flame of ruin would be unleashed against their ancient enemy, and perhaps their burning hatred of the Erdtree flows through Radagon's more rebellious children, and so their revenge would be complete. The lands between are dominated by the Erdtree and its god queen Marika in most recent times. Marika and her royal family had wrested control of the lands between through military might, culminating in the massacre of the Fire Giants and the containment of their ruinous flame. However, there were one people that the Erdtree forces were never able to overcome, not through strength of arm at least, and I am of course referring to the Kingdom of Liurnia, led by the powerful Carian royal family. In the end, these two houses would join via the marriage of Radagon and Rennala, producing some of the most powerful demigods of an age. Yet the truce of the Erdtree house and the marriage of Radagon and Rennala is just the tail end of their story. When we examine the Carians, we can see there's an august history of a fascinating family that transformed the power dynamics of Liurnia and the greater lands between. So in this lore video, we will be examining the story of the Carian dynasty from astrologer roots to lunar monarchy and its eventual collapse. And at this stage I would like to thank Loki, translator and author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout, which I will reference. The story of the Carians starts where most of Magic's story in the lands between begin, on the mountain tops of the Giants, where a fledgling society of astrologers first lived in years past. Rennala is referred to as an astrologer in the Stargazer heirloom, which is how we know that she is descended from them. Chronologically, we first hear of the existence of these astrologers via the Sword of Night and Flame, a relic of the Carians, which reads as follows: Storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in the mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the Fire Giants their neighbours. Notably, this sword is also described as a treasure of the Carians, and it's found in Caria Manor, reinforcing the fact that they do owe their lineage to these early astrologers and they honour it, a fact reinforced by the description of the Preceptor set as well. We find evidence of this old society in the stone basins and the Stargazer ruins found on the mountaintops, the latter of which was presumably their home. Going by the account given in the Sword, these astrologers lived peacefully in the mountains alongside the Fire Giants, meaning the development of this Proto-Liurnian society very much predates the Erdtree dominion. I presume most are aware of this, but for those who aren't, these early Stargazers are the ancestors to the Glintstone sorcerers, as is said in the sword description we just read, but it's also reinforced via the Carian Preceptor set, which reads the following: A long, bright blue gown with the movements of the stars drawn upon it, worn by the magic preceptors who served the Carian royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars. It is very interesting to me that the Carians do have this habit of remembering and lauding their ancestry, no doubt a practice enforced by Rennala, who herself was an astrologer. And of course, recording and preserving one's lineage is important for monarchies in the real world as well. Of course, the other reason the Carians still likely care about astrology is that they are fully aware of how important fate is, especially to them.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Rani.
My understanding of the settlement of Liurnia and Raya Lucaria is that Raya Lucaria predates the rise of the Carians as a royal family, and they developed independently of one another. I mainly take this from the specific wording of her remembrance, which reads the following. In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. The fact she made this discovery in her youth and then charmed the academy reinforces the idea that the Raya Lucarian Academy was already an established facility by the time Rennala came to prominence. And indeed, momentarily we will examine the history of Raya Lucaria, which predates the rise of Caria, when we look at founding OG members like Lusat and Azur. But returning to the Carian preceptor set, the astrologers are the ancestors of those who would become glintstone sorcerers, the sorcerers we find in Raya Lucaria. And so we do have to fill in the gap a little bit when it comes to the transition from this astrologer society on the mountain to the glintstone sorcerers of the Liurnian Basin. However, it is clear that in time the descendants of astrologers moved from the study of the sky to the study of glintstone, a material which makes one's position relative to the sky less of a pressing issue. Indeed, if you take a look at Liurnia's landscape, we can see that it is a huge source of glintstone, both above ground and beneath it, and thus it makes sense that these adherents of the stars would gravitate towards this region. Indeed, even now, a glintstone mine lies underneath Raya Lucaria, in the form of the Academy Crystal Cave, and as we learn from the Shatter Earth sorcery description, glintstone mining is very central to their culture. It is the foundation of it, with the failures of the Academy still being useful to that ecosystem by doing the dangerous job of mining glintstone that can be studied by their betters. And while the glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, there has to be some overlap. The astrologers didn't completely cease to be, although their community on the mountaintops does seem to have been a thing of the past. As I said earlier, it seems that Rennala was still part of an astrologer community, even after Raya Lucaria must have been established, because in her youth she meets her moon, and then not long after she goes to the academy and charms it. Rennala's early history as part of this astrologer community, and her meeting the moon that would change her life, is best explored by the item Stargazer Heirloom, which reads the following. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen. The obvious conclusion that we have to come to then, with this overlap, is that Rennala's community was either the last to come down from the mountaintops, or was simply the last to give up that way of life, whilst others had long become glintstone sorcerers. Loki has an interesting perspective on this gradual migration from the mountaintops, something shown by this map here. Loki believes that we can trace the migration pattern of the astrologers through the trees, the suggestion being that each migration of astrologers brought large conifers with them to their new home. We can see these ghost conifers on the mountaintops of the giants, the astrologers' original home. We can also see dead ones at Lascar Ruins in South Liurnia, where they clearly migrated to, and in Celia, and of course Moonlight Altar, where the Carians would eventually migrate to. We can also find them in the area around the Shifra River, and in the Hallowhorn grounds which lie above the Shifra River. Given that both of these areas surround the city of Nokron, Loki suggests that the conifer's presence here is because of a contact between Celia and Nokron, which we of course know exist, given Celia's deep ties to the Eternal City, and the Nox. My main issue with this is that I personally see Celia as more culturally Nox or Numen, though I believe Loki isn't discounting this either. Rather, Loki sees the town of Celia as the result of a sort of cross-pollination, that astrologers settled down here in Caelid and made contact with the Nox. And while the establishment of Celia above ground is definitely because of the Noxian influence, he believes that the population here are mainly astrologer descendants, and I do think this certainly makes sense given that we only see 2 true Nox in this town, and the rest appear like normal glintstone sorcerers. But I really like this theory of Loki regarding the conifers and the migration patterns of the astrologers, and I think it helps illustrate the evolution of the astrologer community to their glintstone descendants, via conifers that are primarily found on the mountaintops of the giants, but also these conifers are found in areas related to glintstone sorcery, such as Moonlight Altar, Lascar Ruins, and Celia. But to conclude, whilst a lot of her astrologer kin had already become glintstone sorcerers, Rennala was still part of the astrologer tradition. But once again, I think Loki puts it in a more concise way, and so once again I will quote Loki's notes to me on this subject. The Carians are still living on the mountaintops during Rennala's youth and migrate down while she is still relatively young. The Lascar and Celia already have a lengthy history, with the academy under Azur and Lusat. In short, they establish themselves as nobles on the western mountain and become royalty within a short number of years. But the power dynamic would shift when she met this cosmic entity, the full moon, that would come to define her and her rule henceforth. So as we've just learned from the Stargazer heirloom, as a young astrologer, Rennala was essentially observing the stars, and at this point she made contact with the moon. Where this fateful meeting took place, for me, is most likely to be Moonlight Altar, mainly because the location has a deep connection to the moon specifically. Despite this altar not being the highest point in the lands between, one is able to see the moon far more clearly than in any location, a place where we can see the full moon and the dark moon in the sky simultaneously, unlike in other areas of the map, even just below us, in Liurnia, which means it most likely has a special connection to the moon. And if this was where Rennala first made contact, it would make sense that this is where a Moonlight Altar would be established. We learn that Rennala tries to recreate her own meeting with her moon with her daughter Ranni, and this is something we learn of via Ranni's Dark Moon, which reads as follows. This moon was encountered by a young Ranni, led by the hand of her mother, Rennala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. Given that the full moon is foundational to Rennala's power, and she sees Ranni as her heir, this makes total sense. But returning to Moonlight Altar, given it is one of the only places in the lands between that we can see the dark moon and the full moon in the sky simultaneously, it does lead me to believe that this is where Rennala led Ranni to meet her own moon, and it is where originally Rennala met her moon. With that in mind, let us consider the archaeology of Moonlight Altar and what it can tell us about the early history of the Carians. Firstly, there are 2 sets of ruins that can be found on the altar in the shadow of the cathedral, the Lunar Estate and the Moonfolk ruins. As I stated in my Hidden Tales video, I attribute the Lunar Estate to be the estate of the Carian family, prior to them living in Caria Manor. The term estate in the real world, in Britain, is usually used to denote land owned by a royal or aristocratic family, and so I see this as the old Carian estate, the Lunar Estate. The Stargazer heirloom states that in time Rennala became a queen, and given she was very young when she met the moon, it is a reasonable assumption that a good deal of time passed between her meeting the full moon and establishing the Carians as a royal family. She would attend the Rea Lucaria Academy as a young sorceress, charm them with her unique magic, and then in time build up her power base, before eventually declaring herself as monarchy, when she had enough power of course. And the foundation of that power I think can be found here in the Moonlight Altar. And as such, I would imagine this lunar estate to be her family's home during this transitionary period, established at the site of the most important meeting of her life. Likewise, I would see the Moonfolk ruins as the ruins of a community who followed Rennala and joined her in the veneration of the moon. There is another feature of interest to this story, found on Moonlight Altar, and this is what I call the 3 sister statues, which are guarded by a Red Wolf of Radagon. Now, we are never directly told what these statues represent, But the statues of the 3 female figures immediately makes me think of the 3 sisters found at Carian Manor. These towers are called Rena, Rani, and Selvus's Rise. Selvus's Rive is clearly named after the current occupant. However, given this area is called the 3 Sisters, I speculate that this is only a recent renaming of the tower, and that at one stage it was also named after a female. Therefore, speculatively, there might have been 3 sisters, of which Rani was just one, multiple Carian princesses. Indeed, the description of the Carian filigreed crest does imply there were multiple Carian princesses, and while it is speculation, I do think this is the story that is being told to us through the environmental details, and is just another tie to the Carians, suggesting that this was their earlier home, predating Carian Manor. Then of course we have the cathedral, the Manus Celeste itself, and as Ziostorm points out in his video on Moonlight Altar, this cathedral shares the same architectural design as the Church of Vows, marking it as a Carian structure, really being the final piece of evidence that Moonlight Altar is Carian. The translation of the Latin Manus Celeste that people have provided within the community does vary, but the 2 most likely translations are the Hand of God or Hidden Hand. The cathedral itself is shattered, and spread throughout the ruined fragments of the cathedral are starlight shards. Additionally, in the sky we can see blue streaks, suggesting that starfall has damaged the cathedral here, and this is something suggested by Ziostorm. And while I agree that the cathedral itself was damaged by a starfall, I don't agree with the common notion that the 2 fingers found beneath the cathedral came down as a sort of meteor, and people usually cite the different blue colorization of these fingers and the blue streaks in the sky as evidence for this. One of my main reasons for not agreeing with it, and again this is pointed out by Ziostorm in his video, is that the crater or channel that leads down to the 2 fingers is not a straight up and down line. The passage that leads to the 2 fingers under here actually travels horizontally a fair bit, and so if it was a straight meteor site, you'd think it would just be a straight up and down channel. And more importantly, I think the name of the cathedral, the Hand of God or Hidden Hand, is actually named after the 2 fingers, meaning it is built after the 2 fingers arrived here, and this would discount the notion that the 2 fingers sort of crashed through the roof of the cathedral, because I don't think it would have been built until after the 2 fingers had appeared. So if the cathedral was built in honour of the 2 fingers as I'm suggesting, this really clashes with Rani's future view of the 2 fingers and the Greater Will. Rani would later come to despise her connection to the fingers, but perhaps at the time it was a cause of celebration for the Carians. After all, their heir, their princess, had just been granted Empyrean status. There is one other fact of importance that is relevant when discussing Moonlight Altar and this early community of the Carians, and that is the connection to the Eternal Cities, specifically Noxtella. The passageway that now acts as the den of the fearsome Astel is sealed with the seal of the Carians, marking it as their passageway, and this passageway ultimately acts as an underground highway to Noxtella. And this makes sense because the Eternals and the Carians do have some cultural overlaps, most overtly seen in the Church of Vows. This church literally houses statues that can also be found in the Eternal Cities. But more importantly, the actual main function of this church is the basin, and this is actually a statue of a Noxian swordstress, and it requires you to use Celestial Dew. And as the description of the Celestial Dew tells us, this is an invention of the Nox. And so this absolutely speaks to contact between the Carians and the Nox, and is a nice detail when looking at their cultural and ideological development, as the tunnels at Moonlight Altar that lead to the Eternal Cities speak to this sort of contact. So to summarise, I see the Moonlight Altar as the first bastion of Carian influence, when they were more concerned with the power of the moon, and before they became associated with Erdtree royalty. As for why they abandoned this significant location, well, there are a couple of speculative ideas that I have. Firstly, there is the possibility that this region became less significant and more isolated as the land in Liurnia fell away. After all, we're only able to actually access this area by passing through the Eternal Cities, There is no direct route for Liurnia, and as someone who is the monarch of Liurnia, basing yourself in a location that can't even access the lands that you rule is really not a strategic advantage. And so perhaps when the lands fell away and the Lake of Liurnia was created, the Carians looked for a new location from which to rule from. It could also be a shift in priorities. When she got married to Radagon and they had children together, and her alliance with the Erdtree family obviously strengthened, perhaps she was less concerned with her old ways of venerating the moon, and she cared more about maintaining her alliance and her marriage. And Caria Manor's location is definitely closer to Altus Plateau, and if there was an ongoing alliance between these two houses, it would make sense to relocate somewhere closer to Altus Plateau. So while we've discussed Renala's consolidation of a power base, we also need to talk about her influence in another area, and this is of course in Raya Lucaria, a institution that she would come to dominate, and is definitely one of the pillars of her rule. So let's talk about that. As we've already mentioned, Renala was able to charm people at the Raya Lucaria Academy because of her unique magic, and when you look at the history of sorcery in the Lands Between, this certainly makes sense, because Renala's moon magic would have been like nothing anyone had seen before. The Lazuli Conspectus mask, which represents the school that was founded to study Carian magic, shines a light on this, as it reads, "Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study Carian sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars." So this means that moon magic is unorthodox, and it was no doubt this unique nature that led to Renala becoming so prominent to the stage where she is honoured in paintings, alongside other alumni. It's not just the uniqueness of her magic though, Renala is of course a very competent sorceress in other regards. A point well made by Loki in his notes to me is that Renala, in stage 2 of her fight with us, which is presumably Ranni recreating her glory days, she is able to use Azur's Comet, showing that while she eventually banned the primeval sorcerers from the academy, she was certainly capable of using their most powerful spells. And so with the combination of her raw talent and this unique type of sorcery that clearly blew away the academy and revolutionised its way of thinking, it's no surprise that she would become governess of the academy, a fact we can learn from Miriel, who names her as such. Renala and her brand of Carian magic eventually claiming dominance over the academy had quite a few consequences. Firstly, of course, it is definitely a huge win for her. It is a consolidation of power, and no doubt helped her legitimacy when she established herself as royalty. And we will learn about other things that she did to consolidate her power base in the next chapter, when we look at her forces and allies. But of course, claiming dominance over the academy is a massive feather in her cap. But of course, it would gain her enemies, as there must have been an existing power structure in the academy before Renala took full control. Because while Renala became the sole governor or ruler of Raya Lucaria, it seems that before her, there were Grand Masters, a term coined in the robes of Azur and Lusat, two sorcerers that she would ultimately oust. It is of course Renala who dismantled the power base of those known as the Primeval Sorcerers, something we can learn via Selin's personal enmity of the Carians.
If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Raya Lucaria. It was for attempting to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos.
Even to this day, the Carians are still trying to wipe out this school of sorcery, because Selin is being hunted by Jeren, a retainer of the Carians, and presumably the one responsible for chaining up her true body in the Witchbane ruins, no doubt intending to return the moment the star started moving again and she could be killed for good. And while Selin is the most recent heir of this school, she isn't the one that founded this. In fact, this can be traced back to two of the oldest glintstone sorcerers in existence, Lusat and Azur.
I need your help, my apprentice. Master Lusat is another founding glintstone sorcerer, and like Master Azur, he was banished from the academy. Now he languishes in prison somewhere. My apprentice, can you find Master Lusat? With this glintstone key, you should be able to cross the boundary that encloses him. I need him to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. He's nigh a child of the stars. Such is his body now.
Renala's reasons for banishing this school of sorcerers is never explicitly stated. However, as always, we are able to speculate with the evidence given to us. Firstly, the methods used by Selene and her predecessors are extremely dangerous and pretty abhorrent. And this is of course how Selene earned her moniker, Selene the Graven Witch. The term Graven is a reference to the so-called Graven Schools or Graven Mass, a horrifying abomination that we can learn of via the Graven Mass talisman, which reads, "The Primeval Current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into seeds of the stars is but another path of scientific inquiry." We can find these horrifying abominations throughout the lands between, tortured beings, and we can even find a dead one in Rhea Lucaria itself, in a room where we find Azur's staff, suggesting that he created one within the halls of the Academy itself. Imagine bonding humans together into this Frankenstein ball, within the very halls of the Academy itself. This no doubt would have caused a lot of discord and resentment. Indeed, the dialogue from top suggests that Selene's expulsion from the Academy was indeed tied to her graven habits.
Selene was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selene was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selene would never do such things.
Seems pretty straightforward. However, I do think there is another consequence of exiling these sorcerers, and that is that Renala got rid of some potential political opponents and solidified her control over the Academy. Selene describes both Lusat and Azur as founding glintstone sorcerers, heavily implying that these sorcerers are some of the OGs, sorcerers who not only helped found Rhea Lucaria, but helped build the foundations of glintstone sorcery itself. Indeed, this seems more or less certain when we consider the Carolus Crown, which names this school as the oldest, and this school was founded by none other than Azur. So we really are talking about the old guard here, legends who helped build the very foundations of the Academy and sorcery in general. To reinforce their prestigious position that they once held, we can look to their robes, which read the following. Since the Grand Masters Azur and Lusat were driven from the Academy, no one has achieved their formerly held rank. So Azur and Lusat were Grand Masters, a position which hasn't been held since they were expelled, and this makes sense if it coincided with Renala taking control as Governor, a position that essentially made the role of Grand Masters worthless, and it changed the control of the Academy from an oligarchy of these OGs to an effective monarchy. Rhea Lucaria thus transformed under Renala. Her school of magic, her brand of magic, would become its own conspectus, the Lazuli. Founding your own school is really the mark of being a great sorcerer, and again, the fact that she is able to do this with her own unique brand of sorcery would definitely have helped solidify her claim to governess of the Academy. Selene describes Carian magic as toothless pedantry, a reflection of the fact that under her rule, under Renala's rule, there was no research into the Primeval Current, which people like Selene see as the ultimate end goal of glintstone sorcery as a whole, and thus practicing magic without this end goal in mind is toothless. And so with this clash in ideals and the political aspect of it, it is no wonder that Renala would get rid of these sorcerers from the Academy, and with it, her control was secure. I had previously mentioned that Renala did other things to build up her power base, all of which would culminate in her being able to declare herself as a queen, and her house as a monarchy. And so in this chapter, let us discuss Caria as a royal house and what its makeup is. Renala founded the house as royalty, and so at this point I do want to tackle one of the weird parts of the lore, something I've talked about in my previous videos, And that is the fact that when Ranni conjures the vision of Rennala that we fight in the stage 2, she refers to Rennala as the last queen of Caria. And this is a little strange given that she's the only queen of Caria, she's the founding queen. But Ranni's language on a surface level seems to suggest that she is the end of a long line. However, once again Loki was able to provide me with an answer that I find quite satisfying. Loki believes that Ranni's word choice here is a reflection of Ranni's view of the Carian monarchy and her place within it. Loki points to the ghost found in Caria Manor, the ghost of a Carian retainer or knight, and its dialogue belays a certain expectation among Carian retainers that Ranni would take the throne, so to speak. This expectation isn't particularly surprising given all we have discussed so far. Ranni was clearly being groomed as the heir to Rennala's throne, and so Loki suggests that this statement by Ranni, that Rennala is the last queen of Caria, is a reference to the fact that Ranni has no intention of becoming the queen of Caria. Ranni has her own path, which goes far beyond being a queen, and as such her mother is the only true queen of the Carians. The last. With that said, let us now look at the forces that are under Rennala's command. And I think what is interesting about the Carian royal house when compared to the Erdtree royal house is the way that it enforces loyalty. The Erdtree house very much did it through conquest, whereas the Carian house and its vassals are more closely bound through oaths of loyalty and chivalric values. The mainstay of Carian forces is of course the legendary Carian knights, that numbered only a few, something we learn of via the Carian Knight Sword, which reads, "These knight swords could serve as catalysts, letting them wield sorcerous battle skills. Despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle." So these knights are few in number but very elite, and given the council chamber seen at the top of Caria Manor, it suggests that they served as a sort of council as well, although that is just my speculation based on roundtable culture. The Carian Knights also welcome trolls into their rank, as evidenced by Bowles, the Carian Troll Knight, and the unnamed Carian Troll Knight found in Caria Manor. This is a marked difference from how the majority of trolls are used in the lands between, as the degenerate cousins of the giants and hated enemies of the Erdtree realm. They are generally used as slaves or manual labour. However, the Troll Knights are treated with a sort of dignity, and the Troll Knight sword item description highlights just how differently they were treated under the Carians, as it reads, "Called into service when the Queen invoked an oath they swore, the Trolls are treated as true knights of Caria, and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. So in this brotherhood, the Troll Knights are treated as equal to their human counterparts, and this makes sense as the Carians would not have the same enmity for trolls that the Erdtree royals would, because they didn't take part in that war. Indeed, if we remember the Carians' origins as astrologers, both the ancestors of the Carians and the ancestors of the trolls, the fire giants, coexisted in peace on the mountaintops. And so this partnership, this welcoming of trolls into the ranks of knights, is honouring that past. And so culturally we can expect the Carians to have a more even-handed view on giants and their kin. And because of this they gain very powerful allies. Powerful knights that served with loyalty, but also gaining the guidance of the like of Iji. We learn via the hammer item description that the art of smithing originated from the giants, hence why Iji is such a skilled smith himself. Jaren even comments on how useful these weapons were in Radan's war against the Scarlet Rot.
And funny thing, his swords were all blunt as stone, but not one of them decayed when faced with the Scarlet Rot.
Again, just another powerful asset for the Carian royal house, an asset that would have been left on the table by the Erdtree because they view the trolls as nothing more than just slaves. And while the Erdtree forces clearly also arm trolls to be used as slave warriors, it's hard to compare them against the knightly trolls of the Carian house who have been trained to use magic, and serve not because they are slaves, but because of a powerful oath. And something I missed but Loki picked up on, so again credit to Loki, is that Rennala gathered other allies to her side through oaths as well. Loki highlighted the summons that Rennala uses in stage 2 of her fight with us. Rennala summons giants, dragons, and wolves, and each time she does so she says, "Come Oathsworn." So again, these aren't just slaves or summons, these are beings, animals, trolls, and dragons, that have sworn an oath of loyalty to Rennala that she then calls upon. So I think you're starting to get the picture that oaths are important to Carian culture. They didn't just want people to serve them, they wanted them to be bound to the Carians through loyalty and oaths. The Troll Knight sword that we looked at obviously tells us that these knights were bound to them via an oath, and this of course makes sense because they are essentially knights of this royal house, and in medieval history when you are a knight, you are indeed bound to your liege through oaths. The term oath is also used in regards to another Carian vassal, Jeren, the Witch Hunter, and ally to General Radahn. We can learn of this via the eccentric armour set, Jeren's set, which reads the following. Jeren preferred a nomadic existence, but after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn, and for the first time the restless tumbleweed would be bound by an honourable oath. These oaths are described as honourable, and they seem to have the effect of creating real ties of loyalty, especially when you consider what Jeren went through for the Carians. He stood by the degenerating Radahn for God knows how long. His dialogue that we quoted earlier, where he discusses Iji's weapons, suggests he was actually serving by Radahn's side during the war against the Scarlet Rot. And he even assisted in putting General Radahn to his final rest, all the while having Selin tied up so he could fulfill his real oath, which was to kill Selin.
Now the festival is over, and General Radahn is defeated. Jeren's duties are finally fulfilled. Though we served different masters, I could see he was truly adept in his role. Now the time has come to remind him of an old promise made. With the stars of fate set into motion, a certain sorceress is dispossessed of her immortality. Finally, we can be rid of a long-standing Carian weed.
Jeren is described in his armour set as someone who is a tumbleweed who doesn't want to put down roots, and yet because of the loyalty that the Carians inspire, he did put down roots, and went through great effort to fulfill his oath to the family. There is another rather interesting oath between the Carians and another unusual ally, the Crystallians, and this is something we can learn of via the magic downpour item description, which reads the following. One of the sorceries of the Carian royal family, said to have been taught by the Crystallians to mark the swearing of the Old Concord. As to what the details of this Concord was, we can only guess, beyond the fact Carians were granted a deeper insight into magic directly from these unusual beings. We can also find Crystallians present in Moonlight Altar alongside dragons, again implying that Rennala established these Concords early on in her rise to power, before settling down in Caria Manor, and that she somehow bound these unusual beings to her service. Ranni, as a Carian princess, seems to continue this tradition of making her oaths with her vassals. This is most clearly seen in her relationship with her shadow, Blythe, and this is in many ways the greatest illustration of the loyalty that the Carians inspired, as Blythe is already bound to Ranni in a cosmic fashion, through the power of the Two Fingers.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own Two Fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
And yet, despite that, Ranni still requires Blythe to take an oath, swearing loyalty to her not as an Empyrean, but as his liege. And we learn of this via the Royal Greatsword, which reads, in defiance of the fate he was born into, Blythe swore to serve no master but Ranni. As proof, the sword was imbued with a cold magic, at the moment the oath was sworn. Blythe literally ends up defying his own nature in favour of his loyalty to Ranni, his words and his covenant with her more powerful than the cosmic forces of the world. The Carians are even able to bind dragons to their will, as evidenced by Adula, the dragon that guards Ranni. And we learn from Adula's Moonblade that this dragon is specifically tied to Ranni. However, Rennala also summons an oath-bound dragon during her Stage 2 fight with us, implying that Rennala also bound dragons to her service in the same way. And then when you look at Moonlight Altar and you see how densely populated it is with dragons, this makes sense. I've always assumed that these dragons found on Moonlight Altar, apart from Adula, are ones that the Carians bound into their service. This sort of chivalric culture is the core of the Carians' identity, and is how they differ from the Erdtree monarchy. And as a result, while the Carians probably don't have as big an army as the Erdtree forces, we can already see how they were able to put up such a fearsome fight. They had trolls, dragons, and soldiers willing to die for them, bound in a sort of loyalty that the Erdtree forces could never know. Of course, we can't talk about the Carian chivalric culture without discussing the most honourable knight in the lands between, Loretta. We learn about Loretta via her armour set, which reads the following. Loretta was once a royal Carian knight, and her lapis lazuli blue cape is the emblem of the knightly pride that continues to guide her. Of course, Loretta is no longer in service to the Carians, and we can see this from Loretta's war sickle, where her blue glintstone of the Carians has been replaced with the unallied gold of Miquella, marking her change of allegiance. However, as the armour set says, while she no longer serves the Carian house, the chivalric values that she learned under them is what guides her to be one of the most honourable people that we see in this game. I think it's greatly implied that Loretta somehow stands above the other Carian knights, as is evident by her more extravagant armour and armaments. And I've always assumed that the phantom version of Loretta we fight in Caria Manor is a conjured version that Ranni has made, showing how valued she still is even in her absence. And when fighting her, it is clear to see why she would be so valued. She is extremely powerful, both in her martial prowess and her spellcraft, characterised by her fearsome magic bow. Yet Loretta, of course, is most well known for her quest to find a new home for the Albinaurics. This is what leads her to the Hellofresh and her service to Miquella. Loretta's mastery tells us that she travelled long and far to find a home for the Albinaurics, and given she is settled in the Hellofresh, changed her allegiance to Miquella, and we can find Albinaurics in the consecrated snowfield, it's heavily implied that Miquella offered a safe haven for these Albinaurics, and in return, Loretta gave him her loyalty. The consecrated snowfield became a sort of fabled land, a legend to the Albinauric people.
A chosen land awaits us, Albinaurics. The medallion is the key that leads to the city. It's only a quaint treasure for we who cannot make the journey, but for dear Latenna, it is needed to fulfill her purpose.
And this was all achieved by Loretta, who clearly showed great compassion to the Albinaurics. Now, when it comes to the creation of the Albinaurics, as you will see in my Nox and Albinauric lore videos, I'm certainly of the mind that the Albinaurics were originally created by the Nox, and I won't retread that entire video here, but a summary of my main reasons for believing so are as follows. The Nox have an obsession with creating a Lord of Night. There is a cut dialogue from Tops that directly states that the Albinaurics are a creation of the Eternal Cities. The Nox are well versed in alchemy, as is evidenced by the Celestial Dew and the Puppet Draft. They've also worked with other silver beings, namely the Silver Tears, beings that can mimic things, again suggesting that these beings, these malleable creatures, were meant to create an artificial Lord of Night. There is a cut dialogue featuring a mimic tier called Asimi, who directly states that again these Silver Tears are creations of the Eternal City. And thus, with all this together, it isn't hard to believe that the Albinaurics are another creation of the Eternal Cities, an artificial being created in the hopes of producing a Lord of Night. However, in that same video, I did also touch on another connection that the Albinaurics have. the connection to Rhea Lucaria that goes beyond their heavy presence in this region. Zuli the Witch did a video in which they revealed the silver armour of the female Albinaurics once had a different description pre-release. At one point, the item description of this silver armour attributed the creation of the female Albinaurics to Rhea Lucaria, and I will let Passmo describe what my thoughts on this contradiction is. What is the truth behind their creation? Did the Nox create them, or was it a Rhea Lucarian or Carian creation? Well, the balance of truth is for you to decide, but I believe both could be true. I do believe that they do originate from the work of the Nox. The evidence we looked at previously is too strong, and the thematics fit very well. However, it could have been expanded upon by Rhea Lucarians and Carians. My belief is that the work did originate with the Nox as an experiment to create a Lord of Night, but that the Rhea Lucarians and Carians may well have piggybacked off it in an attempt to create warriors and servants, and this would explain why there are so many Albinaurics in Liurnia, specifically some serving the Carian royal family. And I more or less stand by this. However, since then my ideas on this have somewhat refined, especially in my discussions with Loki. Where I had previously stated that the Rhea Lucarian sorcerers may have just replicated this research one for one, Loki goes further to suggest that the female Albinaurics specifically mark the Rhea Lucarian contribution to the research. The female versions are more sophisticated, being able to pursue combat in a way that the older ones are not able to, whilst also retaining their intelligence unlike the second generation or frog Albinaurics, perhaps speaking to the fact that these are a second attempt or V2, and thus having more sophisticated results. I am now however going to directly quote Loki's reasoning on the matter, as I find it quite compelling. Female Albinaurics are both young, eloquent, and uniquely given large wolves from mountaintops to ride. Same wolves, leftovers from halted experiments, are left wandering around Caria Manor. In short, they are Carian first generation built off Nox's previous experiments, or third generation Albinaurics in general. Loretta learns from observing these adept wolf-riding archers firsthand at Caria Manor. I'm leaning towards the Carians and Rhea Lucarians picking up the work established by the Nox, and that the female version specifically may be a Rhea Lucarian or Carian refinement on the same formula. But do you agree with Loki that Loretta is a human knight who learned combat style from the Albinaurics, and thus grew to pity them? Or do you think that Loretta is the culmination of the Carian refinement of the Albinauric formula, and that she is essentially the ultimate Albinauric? It is hard to discount the similar styles of combat, the horseback archery. Whatever you believe in the Carian or Rhea Lucarian involvement in the Albinaurics, what is clear is that the Carians incorporated Albinaurics into their service, as is evident by Pydia and other Albinaurics found within Caria Manor. So now we can see why the Carians would have been such a formidable force when the Erdtree forces would attack. Not only were they led by the most powerful sorcerer of all time, who had united the entire lands of Liurnia under her control, but she had loyal elite knights, trolls, crystallians, and dragons all sworn to her service, never mind the resources of the Academy and its sorcerers, as well as being led by Renala, the most powerful sorcerer of an age. Liurnia had developed into a real power with its own culture, and thus the stage would be set for the conflict that would become known as the Wars of Liurnia. So if you've seen my Elden Ring Timeline video, you know that I generally place the Liurnian Wars as something that happened after the era of the Erdtree conquest, that it happened quite a bit after the wars with the Giant, after the Golden Order was firmly established. This would take a long time to fully explain once again, as I've done it several times throughout my videos, and so I will go through my reasoning as fast as possible, so not to distract from the subject at hand. Firstly, the Liurnian Wars are not mentioned in Godfrey's armour set as one of his great conquests, nor is he even mentioned to have taken place in the Liurnian Wars. It's all Radagon, and this implies to me that this is deep into his reign as Elden Lord, a period where he is vowed to act more like a lord. Thus Radagon, a champion, is given command of the army. There is also the Barrier of Gold incantation, the description of which tells us that this was an incantation used specifically in the Liurnian Wars, by Erdtree forces. The casting sigil of this incantation is the Celtic knot-looking version of the Erdtree, the sigil still worn by modern Erdtree knights, again suggesting this war was waged at a time when Erdtree society had been allowed to mature. I also ascribe to the theory purported by Tarnished Archaeologist, wherein you can trace the evolution of Erdtree culture and history through the different classes of Erdtree miracles. If you weren't aware, there are 3 classes of incantations associated with the Golden Order and the Erdtree, and they apply an evolution of changing beliefs under the same system. These incantation categories are the Ancient Erdtree incantations, which include any to do with the Age of the Crucible or the Age of Plenty. Then there is the categorization of Erdtree worship, which is what Barrier of Gold falls under. And then finally there is the Golden Order fundamentalists. And so given that the Ancient Erdtree incantations represent the Age of Plenty and the Age of the Crucible, this must be the beginning of Erdtree culture. On the other side, we have the Golden Order fundamentalist incantations, which are of course associated with Radagon's second Elden Lord's reign, so this is near the end of the timeline. And so in the middle, we have the Erdtree worship incantations, to which Barrier of Gold belongs. And again, to me, this is strong evidence that the Liurnian Wars happened in the mid-period of Erdtree rule. I hope that makes sense, and if you want a deeper look at these ideas, I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's Creeds of the Erdtree video, from where I get this theory. And so let us return to the event of the Liurnian War itself, which we can therefore assume happened at the height of both the Erdtree and Liurnia's power. While the Erdtree forces were clearly going to be the dominant military force in the lands between, as we've discussed already, the Liurnian army was able to fight them to a standstill over 2 conflicts. We learn of this via the sword monument that details the Second War, which reads, "The Second Liurnian War. No victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon. No prize but atonement, the birth of a vow." We can imagine the Carians were able to hold back the much larger Erdtree armies through a few distinct advantages. Rennala herself, who at this stage will have been the most powerful sorcerer in the lands between, the elite order of Carian knights and other oath-bound allies, and finally the defensive advantage. It wasn't one-sided, of course. Radagon from the Erdtree armies in particular is noted to have covered himself in glory during these conflicts, as the sword monument for the First War states, "The First Liurnian War, Radagon's glory burns as red as his hair." And so while we don't get any clear picture about the conflicts in this war, it was clearly a fearsome war between 2 kingdoms at the height of their power. And it speaks to the power and prestige of Caria and its royal house, given it was able to hold off this mighty empire by itself. Of course, Radagon and Rennala would eventually make peace that was secured through marriage.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Rennala. The order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
Before we go any further, there is something really interesting in this dialogue. Miriel states that the order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined. The fact he specifically talks about fate being conjoined with order is fascinating to me. It makes me rethink some of my prior assumptions. The telescope item description reads as follows. During the age of the Erdtree, Carian astrology withered on the vine. The fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order. I had always assumed that this was a reference to Radahn, halting the movement of the stars and arresting their movement. As we do know, this does affect the fate of the Carians, and we actually have to kill him in order to restart fate and free up Ranni's fate. However, from this dialogue with Miriel, of order and fate being conjoined, makes me think that this union was something more than just a marriage between Rennala and Radagon, that fate was also married to order, and that somehow it was restricted by order being imposed upon it. Astrology is really important to the Carians, and this is denoted by the fact the Carian preceptors seem to carry on the practices of their astrologer ancestry, and the fact that Rennala was once herself an astrologer. And Selin's dialogue that we looked at earlier makes it clear how important fate is to the Carians. But perhaps it was at this moment, when fate was conjoined with order, that the fate of the Carians truly became restricted. Maybe it is little surprise that Ranni despises the Golden Order so much, and that she would strike out against them. Just something to think about when thinking about the wider consequences of this marriage. I really do love the lore significance of the Church of Vows. Miriel tells us that it was constructed at a specific point within Liurnia, in order to have both sight of Rhea Lucaria and the Erdtree, symbolically looking at the moon and the tree, representing the union of the House of the Tree and the House of the Moon. After the church was constructed, the marriage was prefaced with an old Noxian custom, the cleansing of oneself with celestial dew. I do think it's important to analyse what happened here, as it isn't merely a symbolic gesture. There is actually a power to this ritual. I have discussed this already in this video and in more detail in my Nox video, but the Nox essentially experimented with alchemy. We know that stars are tied to fate, something expressed by the Amber Starlight Shard item description, and via Selin's dialogue on fate and the Carian family. And thus, to me, both the puppet drafts of the Nox and the Celestial Dew likely manipulate fate latent within the stars. For the puppet drafts, they shackle the fate of those who imbibe it, and in the case of the Celestial Dew, fate is rewritten, animosity forgotten. For example, if I attacked Blythe and killed him to get a dialogue for my lore video, he would resurrect and permanently be aggroed at me. However, if I cleanse myself with Celestial Dew, it's like he resets, almost as if he has forgotten our previous conflict. Our fate has been realigned, and this enmity no longer exists. I wonder if this contributed to how strongly Rennala felt about Radagon. It is clear that the relationship was initially political. In real history, often a pact of peace was solidified between kingdoms with a marriage between the houses, and Elden Ring is clearly no different. However, despite this, it is clear that there was some genuine affection between the two. Miriel describes how Radagon declared his love for the beautiful Full Moon Queen, and then Rennala's armor set tells us how much she was devastated by him leaving her. So she must truly have been in love with him. But we will return to the collapse of the marriage at the end of this video. For now, I want to talk about the marriage itself, as one of the more interesting points of lore within the entire story of Elden Ring comes up within their marriage. And this is the implication that Rennala knew the truth of Radagon's identity, that he is Marika. I have discussed this in huge detail before, specifically in my Radagon lore video, which I would refer you to, but I believe that Radagon was already Marika at the time of his marriage to Rennala, and again my full thesis on that is in my Radagon video. However, for the purposes of this video, the main item of relevance is the Mask of Confidence, worn by the Carian preceptors. It reads the following: Mask with the mouth sewn shut with gold thread. When Radagon married Rennala, he ordered the Carian magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. So I know others have argued that the preceptors are just keeping matters of state private, but come on, when we are talking about Radagon, there really is only one elephant in the room when we are talking about secrets. There's also the fact that when Radagon left Rennala, he left her a fragment of the Elden Ring, the Amber Egg, as a parting gift. How would a mere champion gain access to the Elden Ring and take one of its runes? Well, the answer is he couldn't, unless he was also Marika, the god of the age who bore the Elden Ring. So it's quite interesting that the masks of the preceptors are not part of their original outfit. Rather, it's an affectation born of the Carians' association with the Erdtree royalty. It means that Seluvis was also potentially privy to the greatest secret of an era. Just a nice little consideration. This also means that when Radagon and Rennala had children, they are true demigods, not just by virtue of Radagon's later marriage, where they became stepchildren. Rykard and Radahn's great runes say that they became demigods when they became the stepchildren of Marika through their father's second marriage. However, I just see this as a political excuse to cover the real truth, that they were actually demigods by virtue of their birth. During the marriage between Rennala and Radagon, we can assume that this was a happy time for both. Rennala being blessed with her different children, and grooming Ranni to be her successor, and eventually they would relocate closer to the shores of Liurnia into Caria Manor, as we've discussed before, in an attempt not only to have a better, more strategic location, but also to strengthen the ties between these two kingdoms which had now been married into one another. And as prosperous as we can imagine this period to be, it obviously wasn't meant to last. In this chapter I do want to focus on the collapse of the Carian household, and I won't be covering the children of Rennala that much, as I already have full hour-long videos on Rykard, Radahn and Ranni, and I will link those below. However, in the context of the collapse of the house, I do think it's important that we cover some of Ranni's lore. As I said in the previous chapter, I assume that Ranni's meeting with the Dark Moon when she was young happened when Rennala and Radagon were still together, because after Radagon leaves Rennala, it appears that she's completely broken, and thus I would think incapable of introducing her to her Dark Moon. I would also assume that Ranni meeting the Snowy Crone would take place after Radagon and Rennala's marriage fell apart, and I think this for a couple of reasons. Firstly, let's look at two bits of lore that cover this facet of the story. Firstly, the Snow Witch set, which reads, "Once worn by the Snowy Crone, who the young Ranni encountered deep in the woods. She was a witch and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Ranni's soul was modelled after her. That old witch was Ranni's secret mentor." And now let's look at the description of the Freezing Mist spell, which reads, "Sorcery said to have been used by the old Snow Witch. The Snowy Crone taught the young Ranni to fear the Dark Moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. So this mysterious witch became Ranni's mentor, and part of my reasoning for it taking place after Rennala's fall is because maybe Ranni needed a new mentor, a new mother figure. It is clear that this woman is important to Ranni, considering she completely models her new form after this figure. Perhaps this was because this Snowy Crone was there for Ranni when she needed someone, when she needed some guidance. Secondly, the Freezing Mist description tells us that it was this Snowy Crone who taught Ranni more about the secrets of the Dark Moon. Again, this suggests to me that this took place sometime after that initial meeting with the Dark Moon, organised by Rennala. It's just that this Snowy Crone taught her the deeper secrets of the occult and the Dark Moon. Perhaps the fall of Ranni's house, her father's abandonment of her mother in favour of the Erdtree Order, is what led Ranni to choose a different path, resenting the Erdtree Order and all that it stood for. After learning the secrets of the Dark Moon, she would pledge herself to the Age of Stars, and set herself on a path which would have lasting consequences for the Lands Between. But with that covered, we now need to talk about the main event that really heralded the end of the Carian house as a serious power, Radagon's departure. We know from Miriel that Radagon's departure left Rennala essentially devastated.
The great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her. And then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library. In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
Indeed, this is how we see Rennala now, broken, kept in a sort of delusional slumber by the lullabies of her sweetings. As to why she creates such beings, it is again up to speculation. There's the possibility it is just loneliness, and that creating these beings gives her comfort, and she's just using the last tool that her beloved Radagon gave her, especially when you consider it is their lullaby that keeps her suspended in this slumber, and us breaking this slumber is what causes Ranni to intervene in the first place. Of course, Radagon's departure had more radical consequences than just breaking Rennala's heart. It essentially led to the entire collapse of the Carian royal family. Up until this point, and as should be made clear by this video by this point, the Carian royal family's power was based around Rennala, not only through her unique and powerful sorceries, but through her general charisma and statesmanship. But with her basically out of action, enemies would now finally be able to act and bring down the hold that the Carians had over Liurnia. And we learn about the Carians essentially rebelling against Rennala via her own robes, which read the following. When Rennala, head of both the Academy of Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him, and then those at the Academy realised that Rennala was no champion at all. In short, it was a moment of weakness that was exploited by those at the Academy, a chance to shake off her rule. Here was the powerful ruler that had dominated Liurnia and Lucaria for years, broken and weak, and so they locked her up in the Academy. But even with Rennala out of the picture, the Carian royal family had powerful retainers at their command, something we've already looked at, and so the Lucarians would need some muscle, and this is where the Cuckoos come in. The relationship between Lucaria and their soldiery, the Cuckoos, is described by the Lucaria soldier Ash, which reads the following. The soldiers of Lucaria were also known as the Cuckoos. They were given free rein by the Academy to wage war as they pleased, and they were infamous for their rapacious ways. The Academy had a sort of hands-off approach to controlling their armed forces. Indeed, this may be due to the fact that the relationship between the Academy and the Cuckoos was closer to that of a mercenary force rather than fealty. The scholar's armament spell reads the following. Taught to the Knights of the Cuckoo by the Academy as payment for their contract. So here we learn of a contract between the Lucarians and the Cuckoo soldiery, and as such they were given free rein to wage war against the Carians in any way they saw fit. A brutal war, we can assume, given the rapacious reputation of the marauding Cuckoo forces. However, we of course know the Carians are also brilliant strategists, and so aside from their powerful knights and dragons and trolls, they also unleashed the puppets against these rebellious upstarts. And we can see this actually still happening on the eastern side of Liurnia. Again, just another benefit of their ties to the Noxian people. However, as this war ended up in the siege of Caria Manor, we can assume that the Cuckoos overwhelmed the leaderless Carians, and they were held up in the Caria Manor. However, it was at this stage that the Carians were able to get a bit of a win, as the sword monument outside of Caria Manor reads the following. The resting place of the contemptible Cuckoos, lost in the siege of Caria Manor. Indeed, in a dialogue, E.G. confirms that the Knights of the Cuckoo were essentially slaughtered during the siege of Caria Manor, thanks to these magical traps, and no doubt a result of the defensive advantage that Caria Manor offered. Indeed, we still see Cuckoo soldiers being used by Pidia or by Celavis as puppets within the manor. I can't imagine being captured by anyone worse than Celavis or Pidia, being forced to drink a puppet draft and being their little toy marionettes forever. Yet despite this, the Carians' power was clearly broken during this war, as Liurnia is quite clearly controlled by the Cuckoos now, as evident by their tents over the majority of its territory. Rennala is locked away, and any remaining Carian forces have either scattered or are penned up in Caria Manor. Indeed, dialogue from Rogier suggests that the Carians have been largely absent in the years past, only recently returning to the Caria Manor.
I have some idea of Rani's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Lucaria. It is the familial home of the Carian royals, from whom Rani descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Rani's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
Suggesting that while the Carians reaped a bloody toll during the siege of Caria Manor, this was essentially a victory for the Cuckoos. Rule under the Cuckoo in this area would be pretty brutal, especially for the Albinaurics, as the Albinauric pot reads, "The Knights of the Cuckoo do declare, behold thy defiled blood, unlike any humour that flows in our grand realm," suggesting that the Cuckoo don't even see the Albinaurics as human, a sentiment shared by many, as is described by the Albinauric Bloodclot, the greatest lore item in the game. This is of course a stark contrast compared to Carian rule. As we saw in the previous chapters, the Carians would welcome almost everyone into their service as long as they would take an oath. Indeed, we do have Albinaurics still serving the Carians now, And I can't help but wonder if the Albinaurics under Carian rule in Liurnia were able to live in peace or relative harmony, and it is only recently, under the rule of the Cuckoos and Rhea Lucaria, that they've begun to be hunted. The description of the Albinauric Silver Shield suggests that their main enemies are indeed sorcerers, suggesting they are often at odds with the Rhea Lucarians and their Cuckoo mercenaries. Indeed, armed bands of Albinauric second generations now control the area around Rhea Lucaria, where Academy Town used to be. And again, I can't help but think that everything was more harmonious under the rule of the Carian royal family, and its collapse has had disastrous consequences for the unity of Liurnia, making it a very unstable region, made only more unstable by the fire monks who have recently come down, searching for the Thief of Fire, seeing their mission as paramount beyond any idea of nationality or sovereignty, and have thus occupied large swathes of Liurnia as well. I think it's fair to say that the unity of Liurnia has certainly receded. And indeed, this might be the greatest legacy of the Carians, is seeing how bad it is now in Liurnia. We can only imagine how strong and prosperous a nation it must have been to be able to resist the advancing Erdtree Empire, and how unified and strong it must have been under Bernala in her heyday. Ultimately, this is all that's left of the Carian dynasty of old, their queen locked up and broken, their previous holdings broken and abandoned. The future of the Carians lie with Ranni, and while the splendour of the family is long since past, they may yet reach new heights, but it's clear they will never be what they once were. And having studied the Carians for this video and understanding how they bound an entire region of the map together through ideals of oaths and loyalty, it makes the fractured and divided state of Liurnia now all the more interesting. And while we are often blinded by the glory of the Erdtree royalty and their gods, it is actually the Carians who really showed the lands between what it means to be noble.
She was known as the Graven Witch. Obsessed by the Primeval Current, countless sorcerers fell to her hand. The most dangerous mage in the entire history of Rhea Lucaria's academy.
It should not be forgotten that Glintstone's sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein.
Glintstone, to many, is just a source of sorcerer's power, and yet to others it is an avenue of research that leads down a dangerous but extraordinary path. In today's lore video, I'm doing something a little different. Instead of looking at an event or a character, we instead will be examining an esoteric theme that is formed from a loose connection of different lore threads. Ultimately, what I wish to examine is the sorcery of Glintstone and the Primeval Current, and by extension its connection to the stars and the void beyond. The Primeval Current is one of the great mysteries of the game, a nebulous concept that, despite its elusive nature, nonetheless manages to be a source of conflict. The Primeval Current is fascinating because its lore implications run much deeper than you may think. It tackles the very nature and gestation of the stars themselves, and it reveals to us the existence of the dark void from which stars hail. The stars themselves are a force that influence events in the lands between, and so we must examine the influence that they exert through fate. In my opinion, these are some of the most difficult concepts to grasp within the game, and it can be easy to get lost in the vague and incomprehensible pieces of lore on the subject. Yet I hope you are ready to open your minds to the void, my children of the stars, for I believe I will provide you with a plausible and logical explanation of what this all actually means. So with that said, let us begin our exploration of the stars and the force of fate that they exude. Selin describes Glintstone's sorcery as the study of the stars, and so it behooves us to understand a little bit about the celestial bodies before we cleave deeper into the Primeval Current. In the lands between, the stars are intertwined with fate itself, and to fully understand what this means, let us first define what we mean by fate. For me, it means events that are predetermined by some outward force, and is generally something out with the individual's control. However, we can learn that in the world of Elden Ring, the fates can actually have a far more active role in determining one's actions. In the lands between, determining fate from the stars is linked to the real-world belief known as astrology. Well, what is astrology within the real world? Well, I find the following description from Scientific American to be an extremely concise one, which will help us as a baseline moving forward in understanding this practice within Elden Ring. The quote reads as follows: "Astrology is generally defined as the belief that astronomical phenomena such as stars overhead, when you were born, or the fact that Mercury is in retrograde have the power to influence daily events in our lives and our personality traits." So in a nutshell, even in the real world, astrology is the belief that the movements and positions of celestial bodies can have an effect on the actions that we take. Yet in Elden Ring, this idea is even more potent, as we will further determine later in this video. In the lands between, fate could be observed and determined through this practice of astrology, and we learn this from the astrologer robe, a armour set worn by one of the starting classes. This gives you an interesting backstory for one of your new characters, as the robe reads: "Robe fashioned from supple cloth, worn by those who look to the cosmos above. They read fate in the stars, and are said to be heirs of the glintstone sorcerers. But alas, the night sky no longer cradles fate." This cements the link between glintstone sorcery and astrology. Both are essentially the study of the stars. One observes the fate that is written in the stars, and the other taps into the primal source of the stars. However, it also mentions that fate is no longer part of the starry sky, but we will discuss that later down the line. Regardless, it suggests that astrology can tread the lines of fate by observing the movements and positions of the stars. And I just ask you to imagine the immense power that that could provide. Imagine if you could predict and see what happens next on your path. You could build your power base accordingly and react to something that is yet to happen. It is also suggested that if you follow the strands of fate, you can finally meet your destiny, and that to achieve your ultimate goals and ultimate destiny, you need to follow these lines of fate, or else you will not meet it. And this is suggested as something that happened to Renala via the stargazing heirloom, which reads: "A talisman engraved with the legend of a queen. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen." So Renala herself was essentially an astrologer who followed the strands of fate in the stars and literally met her destiny. The moon, which we know from Renala's full moon's description, would lead her to establish a dynasty and become the queen of the full moon. This is exactly the potential the Carian royal family would see in astrology, no doubt encouraged by Renala's own destiny being achieved, a great destiny that it was important enough to the Carians that they would devote resources and manpower, as the item description of the telescope reads: "Astrology tool used by members of the Carian royal family, a stolen part of a larger instrument. During the age of the Erdtree, Carian astrology withered on the vine. The fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order." So this tells us that the Carian royal family once utilised large telescopic devices to practice astrology, and indeed we can see evidence of these types of astrological tools along the Raya Lucarian Academy. And they use these tools to determine their fate, and with the information we learn about astrologers and preceptors later, we get the picture that this was a major institution under Carian patronage. And indeed, we later see Ranni following these strands of fate herself to her own destiny, showing that it is a practice still carried on by the Carian heiress herself. However, I want to look at another piece of lore that the telescope provides us, where it states that it essentially withered and died the practice of astrology, that is, during the time of the Erdtree, because the Golden Order fettered fate. This is of course a reference to Star Scourge Radahn, a member of the Carian royal family actually as well, Renala's own son, yet very much a man of the Golden Order. We learn of this event from none other than Selin, who we contact at Selivis's request when we are working for Ranni. This of course cements the connection between stars and glintstone, as we are going to a glintstone expert for answers about the fate and the stars. She tells us the following:
"The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Ranni's destiny."
So the fate of the Carians in particular is linked to the stars, and through astrology, Carians would have been able to read and follow their destiny to their conclusions. But without fate, they are unable to follow this destiny to their conclusions. So while Radahn is actually born of Carian royalty, we know that he idolised Godfrey and therefore the Golden Lineage through Radahn's armour set, which reads, "The Golden Lion is said to symbolise Godfrey, the Elden Lord, and his base regent, Sarosh. From his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the battlefield." In my mind, it makes it patently clear that Radahn would have been loyal to Godfrey's legacy, i.e. the Erdtree Order, and this is in fact confirmed by the telescoped description. The Golden Order has halted the stars, and that is actually a reference to Radahn himself. He is a Golden Order member. Why did Radahn do this? Well, the sword memorial at Redmane Castle suggests it was to save Celia, in an event called the Star Scourge Conflict. Celia, of course, being the village of sorcery, somewhere that Radahn himself holds close to his heart as he studied there, this gravitational magic that he becomes well known for. What was this conflict? Well, to me it suggests a couple of things. It implies the movement of the stars in one way or another would have resulted in the destruction of Celia. Perhaps he was foretold this by an astrologer. Or perhaps a creature like Estelle was heading its way. Or perhaps, more simply, much like what happens at the end of the Radahn fight, possibly a star was just heading the way to the town of sorcery and was just going to impact upon it. Regardless, it looks like he was trying to stop the destruction of this town when he fettered the stars. And by doing this, he not only fettered the stars, but he fettered fate that is connected, that is linked inextricably to the stars. Fate is of course ultimately more than I suggested at the beginning when I quoted the American Scientific quote. It seems to be an actual force that is linked to control over one's actions and what destinies they are actively able to pursue. If the flow of stars is stopped, then those futures, those destinies, those lines of fate are stopped. We see this in two examples that I can think of. Firstly, we see this in the progression of Ranni's quest. Her fate seems to be linked with renouncing her connection to the Greater Will, and then bringing about the Age of Stars. Her agents, Yu and Blythe, are actually unable to advance her aims, because you cannot reach the eternal city of Nokron, while her fate is arrested. Interestingly, when fate is released upon the death of Radahn, the path forward is physically opened by a falling star, so it seems that following these strands of fate can actually physically assist you. But also Ranni seeks the Finger Slayer blade, and the description of this blade reads as follows: "The hidden treasure of the eternal city of Nokron, a blade said to have been born of a corpse. This blood-drenched fetish is proof of high treason committed by the eternal city, and symbolises its downfall. Cannot be wielded by those without fate, but is said to be able to harm the Greater Will and its vassals." So not only does fate actually help Ranni physically move forward on her path, but also metaphysically, as access and use of the blade would have been prohibited all the while that fate was arrested. The entire time that her fate is arrested, Ranni is essentially frozen in time and unable to act to achieve her fate as cradled by the stars. Her fate has been disconnected from the stars, meaning she can no longer follow the strands of fate to her desired destiny. The Age of Stars cannot be achieved whilst fate is frozen in place. The idea that the Carian royals' fate and destiny was severed when fate was arrested is something reiterated by the Preceptor robes, which read as follows: "Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars." So as an aside, keep in mind that glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, as this is an important connecting thread between the subject matters of this video. As dictated by fate, Ranni's dark path that leads to her slaying her fingers clearly is a fate-bound event that is linked to the stars, as Selin describes it, and this is one that Ranni wishes to follow. And so to be able to achieve this destiny and follow the strands of fate once more to this conclusion, the movement of the stars must be resumed. What is clear is that the force known as fate can have a powerful influence over an individual's ability to act. We see this control more clearly through the actions of a nefarious individual who manipulates the power of fate, Preceptor Celibus. Let us first analyse what we know about the Preceptor. He is of course a Preceptor, and we can learn about this class from the Preceptor Big Hat, which reads: "Large hat with the movement of the stars drawn inside the brim, worn by the magic preceptors who served the Carian royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has been long severed from the stars." The term Preceptor means teacher, and to me they are most likely experts and teachers in astrology, given the fact that their robes and hats depict the movements of stellar bodies, which we learn is of course related to fate. And we will later learn that Seluvis's proclivities are tightly linked to the fate and the stars, so it is quite clear that he was once an astrologer himself. These teachers most likely tutored others in the art, and probably were the personal astrologers to the royal family. I think the fact that Radagon had their mouths symbolically sealed, as described by the Masks of Confidence, meant they did operate very closely with the royal family. Thus, it makes sense that Ranni would have one by her side, a preceptor who is able to read her destiny and advise her on the matters of fate. Yet Seluvis uses his familiarity with stars and fate to more sinister ends by reviving an Eternal City practice, the practice of puppetry. The Starlight Shards are the ingredient used by Seluvis to create his puppet potions, and we know this because we fetch him an amber shard to craft a potion for Ranni, and he takes the shards in exchange for new puppets. So with that in mind, let us read the Starlight Shards item description. An ephemeral sliver that gives off a pale blue glow. What remains of a passing flash of starlight, a prized item that was once used in the Eternal City as an ingredient in intoxicating drafts. That, of course, being the intoxicating draft known as the puppet draft. It also confirms that this is an Eternal City practice, and this is further backed up by the Night Maiden and Sword Mistress puppets, which we find in Noxtella, and these read, an old puppet crafted in the Eternal City, used to summon the spirits of a Night Maiden and Sword Mistress. These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wield flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition. So we know that the Eternal City in some ways are the precursor to the Carians in regards to their study and worship of the night skies. And so it makes sense that they too were able to manipulate the fates and create these puppets, much as Seluvis would later. In this case, it seems members of Nox Society actually volunteered for this process, showing they so fervently believe in the Age of Stars that they would sacrifice their own bodies. One thing I want to note at this stage is that the Nox and the Eternal City is evidently so closely associated with fate, the moon and the stars, and I do think they are important to the greater theme of the Age of Stars. However, I do want to keep this video kind of laser focused on the development of glintstone sorcery and the stars and the Primeval Current, so they will not feature in this video beyond what I've already mentioned now. They are due their own video and will most likely be the subject of the next video, as I'm very interested in them. So with that disclaimer out the way, let us continue. So what about fate? How does this puppet process work? And what does it have to do with our greater thesis on the stars? Well, let us look at another item description that lays bare how fate is the critical factor in this process, the Amber Starlight Shard, and its description reads the following way. An ephemeral sliver that gives off a pale amber glow. If the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draft. As such, Seluvis tries to make a puppet of Ranni, because in theory it has command over the fate of gods. So these puppet drafts abuse the connection to fate found within the stars, and by imbibing it, their fate becomes the will of someone else, the will of whoever prepared the draft. This is a clear manipulation of the fate that is found within the stars. By creating this draft, the creator can actually take command of someone's own fate by making them imbibe this potion, and I find it to be a fascinating perversion of the natural fate we find in the stars. But what it does make clear is that fate is the key ingredient in these drafts that take control over someone. It shows that fate can control the actions of an individual. When Radahn arrested the movement of the stars, he halted Ranni's ability to act in accordance with her destiny, and when manipulated, it gives the manipulator to control the puppet's fate, and therefore control their very actions. Speculation warning of this next little portion. This is immensely significant when we think about the Amber Shards. In usual FromSoft fashion, it actually doesn't make it clear whether this is actually a real idea, whether this Amber Starlight actually could control a god. Firstly, Ranni never drinks it, so we never find out. And secondly, it says this is the belief that inspired the use of these shards. The belief, so it's not a proven fact. But what if it is true? What if there are special fates and special stars that have the influence over gods themselves? In fact, if you look at the Amber Starlight item itself, it looks very, very close to another thing we see in the game, I've always wondered what the amber blade or whatever that bisects and holds Marika within the Erdtree. To me, it very well could be an amber starlight shard. This is of course speculation, but what if she is being arrested using an amber starlight shard? This is how the Great Will has in fact had her imprisoned. She cannot act because she is being manipulated by the fate of this amber shard, much as a puppet would be by an amber shard draft. That was just speculation, but I've always found the amber blade that bisects her very interesting, and I do think it looks closely like the amber starlight shard. Speculation over, let's move on. Why is this a thing? Why is fate actually dictated by the stars? And how did fate actually affect anything? Why does it have power? Why is it an actual force within the world? Well, firstly we will learn that the stars very much are an actual force within the world. A force that actually contains life. Fate could be just a human term for understanding the power that is influenced by one of the many forces that operate in the lands between. Each of the outer gods influence the world in their own way. Fate could just be the power that the stars exude over the lands between. Does it have the will of an outer god connected to it? Possibly. My focus is primarily in regards to the stars, but I think that the Age of Stars ending show there is at least a power, or a force behind, the moon, the stars, and the cosmos. And like we say, and later in this video we will explore certain aspects of the life that can be found within the stars. In short, fate is simply another force within the world that influences its agents and people within the worlds between without directly intervening itself. Consider the effect that fate actually has if it is allowed to run its full course. We see that A, it leads Renala to the moon, allowing her to become the full moon queen and in turn teach her daughter about the moon. And B, it will lead Ranni to unleash the Age of Stars. There is an endgame, a motivation, or perhaps just a natural conclusion to fate, it seems. There is a point to it, and it does just seem as if it is just one of the many influences and forces of outside powers and beings that are kind of inscrutable, but obviously have some kind of goal to affect the lands between. To truly understand the stars and the role that they play in Elden Ring, it is essential to look at glintstone sorcery and the Primeval Current. As we discussed, astrology and glintstone magic are linked. They are both the study of the stars, and so it is the glintstone sorcery and the Primeval Current that we turn to now. When it comes to glintstone, the best place to start with is Selin, for she is a master of glintstone sorcery, and it was her aim to study the deeper applications of glintstone, and this eventually had her cast out from the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Glintstone, as we will learn, is definitively linked to the Primeval Current, a force that was viewed as exceptionally dangerous, as were the methods employed by those who study it. Selin makes it clear that she will tutor us in glintstone sorcery primarily, and this is the primary medium that is used by the Raya Lucarian sorcerers to cast their spells. Indeed, glintstone does appear to be the main form of sorcery practiced by the scholars of Raya Lucaria, and I take this from the Lazuli Glintstone Crown, which reads as follows. Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study Carian sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars. Indeed, it does seem that glintstone was the main founding sorcery of the Academy in my opinion, as evidenced by the use of the word here heterodox, which essentially means contrary to orthodox. So as a result, it would imply that putting glintstone sorcery on the same level of the moon was not the orthodox way, and the orthodox way was in fact that glintstone was the primary source of sorceries. The idea that glintstone sorcery is of course the orthodox practice of sorcery is backed up by the fact that the crowns of the scholars are adorned by glintstone, as well as the fact of the robes of the Raya Lucarian sorcerers, which read, "Those who dedicate themselves to the study of glintstones, formed from a starry amber, receive this modest yet elegant deep blue garb, along with their vows of virtue and austerity." Most of the Raya Lucarian scholars do wear these blue robes, and interestingly, it is the Lazuli sorcerers who wear the white ones. There is a difference, but the majority are ones that study glintstone. However, despite it being the main medium of Raya Lucarian magic, evidently it was the way in which it was utilised which defines the different schools of magic that are represented by all the different glintstone masks that are no doubt fashioned after the likeness of their founding fathers, as well as other groups of sorcerers such as the Crystal Cadre that is mentioned in the Crystal Burst spell. The presence of the debate parlour that is set up in 2 rows of seats facing each other implies that fierce debates and ideas would be exchanged between members of these schools and thoughts. Selin belongs to an extremist school of primeval sorcerers, a certain class of glintstone sorcerers that believe that glintstone isn't merely a sorcery, but a medium that can be used to open one's mind to the abyss. So what is glintstone itself? Why is such importance placed on it? Well, a few lessons in, Sela describes the glintstone as the following.
Our art draws upon the powers embedded in glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days.
To help us comprehend the nature of this material, she compares it to amber. And of course, this amber is most likely the amber of the Erdtree, as described in various talismans, such as the Viridian Amber Medallion, which reads as follows. A medallion with a Viridian amber inlaid. The Erdtree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious jewels in the age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. A primordial life energy resides inside. As Selen says, the amber preserves ancient life, most likely life from the primordial crucible, given the word primordial is used in the aforementioned amber medallion. The interesting thing here, firstly, is that it is compared to essentially the amber of the Erdtree. The Erdtree and the stars are often seen as opposing, yet similar forces, and this is why it is analogous to it, for while there's amber for the Erdtree, there's glintstone from the stars, and it is interesting because you can track back these analogies to different aspects of both forces. Selen curiously says that analogous to this, glintstone contains residual life, and thus contains the life of the stars. The primordial life contained within the amber grants the bearer a modicum of its powers to improve vitality and fitness, and likewise, glintstone can be used to harness the residual life of the stars to extraordinary results, resulting in the power that we see in glintstone sorcery. So glintstone, while not containing the actual stars themselves, seems to contain their residual essence, or an imprint of their life energy, that can be harnessed to great effect. Selen expands upon this in her final dialogue of her quest, where she says,
Do you recall what once I told you? That glintstone is the amber of the cosmos, and sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein.
So glintstone, having the residual energy of the stars, is therefore the study of the life contained within the stars, because it contains an imprint of that life. So how is this actual material formed? Amber is formed from the sap of the Erdtree, as we saw from the amber medallion, and essentially it coalesces from the runoff as direct from the tree itself. In this way, glintstone is similar in that it is formed from the runoff of the stars. And we learn about the material's formation within the lands between from the founding reign of stars, which reads as follows. The eldest primeval sorcery, said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer, a sorcery of legendary status, summons a dark cloud of stars overhead. Shortly after, the cloud will release a violent deluge of star rain. This sorcery can be cast in motion. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down upon this land. So this spell itself is a reflection of the beginning of glintstone sorcery, and the oldest of the primeval sorceries itself. Again, highlighting this intrinsic link between the glintstone and its primeval current. Let us now walk through the important event that this item description details. An astrologer, someone we know studies the threads of fate within the stars, somehow glimpsed at the primeval current. This glimpse of what he saw, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw, became real, and then the glintstone rained down upon the mortal realm. The astrologer looked into the primeval void, the primeval abyss of the stars itself, and it became real, manifesting the reign of the stars. Let's look upon the spell itself. It seems to open a cloud of nebulous energy, and releases a downpour of star rain. So what the astrologer must have glimpsed when he looked into the primeval current was this dark nebula. And we will discuss near the end of this video what staring into the primeval current seems to actually be. But what is the vitality of the stars? What residual life does the glintstone contain? Well, we do actually meet a star in-game, and this is Astiel, also known as Natural Born of the Void, or Stars of Darkness. Astiel's remembrance reads, Remembrance of Astiel, natural born of the void, a malformed star born in the flightless void far away, once destroyed an eternal city, and took away their sky. A falling star of ill omen. So Astiel is referred to as a malformed star, and again a star of ill omen, cementing the fact that Astiel is actually a star, but an atypical one given the use of the word malformed, meaning that we can assume that the other stars within the void are actually far different from Astiel and maybe not even as alive as he looks. But nonetheless, he is a star, and this is of course reinforced by the bastard star item description, which confirms that Astiel is a star due to the fact this item is made from star debris of Astiel's body. Is it possible that the residual life contained within the glintstone is like that of Astiel and his more regular star kin? I believe so, and so it makes therefore easier to understand the nature of the life energy that we find preserved within the glintstone, the amber of the cosmos. There is actually life within the stars, and it also harkens back to what we talked about fate. Now that we understand there is actually life and consciousness and thought within the stars, it makes it easier to understand why fate could be used to control pawns within the lands between. As Selin said, the glintstone sorcery is a study of the stars, and the very use of that sorcery is an act of unlocking the secrets held within the glintstone, and thus the stars. So to me, the toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royals that she talks about must be the more mundane view, that glintstone sorcery is just another form of magic that can be used in equal balance with that of the moon, rather than seeing glintstone as a way to unlock the secrets of the abyss that Selin sees it as. I think the ultimate aim of the primeval sorcerers, of which Selin is of course one, is to ascend to starhood, and I think that her studies have already been successful to a degree. So to help illustrate this fact, I want to refer back to the Raya Lucarian sorcerer robes, as it mentions something interesting. It mentions extended life. I believe that their close proximity to glintstone, and this is just speculation of course, would have had an effect on the body, much like handling a radioactive material, and as such they are affected by the glintstone and therefore the cosmos in a way. And to me this is what we see when we talk about Selin's primal glintstone. Its description tells us that this is in essence her soul, and it is transferable. I speculate that through her studies, she has transformed her own soul, so that it too is a sort of amber, where the residual life of Selin is contained within this glintstone. Where the regular glintstone holds the life of stars, her primal glintstone holds her very soul, and thus she is effectively immortal while this primal glintstone exists. Indeed, I assume that Azure and Lusat have done something similar, as we can see their body is almost completely glintstone at this stage. Everything the primeval sorcerers do seems to be a step in making themselves closer to the stars. Lusat and Azure, and now as we can see Zelin, augment their bodies with glintstone, making themselves closer to the stars that the glintstone contains. This type of scholarship and thinking has clearly been driven out by the Carian royal family and the Academy in general, as we can see from the exile of Lusat, Azure and Selin, all of the primeval sorcerers driven out, despite them all actually being prestigious sorcerers at one time or another. Azure and Lusat both wear Grandmaster robes, suggesting they once held positions of great authority within the Academy, and Selin seems to have been held in a similar regard, as we see her in paintings alongside the likes of Renala throughout the Academy. And indeed Thops knows that she is an illustrious and well-known student, one of the greatest of Raya Lucaria. We earn the trust of the Graven Witch by coming into contact with her old mentor, primeval sorcerer Azure. Azure appears to us almost catatonic, and yet he still seems to react to our presence enough to award us with Comet Azure, a primeval sorcery. And the sorcery's description gives us a really clear insight into what this primeval current is, and what primeval sorcery is all about. But let us return to that in a moment. Regardless, despite the bizarre and alien nature of our interaction with Azure, Selin is now willing to trust us, as it seems that Azure has passed judgment on us and found us reliable. Selin then unveils the true nature of primeval sorcery and the reason of her study of glintstone. So it firstly gives us a little history lesson on primeval and glintstone sorcery.
If you recall, I was exiled from the Academy of Raya Lucaria. It was for attempting to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. The toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family can rot for all I care. I want glintstone sorceries that open our minds, unbound by terrestrial taboos, no matter what we give in return. Master Lusat is another founding glintstone sorcerer, and like Master Azure, he was banished from the Academy. Now he languishes in prison somewhere. My apprentice, can you find Master Lusat? With this glintstone key, you should be able to cross the boundary that encloses him. I need him to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. He's nigh a child of the stars. Such is his body now.
Azure, and as we later learned Lusat, were founding glintstone sorcerers, meaning that they were among the first who saw glintstone as a medium of sorcery, and while they would pursue it to its deepest recesses of study, the Carian royal family would promote a toothless and reductive school of this magic based on their findings. She also tells us that the ultimate aim of the primeval school of sorcery is to restore the primeval current of glintstone, and somehow open our minds beyond terrestrial taboos. We can see this opening of the mind when we visit Lusat and Azure. These are the primeval sorcerers who have taken their studies into glintstone to the next level. We see that their bodies are covered and augmented with glintstone. It is more than just an adornment, as we learn from the description of Azure's crown, which reads, "Crown of Azure, Primeval Current Sorcerer, set with a prominent blue-green glintstone. This crown replaced Azure's brain and skull altogether, and now, removed from his body, it is all but dead. What power remains within raises the potency of Azure's primeval current sorceries." We also find that the description for Lusat's crown is more or less the same, and so let us examine the ramifications of this piece of lore. Lusat and Azure have essentially replaced their brains with glintstone, meaning their mind is literally glintstone and therefore connected to the vitality of the stars. One cannot help recall Selen's statement about opening our mind unbound by terrestrial taboos. I think it is fair to say that whatever Lusat and Azure are experiencing within their glintstone minds are something far beyond our mortal perceptions, and it in turn explains the alien interactions that we have with them both. God knows how they perceived our arrival, and perhaps they did not perceive us in the mundane sense that a human would sense. Rather, perhaps the lines of fate or the lines of the stars revealed to them that this was the moment to impart their sorcery. It is of course just speculation, but one can't find these interactions to be rather curious when in fact we learn that their minds are no longer actually brains, but in fact made entirely of glintstone. One can't help but wonder what they see, think and feel on a daily basis. Indeed, Selen even comments on Master Lusat's form. Indeed, in her final dialogue she refers to herself and followers as fallen children of the stars, and that with honing the primeval current they can beam with brilliance once again. So it is clear to me that these primeval sorcerers yearn to connect to the stars, and even become one of the stars themselves. And to this end Lusat and Azure have replaced most of their bodies with a material connected to the stars themselves. They are children of the stars. Selen is now the continuation of the primeval sorcerer line. A self-professed child of the stars, she doesn't see herself as someone on the mortal plane who should be confined by terrestrial taboos, as she calls it in our initial conversation with her about glintstone and the primeval current. Her expulsion and title, the Graven Witched, is actually well earned, but it can be quite easily missed by the player what she has actually done wrong. I admit on my first playthrough, I would believe that she was being persecuted merely for her beliefs that weren't in line for those of the royal family. Yet Jeren, a witch hunter of the royal family, lays a heavy charge at her door.
She was known as the Graven Witch. Obsessed by the primeval current, countless sorcerers fell to her hand. The most dangerous mage in the entire history of Rhea Lucaria's academy.
He calls her the most dangerous sorcerer in all of Rhea Lucarian history, and that she has a body count essentially. She is the Graven Witch. Graven meaning an engraven in stone, and it directly relates to the Graven School or Graven Mass, which are the odd glintstone multi-head enemies that we find in the lands between. Let's not beat around the bush any longer, and find out what these things are. We learn the truth from the Graven School talisman, which reads as follows. A talisman depicting a school of Graven mages, the nightmare of the academy. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. So the horror of these enemies is fully revealed. In their obsession with reactivating the primeval current and becoming stars themselves, they have committed horrific human experimentation. Remember, Selen considers earthly taboos as meaningless. As the description of the talisman reads, This is just research to them, too important to be confined by human morality, which they no longer really see themselves as part of humanity. We learn further from the Graven Mass talisman that the Graven Mass was the first of the Graven schools, and it continued to haunt the Academy. And indeed, we do find the Graven Mass within the Academy, the first attempt at a Graven school. It is in what looks to be a sealed off and guarded room that is guarded by a page of the Academy. It is a room filled with crystals, and the Graven Mass at its centre. Interestingly, it is also where we find the staff of Azure himself. This makes sense because Azure is a founding glintstone sorcerer and one of the first primeval sorcerers. It is most likely that it was he who pioneered this method of graven schools. If I'm allowed to speculate with the environmental storytelling and the item that we find here, I would suggest that glintstone was used as the power source to complete such a ritual, and given Azure's staffs present, it was most likely that he oversaw this first experiment, and this was the action that will have seen him expelled from the Academy's gates. Returning to the talisman, it says that it continues to haunt the Academy. Evidently this was a failed experiment, as the corpse of this tortured being stares at us with dead eyes. It lies there limply, as a corpse of an horrific, abominable experiment. No doubt scared of the potential risk for harm or accident, the Academy has just sealed off this chamber, rather than try and clear it out. A stark monument to the ambitions of Azure and the primeval sorcerers. We can see that there's evidently some method to the madness. Glintstone is connected to the stars, and so attempting to make a living star from its power, as if it is a catalyst or a seed for a new star, so they can all ascend together as one amalgamous star, does make sense in a way given that Glintstone is connected to the stars. Indeed, in the Graven Mass lab, we can see star stuff in the air, as if the pure concentration of glintstone magic is opening some kind of connection to the stars. This is also interesting if we look at it in conjunction with something that we've seen Selene say previously. She was banished for attempting to restore the primeval current of glintstone sorcery. This suggests that the primeval current has been active already, and indeed if we look at the primeval sorceries of Azure and Lusat, then it seems that both were able to touch and activate its power in some way. It is possible that upon the creation of this Graven Mass, Azure did connect to the primeval current as described in Comet Azure, and we could speculate that this is actually when he experienced what is described in Comet Azure's item description. Having looked at these beings, Selene's title of Graven Witch makes sense now. As the Graven Witch, she clearly was notorious for forging new Graven schools in an attempt to forge a starseed and connect to the primeval current. Selene's final fate makes it clear that these are, at least, semi-conscious sorcerers forged together with glintstone masks, making sorceress powers and glintstones as the main ingredients for this being. Thops confirms that she was in fact accused of abusing and mistreating other sorcerers.
Selene was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selene was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selene would never do such things.
Interestingly, her connection to the Graven schools is cemented by the presence of her painting in the room with the Graven Mass, the sole painting of any sorcerer in the entire room. Yet we can clearly see that the Graven schools have not worked, and instead of being stars they are horrific abominations spewing uncontrollable magics. Jaren's accusations now take on a new sinister hue, and as much as Selene may treat us with kindness as her pupil, it is clear that she views much of traditional morality as a hindrance. Yet what is the purpose of these Graven Mass schools? Well, the talismans make it clear that they are meant to be starseeds, so I believe that the intention behind these Graven Mass is that they will forge and become a new star. This clearly is the aim of Selene herself, as she states at their final dialogue that she and her followers are children of the stars.
Do you see this? The Queen of Caria is no more. With the bodies of Masters Azure and Lusat returned, the Academy can hone the primeval current, so that we, fallen children of the stars, shall beam with brilliance once again.
This is the ultimate and pitiful fate of Selene and her mentors. Selene tells us, upon her victory, that the bodies of Lusat and Azure have been returned to the Academy, and so the primeval current can be reached again. Yet where are they? We never actually see them. Indeed, we see that Lusat and Azure are gone from their original locations, and ominously, their crowns are left behind. Would you so easily leave your brain and skull behind? After Selin's triumph, if we rest or return to the area later, we find that she is absent, and the Full Moon Queen is restored. Selin is apparently nowhere to be seen at first, and this is until we turn to the side and notice a graven skull, and one of the faces on this graven skull stands out from the rest, a witch's glintstone mask at the top right of the graven skull. And upon talking to this thing, we can confirm that what is ever left of Selin is now a constituent part of the graven skull.
My friend,
Before I fully understood what the graven skulls were, I believed Rennala had a hand in Selin's fate here, and indeed, given Renala's ability to rebirth, it is possible that she still rebirthed Selin and her followers in a type of fitting and ironic punishment. But in my opinion, given what we actually know about Selin, I think it is Selin that did this to herself. She is the Graven Witch after all, with someone who has the knowledge to produce such abominations. She has told us her plan all along, to restore the Primeval Current and ascend to starhood. And in fact, one of the last things that she says before we don't see her anymore in her human form is that she and her followers will once again beam with brilliance. And I believe that she then attempted to form herself into a graven skull. She needed Lusat and Azure for this to restore the Primeval Current. Why did she need them? We never actually see why she needs them after us hunting them down for her. My conclusion? She believed that with sorcerers such as Lusat and Azure, people that were essentially star children, that this graven skull would finally be a success, and she and the others that formed this seed alongside Azure and Lusat would ascend to the stars. So I believe that Lusat, Azure and Selin are all making up part of this graven skull. Yet from her pained dialogue as the graven skull, we can see that she finally understands the futility of this ridiculous practice, and it is ironic that she'll be forced to exist this way, with the Primeval Current far out of reach. Let us now speak on Selin's shadow throughout her quest, Jeren. Why is Jeren hunting Selin? What are his real motivations? Well, to me, it is a result of Selin's own motivations. She sees the Carians as an obstacle to achieving her ultimate aim. She cares not for the toothless pedantry peddled by the Carian royal family, and in fact, at the end of her quest, she does usurp the Carian royal family, so it makes sense that Jeren, as someone who serves the Carian royal family, would want to stop Selin. Jeren is in fact the agent of the Carian royal family, and we do learn this from his armor set, in case you were unsure as to why I'm saying that. As I highlighted via the Lazuli Glintstone mask, Carian schools of thought place the moon on equal footing with Glintstone, and this very idea must have infuriated primeval sorcerers such as Selin, who saw the Glintstone as the source of everything important, the source of the Primeval Current, the most important thing to Selin. And so we come to the crux of the entire video. What is the Primeval Current? Warning, what follows is a lot of my own speculation and deduction, but I do believe it leads to a logical and satisfying conclusion. I believe that Selin gave us the answer in some of her dialogue right near the beginning of her quest. She says she wishes to restore the Primeval Current of Glintstone. The Primeval Current is something that is connected to the Glintstone itself, and in tandem with the primeval sorceries, the answer to me is this. The Primeval Current is a current of energy that flows through and can be harnessed and accessed through Glintstone, and the current connects to the primordial birthplace of the stars, the Void. The aim of the primeval sorcerers, in my mind, is to connect with the Primeval Current, access this primordial birthing place of the stars, and become stars themselves. Some of the primeval sorceries, for me, are the best evidence for this hypothesis. Let us look at the Stars of Ruin item description, which reads, "When Lusat glimpsed into Primeval Current, he beheld the final moments of a great star cluster, and upon seeing it, he too was broken." So looking into the current is being able to look beyond our terrestrial lands and into the void of the stars themselves. It is a current that allows one to connect to this far-off void abyss where stars exist, leading one to witness extraordinary stellar events like Lusat did in this instance. When Lusat beheld the Primeval Current, he witnessed the death of an entire group of stars, an event so incomprehensible, beautiful, terrifying, and mind-blowing for a human to witness, that he was left broken. Now let us look at the Comet Azure's description, which reads, "Legendary sorcery devised by Azure, Primeval Sorcerer. Fires a tremendous comet in a torrent akin to the distant starry expanse, the place said to be the origin of Glintstone. When Azure glimpsed into the primeval current, he saw darkness. He was left both bewitched and fearful of the abyss. So the first thing of relevant is that it says torrent, akin to the disty starry expanse, the place said to be the origin of glintstone, the origin of the stars themselves. Looking at the spell, it does look like a torrent, a current, and when I first heard the word primeval current, I did imagine it to be a stream of metaphysical energy that doesn't necessarily exist in one set place or time. It is something that connects to where the stars are formed, and indeed the wording of this spell implies that it is a facsimile of the current itself, a primeval torrent of energy that can be accessed through the glintstone. And again, by reaching and looking into this metaphysical energy source through glintstone, Azure was able to glimpse the birthplace of the stars, the distant abyss. So that leads us on to the next point of interest, is that we quite often get reference to the primeval current being associated with a darkness or abyss. As I've said, when you look into the lore connected to the primeval current, it becomes patently clear that this energy source connects to the void in which stars are formed. And by peering into it, by reaching into it, by connecting to it, the primeval sorcerer may get a glimpse of that deep dark of the void that is something so beyond and incomprehensible to the human world. And in this void, they can witness the death and birth of stars. This too is reflected by the founding reign of stars that we looked at earlier, whereby connecting to the primeval current, the mentioned astrologer opened a rift to the abyss, and from that abyss fell the glintstone. One thing that may help to illustrate and add to this discussion is the original Japanese of the founding reign of stars, and how it more clearly connects in Japanese to Asteel and the void in general. Once again, like I did in my last video, I rely on my fellow content creator, Last Protagonist, who was kind enough to translate the following item descriptions for me. Their channel covers Elden Ring in depth, looking at lore, translation, and NPC triggers, and I highly recommend that you check them out, and thank you again to Last Protagonist. When I asked Protagonist to review the founding Reign of Stars item description, they made it clear that while it is a decent translation, it does miss out a linguistic link to the word darkness, and that this item description says something along the lines of, call a nebula of darkness in the sky. Adding to this, he claims that the same word for darkness is quite often used in association with Asteel, who most closely translates to spawn of darkness rather than natural born of the void. Furthermore, in line with this idea of darkness, they translated Asteel's remembrance as the following. Remembrance of the spawn of darkness. In the distant past, a star malformed was born in the lightless darkness. It destroyed the eternal city long ago. It's a malevolent comet that stole the sky from them. Again, big thanks to Last Protagonist. This simply isn't something I could look at myself, and I will link their channel below. So again, this reinforces the idea that there is an abyss or void that is connected to the birthplace of the stars. Darkness is clearly associated with beings such as Asteel, given we can make waves of darkness, Ash of War, from Asteel's remembrance. More importantly, it creates a linguistic link between the primeval current and Asteel, given that it is linked to Reign of Founding Stars, which is of course one of the primeval sorceries, and to Asteel, both using the term darkness quite clearly in their descriptions. This will reiterate what I have said already. The primeval current links to the source of the stars, a place of darkness, a void, an abyss that birthed Asteel much as it birthed the founding reign of stars, the source of all glintstone. The primeval current is the energy source that taps into this primordial birthing place of the stars, and by channeling the power of glintstone, one can connect to the primeval current and thus reach into the void where stars themselves are gestated. Therefore, the aims of the primeval sorcerers are not completely insane, are they? By touching the source and energy of the primeval stars, surely they could become a star themselves, couldn't they? One final note I will end on is, whilst it makes it clear that the primeval current is connected to this primordial birthing of the stars, I think we aren't meant to fully comprehend what it is. The whole point of cosmic horror, as is described in Bloodborne and in this game, is that you aren't meant to fully understand it. The primeval sorcerers don't fully understand it. We learn that Losat, his mind is blown by what he sees when he taps into the primeval current. But what is important to remember is that primeval current is something that can be channeled through glintstone sorcery, and through channeling and reaching into the primeval current, we can view a place that is far removed from the terrestrial bounds of our Earth, a place in which the stars themselves are formed and born. Elden Ring, in many ways, may appear to be a classic fantasy game, and yet beneath that surface, we find a lot of cosmic lore, interwoven masterfully to create a fascinating story. Incredible beings like Estelle and the mysterious plots of the Nox, before the final reveal of the Elden Beast. These are extremely pleasant reveals to the first-time player, who may not have expected such elements to exist in this world. But with these more cosmic elements come questions. Like Bloodborne, part of the appeal with these grand cosmic plots is that they are meant to feel beyond our comprehension. The Crystallians, the Cataclysm of the Eternal Cities, and Estelle, natural born of the Void. These are all subjects we can understand on a surface level, but they do offer some unusual and challenging questions in the lore. Why did Estelle destroy the Eternal City? What brought Estelle to the Eternal City? What are the Crystallians and who made them? What is gravity magic? How can Estelle jump from point to point during our fight? Why is there an Onyx Lord and an Alabaster Lord? In this video we will be exploring questions like this, and some of the deeper themes found in Elden Ring regarding the cosmic elements of the story. So join me this week as we explore the various cosmic elements found in Elden Ring. I would like to give a shout out at this point to Quailag and VLimit, whose videos were both highly influential on many of the base ideas found in this video. I will reference them directly at certain points, but I think it's important to note that their videos have been instrumental in my own basic understanding. The stars remain distant to the denizens of the lands between, as they do for us in the real world, and the astrologers of an earlier age would locate to the mountain tops of the giants in order to be closer to the subject of their study. The fascination with the stars would continue throughout the history of the lands between. In fact, it would become central to many communities' identity, such as the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria, and to the banished Nox, and in some ways the silver power of the stars is seen as an opposing force to the gold of the greater will. We learn that the stars are born in a lightless void, via the description found in Estelle's remembrance. We assume that this is the same abyss witnessed by Azure, as the description of Azure's comet reads, "When Azure glimpsed into the primeval current, he saw darkness. He was left both bewitched and fearful of the abyss." So it is fair to say that the stars are far removed from the mundane plane of existence, being born and existing in a dark abyss. This of course makes us think of the stars in our real world, which exist in the dark void of space. No doubt what this abyss is alluding to. That being said, the primeval current seems to offer some kind of metaphysical connection to said abyss, meaning it may not exist the same way spatially as our space does in real life. And if you'd like a full look at the primeval current and how it may connect the lands between to the realm of the stars, then please take a look at my Primeval Current lore video. And yet, while the stars remain far removed physically and metaphysically, fortunately, there is a medium in the lands between that allows sorcerers to connect with the stars in a different manner. I am of course referring to glintstone. Indeed, we find crystal glintstone growths all over the lands between, mostly in Liurnia of course, and thankfully we do have some in-game lore as to how this material came to be on the mortal plane. The founding glintstone sorcery, Founding Reign of Stars, reputedly describes the event as how glintstone came to be here, and the description reads as follows. The eldest primeval sorcery, said to have been discovered by an ancient astrologer, summons a dark cloud of stars overhead. Shortly after, the cloud will release a violent deluge of star rain. Thought to be the founding glintstone sorcery, the glimpse of the primeval current that the astrologer saw became real, and the stars amber rained down on this land. In short, what this describes is that an astrologer, someone researching into the stars, managed to glimpse or connect with the primeval current, and as a result, a dark, nebulous space cloud appeared overhead and rained down star rain. I find it interesting to note that the glintstone, or the element of the stars that's released here onto the land, is described as a liquid, as star rain, mainly because of the form that we see glintstone taking in the lands between in-game, that of crystal growths. In the real world, crystals grow or form, usually when superheated liquid rock begins to cool and harden, and the molecules arrange themselves in a uniform fashion, and they can grow larger as more and more molecules are added to this arrangement. So again, it's a nice attention to detail that FromSoftware described the initial deluge as a liquid, so we can presume that this star energy rained down as a liquid and then would begin to harden into glintstone crystal. Of course, this crystal is very different from the crystals we'd expect in real life, as it is no ordinary liquid that is inside these crystals. And indeed, Selin educates us on the very nature of glintstone.
Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while glintstone contains residual life, and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein.
So glintstone is like an amber that contains the residual life energy of the stars. Simply put, this is crystallized star stuff, and that is why Selin and her fellow primeval sorcerers don't want people to forget that this isn't just magic, but is literally the study and manipulation of stars. And of course, stars are essentially in a constant state of thermonuclear fusion, and they produce vast amount of energy and radiation, and therefore it is no surprise that glintstone, containing the energy of the stars, behaves almost like a radioactive material. Given that stars and radioactivity give off so much energy, it is no surprise that glintstone is the perfect medium to power sorceries. However, we can see the radioactive nature of glintstone when we look at how it affects organic beings that interact with it over a period of long exposure. Firstly, we have the glintstone dragons. There are many found on top of Moonlight Altar, but specifically there are two named members of this subrace, known as Smaragd and Adula. Both Adula and Smaragd are literally suffused with glintstone. Not only has it warped their bodies with crystal growths protruding from their skin, but it has also tainted their fire with a glintstone hue and provided them with the ability to use magic. We learn of how this came to pass by reading Smaragd's glintstone breath item description, which reads as follows. Smaragd was a devourer of sorcerers, and over time, his body became corrupted by their glintstones. So this almost seems like it was by accident, because he was feasting on sorcerers, which obviously makes sense if he is in Liurnia, and he also swallowed the glintstones they had on them, for example in their crowns that they wear, or in their staffs, and no doubt the other glintstones that they carried on their person, and this corrupted him over time with the glintstone. And we learn from Adula's Moonblade that he too was a devourer of sorcerers, and thus it was obviously the same process that led to his corruption. There are of course further examples of this exposure, this radioactive reaction, especially when we look at the glintstone miners. Evidently being a miner of glintstone would be a prolonged exposure to this material, and the effects are plain for all to see. So much glintstone has taken over their body that even their eye sockets have been replaced by the material. And of course there are examples of animals that live in harmony with glintstone that have also been affected by its radioactive properties, such as the crystal snails, who again not only have glintstone growing out of their bodies, but also breathe a sort of glintstone breath. Of course, one of the main interesting observations of the effects of glintstone is when we look at the primeval sorcerers, Azure and Lusat, two of the founding primeval sorcerers. As many will know, the outfits that Azure and Lusat wear aren't really outfits. They are actually growths that have taken over large parts of their bodies, including different organs. And I will read Lusat's crown now. This crown replaced Lusat's brain and skull altogether, and now removed from his body, it is all but dead. And now his manchettes corroded by blue glintstones. Lusat had reached a near inorganic state. Indeed, almost inorganic, more like stone or crystal. Even when one swings their sword at one of the legendary sorcerers, your weapon deflects off it, with both the noise and effect suggesting that underneath the skin that they have left, they are more or less completely glintstone. And this is backed up by the shaky, creaky way their hand opens when handing you a primeval sorcery. I would suggest that Lusat and Azur's long relationship with glintstone and their exposure to the Primeval Current is responsible for their transformation, whether intentional or not, though given the aims of the primeval sorcerers to become more like stars, this would certainly be seen as a win. Given that glintstone contains the vitality of the stars, and glintstone has taken over the brain of Lusat and Azur, and they are still able to operate, shows that they must operate on a new plane that is beyond our comprehension. Though I suspect Azur and Lusat really are essentially dead, how could they be alive when their original organs, their original brains, have been completely taken over? But yet there is some kind of being here. It does hand us a primeval sorcery, and it does move. And to understand that, I think we should finally come to the true focus of this chapter, what we have been teeing up for, and that is the mysterious Crystallians. The confusing nature of both Lusat and Azur, and the Crystallians themselves, I think is summed up well by the description found in the Shattering Crystal spell, which reads, "The Crystallians are inorganic beings, yet they live." This of course alludes to the fact that while glintstone is an inorganic material, it contains life energy within it. And for those who maybe question if Crystallians actually are made of glintstone, due to their colour being different from the regular greeny-blue crystals, there are more than one shade of glintstone. Specifically, Azur's manchettes refer to a green-blue variant, while Lusat's refer to a blue variant. Indeed, these different colour varieties are reflected on the colour of crystals found on Azur and Lusat themselves, and Smaragd and Adula themselves, who both have green-blue and blue respectively. The Crystallians, unlike the Alabaster Lords, were not born, but in fact created, and we learn of this via the Crystallian Ashes, which read, "Spirit that wields round Crystallian blades, both big and small. Its sturdy body itself hewn from crystal long ago." These beings were hewn, meaning that they were sculpted from glintstone, as a statue would be from marble. But why would this happen? What could be the purpose behind the creation of these bizarre creatures? Well, there does seem to be a purpose to them, as their purpose and creator are mentioned in the description of the Crystal Spear, which reads, "The inscrutable Crystallians have but one clear purpose, to safeguard their crystals unto the end." One theory posits that they yearn for the return of their creator, who will carve for them new brethren. There is a lot of uncertainty in this statement, but it at least hints at a purpose behind the original crafting of these beings, defending the glintstone crystals. This being the original reason for their creation does seem to line up with their visual design, as they are most likely inspired by the 1915 silent film known as The Golem, and credit to Reddit user Formal Cryptographer for making this connection. According to Wikipedia, this film is based on Jewish and European folklore, and tells the story of a golem that was created by a rabbi to protect the Jewish people. It would therefore make sense if these glintstone golems were made by a glintstone sorcerer to protect glintstone. This tracks with the placement of every Crystallian we meet in-game, found as bosses in Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, Celia Hideaway, Academy Crystal Cave, and Altus Tunnel. These are all caves and tunnels that are associated with glintstone crystals. This also extends to the overworld variants that we face as well, found in Moonlight Altar and Liurnia all around crystal growths. The only exception to this rule are the rotten ones we find in the Hellofresh, but this can be explained away by them being so afflicted by the cosmic power of the Scarlet Rot that they now serve its power and its vector in this world, which is of course Melania. However, returning to the Crystallians, these aren't just mindless automatons. They are spirits that have their own way of thinking, referred to as the Wisdom of Stone. For example, the Crystal Staff item description reads, "The Crystallian's faint cogitation is known as the Wisdom of Stone. This staff can only be wielded by those of intellect high enough to grasp such wisdom." So let us put some points into intellect and try and understand what is happening here. Cogitation is described by Oxford Dictionary as the action of thinking deeply about something, contemplation. So in essence, it is just their thinking process, and I think this word is used to convey that these beings still make decisions, but just without the use of an organic brain, or an organ that does something similar. So this process for these beings seems to be the result of this wisdom of stone, a concept that is apparently hard to grasp for the human mind. However, we can make some educated guesses by re-examining what the crystallians actually are. They are crystal, yes, but what is inside of these crystals, inside of the glintstone? The residual life energy of the stars. My speculation is that while these golems were human, and given automation and a purpose by their creator, no doubt by magic, I believe it is the life inherent within these beings, within their crystals, that drives their decision making, like a collective memory or a hive mind of the stars that exists within the residual star energies. It is through glintstone that primeval sorcerers like Lusat and Azure are able to connect with the Primeval Current, a current which connects the stars. And indeed the crystallians themselves are apparently close to the Primeval Current, for the description of the shattering crystal spell reads, "The crystallians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the Primeval Current, and as such, they are revered guests of the sorcerers." So the crystallians are closely linked to the Primeval Current, the metaphysical conduit that connects one to the stars, again suggesting that this is what guides their cogitation, a sort of gestalt consciousness that obviously operates in a way that we can understand, that is a gift to the celestial. So that of course makes the crystallians a unique opportunity for sorcerers. As we just saw from the item description, these are the revered guests of sorcerers. They are connected to the stars, and yet they can operate, almost, as a human. For we know they aren't just mindless, and that they have ranks. For example, the crystal release spell reads, "The sorcery used by high-ranking adepts among the crystallians," meaning that there are different ranks and hierarchy within their quote-unquote society. We also know that they are capable of making deals, as we learn of an arrangement between themselves and the Carians via magic downpour, which reads, "One of the sorceries of the Carian royal family, said to have been taught by the crystallians to mark the swearing of the Old Concord." This spell is very interesting, mainly because it appears to be a form of magic rain, which again makes us think of that original star deluge described in the founding Reign of Stars. Again, I believe this illustrates how close the crystallians are to the Primeval Current and to the very stars themselves, hence the unique interest in them. Of course, others are no doubt interested in the crystallians, not just the Carians. We learn of the Crystal Cadre via the spell Crystal Barrage, who seem to be a unique group of Raya-Lucarian sorcerers who are interested in learning from the crystallians and their power. Of course, given that they cleave close to the Primeval Current, I have no doubt that primeval sorcerers would be highly interested in communing with the crystallians. And many people may question whether a human could have created these beings if they are teaching sorcerers so much, but I think that is incorrect, because the crystallians, yes, were made like any other golem, crafted from a material and probably used magic to give them life, but that doesn't change the fact they are made from glintstone, the literal residual life energy of the stars, and it is that connection that allows them to have unique spells that even their creator may not have known about. But that leaves the question, who did create these golems? Who is the creator mentioned in the Crystal Spear description? Well, I think I have already mainly answered this when we spoke on their visual design. Given their purpose and the visual callback to the film The Golem, it seems to suggest that it would have been a sorcerer with a vested interest in keeping glintstone safe that created them. Perhaps an esteemed sorcerer like Lusat or Azure, or perhaps it is the astrologer described in the founding Reign of Stars. We know that Lusat and Azure are responsible for the other primeval sorceries, but we do not have the name of the astrologer that discovered the founding Reign of Stars. Perhaps, upon finding the glintstone from his connection to the Primeval Current, following the deluge of star rain, this astrologer was desperate to keep the new glintstone safe, and thus fashioned the glintstone golems. known as the Crystallians. That is my speculation, but at this point in time, the most likely candidate to me is the astrologer mentioned in the Founding Reign of Stars, or one of the other primeval sorcerers of the capability and power to build such beings. So we have spoken on the unique qualities of glintstone and its power, and how this energy can be used to create sorceries. Yet what many probably don't realise is that gravity magic is actually a derivative form of glintstone magic, and we learn of this via the description of the Meteorite of Estelle, which reads, "One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces, a manifestation of the power with which Estelle levelled the Eternal City." So in the next chapter, we will be examining gravity magic, as well as the beings that are strongly associated with it, the Onyx and Alabaster Lords. Gravity, in layman's terms, is essentially a force of attraction between bodies of mass. When there is mutual attraction between certain bodies, such as planets, stars, etc., then it determines the motion of these bodies in a system of balance, such as our solar system. So when we learn that gravity magic is just a glintstone sorcery, or a star sorcery, that manipulates gravitational forces, then this makes sense. Stars are celestial bodies that have gravitational pulls, and so it makes sense that beings like Estelle, a malformed star, can manipulate gravity to redirect meteorites as it sees fit, especially when we consider that this is all magics, and so any inconsistency to the science of our real world can of course be chalked up to this. With that being said, there are a lot of fascinating allusions that can be used to enrich our understanding of some of the symbolism found within the game, as well as help us understand the mysterious beings who are most closely tied to gravity magic, the Onyx and Alabaster Lords. We learn that the Alabaster and Onyx Lords are an ancient race that came to this world via a meteorite, as their swords read, "A race of ancients with skin of stone, who are said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago." This is a fascinating origin story for these really alien people. What is specifically of interest here is that it states they are risen to life when the meteorite struck, not that they came with the meteorite. This then brings us to their skin of stone. For me it makes sense that these beings are born of the meteorites themselves, born of the material found within these meteors, and that they rose to life from the very meteor themselves. Meteors come in three main classifications: iron, stone, and stony iron, and I think it would be fair to say that most laymen would believe that meteorites to be made of stone, hence the choice to describe them as stony-skinned, as it would lead us to conclude that these beings are made from the meteorites themselves. Indeed, if we examine their skin up close, it looks like they have mineral veins running through the stone skin, much like a stony iron meteorite might have. Again, I would remind you that gravity magic is the magic of glintstone, which in turn is the residual life energy of the stars. If I was to speculate on the precise nature of these beings, I would estimate them to be beings formed of the meteorite, given life by residual star vitality. To me they are just another celestial being, and good evidence how intimately connected these beings are to space is the way in which they can appear, as in most situations when we encounter them, they appear to be physically absent before coming through a nebulous porthole, as if they can spatially displace themselves. Indeed, if they de-aggro from the player, they will actually return to where they came from, showing that this is an ability that they can use at will. It is similar to the abilities of Estelle, who is also able to teleport around the arena when we fight them, but we will further discuss the significance of this ability and how it can relate to gravity magic later on. Returning to the Onyx and Alabaster Lords themselves, the fact they are called Lords is interesting, and I ran this by Mirko, the translator for Sabako no Meiku, who has done translations on my channel before, to see if this lines up with the Japanese, and indeed they confirmed that they would be referred to as kings in their estimation. Either way, these titles suggest that they hold some kind of authority in the lands between, and this of course makes sense due to the sheer power that they possess. Indeed, this seems to be directly stated as the reason for their authority in the description of the meteorite spell, which reads, "The sorcery originates from the Onyx Lords, who had skin of stone. and were called lords in reverential fear of their destructive power. We witness some of the authority they enjoy over these so-called Starcallers. These are the miners of meteorites that we can see in the rags who have pickaxes, evidently digging for some of those gravity stones, which is the item that refers to these beings as Starcallers in the first place. We see a group of these Starcallers worshipping an alabaster lord in the Weeping Peninsula, no doubt in awe of his celestial nature and his power. Though it is worth pointing out that these Starcallers clearly have some weird attraction to gravity, as they are also seen worshipping other beings of gravitational power, such as the malformed star found in the underground rivers, and the falling star beast found in Leyndell. Of course, the very fact that Radahn went to Sellia to study under an alabaster lord suggests that at least this one enjoyed some position of authority here. But let us now talk of the variants themselves, the alabaster and onyx differences. Not only are different variants referred to as onyx or alabaster lords, but they also have different swords that help separate them. What is the relevance of these? Well, this brings us to the conflation that Elden Ring makes between magnetism and gravity, a subject that has been really well explored by Quelaag in a number of videos that I will link below, more specifically their video on magnetism and metals. The general starting point for this discussion comes from one of the most famous wielders of gravity magic, General Radahn himself. As noted by Quelaag and others, the symbol found upon Radahn's swords is curiously not the symbol for gravity, but the one for magnetism, or more specifically a magnetic field. Now, not only is this found on Radahn's sword, but is in general the sigil that appears when using gravity magic, firmly tying it to this field of magic, conflating the two principles, if you will. Indeed, the idea of magnetic poles does seem to be reflected in the two designs of the lords that we get in-game, though later you will see I think there's a more specific reasoning why they are onyx and alabaster that is more closely aligned with gravity. But for now, let's run with the magnetic pole idea. As noted by the Inhuman One in his excellent Alabaster and Onyx Lord lore videos, the materials that make up the swords used by the lords are different as well. The Onyx Lord sword is made from a golden-hued meteoric ore, and the Alabaster Lord sword is made from a blue-tinged meteoric ore. What is interesting is that both of these swords provide contrasting effects. I'm of course referring to the Ash of War that's attached to each sword. The Onyx sword repulses and the Alabaster sword pulls, almost as if these variants are meant to represent the two magnetic poles and the two main effects of a magnetic field, repulsion and attraction. We could go even further and speculate that in this fictional world, because their swords are made out of a different magnetized material, that it has a different magnetic focus. This is sorcery after all. And indeed, gravity is the force of attraction, so why then is there this focus on pushing and pulling, if not to conflate it with magnetism? Why is it not just called magnetic magic rather than gravity magic? Well, in trying to determine the answer to this question, I determined that one of the answers could simply be that it is an illustrative analogy. And indeed we can find examples of this in real-world science as well. In a Reddit post around this very subject, Reddit user GoliathVV said that gravity and electromagnetism are good buddies, while linking a Wikipedia article to gravito-electromagnetism. Gravito-electromagnetism is a formal analogy between the effects of gravity and magnetism, and I will now quote the Wikipedia article that was linked. Gravitomagnetism is a widely used term referring specifically to the kinetic effects of gravity, in analogy to the magnetic effects of moving electrical charge. In a way, that is what I think has been done here in Elden Ring, magnetic principles being used analogously to illustrate the effects of gravity magic in this world, and so thanks again to GoliathVV for highlighting this scientific principle. So in short, I think any references to magnetism in Elden Ring are used analogously for illustrative reasons to describe the effects of the gravity magic to make it more straightforward to understand in terms of push and pull. Yet that being said, I do think we do gravity a disservice if we just leave it at that. Yes, there are some illustrative similarities in the magic that makes it analogous to magnetism, yet I don't think magnetism can explain everything. For example, how the signature spell meteorite works, or how the Lords and Estelle are able to jump from point to point and use portals to travel. I believe rather than seeing meteorite as an extension of rocksling, as a result of pushing or pulling a meteorite, we should pay more attention to where the meteorites come from. If we read the meteorite spell description, it reads, "Summons a void that emits a rain of small meteorites." And indeed, when we look at enemies using this, or whether we use it ourselves, we see little holes opening, little tears in the fabric of reality that seems to open up into deep space where a meteorite is coming through. And to me, these holes or tears or portals is similar to the effect that Estelle summons when he wants to move around the room. It's almost as if a black hole opens and he jumps through it. Same with the Alabaster Lords appearing and disappearing on a whim. And indeed, I would suggest these are no ordinary portals, but in fact wormholes. According to Einstein's theory of general relativity, wormholes could be possible if a black hole was connected to a white hole. Black holes are regions of super dense mass, where the gravity is so strong that everything is pulled towards its singularity, and is warped around it, and this includes light and time. White holes are the theoretical opposite, regions of outward flowing space-time, where everything is pushed out from the centre, and instead of nothing being able to escape the grasp, nothing is able to actually enter the region of a white hole. If you'd like to learn more about the regions of white holes, then PBS have actually done a really great video on YouTube, which I will link below. But the general idea is that at one end in space you would have a black hole where something is pulled in, and at the other end you would have a white hole, the exit point in another area of space as shown by this diagram, and in between you would have the wormhole. This is of course the idea explored in the film Event Horizon, where the titular ship is capable of faster than light speed by using a black hole generator to travel from one point in space to another instantaneously. Of course it doesn't really work out, but we won't go into that. It would be easy to get drawn down into a rabbit hole here about the actual science of wormholes, black holes and white holes, but consider that these are gravitational phenomena, and then we have beings strong in gravity magic who are able to instantaneously travel from one point in space to another. Then it also fits thematically in another way that you might have realised by now. There is a black hole and a white hole. These are two gravitational phenomena, and we have two gravitational lords in game, an Onyx Lord for the black hole, and an Alabaster Lord for the white hole. It would also realign the push and pull effects of the gravity magic back with the principles of gravity, as a black hole is a gravitational phenomena that pulls in, and the white hole is a theoretical, albeit gravitational phenomena that pushes out. This is of course my speculation, but I do think it ties up things neatly, both thematically and in regards to gravity. We will return to the idea of black holes when we look at Estelle's story with the Eternal City in the next chapter. Regardless, these ideas and the power of the Alabaster and Onyx Lords should really emphasise why Radahn sought them out. There really is no greater power in the lands between when it comes to mass and movement. And indeed, now that I have looked more into the Alabaster and Onyx Lords and truly understand how powerful they are, it makes sense why Radahn is such a force to be reckoned with, alongside his brawn of course. Though teaching Radahn may have had more far-reaching consequences than his Alabaster Lord tutor expected. While Radahn's remembrance suggests that he learned gravitational magic initially for the sake of his loyal steed, the description for the collapsing star spell shows that by the end he had another use for the gravitational magic, as the description reads as follows: "A gravitational technique mastered by the young Radahn. I thank you for your tutelage, for now I can challenge the stars." Of course we know via the description of Rocksling that Radahn is speaking here to an Alabaster Lord, who was his tutor at Celia. And then of course we learn via Selin and a sword monument that Radahn would learn his epithet from a conflict of the same name, the Stars Scourge conflict, in which he used his mastery over gravity magic to halt the constellations and movement of stars themselves. And then it is interesting to note that in the Carian royal jail at Caria Manor, there is an Onyx Lord. Radahn's actions ultimately stands in the way of his sister's plans, Ranni, no matter what his motivations were for doing so, whether it was for the Golden Order's sake, or whether it was for Celia's. Either way, Radahn must be taken out for Ranni's plans to succeed. And given that we, the Tarnished, do this could well have set back Ranni's plans for thousands of years. So it is interesting that we find one of these Onyx Lords in a Carian jail. Perhaps this is some sort of retribution against their kind. The ability to stop fate itself, the movement of the stars, open up voids to space and drop meteorites on your enemy, no wonder these beings were referred to as lords. But of course there's another being who has an impressive display of gravitational magic, on a scale that's probably far beyond that of an Alabaster or Onyx Lord. I of course refer to the beings known as Estelle, and it is to them that we turn to next. Of course we could not have spoken on the mysteries of space within Elden Ring without talking about Estelle and the Nox. We have detailed in a number of videos now how the Nox look to the stars to seize power and bring about an age of stars and their Lord of Night. They tried by various scientific and astrological means, creating the Dragonkin soldiers, the Fingerslayer blade, and of course the puppets and Celestial Dew, the latter two being alchemical formulas built from the fate latent within the stars themselves. So when we learn of Estelle's attack upon the third unnamed city of the Nox, it shouldn't come as a surprise, but before we go any further, let's contextualise this event by reading the two main items associated with it, starting with the remembrance of the natural born, which reads, "A malformed star born in a lightless void far away, once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky, a falling star of ill omen." And then the meteorite of Estelle, which reads, "A manifestation of the power with which Estelle levelled the eternal city." Given the meddling nature of the Nox and their various attempts to overthrow the Greater Will, the instinct of course is to believe that Estelle was brought upon the Nox by themselves. But how is the question, of course. V-Limit provides an interesting narrative in his Estelle lore video, which I will link below. In this video he details the Estelle Project theory. V-Limit suggests that the Nox took a falling star beast as a template and malformed them in the image of the giant skeletons found in the Eternal Cities in an attempt to craft another weapon against the Greater Will, a celestial being to stand in opposition to the Greater Will's own falling star beast, the Elden Beast. There is a lot that is very compelling about this theory. It would of course explain the humanesque features found on Estelle's body, i.e. his skull, as well as its size similarity to the giant skeletons found in the Eternal Cities. One can also not deny the thematic harmony of the struggle between stars and the Erdtree, the Nox and the Greater Will, and now the Elden Beast and Estelle. There's something else to be said for Estelle's epithet. While in English it is translated to natural born of the void, this may not be correct or entirely accurate. Two respected translators that I have spoken to translate Estelle's title very differently. YouTuber Last Protagonist translates it to be Estelle Spawn of Darkness. Mirko, respected translator who works with the YouTuber Sabako no Meiko, provided the following information on Estelle. Also, in its original, it's not called Natural Born of the Void, but is just darkness, while Otoshiko, a term used for unwanted children, but also for unwanted consequences. So what stands out here from Mirko's translation is unwanted child or unwanted consequences, both of which chime more closely with the description of Estelle as a bastard, referred to as such in the Bastard Stars item description. Being a bastard or an unwanted consequence would align quite neatly with V-Limit's theory. Estelle literally is an unwanted consequence of the meddling of the Nox, a bastard born not naturally, but of experimentation. You could then argue that the other Estelles we find elsewhere are either other subjects of this project, or the spawn of the original creation made by the Nox. Either way, it would still fit. So I can't really find any major flaws in this theory, and I would be happy if this was the explanation. But let me instead offer an alternate explanation, one that posits that Estelle already existed, but still came to the Eternal City due to the actions of the Nox. Of course, one of my main faults with V-Limit's theory is that the remembrance of the natural born says that it was born in the void, suggesting it was already as it was in space before it came to the Eternal Cities. The other area in which I disagree is the Eternal Darkness spell, a pivotal lore item when discussing this subject. It reads as follows: creates a space of darkness that draws in sorceries and incantations. Originally a lost sorcery of the Eternal City, the despair that brought about its ruin made manifest. When explaining this in the context of their theory, V-Limit likens this to the Eye of Estelle, which would make this piece of lore fit within the Estelle Project theory, as it represents the Eye of Estelle, and of course it is Estelle who brought ruin upon the Eternal Cities. However, this is where I disagree, as I see this not as Estelle's eye, but as a black hole, a phenomena that we've already discussed. Black holes could easily be described as eternal darkness, for black holes devour light and are the only thing in the universe that are truly dark. Black holes are regions in space where gravity is so dense that everything, including light, is pulled towards it and drawn into its singularity. One need only look at the effect of the spell to see that it is most likely representing a black hole, for it draws in sorceries and incantations much as a black hole would draw in light and time. So what if a black hole symbolised the end of this Eternal City? And there are two main ways of looking at this as far as I'm concerned. First of all, we know Estelle fell upon the city like a falling star, as he is described in his remembrance as a falling star of ill omen. Then there's of course Zuli's video on Estelle that details how once Estelle had a VFX and a movement set that corresponded closely to Radahn's comet movement, again suggesting that Estelle fell upon the city like a comet. And yet there is no sky here, so how would it have made it down here like a falling star? Well, when we fight Estelle, we see how it likes to move around from one point to another, by using portals, that look suspiciously like a black hole. Perhaps the portal opened above the Eternal City, and Estelle came through it like one of his meteorites and crashed down upon the city, and thus this black hole, this portal, would have symbolised and heralded the end of the Eternal City. And if that doesn't float your boat, I have another way of looking at it in regards to a black hole. Because one of the other curious aspects of Estelle's attack on the Eternal City is that it stole its sky. Indeed, the other Eternal Cities, Nokron and Nokstella, have their fake sky above it, yet the third destroyed city does not. And curiously, Estelle's chamber, its lair, does have a starry fake sky. And we have to conclude that this is indeed the starry sky that has been stolen from the Eternal City. But how is it literally possible for a being to take a starry sky and move it somewhere else? Well, you can probably see where I'm going with this. In the previous chapter, we have already discussed how I believe gravity masters can manipulate space-time to create black holes to move from one point to another, a wormhole. And I do believe this is what's happening when Estelle teleports from one point to another. We even see that little bits of rock and rubble are being pulled in towards Estelle's portal as it teleports from one point to another. Objects are being pulled in to this portal, just as a black hole pulls in everything around it, and just as the Eternal Darkness spell pulls incantations and sorceries into its singularity. The Estelle that we face in Yellow Annex Tunnel in the consecrated snowfield has such a mastery over gravitational magic that it is able to summon multiple others of its kind who come out of wormholes. And as Zuli points out, these extras are of the grey discoloured variety, identifying them as the hanging cocoon variants of the malformed stars found throughout the rivers, distinct from the mature one that we are fighting. So perhaps, after Estelle had levelled the Eternal City with his meteorites, he vacated the area, taking the sky with him through a portal, a black hole, that not only pulled Estelle through it, but also pulled all light and surrounding matter through it, including the starry sky, that was sucked up like a vacuum through this hole and deposited into Estelle's new lair. And thus, I would see the Eternal Darkness spell as a very fitting representation of the ruin of this Eternal City, the technique through which their sky was stolen, and now is replicated by stealing others' incantations. So if I believe Estelle was not created in the Eternal Cities, what type of lifeform do I believe him to be, aside from being a malformed version of a star born in the void far away? Well, in fact, there may be some hints as to a natural life cycle for this Estelle species. An interesting discussion on Estelle's form was started by Zuli the Witch on Twitter, where they compare Estelle's various clones, the malformed star variants, with the discoloring. In this discussion, Twitter user Sin compared the life cycle of Estelle to that of antlions, where the falling star beast is the larval form of the species, and Estelle is the adult form, linking these two boss variants into a single species. And if you look at this life cycle of an antlion image, it is super compelling, as the antlions seem to be a species that share a lot of similar features to both the falling star beasts and the mature Estelle. So while in V-Limit's theory it is posited that the falling star beast is a natural creature that is then twisted by the Nox to create the Estelle, I do believe that the falling star beast is a larval or grub form of the Estelle creature, especially when you consider the Estelle head prominent on the mature full-grown falling star beast found in Mont Gelmir, which suggests that the humanoid skull isn't the result of human tampering and is naturally part of their physiology even at this larval stage. The larval grub of antlions is very reminiscent of the falling star beast, both having mandibles and fairly stocky bodies. The antlion cocoon phase could be represented by the malformed stars found throughout the underground rivers. Again, these are the variants that hang from the roof like a cocoon and don't have the colours of the mature variants. And the way that they hang down is definitely reminiscent of the cocoon of various insect species, though I do also think we see a likeness of the cocoon sage already in the falling star beast, as the rock formations upon its skin could easily be compared to the cocoon structures built by antlions. Finally, the fully formed mature Estelle is of course strikingly like the adult form of an antlion with its wings and elongated body, so again credit to Sin for pointing out all these similarities on Twitter. In a nutshell, this suggests that these stellar creatures are their own form of life with their own life cycle, and it is the best explanation as to why we meet multiple Estelles throughout Elden Ring. But there is still a little more here to be unpacked in regards to Estelle's behaviour and physiology. Returning to the tweets on the antlions, Sin also makes the point that antlions are blind, and that they use pheromones or vibrations to detect prey. Now this is interesting to me because it makes me think of Waves of Darkness, the Ash of War, that we can not only make from Estelle's remembrance, linking it to him, but it is also a technique that Estelle uses on us in battle. Perhaps these dark waves, these pulses, are an extension of how it communicates with others of its kind, because they are blind. Indeed, Estelle's eye sockets are empty, and we aren't really sure if the blue rolling eye operates as what we would conceive to be an eye. Indeed, it is very reminiscent of Lusat's crown, and indeed took the place of his brain, so perhaps this operates in a similar fashion for the Estelles, as a cogitation centerpiece as well as a locus for their power. Indeed, this seems like a more likely use for it, given the way the eye lights up when Estelle uses some of its more powerful gravitational abilities. And similarly, this eye also lights up on the mature falling star beast when it unleashes its gravitational powers. So in short, these are predatory, animalistic stars, extremely dangerous and extremely powerful, an aggressive star creature that literally shows the full power of celestial magic. Now, while we have explained the animalistic elements to them, and while they may be born in a void far away and not in a Noxian lab, there is still something distinctly unnatural about them, and it is repeatedly hammered home that this creature is malformed. It's a bastard, an unwanted consequence, meaning there must be something fairly unnatural about them nonetheless. There is something else in Estelle's various epithets that may fit in with the explanation that Estelle is a fitting punishment for Noxian meddling. In his remembrance, he is referred to as a falling star of ill omen. In Quaelag's video titled "The Elden Ring Keeps Me Up at Night," Quaelag brings up the subject of Chaldean astrology, a group of astrologers and thinkers from Neo-Babylon, and I will link Quaelag's full video on that subject below, as they will explain it much better than me and the video goes into a tremendous amount of detail. But in short, Quelaag brings up the relevance of these astrologers because of the idea of fate being dictated by the stars, something the Chaldean astrologers believed. One of the other things they looked for were omens in the stars, and that to the Chaldeans, a star of ill omen was usually a sign that divine forces were upset, and how relevant this would be to the Nox. Everything they do is unnatural, upsetting the natural order of things, from forming the dragonkin soldiers, creating mimic tears, or crafting the fate-bonded blade known as the Finger Slayer blade. In particular, the Nox are known to fiddle with fate latent within the stars, distilling it into puppet drafts and the celestial dew, to manipulate fate in different ways. Perhaps this malformed star came to the Eternal City because of their meddling with fate, their meddling with the stars. The Nox have played with fate and tried to control it in a way that humans shouldn't be able to do, and in that way he is their ill omen, a karmic or Newtonian response to their actions, and in a more macro view, perhaps the prevalence of malformed falling stars across the lands is a result of all the upsets that keep happening to the natural and cosmic order. The fettering of fate, the halting of the constellations, the confinement of death, the killing of a two fingers, the spread of Deathroot, and of course the shattering of the Elden Ring. All of these things are capable of upsetting the cosmic order. A lot of them represent stagnation in different ways, and perhaps this gives birth to malformed versions of stars, bastards born of cosmic upset and the meddling of humans and gods. That's of course my speculation, but I can't help but think this must be close to the truth, given that stars are linked to fate, and fate has been messed with so much in Elden Ring, with humans and gods upsetting the harmony of the universe for their own ends and goals. This would certainly fit the unwanted consequence translation via Mirko, a consequence of their meddling, an ill omen whose malformation is a testament to the sins of the Nox, who grasps at forces beyond their ken. For all those who would dare challenge the cosmic balance of the universe, you may well face your own Star of Darkness. What a journey. Working on this video has been a reflective and satisfying project, as it makes me realise how far we have come. A video I didn't include in this compilation was my original Godskins video, my first video on Elden Ring, one that started me on a life-changing journey. I didn't include it because my new Godskin video from this year somewhat superseded it, but I'm still proud of that first video I made. I had far less resources and polish, but that video changed my life. Elden Ring changed my life. FromSoftware changed my life. You changed my life. And I am eternally grateful. Thanks to the success of Elden Ring and my lore videos, I was able to take up this job full-time and achieve my lifelong dream. One I am still living, and I will always hold Elden Ring close to my heart, and for that reason I thank you, one and all, for joining me on this journey. Elden Ring wouldn't be the same without its amazing community, of course. Other Elden Ring creators who have inspired and informed me, and some I am lucky enough to call friends. And I would like to acknowledge some of these here, because my work would not be the same without some of these inspirations that I quite frequently reference throughout my videos. Lore Hunter, Ashen Hollow, Loki, Quelaag, Vatividia, Zuli the Witch, Sekiro Dubi, Tarnished Archaeologist, Ziostorm, Honored Madman, Eridin, Mad Luigi, V-Limit, Aesir Aesthetics, Last Protagonist, Moxie Watts, Amazing Chest, Dom's Roundtable, Sinclair Lore, Lost My Sanity, Raditaskor, Square Table Gaming, Miss Chalice, Cosmos, AGT Jake, and many, many more. Too many to name. Together we have bounced ideas off each other, put out wild theories, and helped uncover the narrative of this epic odyssey. My work would not be the same without those who have inspired me, and again for that I am eternally grateful. That said, there is still a lot of work to be done. Reflecting on my work, I realise that my position has changed dramatically on certain areas of the lore, especially in regards to videos that I tackled earlier on, and I am now inspired to do these areas justice in the year ahead, such as my coverage on Moog, Mikla, the Greater Will, and the Erdtree, just to name a few. But that is the beauty of Elden Ring. It is so complex and immersed in symbolism that so much of it is open to interpretation, to the eye of the beholder, everyone with different backgrounds and educations that read things in a different way. This is not even to mention the upcoming Shadow of the Erdtree, which will no doubt flip the lore on its head, and so I sincerely hope that you will join me in the years ahead where we will continue to explore this incredible lore. That's all for now, and I hope you have a wonderful festive season with your loved ones, and I will see you again in the new year when we return to Elden Ring. Take care, I love you all.